Chapter 1. The Man in the Ruins. I have never feared death, for I am resolute in my belief that I shall endure. I have never savored the essence of life, for from the moment I opened my eyes, I had already perished. In the seventh world, on Planet X35, it has been 275 years since the cataclysmic nuclear annihilation. 275 years have elapsed since the blinding flash of destruction. This once resplendent planet has long since transformed into a desolate wasteland. No matter how radiant a civilization may be, it must eventually meet its end. The majority of humanity, once the pinnacle of creation, has succumbed to the very weapons they forged. The remnants of humanity can only struggle amidst despair and death. No soul can escape this land of demise. Humanity must inevitably pay for its hubris. The sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, and fierce winds whip up the sand and debris that scour the earth, resembling a multitude of razor-sharp blades that mercilessly torment all life that dares to appear. This is a barren expanse. Everywhere one looks, jagged rocks and massive fragments of gravel abound. Occasionally, one can glimpse dark steel rebar protruding from the ground, akin to the fangs of a demon. This is a world of death. So lamented those who once lived. In those days, they could still scavenge a meager supply of sustenance amidst the threats of the deadly winds. Every morning, they were greeted by a glimmer of sunlight and could collect droplets of dew from the rusted steel of abandoned edifices. Although these droplets were woefully insufficient for the survival of all, they were enough to instill a flicker of hope. Back then, the ground was not yet teeming with the myriad of mutated creatures that now roam. People could occasionally venture out from their hiding places in search of the will to live on the irradiated and death-laden soil. But now, the deadly winds have ravaged this desolate land for decades. At the terrifying velocity of nearly 40 meters per second, few creatures dare to aspire to survival. The mutated beasts, once feared by humanity, now appear as fragile as infants in the face of such fury. The earth has been utterly torn asunder. Everywhere, rocks have been shredded by the tempest. The entire planet has rapidly turned to gravel. Greenery is now a rare sight. In the present state of Planet X35, only the massive ruins of ancient civilizations stubbornly stand tall. They loom like dark, wounded giants, lamenting their impotence and rage towards the heavens. The sky remains heavy with clouds, and the winds of death continue to unleash their violent wrath. Yet, on the distant horizon, a colossal ruin of a city gradually reveals itself. As the view draws closer, the silhouette of the ruin expands rapidly. This is a standard ruin of a former civilization's tertiary city. Towering concrete edifices rise like a forest of stone. Everywhere one looks, immense structures lie collapsed. Despite the howling winds outside, the force of the gales within the ruins is significantly diminished by the remnants of these buildings. Near the entrance of the ruins stands a resilient skyscraper, more than 30 stories tall. Its upper half is broken, but two numbers still faintly mark the remaining structure. 27. The 27th Ruin Shelter. Beneath a slab of concrete in the ruins, a pair of eyes intensely fixates on an open space not far away. The owner of these eyes remains perfectly still. Even with the winds whipping up sand and debris, he does not so much as blink an eye in the shadow. He resembles a lifeless stone, devoid of any trace of life. Silence. I require no breath. That would betray my position. My heartbeat slows, melding me with my surroundings. I am a stone, an inanimate stone. It shall not see me, nor sense my presence. I am stone, devoid of life. Beneath the concrete slab, the blood-red eyes are locked on a massive shadow 30 meters away. It is a sandworm. He has waited 5 hours for his prey. Although in this cursed apocalypse, most animal flesh is inedible, the sandworm is an exception. Its corpulent body often harbors untainted flesh, succulent and rich. Strictly speaking, the sandworm is not an overly dangerous quarry. Though it spans over 5 meters in length and possesses a robust physique, it typically lurks beneath the sands and does not actively assault travelers. However, this one is different. An hour ago, the blood-eyed observer witnessed 3 hunters who attempted to approach, be consumed. The sandworm has a voracious appetite, capable of devouring anything that crosses its path. Thus, the 3 hunters are now but remnants. Gently covering his mouth and nose, he strives to conceal himself more deeply, seeking an advantage in the impending hunt. He too is a hunter. In this apocalypse, it is a common profession among men. Yet, he differs from the average hunter. He possesses a profound understanding of concealment, observation, and the utilization of his innate weapons. Thus, it is evident to him that today's sandworm is exceptional. This sandworm is on the verge of laying eggs, for it is during this period that they emerge from the sandy seas beyond the city, drawn to the ruins for the abundant scrap metal. This metal provides essential elements for the sandworm, facilitating a successful laying of eggs and ensuring the strength of the hatchlings. However, the sandworm in this state is also the most perilous. The hunters who failed to heed this fact met their demise. The sandworm in its ovulation phase exhibits extreme aggression, attacking any creature that approaches. Its unique mouth can expand to a diameter of 3 meters, its teeth capable of shredding metal in an instant. The blood-eyed observer witnessed the 3 hunters being devoured, hearing the sickening crunch of bones and their screams from his vantage point. Yet he remains motionless, his gaze cold and merciless. This is the apocalypse. Notions of morality have long since dissipated. All life strives for survival. Scritch, scritch, scritch. A peculiar sound emanates from the front as the sandworm finishes off a piece of scrap metal with a satisfied belch. It resembles a plump, pale maggot, with its head split open. Typically, it burrows beneath the sand, but today it must expose itself above ground to enter the city ruins. The ground of the ruins is composed of concrete and steel, making it difficult even for the sandworm to penetrate. The blood-eyed observer remains hidden in the shadows, silently watching his prey. A satiated sandworm will return along the same path it came, and that will be his opportunity. For this moment, he has buried over 30 sharpened rebar stakes along the sandworm's route. Should it pass by, the sharp stakes shall pierce its belly, spilling its innards. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The sandworm continues to emit its strange sounds, beginning its slow retreat that it slithers like a colossal maggot, leaving behind a trail of revolting slime. Gradually, it inches closer to the trap set by the blood-eyed observer. His breathing quickens. The hand covering his mouth and nose tightens. In his other hand, he grips a sharpened rebar firmly, the veins on the back of his hand standing out prominently. 5 meters. 3 meters. The blood-eyed observer is not far from his trap, allowing him to clearly see the sandworm inching closer, crawling over the very spot he had set for it. The sandworm, devoid of eyes, remains oblivious to the treacherous path now littered with sharp stakes resembling jagged teeth. Roar! The sandworm, mid-crawl, suddenly emits a deafening roar, curling in upon itself. In that instant, the blood-eyed observer clearly sees a long gash appear on its abdomen, from which a viscous green fluid spills forth. It is time. Blood-eye surged forward with an explosive force accumulated over 5 hours, akin to a cannonball flying close to the ground. His sprint was peculiar, not resembling the typical two-legged run of an ordinary person, but rather the agile gait of a cheetah, utilizing all 4 limbs. This posture not only augmented his explosive speed but also enhanced his agility, enabling him to pivot effortlessly at any moment. This transformation was a necessity for survival. Blood-Eye adapted more readily than most, which was why he still drew breath. In mere moments, the short distance of several dozen meters was traversed in a flash, bringing him near the back of the sandworm. His concealment was so impeccable that the creature remained oblivious to his presence. Yet, instinctively, the sandworm sensed the impending threat and emitted a piercing roar. At that instant, Blood-Eye leapt into the air. He was aware that the sandworm was about to instinctively retaliate by spewing forth highly corrosive acid. This attack would encompass a wide area. Any contact with the acid could result in immediate dissolution. However, he awaited this very moment. In a heartbeat, the muscles in his legs coiled with tremendous strength, propelling him upward with explosive force. To his astonishment, he soared over 3 meters high, landing squarely upon the sandworm's back. He then executed 3 swift leaps, using hands and feet to ascend the creature's neck. With a swift motion, he thrust a sharp steel rod towards the fleshy protrusion above the sandworm's maw. Splurt! The rod pierced the growth, releasing a torrent of viscous brain fluid. Undeterred, Blood-Eye lunged forward, ravenously consuming the substance. This was the sandworm's brain matter, concealed under the protuberance, only revealed when it was about to unleash acidic bile. Blood-Eye had procured this vital information for 2 pieces of premium copper or in the black market. Arg! The sandworm bellowed in agony, writhing desperately. Yet, Blood-Eye's fingers dug in like iron claws, refusing to release their grip. While he voraciously devoured, he clung fiercely to the sandworm, resembling an octopus. In this state, no matter how fiercely the sandworm struggled, it could not inflict harm upon him. At worst, he might sustain superficial scratches from its thrashing. The sandworm continued to convulse, roaring in distress, its massive body rolling across the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Simultaneously, it exuded copious amounts of green liquid, which, upon contact with the earth, produced plumes of white mist, corroding the ground into gaping holes. Blood-Eye, tightly affixed to the sandworm, evaded most of the acid, Yet during one of the creature's violent rolls, he inadvertently came into contact with a small amount, eroding his clothing and searing his skin. The pain caused his body to convulse involuntarily. Nevertheless, he clung tenaciously to the sandworm, resolute in his grip. In this apocalyptic world, survival necessitated a ruthless disposition, not only towards prey, but also towards oneself. Blood-Eye understood that while the sandworm's acid was formidable, even minor exposure would not dissolve him. The pain was merely a trivial inconvenience. However, should he falter and fall, he would be consumed in an instant. The sandworm continued its fierce struggle, a creature of the apocalypse with remarkable vitality. Yet, the outcome of this hunt had been predetermined from the outset. After over 10 grueling minutes of resistance, the sandworm's movements gradually slowed, and it eventually ceased to move. The last flicker of life extinguished from its being, Blood-Eye fell from its body, landing heavily on the ground. At this moment, he was a mass of injuries, his back marred by extensive corrosive wounds. Yet, his expression remained impassive as he retrieved a substantial bundle of tools from his hiding place, commencing the dissection of the sandworm. The battle between him and the sandworm had persisted for over 10 minutes, and Blood-Eye was uncertain if anyone would notice and rush to the scene. However, he was unwilling to take any risks. In this desolate world, every morsel of sustenance warranted a fierce struggle. Blood-Eye refused to transform from hunter to prey. Chapter 2. The Slaying of the Watchdog. Blood-Eye moved with remarkable swiftness, locating his desired quarry within mere minutes. A sandworm, stripped of its useless and contaminated parts, yielded approximately 30 kilograms of edible material. Coupled with the cerebral matter he had previously consumed, the haul was commendable. Although the sandworm's original weight could reach several hundred kilograms, it paled in comparison to the majority of prey in this post-apocalyptic world, where most flesh was inedible. Securing over 30 kilograms of high-quality sustenance was indeed a significant achievement, one that only a select few could boast of within the confines of Shelter 27. With a determined effort, Blood-Eye pried open the thick, chitinous layer of the sandworm, meticulously employing a finely honed blade to extract its inner tissues. The entire procedure was conducted with utmost caution, careful not to rupture the worm's acidic sac. His hands were steady and deft, applying consistent pressure as the blade danced between his fingers, swiftly revealing layer after layer of the creature. Eventually, he procured 3 long, pristine strips of flesh. With a sigh of relief, he cast a wary glance around before swiftly hoisting the meat and disappearing into a nearby sewage well. The well was deep, its dark bottom littered with broken stones and refuse. Yet, less than a meter from the bottom, a concealed opening lay hidden, detectable only to those familiar with the terrain. Blood-Eye navigated this passage with ease, and before long, a filthy pipeline emerged, wide enough for passage. This was the subterranean sewage network of Sector 27, once a crucial element of the city's drainage system. However, since the world had descended into chaos, it had become a refuge for the desperate. Though still filthy, it was a veritable paradise compared to the deadly winds and radioactive pollution above. The darkness within the pipe posed no challenge for Blood-Eye, who had long since memorized its layout. Like a rat, he scurried through the labyrinth, deftly avoiding traps and dead ends. After traversing for over 10 minutes, he arrived at a larger junction, where he turned a corner to find a solid iron door shrouded in darkness. He rapped on the door in a rhythmic manner, prompting a small window to slide open. "Who is it?" came the query. "It's me. I'm back," Blood-Eye replied nonchalantly, lowering his gaze. The vigilant eyes peering through the window scrutinized him momentarily before the door swung open. Before him stood a burly man brandishing a hunting rifle. Known as Coppertooth, a name derived from the false teeth he had acquired after losing his original set in a brawl. Yet, one should never underestimate him. Conflict was commonplace here, and survival was paramount. Coppertooth had never ventured out to hunt, yet his continued prosperity spoke volumes, largely attributed to the power he wielded. In this lawless world, strength dictated survival, and gangsters thrived. Coppertooth was affiliated with a notorious gang known as the Bear Gang, arguably the most formidable faction within the shelter. After opening the iron door, he scrutinized Blood-Eye for a moment before breaking into a broad grin, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Looks like you've had a good haul. Let me see what you've got, kid." In silence, Blood-Eye placed his bundle on the table before Coppertooth, unveiling the 3 white strips of meat. "Oh, sandworm backstraps, untainted and top-notch. Kid, you've struck it rich today," Coppertooth exclaimed, his eyes alight with glee as he snatched a piece and began to chew, green juices dribbling down his chin. Blood-Eye grimaced. The sandworm meat he had painstakingly acquired was of the highest quality. capable of fetching a hefty sum on the black market, at least 100 pounds of low-contaminant second-tier food, or even more for highly contaminated third-tier fare. It was enough to sustain him for an extended period. Yet, Coppertooth had casually taken a hefty portion, sufficient to feed an adult for 2 days. To claim he felt no pangs of regret would be a lie. However, in this brutal world, the strong dictated the rules. Blood-Eye, not wishing to provoke Coppertooth, chose to endure. Yet, it seemed Coppertooth was not inclined to let Blood-Eye off easily. After a hearty chew, he let out a satisfied sigh, and then, without hesitation, seized 2 untouched strips of back meat. This will be your entrance fee for today. Now scram, kid. Consider yourself lucky. I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, you wouldn't even think of stepping through that door. Blood-Eye stood frozen, fists clenched tightly. 2 strips of back meat. Those were hard-won spoils, earned through perilous days of stalking the sandworm's habits and a 5-day vigil before finally confronting one. Each strip represented a significant investment of his effort and risk. The audacity of Coppertooth to take 2 in one fell swoop ignited a fire of fury within Blood-Eye. Unbeknownst to Coppertooth, as Blood-Eye's breathing quickened, faint blood vessels appeared in his eyes, and his pupils began to redden, all while he maintained his head bowed. Coppertooth, oblivious to the change, continued to gloat. Get lost, you little brat. What? Are you waiting for me to escort you out? If you need a ride, I can easily arrange for a few bullets to accompany you. After a moment of silence, Blood-Eye inhaled deeply. Coppertooth, this is the result of several days of hard work. Is it not a bit excessive for you to take so much? Wouldn't the bear gang leader be displeased? Coppertooth, taken aback by Blood-Eye's audacity, smirked. You dare threaten me with the bear gang leader? He casually lifted his rifle, pressing it against Blood-Eye's forehead and disengaging the safety. Whether or not the bear gang leader will be pleased is irrelevant. What I do know is that if you continue to prattle, I will not be amused. So, unless you wish to meet an untimely demise, I suggest you keep your distance and bring back more food next time. Otherwise, your head will go the way of a watermelon, splat. As Coppertooth finished his taunt, Blood-Eye, without a word, executed a lightning-fast kick to Coppertooth's knee. With a sickening crack, Coppertooth's leg buckled, causing him to shrink in stature. Before a scream could escape his lips, Blood-Eye seized the rifle barrel, thrusting the butt end into Coppertooth's mouth. Coppertooth's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom that Blood-Eye would dare to retaliate. Yet Blood-Eye did not spare him a glance. With his left hand, he deftly grasped Coppertooth's trigger finger, and with a swift twist, the sound of bone snapping echoed as Coppertooth's finger was broken. Ugh! Coppertooth grunted in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Nevertheless, he was a vicious fighter, ignoring his injury. He swung his good fist toward Blood-Eye's temple, confident that a single blow would shatter Blood-Eye's skull. However, Blood-Eye was swifter. Almost simultaneously with the snapping of Coppertooth's finger, he reached for a sharp steel rod at his waist. Seizing the opportunity while Coppertooth was momentarily vulnerable, he stepped forward and struck. With a sickening squelch, the steel rod pierced through Coppertooth's left eye, emerging from the back of his skull. Blood and gray matter splattering against the wall. Coppertooth trembled, his left arm falling uselessly to his side as his formidable body slid down the rod, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. Blood-Eye stood silently before Coppertooth's lifeless form, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. The entire sequence of events had unfolded in a mere 5 seconds, yet it had resulted in the downfall of the once mighty Coppertooth. The devaluation of human life in the apocalyptic world is evident. Yet, Blood-Eye harbors no remorse. This is the nature of the end times. If one wishes to avoid becoming prey, one must be ever prepared to prey upon others. Drawing a deep breath of air tinged with the metallic scent of blood, Blood-Eye began to methodically gather his belongings. His movements were not hurried, yet they were remarkably efficient. In no time, he had rendered the scene spotless. Casting a final glance at the shotgun clenched in the yellow-toothed man's grip, he contemplated but ultimately chose not to take it. A pity. Black Bear would not relent if he did. With that thought, Blood-Eye made his way toward another wooden door in the room. Beyond the wooden door lay a descending passageway, where Blood-Eye, burdened with provisions, moved slowly within the shadows. Here, figures had begun to materialize. The emaciated silhouettes, both male and female, lay huddled in the corners of the passage, wrapped in filthy blankets, their eyes glinting with greed and hunger. Clearly, they recognized Blood-Eye. None dared to act upon their desires. Only a few women, appearing somewhat comely, desperately posed in hopes of attracting his attention with their meager offerings. Yet, their efforts were in vain, as Blood-Eye did not spare them a glance, silently continuing his journey with the food in tow. Beyond the passage lay the entrance to the sewers, where Blood-Eye had lived for 19 years. He knew every path as intimately as the lines on his palms. The labyrinthine routes of the sewers were far more intricate than those above, and the shadows therein were far more numerous. This was a refuge for the destitute. In Shelter 27, only the robust men were afforded private quarters, while the rest had to contend with the diminished radiation of the sewers. In this bleak world, such conditions were enough to compel one to sacrifice everything. It is crucial to understand that not everyone could gain entry to the shelter, and the same held true for the sewers. The price of living here would have sufficed to purchase a luxurious villa in the days of civilization. As Blood-Eye traversed the pathway, the provisions upon his shoulder drew numerous glances. The sound of swallowed saliva was almost omnipresent. Yet, beneath his disheveled black hair, his expression remained inscrutable. After navigating countless twists and turns within the sewers, he arrived at a wooden door. Upon pushing it open, he was greeted by a beautiful woman who had just lifted her gaze. "You're back," she smiled sweetly, resembling a devoted wife. Chapter 3. Liar. The woman was remarkably beautiful. Had it been before the nuclear apocalypse, she would undoubtedly have graced the ranks of beauty pageant winners. What set her apart even more was her voice, soft as spring rain, evoking a sense of warmth and tenderness. Yet here, like all those struggling on the brink of survival, she wore clothes that barely covered her, her face marked by the pallor of malnutrition. A large, dark bruise marred her forehead, detracting from her allure. Blood-Eye responded quietly, as if oblivious to the woman's gentleness. He carelessly tossed the food into a corner of the room and took a seat at the solitary wooden table. This was the bounty of the past few days. "You might want to deal with it in due time. There will be little left by the next hunt," he remarked. The woman frowned slightly at the meager pile of provisions before breaking into a smile. "But I'll make it last, you need not worry." Blood-Eye remained silent, his face obscured by his dark hair, betraying no emotion. The woman smiled sweetly, seemingly accustomed to his indifference, and set about sorting the food. Although the ingredients provided by the sandworms were plentiful, their quality varied greatly. Her nimble fingers quickly organized the food into several neat piles. An expert observing her would have noted that she had already separated the mildly radioactive items from the sandworm's unique organs. As she sorted, the woman furrowed her brow. "What a pity. These sour sacks are not worth much anymore. Fortunately, there are a few premium pieces." "Ah, Blood-Eye. You weren't seen by the gatekeepers with these fine goods, were you? That would spell trouble." "All is well. I was cautious," Blood-Eye replied flatly. "Then wrap the table. Let us dine." "That will suffice," she responded with a smile. Soon, she set aside the selected ingredients and moved to a cabinet, retrieving prepared roasted meat. After adding some special spices, she placed it before Blood-Eye. The aroma wafting from the dish was tantalizing. A true luxury in a world where mere sustenance was a blessing. In this post-apocalyptic realm, one could scarcely find processed food. Indeed, untainted vegetables were far more valuable than roasted meat. If not for the necessity of maintaining his strength, Blood-Eye would not indulge in such extravagance. Moreover, his appetite was prodigious. The quantity before him was merely sufficient to sustain him. This situation concealed a secret about Blood-Eye, a secret that enabled his survival thus far. No one knew that his body was unlike that of an ordinary human. Beneath each armpit, there were small, purple protrusions resembling tiny blisters. These anomalies were not congenital. They had appeared after a fateful incident at the age of 7 while scavenging in the sewers. It was a frigid night, and he wandered through the most heavily irradiated areas, desperate for anything of value to exchange for food. Despite his efforts, he found nothing until, in a moment of despair, he stumbled upon a hexagonal object embedded with a unique crystal beside a corpse in the depths of the sewer. It was an oddity, covered in strange black patterns. And in his youthful ignorance, he had believed it a treasure worth selling at the refuge. However, as his fingers grazed the object, a horrific explosion ensued, unleashing a torrent of tentacle-like appendages and a viscous black liquid that enveloped him completely. The sheer terror of being coated in that slick substance rendered him unconscious. When he awoke, he found those peculiar protrusions under his arms. Blood-Eye had no knowledge of what transpired during his unconsciousness, only that his body underwent extraordinary changes thereafter. A parasitic entity, resembling a malignant tumor, had taken residence beneath his heart, and his physical attributes began to develop rapidly: strength, speed, reflexes, endurance, and even resistance to nuclear radiation, all surpassing human limits. Had his appearance not remained unchanged, he might have thought himself no longer human. Yet, such enhanced physical prowess came at a cost. To sustain his formidable physique, Blood-Eye's appetite grew insatiable, and his hunger became an unrelenting burden. In this world of scarcity, It was a death sentence. Initially, he faced near starvation due to his inability to procure sufficient food. It was not until he encountered Lyre that his fate began to change. Lyre, a prostitute, had met him when he was merely 10 years old. Yet she was already trading her body for sustenance. Her aid allowed Blood-Eye to survive in those early days. He vividly recalled how, each night, Lyre would exchange her bruised body for a hodgepodge of food, feeding him with a mix of hunger and desire. Blood-Eye never inquired why she did so, and Lyre never explained. They seemed to share an unspoken understanding, living together as if bound by the ties of kinship. From her, Blood-Eye received all that a woman could offer a man: affection, warmth, protection, tenderness, and intimacy. In return, he provided her with a sense of security. Once he could hunt, she never again had to sell her body. As time passed, both matured. Blood-Eye grew increasingly powerful, his demands for food escalating as well. Indeed, with his extraordinary constitution, he could nearly withstand the impurities found in food. Yet, contaminated provisions could not fulfill his energy needs. Only a steady intake of cleaner sustenance would allow his physical capabilities to flourish. Lyre endured considerable hardship to ensure Blood-Eye received adequate nourishment. The spices she used were derived from a rare plant that could mitigate radiation when added to food, though it came at a steep price. In their humble abode, the sound of Blood-Eye ravenously consuming his meal was unmistakable. He devoured the roasted meat with remarkable speed, while Lyre observed him with gentle eyes, silently concerned. "Your appetite has grown yet again, and the food is scarce. What shall we do?" She pondered, her warm smile tinged with worry. The situation in the refuge was deteriorating. Rumors circulated that the water recycling system had faltered, causing the underground crops to wither. Food supplies were dwindling, and whispers of outsiders armed with relics from a bygone civilization prowled near the refuge, their intentions seemingly nefarious. In this brutal world, Lyre held no illusions about the bandits within the refuge. They were mere parasites, motivated solely by the abundance of resources and vulnerable citizens ripe for plunder. Should a more formidable force emerge, they would flee faster than anyone else. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. Lyre's sole focus was Blood-Eye's well-being. His insatiable hunger threatened to revert them to their former, harsher existence. Without Blood-Eye's protection, her fate in the refuge would undoubtedly be dire. "I have finished eating." As Lyre grappled with her worries, Blood-Eye set down the last bone. He had consumed every morsel, leaving not a trace of flesh upon it. Even the marrow had been thoroughly extracted. Observing Lyre's gentle gaze, he paused momentarily before speaking softly. "Lyre, it seems my armpit has begun to itch again." "Really?" Lyre's eyes widened, her smile vanishing for the first time. Blood-Eye's itching was not a novel occurrence. Lyre distinctly recalled a similar episode shortly after she had found him. At that time, his appetite had surged unexpectedly, accompanied by several days of high fever. During that period, he lacked the strength to stand, relying entirely on her care. Had she not recently acquired a sizable piece of roasted meat from a burly man, Blood-Eye would surely have succumbed to hunger and fever. In this world, illness went unheeded. The scarcity of medicine rendered it the privilege of a select few, and neither Lyre nor Blood-Eye belonged to that fortunate cohort. Contemplating this, Lyre's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Biting her lip gently, she inquired softly, "How much time do we have left?" "I do not know. Perhaps it will be soon. Then my appetite will surge again. Based on my estimations, this fever will last longer than the last," Blood-Eye replied, his tone devoid of urgency. "Thus, during this period, I must engage in more hunting activities." Hunting meant greater yields, but also signified peril. "Understood. Then I shall prepare as well," Lyre murmured, her head bowed in resignation, a flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes. Must she also return to her former ways to navigate this adversity? For Blood-Eye, and for herself. Chapter 4. Preparation. The room fell into a contemplative silence as both individuals pondered their thoughts. After a while, Lyre rose quietly, moving to a side to begin her meal. Her food differed from that of Xuedong. It was what Xuedong had left uneaten, or perhaps the remnants from the more contaminated portions of their meager provisions. In this catastrophic world, no one had the luxury to be choosy. This was the best outcome they could hope for. Pushing open the door before her, Lyre was met with a scene of countless souls struggling against hunger in the sewers, eagerly awaiting any scraps she might cast aside. Observing Lyre's struggle to gnaw on the hard sustenance, a rare softness flickered in Xuedong's eyes. "Perhaps we should leave this place." "What did you say?" Lyre lifted her head, her eyes narrowing with caution. "It's too dangerous. The outside world is rife with pollution. Though life here is arduous, at least we can survive. The shelter's water recycling system provides us with the means to live. If we leave, Even without pollution and the deathly winds, we would surely perish from hunger and thirst. Furthermore, Liar bit her lip. I've heard tales of mutated creatures and countless bandits outside. We cannot survive in the wilderness. I am aware of all this, Shuedong sighed. I have ventured outside before, you know. That time I nearly lost my life. Then why do you wish to leave? Because I can no longer bear this existence. I am weary of this life. Shuedong tilted his head back, confusion clouding his gaze beneath his disheveled hair. Even with the dangers that lay beyond, it was far preferable to waiting for death in this dark sewer. No matter how hard they tried here, they could only consume the most wretched food and drink barely filtered murk. Liar, my body can no longer endure such sustenance. I require higher quality food and water. Otherwise, I will be unable to gain more strength. Moreover, I am aware that the recycling system in the ruins has failed. You know? Liar's eyes widened in shock, a flicker of fear welling up within her. He knows. Does this mean he truly intends to leave? To abandon me? In truth, I should have realized it long ago. A man like him could not remain trapped in such a filthy ruin, waiting for death alongside the hopeless. He is an eagle, destined to soar into the blue sky. This place is too small. It cannot contain his ambitions. From the moment I first laid eyes on him, I knew he was extraordinary. Living alongside him in this lightless ruin for so long has been a blessing from fate. Yet why does my heart ache so? Having grown up alongside this man, I have forgotten how to live independently. If I were to part from him, perhaps I would perish in the next instant. Liar's expression shifted rapidly, finally settling into a gentle smile. Setting her food aside, she approached Shuedong from behind, her delicate fingers resting lightly on his shoulder, beginning to knead it softly. So, you have made your decision. Shuedong remained silent, his confusion deepening, as if shrouded in a fog. I will take you with me, Liar. Very well, I shall await you, Liar replied eagerly, her beautiful eyes glistening with allure. Her fingers wandered to Shuedong's chest, gently caressing him. Soon, she was rewarded with the sound of his heavy breathing. The room, though humble, held a hint of spring. Liar swiftly transformed into a serpent, a captivating beauty brimming with primal temptation. Her scant garments vanished in an instant, revealing skin as smooth as silk. Were it not for the purple spots scattered across her body, her form would ignite a fervent desire in any man. Liar was well aware of how to entice a man's cravings. As Shuedong's breaths grew heavier, she flashed him a sultry smile, gliding downwards, leading Shuedong to feel himself enveloped in a warm, snug embrace. Shuedong inhaled deeply, suddenly rising to lift Liar effortlessly, tossing her onto the modest wooden bed nearby. Hee. Liar giggled, extending her tongue to lick the glistening remnants at the corner of her mouth, her eyes brimming with uncontainable passion. After dinner, will you devour me? Without a word, Shuedong lunged forward, and soon the room echoed with the sounds of illicit moans. Life in the shelter was one of despair. No one would ever relax. At dawn the next day, Shuedong departed from their dwelling, for he was occupied with preparations. To realize his plans, he had much to accomplish in the next 3 days. He had scheduled his departure from the shelter for just before the onset of his next fever. Based on the itching beneath his arm, he estimated that it would flare up within 3 days, plunging him into a state of high fever. During this period, he would be exceedingly vulnerable. Even a child could easily take his life. Moreover, Shuedong had observed increasing unrest within Shelter 27. Outsiders seemed to be eyeing the place. If he did not leave swiftly, he risked losing his life in the ensuing conflict. Thus, he had to escape before he completely lost his fighting capability. In truth, this affliction was not as dreadful as it might seem. From his previous experience, while the process would be agonizing, the aftermath marked the beginning of Shuedong's physical enhancement. Therefore, he boldly speculated that this episode was not detrimental, but rather essential for his strengthening. Once outside, Shuedong made his way to the black market of the shelter. Shelter 27 had once been a vast city, and shadows of many figures flitted about the ground. These destitute individuals wandered through the ruins, desperately seeking remnants of the bygone civilized era. Compared to food, these relics of the past held significant value. There had been rumors of a commoner who stumbled upon a usable weapon and became instantly wealthy. Of course, such fortunate souls were few and far between. Most could only find some mildly corroded metal scraps and refuse. While these items held some worth, they were insufficient to satiate their hunger. If there was one place within the shelter that could be deemed lively, it was undoubtedly the black market. However, this black market was not illegal in the conventional sense. In fact, there were hardly any laws in this world. It was termed a black market due to its chaotic disarray. Here, money was the sole language spoken. As long as one possessed wealth, virtually anything could be procured. However, money in this context did not refer to conventional currency. but rather rare metals like gold and other precious minerals. Here, precious metals, ores, and weapons from the old world served as currency. The offerings in the black market were vast and diverse, encompassing everything from food and slaves to weapons and vehicles. Nearly anything could be found, while Xuedong managed to barely fill his stomach in Shelter 27. However, it is evident that he is not qualified to linger here. The majority of those capable of spending in this place are members of various bandit groups, who trade their spoils through the black market. Fortunately, Blood-Eye has managed to amass some savings. In addition to provisions, he has also accumulated a quantity of, or, trophies from vanquishing other predators. In this apocalyptic world, the best way to avoid being devoured by wolves is to become one. Blood-Eye evidently understands this principle quite well. Nonetheless, he harbors a certain apprehension towards the bandit groups here, as they possess an abundance of weaponry, most of which consists of makeshift crossbows. One should not underestimate such armaments. Although firearms are not uncommon in this world, they require considerable strength to wield, and ammunition is prohibitively expensive. The cost of a single magazine of bullets could sustain anyone for an entire month. In contrast, the makeshift crossbows are much more accessible. These improvised bows have been modified to possess enough penetrating power to pierce the scales of mutated beings from a distance of 50 meters. And they come equipped with a 20-arrow magazine. It is only with such weapons that a bandit group can be deemed formidable. Blood-Eye has ventured beyond the shelter and is acutely aware of the dangers that lurk in the outside world. To him, these crossbows are merely child's play. Therefore, if he wishes to survive outside, he must gather an adequate supply of weapons and a substantial number of survival tools. Chapter 5. The fatal transaction. The black market was situated in a dimly lit alley amidst the ruins, bustling with a myriad of passers-by. Yet, not a single smile graced the faces of the throng. Only the harsh realities of life were etched upon their features. As Blood-Eye stepped into this realm, he encountered a group emerging from its depths. Upon spotting him, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. Huh, look who it is. Our esteemed hunter, Lord Blood-Eye. What brings you? Averse to idleness, to the black market? Are you perhaps seeking some clandestine trinkets to torment your fellow hunters? Rumor has it you've dispatched quite a few competitors. The first to speak was a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and as rotund as a sphere. His mockery was palpable. He was an enforcer of the Wild Boar gang, a notable figure in this sanctuary. Unlike others, however, he had witnessed Blood-Eye's prowess firsthand and harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Nevertheless, despite his hostility, few dared to confront Blood-Eye, for his fearsome reputation among hunters was well known. No one wished to engage with someone who thrived in bloodshed. Blood-Eye remained as silent as ever, seemingly oblivious to their taunts, and continued on his path toward the entrance. Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you intend to stroll past me like that? The rotund man obstructed the entrance with his expansive frame, effectively sealing it off. When Blood-Eye halted, he was a mere half-meter away from the man's belly. Around them, several thugs exchanged sinister grins, brandishing iron rods menacingly, encircling Blood-Eye. With his head bowed, Blood-Eye appeared oblivious to the malevolent glares directed his way. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. I have no interest in killing unless there is something to gain. What? The portly thug's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, everyone, did you hear that? He claims he won't kill us because there's nothing in it for him. Laughter erupted among the thugs, their derision echoing through the alley. Onlookers shrank back, forming a wide berth around the scene as the raucous laughter filled the air. Yet, this raucous laughter abruptly ceased. In an instant, the rotund thug's demeanor shifted. He coldly tossed a sack of minerals at Blood-Eye's feet, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. Well then, kid. Now you have something to gain. Go ahead, kill us. I'm waiting. Just don't keep me waiting too long, or you'll learn the consequences of provoking us. Hey, don't intimidate him. Can't you see his body is trembling? This kid is only fierce when hunting. I've rarely seen him in action otherwise. I wonder how he gained such notoriety. As you said, perhaps he is better suited to selling himself. Today we shall give him a taste of that. A blue-haired thug sneered, swinging his iron rod towards the back of Blood-Eye's head. They were seasoned veterans, and their strikes were ruthless. If struck, Blood-Eye wouldn't just be incapacitated. He would likely suffer a concussion. But the thug's action was abruptly halted. Just as he swung the rod, Blood-Eye spun around, his right hand lightning fast clasping the thug's wrist, twisting it with a sharp crack. The thug's wrist bent at an unnatural angle, exposing the ivory of his bones. The pain elicited a scream from the blue-haired thug, tears streaming down his face. Without hesitation, Blood-Eye seized the iron rod and thrust it into the thug's gaping mouth. The sickening sound of blood and bone erupted as the rod pierced through the back of his skull. The thug was silenced before he could utter another word. In the same fluid motion, Blood-Eye lowered himself and darted toward another golden-haired thug. In the face of the latter's terror, he deftly evaded the swinging iron rod, delivering a swift kick to the thug's knee. A sickening crack echoed as the thug crumpled in pain. Yet, gritting his teeth, the golden-haired thug swung his iron rod in a desperate attempt to defend himself. However, before he could lift his arm, Blood-Eye grasped his hair, yanking his head back, while his other hand swiftly sliced across the thug's throat, severing his windpipe. In a matter of moments, 2 of the thugs lay dead, their demise so swift that it left the onlookers in shock. "Damn you, bastard!" the portly thug roared, furious as he drew a massive spiked club from behind him, swinging it down toward Blood-Eye with ferocity reminiscent of a wild boar. The force of the swing generated a gale that blurred the vision of those nearby. This was an unfair battle. It seemed impossible for Blood-Eye to contend with the enormous bulk of the thug. A mere graze from the spiked club would send Blood-Eye flying like a baseball. There was no doubt about the club's lethality. Blood-Eye would surely be reduced to pieces. Yet, Blood-Eye, with his back turned to the portly thug, seemed to anticipate the impending attack. He swiftly kicked the corpse of the golden-haired thug toward the massive figure. With a resounding crack, the body exploded in a cloud of crimson mist as it was obliterated by the club. For a brief moment, the portly thug was stunned, the club hesitating in its descent. Seizing the opportunity, Blood-Eye lunged forward, using the thug's knee as leverage to propel himself onto his chest of flesh. He formed a fist, striking down at the center of the thug's forehead, with a muted thud that resounded like thunder in the ears of the spectators. Blood-Eye's punch penetrated the thug's brow, causing him to falter. Following this, Blood-Eye unleashed a powerful left hook to the thug's temple, the impact resounding like a hammer. The thug's temple caved in, his vision blurred and direction lost. But Blood-Eye offered him no respite. He swiftly ensnared the thug's head between his legs and twisted with a sharp crack. The crowd watched in horror as the thug's head turned grotesquely, the club clattering to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Amidst the haze, he stood, a wooden figure frozen in disbelief, his gaze filled with doubt and despair. Visible to the naked eye, a deep, hollow cavity had formed at the center of his brow and at his temples, from which bright red blood mingled with white brain matter, trickling out slowly. The corpulent figure opened his mouth as if to utter something, but his gaze quickly grew vacant. With a thunderous crash, he fell like a small mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust. Until his last breath, he remained oblivious to how Blood-Eye had discovered his vulnerability. In truth, since the day he embraced a life of crime, his corpulence had served as his best shield, having been deliberately honed to withstand the onslaught of rifle bullets. Throughout battles, he had always assumed the role of a frontline meat shield. He never fathomed that one day he would meet his demise in such a manner, nor so swiftly and unjustly. As the dust settled, the scene soon crystallized. Blood-Eye stood solitary, his head bowed, with 2 corpses lying at his feet. Nearby, the remaining bandits maintained their stances, brandishing iron rods, yet none dared to strike. Their eyes were fraught with terror, their calves trembling like leaves in a gale. Some even felt warm liquid trickling down their legs. Silence enveloped the area, including the spectators beside them. All gazed at the emaciated figure in the center with the eyes of those who behold a monster, watching as he stepped out of the bandits' encirclement and approached the bag of, or that the corpulent figure had initially discarded, picking it up. "I accept your proposed deal. This sum is sufficient to eliminate 2 individuals. Therefore, as for you, I shall offer you as a gift." Blood-Eye spoke coldly, not casting a glance at the other bandits, and proceeded toward the entrance of the black market, soon vanishing from sight. Chapter 6. A strange pair of gauntlets. As Blood-Eye stepped into the black market, he immediately sensed a notable decrease in the flow of people around him. Perhaps his recent acts of brutality had instilled fear, causing many to shy away, as if an invisible wall had formed around him. This was nothing new for Blood-Eye. He had long since grown accustomed to such reactions. In the ruins of Zone 27, slaughter was an indispensable means of survival. He had faced fear before. Though it had mostly come from fellow hunters, now it emanated from mere civilians. The black market was vast and brimming with a myriad of goods. Blood-Eye soon located what he sought, but the prices were staggering, rendering him hesitant to make a purchase. After meandering for over half an hour without acquiring anything, he was about to leave when he spotted a merchant shrouded in bandages in a corner of the market. The vendor was unloading goods from a vehicle, and a plethora of items lay scattered about. Strangely, it seemed that passers-by were oblivious to the merchant as they walked past him. Intrigued, Blood-Eye approached and was instantly delighted. The array of products was extensive, and the prices appeared reasonable. He purchased 2 specially crafted hooded cloaks, essential gear for the wilds, which would help mitigate the effects of radiation exposure. Additionally, he acquired 2 large bundles of filthy bandages and a selection of camping essentials, a tent, a multi-purpose knife set, and crucial trap components. When it came to weaponry, Blood Eye faced an overwhelming selection, from handheld hunting knives to armored vehicles left behind by the pre-civilization era. However, the prices were exorbitant enough to bankrupt even the wealthiest in the shelter. As he browsed, the bandaged merchant shadowed him closely, eagerly presenting his wares. "Look here, my friend. This is our newly arrived multifunctional hunting knife. With a blade length of 1.2 meters and crafted from titanium alloy, it is truly a masterpiece among cold weapons. However, due to its challenging balance, only those with sufficient skill can wield it effectively. But given your prowess in dispatching the fat pig, I'm certain it will be a breeze for you. Why not give it a try? I assure you, it can sever the heads of those mutated beasts effortlessly. If you intend to hunt the aberrations, this is your ideal choice." Blood Eye examined the hunting knife, shook his head, and set it down. "Too light. Very well, then. Consider this, the XL3 model high-velocity assault rifle, a cutting-edge weapon that surpasses conventional machine guns. With a firing rate of 200 rounds per minute, it is fiercer than many heavy machine guns, unleashing a veritable storm of metal in mere moments. Using it to kill is akin to mowing grass. I see you are a straightforward fellow. I believe you will appreciate this." Noticing Blood Eye's dissatisfaction, the bandaged merchant continued to offer more options, presenting a sleek black firearm. Blood Eye awkwardly handled the weapon, chuckled self-deprecatingly, and returned it. "I cannot use it." "Ah, you are quite the charming one. But fear not. Let us examine this instead." The merchant smiled subtly, gesturing towards a corner of the stall. "I believe you will find this appealing." Following his gaze, Blood Eye immediately spotted a large iron box and furrowed his brow. "What is this?" "The S7 model Wanderer reconnaissance armor, a pinnacle of pre-civilization technology. Weighing in at 230 kilograms and powered by a standard energy block, once equipped, it can transform an ordinary person into a prehistoric behemoth capable of crushing a tank with mere fists. Oh, how magnificent it is. I can hardly fathom the spectacle of you donning it. Its high-pressure air propulsion system will render you swifter than lightning, while its semi-enclosed structure significantly reduces radiation interference. And yet, this is not its true power. Behold, its built-in electromagnetic pulse gun, though not a conventional weapon with a range of only 100 yards, is capable of turning a mammoth mutation to ash. Regrettably, it arrived in a somewhat tattered condition, yet it remains the finest weapon here. I swear, you will find nothing more formidable." Blood Eye remained silent, gazing intently at the heavy iron box, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Armor, he had heard of it. In the tales of the bandit leaders within the shelter, it was spoken of as the most powerful individual combat weapon from the age before civilization, eclipsing even tanks and mechs. Though it appeared merely as a suit of armor, it had the potential to elevate an ordinary person to superhuman status. For him, it was a dreamlike vision. Truth be told, Blood Eye was captivated. He yearned to possess that iron box, yet he was acutely aware of its value. Not even the combined resources of all the bandit leaders in the shelter would suffice to purchase it. Blood Eye lowered his head, concealing any emotion. "Perhaps I should look elsewhere." "Oh, you truly are a discerning customer. But I believe I understand your intentions." The merchant frowned slightly, discreetly glancing at Blood Eye's coin pouch before leading him to another stall. Blood Eye cast a quick glance, discovering a collection of claws and teeth from various mutated beasts. These were trophies brought back by hunters, the simplest and most primitive of weapons. They were durable and, most importantly, inexpensive. Do not underestimate them. While they may not appear impressive, they perform adequately. Perhaps you require a tool to skin a mutated beast. These will serve you well, though only for that purpose. The merchant picked up a tooth from an unknown creature and effortlessly scraped it against the side of an armored vehicle. A sharp screech pierced the air as a clear scratch appeared on the armor. Witnessing this, Blood Eye nodded inwardly, now taking his selection seriously. This stall offered an extensive array of natural weapons from mutated creatures, including claws and insect-like appendages. Generally, the appendages were sharper than claws, though still limited in their efficacy. Insect appendages and teeth could serve as daggers, while claws were often fashioned into gauntlets. Blood Eye rummaged through the assortment for quite some time, but ultimately found no suitable weapon. While these items were indeed powerful for an ordinary person, he doubted their effectiveness against his enhanced physique. Just as he was about to abandon his search, he unexpectedly spotted a pale, bony gauntlet tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the stall. It was a rather ordinary and tattered bone gauntlet, appearing unimpressive at first glance. Its color was a pale gray, as if coated in a thick layer of dust. Unlike typical gauntlets made from claws, this one bore no sharp edges or points, seemingly devoid of lethality. Under normal circumstances, such a shabby gauntlet would not have caught Blood-Eye's attention, but inexplicably, the moment he laid eyes on it, he felt a stirring within him, a sense of yearning. Almost as if compelled by some unseen force, he grasped the gauntlet tightly. Hey, I must say, you are quite the miser. After my extensive introductions to quality weapons, you dismissed them all for this ragged piece, the merchant remarked, casting a sideways glance at Blood-Eye with disdain. What is this gauntlet? It does not resemble the claws of a mutated creature, Blood-Eye inquired, unfazed by the merchant's scorn. I cannot say. That old thing has been here for some time. Who knows how it came to be? I am merely a merchant, indifferent to the origins of my wares. Yet, even a rickety item can find a buyer, just as you seem to be now. So, you see, its value has appreciated. I understand, Blood-Eye replied, nodding as he tossed the bag of or he had recently acquired from the fat pig onto the merchant's table. The or here should suffice. If there's any left, purchase only the Tier 3 fresh water and Tier 3 compressed food. Don't tell me you have none. Nonsense. How could that be possible? This is the black market, my friend. The proprietor, with a sly smile, tucked the bag of or into his embrace and casually tossed an iron bucket towards Blood-Eye from behind the stall. The Tier 3 food and water are quite expensive. This is all I can offer. Kid, considering you've taken care of that loathsome glutton, I'll give you a discount today. The bandage vendor was not deceiving Blood-Eye. The Tier 3 provisions indeed bore a hefty price. Though the iron bucket was modest in size, its contents far exceeded the remaining value of the bag. Gratefully, Blood-Eye nodded to the vendor, took the items, and prepared to leave. Hey, judging by what you've purchased, you're planning to head outside, aren't you? The vendor called after him. Blood-Eye offered no reply, merely pausing momentarily in his stride. Here is a piece of advice, young one. If you intend to leave, try to head east. The environment is more favorable there, and the mutated creatures aren't particularly formidable. If fortune smiles upon you, you might yield a good harvest before reaching the next gathering point. Of course, first, you must escape the clutches of the bandits. Once outside the city, one becomes prey to the bandits, a consensus shared by all. Compared to this, the information imparted by the vendor to Blood-Eye was paramount. A more hospitable direction would significantly mitigate his risks, enhancing the likelihood of reaching the next gathering point. Thank you, Blood-Eye murmured after a brief silence, uttering just those two words before striding toward the exit without a glance back. Behind him, the vendor shook his head while tidying up. A promising young lad. I hope to see you again. Though you're quite impoverished, I appreciate your spirit. Do not perish. I await the return on my investment. Chapter 7. Malevolence. Blood-Eye returned home, his heart tinged with a hint of exhilaration. It had been an eternity since he had felt such a sensation. The thought of soon escaping the dim, filthy confines of the sewer brought him a flicker of joy, quickening his steps. Creak. The dilapidated wooden door emitted a mournful groan. Yet, Blood-Eye halted at the threshold. The room lay desolate, a chaotic mess strewn across the floor. Blood-Eye was impoverished, though he was a competent hunter, reaping more rewards than most. His meager savings were insufficient to satisfy the insatiable beast within him. Thus, he had never feared the prospect of robbery. However, the scene before him now indicated that misfortune had indeed struck. No, it was more than mere misfortune. Gazing at the wrecked room, Blood-Eye felt an immediate sense of danger. He spotted his rickety wooden table, likely the only piece of furniture that could fetch any money. Yet, it lay shattered into fragments. If the intruder had come to loot, why had they not taken anything but instead destroyed it? And most importantly, where was Liar? Standing quietly amidst the chaos. Blood-Eye displayed no anger. His head remained slightly bowed. His eyes, concealed beneath his disheveled hair, meticulously scanned the surroundings until he discovered the trace he sought. After a moment, he lifted his head and sighed deeply. Why is it so difficult for someone as insignificant as I to attain freedom? A sinister voice echoed from outside the door. Because you've done something to displease Big Bear. Do you think he would graciously thank you? Unbeknownst to him, the once bustling sewer outside had turned eerily vacant. The usual beggars and seductive prostitutes had vanished, replaced by a group of burly figures wielding iron rods and hunting knives. At the forefront stood a towering man, 2 meters in height, his bare torso marred by a long scar stretching from his neck to his abdomen, an unsettling sight. Unlike the corpulent thugs of the black market, these men were evidently prepared, many armed with crossbows, and some even brandishing firearms from a bygone civilization. Turning around, Blood-Eye seemed unsurprised to confront this man. Hyena, you always handle these matters for Big Bear. With a grin that revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth, the man replied. That's my job, just as there will always be naive souls who think they can escape. Kid, are you coming with me? Or shall we eliminate you here? Blood-Eye said nothing, merely casting a deep glance at the man before striking his left shoulder with a fist. A crack echoed, and his arm instantly went limp. He then slammed the other shoulder against the wall, rendering it equally powerless. Hyena watched Blood-Eye's actions with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Don't forget your legs. I don't want to worry about Big Bear's safety. Don't blame me. After all, you are a dangerous individual. I've got to hand it to you. I was planning on severing your limbs if you didn't cooperate. I understand the rules here, Blood-Eye replied coolly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But I cannot break my legs. Not now, at least. You see, perhaps Big Bear still needs me. Someone who can walk to meet him. That is far more valuable than being carried. Hyena let out a hearty laugh. It's for that girl named Liar, isn't it? You still wish to gain Big Bear's favor and reclaim your former life? Well, I hate to say it, but you're quite the lucky fellow. That girl is stunning, albeit tainted. You hunters truly are reckless with your lives. With that, he ceased to torment Blood-Eye, turning to leave. The hulking figures behind him surged forward, encircling Blood-Eye with malicious intent. Taking a deep breath, Blood-Eye followed suit. Everyone in the refuge knew the whereabouts of Big Bear's lair, situated in the few intact buildings at the heart of the city. Thus, it wasn't long before Blood-Eye found himself before his nominal leader, in an open square. The formidable figure of Big Bear was engaged in the most primal act beneath the glaring sun. Beneath him lay a frail girl, reminiscent of a child, while a group of bald thugs stood by, reveling in the grotesque spectacle. Their laughter mingled with the girl's piercing screams, echoing far and wide. Hey boss, the one you wanted to see has arrived, Hyena bellowed upon entering the square, nonchalantly kicking Blood-Eye, sending him sprawling before Big Bear. Blood-Eye lifted his gaze, only to catch a glimpse of a pale, unblemished thigh beneath the massive figure, devoid of bruises. He silently exhaled in relief. It was not Liar. Ha ha ha. Big Bear continued his vile act, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Little one, I didn't expect you to have such audacity. Over the years, you are the seventh to dare touch my subordinates. Do you know what happened to the others? Hyena, enlighten him, Big Bear commanded. They've all vanished, boss. This one seems unaware, Hyena replied, a malicious glint in his eyes. Huh, I doubt he'll be any different. It all depends on whether he has any value left. Big Bear remarked, intensifying his actions in a brutal display. The girl's anguished cries grew fainter as she struggled, eventually succumbing to stillness. Ugh, what a nuisance, Big Bear spat, rising from the girl's lifeless form. Throw this wretched thing away, and someone go tell Old Rabbit. If I receive any more of this rubbish, they'd better not show their faces around here again. This is the 12th piece of trash that hasn't satisfied me this month. My food doesn't come free. I won't tolerate waste. Understood, boss, one of the thugs chuckled, dragging the girl's body away like a mere sack, leaving a trail of blood across the ground. Her pristine thigh bore countless scars, seemingly protesting against this wretched world. All remained indifferent. They had grown numb to Big Bear's atrocities. To them, it was as natural as breathing, their eyes filled only with brutality and malice, particularly towards Blood-Eye, the new toy. Ugh, Big Bear spat once more, finally turning his attention to Blood-Eye. In stark contrast to the imposing arena, Blood-Eye appeared pitiful, his arms hanging limply at his sides like two desiccated snakes. Now, tell me, how do you wish for me to deal with you? Big Bear asked, leering down at him. The last fellow I flayed alive, the one before that, I stripped and tossed into the wild to be devoured by mutated beasts. I can't even recall the one prior. If you don't present a method for my amusement today, you will suffer. Of course, I've heard you are quite the fighter. Perhaps you have a reason for me to spare you? Ha ha, boss, how can one choose their own method of demise? A thug jeered. Let us handle him. We have plenty of ways to make him suffer. Indeed, that would be too merciful. We have several delightful techniques prepared for him, another thug chimed in. The malevolence of the thugs was palpable. For an ordinary person, the terror alone would be enough to shatter them. Yet, Blood-Eye remained calm, as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. Gradually, the cacophony of jeering subsided, allowing Blood-Eye to draw a few labored breaths, feigning his weakness. Big Bear, do as you wish, as long as your happiness is assured. However, before that, may I have the pleasure of meeting Liar? Liar, you mean that wretched creature sullied in every possible way? The Black Bear grinned. Huh, did you really think I would still harbor any interest in such a scullion? Here, as long as there is food, what manner of woman cannot be procured? How amusing. I believe I comprehend the situation. Your presence here is indeed attributable to this woman. Hey, you lot, bring that wretched soul over here. Be cautious. Do not let any contamination touch you, or you too shall be discarded. Yes, boss. The gangsters finally subdued their laughter and cautiously went to the back, dragging out a bound figure. The silhouette was slender, yet her clothes were tattered, revealing faint bruises on her exposed skin. Could it be Liar? Though Liar appeared disheveled, blood, I felt a sense of relief. Clearly, she had not endured excessive suffering. Perhaps the marks of contamination saved her. In this place, none would dare to easily lay hands on a woman who had been tainted. It implied their own decay. Yet only blood, I understood the origins of Liar's contamination. Witnessing her being dragged out like a forsaken dog, a flicker of anguish finally crossed his concealed face. He remained silent, merely gazing at Liar. The same was true for her. Their eyes met across the vast expanse, silently communicating. A gentle breeze swept through the square, stirring up a few grains of dust. It also tousled the unruly strands of hair from Blood-Eye's forehead. Chapter 8. Battle. The wind intensified, transforming the gentle breeze sweeping through the square into a ferocious whirlwind, stirred by the emanation of the Blood-Eye. Countless grains of sand and gravel were swept up, causing the bandits to squint their eyes. Yet, at that moment, within their blurred vision, a figure that should have been crumpled on the ground sprang up like a leopard, leaping over 2 meters high. One of his legs, like a whip, swiftly coiled around the neck of a hyena. With a swift motion, he tightened his grip, followed by a sharp twist. A crack echoed, and an unusual angle appeared on the hyena's neck as its head was wrenched back to an unnatural position. Simultaneously, the previously disheveled Liar curled up, her fingers pinching, drawing a blade as thin as a cicada's wing from beneath her shoe, and deftly severing the ropes binding her wrists. The bandit holding her felt something amiss and turned, only to be met by a flash of white light that pierced through his throat. This was bad. The kid has gone mad. Only then did the other bandits sense the danger. A few who had been capturing Blood-Eye alongside the hyena hastily drew their crossbows from behind, frantically firing a volley of bolts. The bandits, experienced in surviving the apocalypse, were no ordinary foes. Though taken by surprise, their shots were swift and precise, effectively surrounding Blood-Eye. The powerful force of the crossbows propelled the bolts with enough strength to penetrate 3 millimeters of steel, not something mere flesh could withstand. The bandits could already envision Blood-Eye being riddled with arrows. However, his reaction astonished them, despite his dislocated shoulders rendering him immobile. At the moment he snapped the hyena's neck, he utilized the momentum from his jump to execute an aerial flip, flinging the hyena's body towards the bandits. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the powerful bolts pierced through the hyena's corpse, spraying blood in every direction. At that moment, one of Blood-Eye's hands made contact with the ground, and with the inertia of his landing, he forcefully popped his shoulder back into place with a sharp crack. He repeated the process, and his arms were restored to their original state. They had fallen for it. He had been prepared. Witnessing this scene, the bandits who were still oblivious to the situation should have met their doom. Yet, Blood-Eye's movements were too swift. They had yet to comprehend what had transpired when he completed his actions. Seizing the opportunity presented by the suddenly fierce wind, he resembled a furious cheetah, covering over 10 meters in an instant, arriving beside a bandit who had just opened his mouth in surprise. This bandit was already marked as a target by Blood-Eye because he wielded not a crossbow, but a shimmering blue hunting rifle. With a swift motion, Blood-Eye struck the bandit's throat with a palm heel, the sickening sound of bones fracturing resonating as he snatched the rifle away. Without a glance back, he fired. A muffled bang echoed, and several bandits who had just raised their crossbows were instantly riddled with bloodied holes. The hunting rifle fired buckshot, and in this apocalyptic disaster, all weapons had been specially reinforced to combat terrifying mutated creatures. Thus, the rifle's power was exceedingly formidable. A single shot transformed those bandits into a sieve. Blood-Eye then circled the fallen bandit, using him as a shield, and fired again. Buckshot erupted, bringing down another group of bandits. The old-fashioned hunting rifle held only 2 rounds, yet those 2 bullets had effectively cleared the area around Blood-Eye. By the time he discarded the rifle, not a single living bandit remained in his vicinity. Fierce, accurate, and ruthless, that was the essence of Blood-Eye, displayed within mere moments. It was a brutal aesthetic of violence. As a hunter steeped in blood, he understood well the peril of being surrounded by dozens of armed bandits. Yet, through impeccable timing and precise combat, he shattered their encirclement in an instant. Though over 10 bandits remained, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to take his life. In hand-to-hand combat, Blood-Eye regarded these hulking figures as mere walking corpses. Perhaps Blood-Eye's performance incited these ruthless bandits. Witnessing the gruesome demise of their comrades in an instant, The remaining bandits went berserk. They frantically opened fire with their weapons, crossbow bolts and buckshot, sending sparks flying from the rocks. Yet, Blood-Eye had already slipped behind a large boulder at the edge of the square. He had assessed the surroundings, noting that many such rocks existed, providing ample cover. More importantly, these rocks allowed a convoluted line to form in Blood-Eye's mind. Along this line, every bandit currently attacking was marked as a red dot. Should he choose, he could transform these red dots into cold corpses at any moment. But Blood-Eye did not move. It was not that he was unwilling. Rather, he was cautious. For even now, the Black Bear had yet to make his move. As someone who had grown up in Shelter 27, Blood-Eye understood better than most the ferocity of the Black Bear. He also knew that before becoming the leader of a gang, the Black Bear had once held another identity, the hunter. This profession differed by merely a word from that of a hunter, yet the implications were worlds apart. As the target of a hunter was not merely ordinary beasts, but indeed the true mutated creatures. Their strength far surpassed that of a hunter. Amidst the chaos, not only had Blood-Eye carved a path out of the encirclement, but Liar had also successfully sheltered herself behind a rock under his protection. Now, they were separated by merely a distance of 10 meters. With his keen eyesight, Blood-Eye could even perceive the sorrow and pain reflected in Liar's gaze, along with the dark marks left on her skin from the ropes. Blood-Eye still did not act. The density of attacks from the bandits was thinning. It was evident that everyone had become aware of Blood-Eye's movements, unwilling to waste ammunition. The raging wind continued to howl, hurling sand and gravel like bullets, striking the rocks and sending sparks flying. Through the flying debris, Blood-Eye strained to widen his eyes, casting his gaze towards the position of the Black Bear. Then he froze. The Black Bear had vanished. At the dilapidated, filthy stone platform, the massive figure of the Black Bear seemed as if it had never existed. Witnessing this, a chill crept into Blood-Eye's heart, followed by an indescribable sense of impending danger. Behind the boulder over 10 meters away, the sorrow in Liar's eyes deepened. She struggled to open her mouth, seemingly wanting to shout something to Blood-Eye. Yet, the distance and the howling wind rendered her voice inaudible. Blood-Eye dashed out once more. He was not a hesitant individual. Since he could not ascertain the Black Bear's location, he would not linger. He did not know how long the wind would last, but he understood what needed to be done. No one could move freely under the pressure of a dozen crossbows and hunting rifles. If he wished to escape this cursed place alive, the remaining bandits must perish. Amidst the flying gravel, Blood-Eye resembled a predatory black panther, skimming close to the ground at high speed, exuding strength and vitality. With each leap, his muscles tightened and expanded like whips. The grace of his power and coordination could captivate any woman. In this grounded sprint, Blood-Eye unleashed his full speed, weaving between rocks to evade incoming attacks, systematically eliminating one bandit after another. The air was soon filled with anguished cries as bandits fell victim to his lethal prowess. In the blink of an eye, the remaining bandits were nearly eradicated, with only one left due to the distance, as Blood-Eye lacked sufficient cover to leap over. Hiding behind a rock, Blood-Eye extended his tongue to gently lick his lips, his eyes gleaming with a sanguine light. In this moment, the crimson speckles within his pupils expanded further, threatening to engulf his entire gaze in blood. The last adversary. Blood-Eye suppressed the exhilarating urge to kill. Crouching low once more, having ventured into the wilderness and faced the tempest of death, he possessed a keener understanding of the nuances of movement amidst the storm than most. Although the bandit was positioned at a considerable distance, Blood-Eye was confident that he could snap the man's neck after just 2 swift maneuvers. With a slight exertion of force beneath him, he prepared to leap forth. However, before he could fully extend his form, a peculiar hissing sound suddenly pierced his eardrum. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled and evaded his initial position. Almost instantaneously, he felt a jolt of numbness as the rock he had used as cover was obliterated, countless shards inflicting wounds of varying severity upon him. Enduring the excruciating pain, Blood-Eye scrambled behind another boulder, his complexion paling dramatically. A high-velocity machine gun. A remnant of the bygone civilization. How could such a weapon manifest here? You little brat. You dare to slay my subordinate. I shall make you wish for death. A frenzied voice roared amidst the howling winds. A formidable figure emerged into Blood-Eye's line of sight. It was Black Bear, the cruel Black Bear. Yet unlike his usual appearance, he was no longer bare, but rather encased entirely in a suit of mechanical armor. From the outer edge of his left arm, a 6-barrel gun continued to emit curling wisps of smoke. Blood-Eye's expression shifted once again, this time to one of despair. He had miscalculated. Black Bear had not wielded a machine gun, but rather, armor. Chapter 9. Liar's transformation in an instant. Blood Eye felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, leaving his heart bitter and cold. He was acutely aware of the armor, having seen a similar reconnaissance type in the black market earlier that day. Though tattered in appearance, he recognized its lethal potential. In his current state, he felt as vulnerable as an infant before such formidable protection. In a mere moment, all of Blood Eye's hopes dissipated like mist. Ha! Let us see how you escape now, kid. Prepare to be flayed alive. The black bear cackled arrogantly, brandishing a 6-barrel machine gun in his left hand, unleashing a torrent of metal projectiles in pursuit of Blood Eye's fleeting figure. The cacophony of gunfire melded into a singular, drawn-out hiss. This externally mounted 6-barrel machine gun, dubbed the battlefield chainsaw, was aptly named due to its terrifying rate of fire and brutal power. With a staggering output nearing 10,000 rounds per minute, it could shred through 2-centimeter steel plates, making the rocks shielding Blood Eye feel as fragile as paper. He could only rely on his whirlwind-like speed to navigate between the rocks, unable to pause even for a fleeting second, knowing that a moment's hesitation would result in being torn to shreds by the metallic storm. The relentless sound of the battlefield chainsaw continued, interspersed with the mad laughter of the black bear. As he fled desperately, Blood Eye's breath became labored, not from fatigue, but from tension. He was indeed dancing on the edge of a blade. Any misstep could lead to his demise. To make matters worse, the elusive bandit he had previously overlooked had emerged, a sly character who had initially dared not show himself. Now, he lurked at a distance, launching surprise attacks with a crossbow. The bolts frequently obstructed Blood Eye's path, creating perilous obstacles. Under normal circumstances, dispatching this bandit would have required no more than a flick of his finger. Yet now, he found himself cornered and endangered by this very foe. After several evasions, he felt a sharp pain in his left arm, a bolt having grazed away a portion of flesh. This could not continue. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he quickly resolved to act. Seizing a fleeting opportunity as one of his cover points was obliterated, he surged forward like a hunting panther, racing towards the bandit. He was all in. Without eliminating this foe, he could not hope to escape with Liar. In that instant, a surge of murderous intent swelled within Blood Eye, his pupils turning a deep crimson. Kill. In a flash, he felt a familiar pulse within him, a powerful force surging from deep inside, channeling through to his feet. His speed doubled in an instant, allowing him to cover 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Before him appeared the bandit's astonished and fearful face. With his right hand poised like a blade, Blood Eye struck fiercely at that detestable visage. With a sickening thrust, Blood Eye's hand pierced through the last bandit's mouth, emerging from the back of his skull. Blood gushed forth, and the bandit's eyes widened in disbelief as he was propelled backwards by sheer force. Blood Eye's speed was so overwhelming that the bandit's lifeless body was pushed 10 meters before coming to a halt. Blood Eye then violently slammed the corpse to the ground and turned towards the nearest rock without a backward glance. Yet he was still a moment too late. A barrage of gunfire erupted, and he felt a sharp pain in his calf as a deep bullet wound appeared. Ha! I'll break your legs and see how you run. The black bear's maniacal laughter echoed. I didn't expect you to hide so well, kid. Your speed is almost on par with my armored self. But what does it matter? Today you're doomed. Blood Eye. Liar's anxious voice called from the other side, having witnessed Blood Eye's injury. Her tone was filled with despair. Hiding behind the rock, Blood Eye gasped for air, the crimson hue in his eyes slowly fading. His condition was dire. Though that sudden assault had successfully dispatched the bothersome fly, it had come at an unbearable cost. His legs ached terribly, muscles strained from exertion, and his right hand's index and middle fingers were grotesquely bent, having been fractured by the bandit's cervical vertebra. Yet, these were not the most pressing concerns. It was the bullet hole in his calf that weighed heavily on his mind. Although it hadn't shattered the bone, he knew he could not rely on that leg for a while. He had narrowly escaped being crippled by a high-velocity bullet. In the few minutes since the battle began, Blood Eye had danced precariously on the edge of death. Now, he had reached the brink of despair. Exhausted, he lay behind the rock, lazily gazing at the sky, where once more a foggy confusion clouded his vision. The sky was gray and murky, seemingly devoid of clarity. Yet, Blood Eye still yearned to soar freely beneath such a grim canopy. Men are like eagle's blood. I recalled a phrase from a tattered book he had once read. Damn it! Damn it! A distant wailing seemed to echo across the horizon, jolting Blood Eye back to reality. He suddenly noticed the gunfire had ceased. His heart raced as he cautiously peered out and caught sight of the black bear furiously dismantling the machine gun. He had expended all the ammunition in his excitement. An opportunity. Blood Eye's eyes brightened as he tore a ragged piece of cloth from his attire, bending down to tightly bind it around his injured calf. He knew this was likely his last chance. If he could injure the black bear's armor, it would mean a potential escape. But could his fists truly penetrate the steel armor? A flicker of doubt crossed Blood-Eye's mind, yet it vanished as quickly as it came. Taking a deep breath, he bent low in preparation for a burst of speed. As he did, his left foot inadvertently struck something hard. Turning to look, his eyes lit up. It was a tattered bag, containing goods he had purchased at the black market earlier that day. He didn't care about the other items inside, but he distinctly remembered buying a pair of boxing gloves. Though the shabby gloves appeared to possess no power, they were now his lifeline as he prepared to engage in close combat with the armored foe. Blood-Eye quickly retrieved the gloves and slipped them on. Instantly, a strange sensation coursed through him, as if the gloves were an intrinsic part of his being. What is this? Blood-Eye furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the feeling. Yet, time was of the essence, and he had no luxury to ponder. Clenching his fists, he charged forth from his cover once more. This time, he advanced without hesitation. For survival, Blood-Eye summoned every ounce of his strength, revealing no more concealment. The muscles in his legs swelled, granting him terrifying explosive power. With a thunderous sound, a shallow dent appeared in the ground beneath him. The tremendous recoil propelled him forward like a bullet. However, upon witnessing this, the black bear, still disassembling his machine gun, erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, you little rat, finally come out into the open. This time, let us see how you escape. Do you think you can reach me without your machine gun? Dream on. With a deafening roar, the black bear charged forward, meeting Blood-Eye head-on. The two figures, so vastly different in stature, collided with tremendous force. The impact sounded like a cannonball, and Blood-Eye felt as though he had slammed into a brick wall. Pain shot through his fist as he was sent flying backward. Meanwhile, the enraged black bear stumbled slightly, but remained steadfast. Upon closer inspection, a clear imprint of Blood-Eye's fist was visible on the black bear's left chest, having sunk into the armor by about half an inch. Exhilarating. Once more, with the protection of armor, the black bear is utterly unperturbed by such trivial injuries. Nonchalantly shaking its neck, it charges toward Blood-Eye like a true colossal bear. Each heavy footfall leaves a distinct imprint upon the rocky ground. Don't! Liar screams, suddenly bursting forth from her hiding place. She has realized that the slender Blood-Eye is no match for the black bear, even with the addition of fighting gloves. This is no mere contest of physical prowess. It is a clash of two entirely different realms of combat. Clad in armor, the black bear resembles a relentless machine of slaughter. Impervious to any resistance Blood-Eye might muster. She cannot allow Blood-Eye to perish, absolutely not. No. Liar shrieks frantically, leaping onto the back of the black bear like an octopus clinging to its prey, her hands clawing desperately at its face. The bear's armor, being a rudimentary and primitive form, offers no protection to its visage. Liar's sudden assault sends the black bear into a frenzy. Damn it! Wretched woman, are you seeking death? Get off me, get off. No. Liar continues her frantic scratching, as if she has lost her senses. In this moment, the black bear erupts with rage, a murderous glint igniting in its eyes. A massive hand, encased in steel, quietly flips backward and presses against Liar's back. From a distance, Blood-Eye witnesses this scene, a look of shock crossing his face for the first time. Liar, run. Liar. She clings to the bear's back, casting a deep gaze at Blood-Eye, her expression earnest, as if wishing to imprint his visage into the depths of her soul. A sorrowful smile graces her delicate features. A man must soar. Alas, I cannot accompany you on this flight. What a pity. I thought my body could endure for a few more days. This world is truly vile. With resolute determination gleaming in her eyes, Liar suddenly tears at her own flesh. A torrent of blood erupting like a fountain onto the black bear. Within the crimson flow, Blood-Eye perceives glimmering particles. Following this, Liar emits a primal scream, her nails and teeth elongating wildly, sinking into the bear's neck. No. Both Blood-Eye and the black bear cry out in agony simultaneously. Chapter 10. Awakening. As the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipate, a rare ray of sunlight gently bathes the earth. This is an exceptional day on Planet X35. In the vast, desolate expanse, a lizard cautiously peeks out from its burrow, stealthily eyeing a nearby little sand mouse, its neighbor. The lizard has been watching it for quite some time, and with the pleasant weather, the sand mouse has ventured out to forage. The lizard feels a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that its patience has not been in vain. In the distance, a dark shape begins to materialize on the horizon, accompanied by the distant sound of an engine. The little sand mouse perks up its ears, its small eyes darting toward the source of the noise, while clutching a sandworm egg in its tiny forepaws. The black shape approaches closer, the engine noise growing louder, revealing a disheveled convoy of vehicles, led by a dilapidated truck belching black smoke, adorned with a chaotic tapestry of colors. This is a common sight in the wasteland, a caravan of free folk seeking gathering spots and merchants engaged in trade. This rare good weather presents an opportune moment for their journey. As the convoy slowly advances, the sand beneath trembles with each passing vehicle. Just as the sand mouse prepares to flee, the lizard strikes with lightning speed, pouncing from behind and capturing it in its jaws before swiftly dragging its prey back to the burrow, disappearing in an instant. Look, that little creature is so fast. A small boy atop the rickety truck exclaims, witnessing the scene unfold. Beside him stands a young girl clad in a simple cloth skirt, both attired as typical free folk of the wasteland. The girl, engrossed in her task, does not lift her head as she replies, "Toby, stop it. You've already shouted many times along the way. Is the wasteland that fascinating? But Sarah, even if it's not, it's far better than the dull gathering point." Toby responds, turning to reveal a bright smile. "We've waited a long time for weather good enough to travel. We must take the opportunity to observe." Toby possesses striking beauty, his radiant golden hair resembling that of a doll, complemented by large sapphire-like eyes. He would undoubtedly attract attention in high society as a charming noble lad. The girl, too, is lovely. Although dressed in a simple cloth skirt, it fits her perfectly. Her golden hair cascades down her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall. Hearing the innocent words of her brother, the girl smiles softly and resumes her work, which involves a wooden mortar that she is diligently grinding into a paste. Despite the inherent dangers of this world-s wilderness, there are those who embrace adventure. "Are you referring to that big brother?" the boy inquires, blinking his innocent eyes, curious. He recognizes the man they encountered a few days prior at an abandoned oasis, where he had collapsed by a waterhole, likely in search of water. The man was covered in dirt and bore numerous horrifying wounds. The wilderness is fraught with peril, teeming with terrifying mutated creatures. Toby admires the man for having traversed so far from the gathering point to the forsaken oasis. The siblings had carried him to the truck despite his filthy state, aware that anyone who roams the wild knows how to deal with contamination. However, the injuries he sustained were grave, particularly his hands, which appeared grotesquely deformed, with broken bones exposed. It is a mystery how he managed to survive. Yet, under the care of the siblings, his life was preserved. All credit goes to Sarah, a skilled apothecary, a highly sought-after profession in this post-apocalyptic world. Every caravan or gathering point necessitates the presence of an apothecary as a fundamental safeguard against dangers encountered in the wilderness. Only an apothecary can extract useful medicinal herbs from the mutated plants that proliferate in this new world. Sarah's esteemed position within the caravan is undoubtedly linked to her profession. She works swiftly, preparing the remedy in no time. Looking up at her brother Toby, she offers a gentle smile. "I'm going to tend to his wounds now. You stay here for a bit and then return. The pollution in the wild is quite severe, and even you shouldn't expose your skin for too long." "I know, sister," Toby replies impatiently, still gazing greedily outside. "But I love the feeling of sunlight on my skin. It's so warm and comfortable, something we can't experience at the gathering point. That's because we haven't reached a large city yet. There are many cities with intact facilities where you can breathe filtered fresh air and drink clean water, if you have the money. But we have no money, do we?" Toby questions. "Indeed," Sarah sighs. "I'm sorry, Toby." "Don't apologize, sister," Toby gently reassures her. "I'm fortunate to have you by my side. You are my greatest treasure. I love you. I love you too, dear. But that is no excuse to delay. You must return to the truck. I do not wish to spend more time cleaning you from contamination tonight. That should be your responsibility." "Understood, sister." Toby playfully sticks out his tongue, casting one last longing glance outside before turning back to the truck. With a sigh, Sarah carries the mortar toward the truck's interior. She enjoys a respectable position within the caravan, residing in the best-equipped truck, complete with a small private compartment. Though the space is modest, less than 2 square meters, Sarah is content, knowing that most individuals struggle to find even a seat within the caravan. Inside her compartment lies the man, stripped of his tattered clothing, revealing a body marred by scars and fresh wounds, the most prominent being his grotesquely twisted hands, with pale bones visible beneath the torn skin. Beside him rests a pair of tattered boxing gloves, the only item of value he possesses, now stained with his own blood. Sarah quietly enters the compartment, meticulously applying ointment to every inch of his wounds. She is thorough, especially with his hands, pondering what kind of battle could inflict such horrific injuries. It is evident that he is a brave warrior, as the severity of his hand injuries suggests he has fought valiantly. Typically, Such grievous wounds would be fatal in most circumstances. However, with Sarah's expertise as an apothecary, she feels confident in her ability to heal him. The only concern weighing on her mind is his current state. He is suffering from a persistent high fever. This condition is usually manageable for Sarah, yet she cannot ascertain the cause of his fever, which complicates matters. According to her knowledge, if the fever persists for several more days, even a healthy individual could succumb, let alone this battered man. Although he possesses a robust physique, he cannot withstand the relentless assault of the fever. Sarah resolves to abandon him if he does not awaken within a few days. The skills of a pharmacist are undeniably significant. Yet the herbs in this world hold immense value as well. Sarah had no intention of squandering her precious herbs on a man destined to perish. She applied the last remnants of the ointment onto his hands, then gently placed a bag of ice upon his forehead. Ice was a luxury. Even those crafted from murky waters were not meant for the common folk of this era. Thus, Sarah used the ice sparingly, ensuring not a single fragment was wasted. After completing her tasks, she rose and exited the compartment. The door closed behind her, transforming the confined space into another realm. The truck continued its slow, bumpy journey. With each jolt, Blood-Eye felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. He envisioned himself suddenly transported to a chaotic battlefield on a boundless planet, transformed into a monstrous figure clad in heavy armor. This armor was unlike any he had encountered before, more elongated and athletic in form, endowed with formidable capabilities. Supported by this suit, he possessed immense strength, capable of shattering a concrete wall 40 centimeters thick with a single blow. He moved with the grace of a swallow, as swift as the wind. The armor felt weightless upon him, and he was imbued with an unyielding vigor, seemingly impervious to fatigue, relentlessly charging through the tumultuous battlefield. Before him stood adversaries clad in various armors, many of which appeared invincible in ordinary circumstances, yet before him, they crumbled like paper. Even with his bare hands, he could rend them apart. Most astonishingly, blue energy blades extended from the edges of his arms, sharp as daggers, rendering any foe incapable of withstanding them for even a moment. Blood-Eye wielded these luminous blades with lethal precision across the battlefield, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. A tremendous power roared within him, as streams of blood erupted all around. He felt as though he had transformed into an invincible war deity, endowed with inexhaustible strength. He savagely assaulted every living being in sight, using his fists, energy blades, and claws to tear them into shreds, gradually forming a lake of blood beneath him, with corpses piled high like mountains. The number of foes daring to confront him dwindled, until ultimately, none were left to challenge him. Blood-Eye stood solitary atop a mountain of bodies, observing as his enemies submitted beneath his feet. At that moment, he instinctively glanced at his hands, only to be taken aback by the sight of his tattered gauntlets. A shock coursed through him, and Blood-Eye awakened from his dream. Chapter 11. The Pharmacist. Where am I? Blood-Eye struggled to open his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a cramped and rudimentary compartment, barely spacious enough for him to lie flat. Yet, it was filled with a myriad of plants. The variety was extensive, though Blood-Eye recognized only a few rare herbs from the wild, each capable of fetching a handsome price on the black market. From this, he surmised that the owner of the compartment must be a wealthy pharmacist. Beneath him rested an old but clean wooden bed, adorned with some tomes dedicated to the study of pharmacology and a worn cloth doll. The colors of the doll had faded, yet it had been meticulously cleaned and bore several small patches. It was evident that its owner was a meticulous girl. Had he been rescued? A slight jolt beneath him made Blood-Eye realize he was in a truck. A glimmer of hope flickered momentarily in his mind, but it soon dimmed as he recalled his last escape. After witnessing Liar's dramatic transformation, he had intended to muster all his strength for one final strike against the black bear. However, grievous injuries had rendered him powerless, forcing him to struggle away from the ruins. Shortly after fleeing, he succumbed to a delirious fever. In his hazy recollections, he remembered the fearful visage of the black bear as he turned back one last time, only to find Liar had vanished. In this apocalyptic world, every soul avoided contact with the contaminated, as many bore dreadful sources of radiation and viruses. The bodily fluids of the infected were themselves infectious. Liar was one such being. Her bites, though not lethal, could instill fear and chaos in the black bear. The final transformation indicated that Liar had begun to mutate, a terrifying effect brought on by intense radiation. Only such an effect could compel the black bear to abandon his pursuit of Blood-Eye. Uncertain of what this mutation would render Liar, one thing was clear: the Liar he once knew would never return. the frail figure that had painstakingly moved him, the girl who had cared for him with her fragile body in exchange for food, who had silently bandaged his wounds after each injury, and who had reserved the best morsels for him while she gnawed on tough scraps. All of these images of Liar converged in Blood-Eye's mind, culminating in a gentle smile. A sudden pang of sorrow struck Blood-Eye's heart. The apocalypse was a world devoid of emotions, in an existence where survival was not guaranteed. Feelings had become a luxury for humanity. Yet, Blood-Eye discovered that Liar had successfully etched an indelible shadow within the depths of his heart. He did not understand why Liar had dragged him home, nor why she had chosen to accompany and care for him. Nevertheless, Liar had played various roles in his life: a mother, a sister, a wife, a lover. In this filthy apocalypse, she was like a clear spring, nourishing Blood-Eye's hollow heart. Men, like eagles. But did soaring to the heavens come at the price of one's very soul? His eyes grew increasingly clouded, shrouded in a gray mist. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, when suddenly the door of the compartment swung open. A golden-haired girl entered. Upon seeing Blood-Eye's dazed eyes, her own brightened. "You're awake, Blood-Eye." Remained silent, still gazing vacantly at the ceiling. "Why are you not speaking?" the golden-haired girl softly inquired, noticing his lack of response. She shook her head and rummaged beneath the bed for a moment before tossing a cloth bag onto him. "Very well, sir. Regardless of whether you are mute. In this troop, no one eats without working. I don't know your worth yet, so let us start with gathering herbs. Here are your tools. You'll need to work when we reach the next campsite. I hope your hands are still functional." Blood-Eye did not speak, but his fingers twitched involuntarily. "Excellent. It seems your hands are fine. I will teach you when we reach the next location. This is the Black Sheep Troop. To survive, you must work hard. In this grim world, the useless perish." The girl offered a few lowly admonitions before turning and exiting the compartment. As the door clicked shut, a flicker of light seemed to flash in Blood-Eye's eyes. A filthy world? Liar had spoken of it in a similar manner. The caravan of the troop trudged forward, finally arriving at a desolate village as dusk settled. The village bore the unmistakable marks of abandonment. The structures were dilapidated, devoid of a water circulation system or food production machinery, retaining a primitive pastoral charm. Such a village held little utility. The troop had chosen to camp here due to the proximity of a water source, a mildly contaminated river. In this world, every source of water was precious, particularly one that was merely mildly polluted. Sarah had tested the river's water, and it barely qualified as 7th-grade drinking water, third from the bottom, implying that, with meticulous filtration, it could be rendered drinkable. The troop's vehicles halted outside the village, and a multitude of free folk disembarked, enveloped in impermeable hooded cloaks, meticulously scouring the area. Their targets were numerous: food, drinking water, tools, fuel, and even the corpses of mutated creatures. Every salvageable item was sought after, as every bit collected was crucial for survival in the apocalyptic troop. Among the free folk were travelers and many who were members of the troop themselves, relying on it for sustenance, hence their diligence in work. Sarah also descended from the truck, though her focus was not on gathering supplies, but rather on the nearby river, where many useful plants often thrived. These needed her personal attention. As the sole pharmacist of the troop, she was accompanied by 2 guardians, 2 relatively sturdy adult men wielding rudimentary spears, cautiously safeguarding her. Blood-Eye was unceremoniously pulled from the truck, as the troop did not support useless burdens. He had already squandered too many resources. Sarah needed him to demonstrate his worth, lest he be cast from the troop. Thus, Blood-Eye trailed behind Sarah, gradually learning to identify herbs. His right hand remained immobile, yet his left hand had largely healed, allowing him to manage this simple task. However, Sarah was displeased with his expression, which appeared lifeless, as if he were a machine. "This is lament grass. It resembles bitter yellow but is non-toxic and lacks aggressiveness. It can be used to treat lung injuries. This is cold root. Be cautious. Its leaves harbor potent cold toxins, and only the roots are usable. It is excellent for reducing fevers, just like the fever you had, which was quelled by it." "Good. You're learning quickly, but do not stand there like a fool. For beneath your feet lies the domain of dead cloud grass. If you prefer not to be corroded into a skeleton by a toxic fog, I suggest you vacate that area immediately." Throughout their journey, the girl, Sarah, continuously elucidated the identification of herbs to Blood-Eye, who silently absorbed the knowledge. He seldom spoke and his movements were not particularly swift, yet he consistently grasped the necessary skills following her explanations. His hands were steady, and steadiness signified accuracy, allowing him to rarely incite danger. It was, in fact, the 2 bodyguards assigned to protect them who inadvertently provoked an attack from a horde of carnivorous plants, nearly costing them their lives. "Hey, you two, are you here to create chaos?" Sarah's voice resonated with authority at that moment. The 2 guards turned pale, repeatedly apologizing. Resources were scarce in this post-apocalyptic world, and even the brigade struggled with scarcity. Every individual relying on the brigade was bound by strict regulations to acquire their resources. The seemingly simple words of the young girl, Sarah, held significant weight. Should they be enforced, the unfortunate guards would undoubtedly face penalties upon their return. Their food rations would be diminished, and they were not solitary beings. The reduction would inevitably impact their families. It was no wonder they were so anxious. Observing their trembling hands and panicked expressions, Shui Tong remained expressionless, yet found it peculiar that such individuals could serve as guards. With their apparent lack of courage, they likely lacked the mettle to confront mutated beasts. Could they truly protect the invaluable apothecary? Though such thoughts flitted through Shui Tong's mind, he maintained a facade of composure, diligently collecting herbs. His calm demeanor, juxtaposed with the guard's agitation, garnered Sarah's favor. "Look at you 2 fools. You are even inferior to the wildlings my brother gathered. Do you truly consider yourselves official members of the brigade? Be cautious if another mishap occurs. I will not spare you." "Yes, Miss Sarah," the 2 guards exhaled in relief, yet their gazes turned somewhat hostile towards Shui Tong. Through Sarah's words, they sensed her intent to retain this enigmatic man, which would undoubtedly exacerbate the brigade's resource predicament and challenge their standing. They secretly wished for this man to be done in by the poisonous flora. Nonetheless, they proceeded with heightened caution, expanding their watchful perimeter to avoid disrupting Sarah's gathering. Fortunately, no further incidents transpired, and soon Sarah's herb collection concluded, yielding a substantial haul of several bags, which Shui Tong carried on his back. In this moment, Sarah discovered another of Shui Tong's virtues. His considerable strength rendered him a capable laborer. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, in their eagerness to gather more herbs, they had unwittingly wandered beyond the confines of the camp's control. It was only upon preparing to return that they noticed a small figure by the riverbank, drinking water. "Oh, damn it. It's a mutated beast," Sarah gasped in distress, hastily hiding behind the guards. "Let us hope it has not detected us. Now, gentlemen, it is time to prove your worth. Safeguard my return to the camp." "Wah, yes, Miss Sarah." The 2 guards were on the verge of tears, yet could only grip their spears with trembling hands, apprehensively edging forward. Chapter 12. A small incident. It is not entirely the fault of the 2 guards for their cowardice. Within the brigade, there are no professional combatants. They are merely temporary participants. Typically, brigades do not invest substantial sums to hire seasoned warriors, only recruiting individuals when necessary. While they may not be equipped to handle significant confrontations, they suffice for ordinary circumstances. Thus, given their role as amateur extras, the 2 guards displayed commendable bravery. However, this courage proved limited, as they found themselves paralyzed with fear, unable to grip their weapons when they approached the mutated beast. Blood-Eye remained silent, standing quietly beside Sarah. Behind, he carried a large bundle of medicinal herbs, while his left hand held a medicinal hoe. Sarah, in contrast, anxiously focused on the front. Compared to the 2 armed farmers, her courage appeared notably greater. Under their watchful gazes, the guards trembled as they cautiously advanced towards the mutated creature. Upon reaching a distance of over 20 meters, the beast finally detected their presence. It abruptly raised its head, revealing a mouth full of jagged teeth. Blood-Eye recognized it clearly. It was a gray rage beast, one of the lower-tier varieties of mutated creatures. It resembled an oversized rat, its claws poisonous, posing a minimal threat. "Oh no, it's coming. Help!" The 2 guards emitted a piercing scream, discarding their spears and fleeing without a backward glance. Witnessing their panicked retreat, little Sarah felt a surge of anger. "Come back. You too. Are you abandoning me here? Save your breath." Blood-Eye finally spoke after a moment of silence, his tone monotonous and dull. "Their courage has evaporated. Calling them back is futile. I'm not upset that they fled. I fear for their lives. Isn't that the camp over there? They could be killed by other mutated beasts." "Ah, you can talk," Sarah exclaimed, initially taken aback, before covering her mouth in astonishment. "I never claimed to be mute." After exchanging a few sentences, Blood-Eye's speech became more fluid, though his voice remained deep and somber. But Sarah seemed still caught in her surprise, yet one hand had already grasped the hem of Blood-Eye's garment. At that moment, Blood-Eye was indeed her only hope. Although she was unaware of his abilities, she had discerned from his earlier actions that he was a warrior. Unlike the armed farmers in the brigade, Blood-Eye was a true fighter, and a professional at that. For Sarah, this was already more than sufficient. Noticing her anxiety, Blood-Eye spoke gently. Do not worry. That is merely a gray rage beast. It poses little threat as long as we maintain our distance. Are mutated beasts really harmless? Sarah blinked in disbelief. Are you jesting? Of course, it's quite normal. Not all mutated beasts are carnivorous. For the gray rage beast, the water source here is likely its primary target. Blood-Eye explained softly, a hint of curiosity in his tone. As an apothecary, surely you are aware of this? I never gather herbs myself. I am always protected by the brigade, Sarah retorted with conviction. Shaking his head, Blood-Eye fell silent. He then took the little girl's hand and carefully stepped towards the gray rage beast, moving with utmost caution and gentleness, his demeanor remarkably calm. This steadied Sarah's nerves somewhat. Though still anxious, she kept pace beside Blood-Eye, taking careful steps. They soon drew near to the gray rage beast. Unlike the path taken by the guards, Blood-Eye chose a curvilinear route, gracefully encircling the beast. The creature lay low, emitting a low growl of warning. Yet, as Blood-Eye had stated, it did not charge at them. Remarkable. You seem quite knowledgeable about mutated beasts, she observed. It is instinct for survival, Blood-Eye replied coolly. Then gestured for silence. Sarah nodded, falling silent as her expression softened. Even if she lacked expertise, she could now discern that the gray rage beast was not as perilous as commonly believed. They had merely intruded upon its territory, and the guards had frightened themselves senseless. Blood-Eye moved with the grace of a hunting panther. As he entered his element, Sarah suddenly sensed his presence diminish. Even while tightly holding his hand, she felt as though he had become invisible. The gray rage beast regarded them with a curious gaze, its growl subsiding slightly, yet it remained alert, watching the two intently. Only after they had gradually circled around did it lower its head to resume drinking. The crisis had passed. Sarah let out a sigh of relief, glancing back at the mutated beast before offering Blood-Eye a faint smile. You are more capable than I had anticipated. Blood-Eye remained silent, seemingly reverting to his previous mute state. However, Sarah's perception had shifted. Through this encounter, she had glimpsed the unique qualities of this man beside her. Although she remained unaware of the extent of his secrets, his calm demeanor and stealthy abilities had revealed his worth. The brigade would not harbor useless individuals. Yet hunters like Blood-Eye were highly sought after. At least within the current Black Sheep Brigade, Sarah could find no one more composed and adept at managing unforeseen events. You are now my personal guard. Upon our return, I shall speak to the captain. I will ensure your resource share is on par with the others, if not greater. Consider it settled, she declared, waving her hand with a sense of authority, as if she were granting him a significant boon. Now, tell me your name, Mr. Mute. I would rather not refer to you by a code name in the future. Blood-Eye. Blood-Eye's such a fierce name, quite unlike your appearance, Sarah joked lightly. The two soon made their way back to the camp. Upon entering the encampment, they encountered an elderly man with white hair organizing a group. Before him stood over a dozen ragged middle-aged men, each armed with a spear. Upon noticing Sarah and Blood-Eye approaching, the old man's eyes brightened with joy as he hurried towards them. Sarah, you're back. I heard you were in danger and was just about to gather a rescue party. Thank you so much, Captain Vic, Sarah replied with a polite bow. I didn't mean to trouble everyone. Please forgive my recklessness in leaving the camp. No need for apologies. The old man waved his hands dismissively. You are our brigade's only apothecary, and naturally, you deserve protection. Our failure to safeguard you is our error. Those two have already been punished by me. For the next 3 days, they shall receive no rations. I will not let them off easily. Sarah paused, surprised that the two guards had indeed returned to the camp. But she quickly regained her composure and smiled gently. Please, do not hold it against them, Captain Vic. They acted out of a desire for survival. Not everyone can uphold their principles when facing mutated beasts. That is unacceptable. Without rules, there can be no order, Captain Vic replied sternly, raising his hand with emphasis. Our brigade cannot allow incompetents to join. If they fail to fulfill their duties, they cannot enjoy the privileges. This principle must never change. But you, Sarah, how did you manage to escape? Those two claimed the beast was ferocious? Oh, I believe that was an exaggeration, Sarah said with a cheerful smile. While it may appear fearsome, the mutated beast posed little real threat. As long as it is not provoked excessively, it is reluctant to risk itself for my frail body. Clearly, Blood-Eye possesses that kind of deterrent power. Are you referring to him? Old Vic then turned his gaze towards Blood-Eye, scrutinizing him closely, and could not help but shake his head slightly. He is not particularly imposing. In fact, I cannot discern any formidable presence that might instill fear in a mutated beast. Oh, Uncle Vic, that is rather inconsequential, is it not? What truly matters is that I have returned, and in one piece, Sarah said with a smile. She certainly could not disclose to old Vic the robust musculature hidden beneath Blood-Eye's seemingly slender frame, a truth she had personally verified. The strength of a man cannot merely be gauged by his exterior. With the discerning eyes of an apothecary, Sarah understood that a physique like Blood-Eye's was indeed the epitome of perfection, harboring explosive power beneath an appearance that seemed harmless. Oh, you are right. Upon hearing Sarah's words, old Vic refrained from pressing further. He then turned to dismiss the guards and frowned at Sarah, lowering his voice. However, Sarah, I must remind you that the resources of the troop are not abundant. We have already squandered too much to rescue this fellow, and I do not wish to add another mouth to feed within our ranks. Yet he is of great utility to me. Sarah stood her ground. For this, I can allocate a portion from my own share of resources. Your share is not lavish either, and you still need to care for little Toby. After some contemplation, old Vic reluctantly gritted his teeth. Very well, I shall allow everyone to tighten their belts a bit more. Sarah, this is your last act of defiance. I knew Uncle Vic would come through for me. Sarah beamed with joy, kissing old Vic on the cheek before turning to grasp Blood-Eye's hand. Come. Uncle Vic has already agreed. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Black Sheep Troop. Blood-Eye remained silent, continuing to follow Sarah, resembling a true mute. Chapter 13. Fusion. Thus, Blood-Eye became a member of this unfamiliar collective. Initially, he intended to return to Shelter 27 to inquire about Liar's whereabouts. However, having just awakened, his injuries had yet to fully heal. He believed that even if he returned, he would likely be no match for the Black Bear. Acting recklessly might mean betraying Liar's sacrifices. Consequently, he decided to wander for a while, strengthening his abilities before making further considerations. The life of the troop was not particularly complicated. It bore some resemblance to the gypsies of the former civilization, lacking a fixed abode. They made their homes from caravans, a circumstance closely tied to their impoverished state. Yet, their existence was vibrant and colorful. Having traversed many places, their experiences were rich, often acquiring rare relics from the bygone civilization. In the following days, Blood-Eye integrated himself among these travelers. He adapted to the lively atmosphere and found comfort in sharing space with others. Though he remained silent, the group gradually accepted him. Each evening, he joined them in the wilderness, assisting in setting up camp and serving as Sarah's protector. During idle moments, he would sit in the caravan, studying the peculiar pair of gauntlets. Since awakening from his slumber, Blood-Eye sensed that these gauntlets held a secret. Otherwise, he would not have seen them in his dreams. In his visions, the gauntlets were part of a complete armor, whereas now they existed as mere gloves. Sitting quietly in a corner of the caravan, he scrutinized the gauntlets repeatedly. His fingers meticulously explored every inch. The craftsmanship was crude and simplistic. Unlike any gauntlets he had encountered, these lacked sharp claws for enhancing power or expandable interfaces for added functionality. They resembled ordinary gloves, the only distinction being their remarkable sturdiness. Blood-Eye had previously attempted to cut the gauntlets with a knife, but the blade dulled while the gauntlets remained unscathed. The joints were exceptionally resilient, impervious to any damage. This prompted Blood-Eye to examine the material closely, discovering it was not bone as he had initially thought, but rather a substance reminiscent of insect exoskeletons or hardened keratins secreted by living organisms. This material rendered the armor portion of the gloves incredibly fluid, with tightly fitting joints. The lining was not the typical fabric or mechanical joints, but resembled biological membranes. Wearing them felt extraordinarily soft, as if he were devoid of the gloves entirely. Blood-Eye understood that such a sensation arose from a profound compatibility. This heightened his awareness of the uniqueness of these gauntlets. They were not tailored specifically for him. The fact that they fit him so well implied that their design considered users with varying hand shapes, reflecting a sophisticated level of craftsmanship. Seated quietly in the corner, Blood-Eye studied the gauntlets throughout the day but yielded no results. Just as he contemplated giving up, he suddenly realized that he had not sensed the presence of it within him for several days. Since fleeing the shelter and succumbing to another high fever, it had seemed to fall into a deep slumber. Yet, Blood-Eye would not assume it had departed, for, like after previous fevers, his physical prowess was rapidly improving. Roughly estimating, he believed his strength had at least doubled compared to before the fever. His reflexes and speed had also risen in tandem. The muscles beneath his skin seemed to harbor explosive power, as if a mere thought could unleash it, akin to his prior battle with the Black Bear. Perhaps it was merely still in slumber? Blood-Eye speculated. However, lacking it made it increasingly difficult to uncover the secrets of the gauntlets, leaving him feeling helpless. With a soft sigh, he prepared to rise. He had wasted another day, and the truck beneath him was slowing down. He had work to do. Yet, just as he was about to stand, his expression suddenly shifted. He felt a peculiar thrum emanating from beneath his heart. The it that had lain dormant for days had awakened once more. Immediately following was a tidal wave of hunger. I must eat, an abundance of food. With that exclamation, Blood-Eye charged into Sarah's room like a bull, startling her as she mixed potions. She was taken aback and was about to scold him when she noticed his pallor. "What's wrong with you? Give me food." "I am starving," Blood-Eye responded bluntly, lunging toward the bed where a few pieces of dried meat lay, presumably Sarah's late-night snack. "Oh my God, are you insane?" Sarah gasped, hastily rummaging through the room. She was baffled by Blood-Eye's sudden transformation, but her experience and intuition as a pharmacist told her that his current state was perilously dangerous. If she failed to provide him with sufficient food, he might do something dreadful. The thought of a formidable warrior going berserk within the troop sent shivers down her spine. Desperately, she searched for food. But no matter how swiftly she moved, the morsels she unearthed were devoured by Blood-Eye in an instant. His stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, showing no signs of satiation, which terrified Sarah as she continued to frantically search for more provisions. "Toby, what is it, sister?" Toby appeared, bleary-eyed from outside, seemingly still half asleep. "Hurry, find Uncle Vic. Tell him I need food, plenty of food. Also water." Young Toby was taken aback, finally registering Blood-Eye's ravenous demeanor, and he turned to flee. "Wait for me. I'll be right back." Without a doubt, young Toby was quite capable. In no time, several burly men arrived, carrying large bundles of food, which they unceremoniously dropped at the door before departing. Though they were curious about why Sarah required so much food, Toby's serious expression deterred them from asking further questions. The pharmacist held a high status within the troop, and aside from Captain Vic, no one dared cross Sarah. Additionally, given the pharmacist's skills, she could devise 1,000 ways to torment anyone who displeased her, robbing them of sleep and sustenance. Just in time. Thankfully, I have enough rations. Upon seeing the ample supply of food, Sarah finally breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile at Blood-Eye. "Though I don't know why you've transformed like this, it is evidently not the time for inquiries. This is all yours. But know that you owe me a considerable debt of gratitude." Blood-Eye could hardly respond, as he was consumed by his voracious appetite, devouring everything in sight while nodding fervently in acknowledgement, his forehead bulging with veins, an alarming sight indeed. The food Toby procured was substantial. For an average individual, even a robust man could feast for several days. Yet, it all vanished rapidly, consumed entirely by Blood-Eye. After the last piece of roasted meat slid down his throat, he finally felt at ease somewhat, allowing him to regain control over his hunger. Burp. Blood-Eye let out a soft belch, then relaxed, lying down on the sole bed in Sarah's room, closing his eyes. Witnessing this scene, even the indulgent Sarah felt a flicker of irritation. "Mr. Blood-Eye, you can't possibly intend to sleep now, can you? You barged into my room without a word, demanding food, and have devoured so much. Do you not plan to offer me any explanation? You enter, eat, and then sleep as if you are." Young Sarah abruptly halted, retracting her final word, and let out a cold hum. "Now speak. What exactly is wrong with you?" Blood-Eye remained as silent and unresponsive as a statue. After a considerable pause, he finally opened his eyes, revealing an expression of regret. "I apologize, Miss Sarah. My body has encountered some issues. However, I cannot explain it to you just yet. May I ask for a little more time? Allow me to rest, and I shall provide you with an account." The sincerity in his eyes was palpable. It was the first time he had displayed such an expression since joining the troop, leaving Sarah momentarily stunned. She huffed in dissatisfaction and turned to exit the room, yet gently closed the door behind her. With a faint smile of contrition, he sensed Sarah's goodwill, but the secret within him was one he could not divulge. Apart from Lyre, he had no intention of confiding in anyone else. The reason he required more time was due to the intense yearning emanating from it within him once more. This time, it was not hunger, but rather the long-anticipated desire for those enigmatic gauntlets. He could feel it continuously beckoning him to don the gauntlets. A craving that almost commandeered his will, stirring within him an irresistible urge to wear them. Thus, the moment the door clicked shut, he unhesitatingly retrieved the gauntlets and slipped them onto his hands. Instantly, the sensation of becoming one surged through him anew, more potent than ever before. The intensity was such that he began to hallucinate, feeling as though the gauntlets had vanished, and his hands had transformed into the gauntlets themselves. In this surreal experience, he witnessed a viscous, dark crimson fluid oozing from the points where the gauntlets merged with his skin. Countless delicate tendrils emerged from the gauntlets, burrowing into his flesh. Yet he felt no pain. Instead, as these tendrils infiltrated him, waves of slickness and euphoria coursed beneath his skin. Visibly, the gauntlet's protective wings elongated and expanded, ultimately enveloping his entire forearm. Remarkably, the bizarre gauntlet had truly fused with him. Chapter 14. Ambushed blood. I sat quietly, eyes closed, immersed in this peculiar sensation. He was not surprised. In fact, since the entity within him had taken root, there had been few things in this world that could astonish him. Thus, when the gauntlet truly merged with him, he exhibited no reaction, merely observing the process with calm detachment. Time passed gradually. In blood, I felt the delicate tendrils slowly infiltrating his veins, his bones, even his very essence. There was no pain, only a faint sensation of warmth and slickness, accompanied by a subtle thrill. With his eyes shut, he could almost visualize the tendrils intertwining within his arm, countless minuscule appendages, as fine as strands of hair, coursing through every inch of his flesh. If he were to open his eyes now, he would surely discover that the gauntlet's form had undergone a complete transformation. No longer inconspicuous, but exquisitely intricate. The once impenetrable keratin shell softened rapidly, reshaping itself to his hand's contours. Within the joints, innumerable muscle fibers writhed, mingling with the delicate tendrils as they penetrated his skin. Simultaneously, the exterior of the gauntlet underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, the protective armor enveloping every inch of vulnerable flesh, fully encasing each finger. The tips of the fingers bulged slightly, forming claw-like hooks, while elongated, sharp protrusions emerged on the forearm, angling sharply upwards, ultimately culminating in two razor-sharp blades at the elbow's edge. Within the gauntlet, the previously desiccated membrane lining dissolved, transforming into a slick liquid that melded into blood-is arm. As this process unfolded, I felt a sudden awareness that the gauntlet had become an integral part of his being, revealing newfound capabilities. This transformation persisted for over half an hour, during which I remained utterly still, savoring the changes the gauntlet imparted upon him. It was not until a familiar pulse resonated within him that he slowly opened his eyes and tentatively uttered a syllable. Blade. With a sharp clang, the blades on his elbows elongated, piercing through the steel wall of the compartment. I moved slightly, and the newly extended blades effortlessly carved a long gash into the metal, as if slicing through soft tofu. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he willed the blades to retract, and they instantly returned to their ornamental form. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, one would scarcely believe these seemingly decorative blades had just extended over half a meter and penetrated the compartment wall. I scrutinized the two protrusions for a moment before softly speaking again. Claw. Silently, a faint blue light emanated from the tips of his fingers. I raised his hand to examine it closely, but ultimately abandoned further experimentation. The recent test had left a significant wound in the room, and he knew Sarah would undoubtedly be furious if she saw it. While he appreciated Sarah's concern, he wished to spare the kind-hearted girl any trouble. Based on his sensations, it appeared the gauntlet possessed merely these two abilities: the extending blade, a splendid asset in melee combat, and the claw, a formidable weapon for ambush. Though he had yet to test their full power, I was confident they surpassed that of ordinary weaponry. Most importantly, he now understood that this gauntlet was no ordinary hunter's tool. It must be a part of some armor. Only the most formidable remnants of a bygone civilization could yield such exaggerated power. The armor he envisioned in his dreams must represent the complete form of this set. Yet, he found himself perplexed. The strength of armor lay in its wholeness, with integrated systems for mobility, combat, protection, and functionality. These components complemented one another and needed to be unified to be effective. Particularly, without a power source, the armor would be rendered useless, akin to a hunk of scrap metal. However, the piece he had acquired was different. It required no power source and seamlessly integrated with his body, raising questions in his mind. Moreover, if the gauntlet was part of a suit of armor, what of the entity within him? Could it also be a component of the armor, perhaps serving as a power source that enabled the gauntlet to function without one? After pondering for a while, utterly at a loss, I resolved to cease his speculation and attempt to remove the gauntlet. Yet, he soon discovered another dilemma. The gauntlet had completely fused with his body. How could he possibly take it off? After several fruitless attempts, he found himself scratching his head in frustration. Just then, he felt the familiar pulse of the entity once more. With a sensation of warmth, the gauntlet began to deconstruct before his eyes, transforming into countless tiny tendrils that retreated into his arm. Suddenly, he heard Sarah's slightly anxious voice from outside. "Mr. Blood-Eye? Mr. Blood-Eye? Oh, I'm so sorry to disturb you. but there's something you really ought to see. All right, I'll be right there, Blood-Eye replied, tidying up the room before opening the door. He was immediately greeted by Sarah's delicate face, though her complexion appeared somewhat pale. Without a word, she grasped his hand and rushed off. Only then did Blood-Eye notice that everyone in the compartment had risen, their faces marked by expressions of gravity and fear. Following Sarah along the truck's aisle to the roof, a fierce wind greeted them, causing Blood-Eye to squint. Over there, Mr. Blood-Eye. In that direction. Sarah's worried voice rang in his ears. He followed the direction indicated by her fair finger and was momentarily taken aback. In the distant horizon, a thick cloud of dust was rising ominously, accompanied by the faint sound of engines. Another convoy? No, Mr. Blood-Eye, certainly not. That is a band of marauders. Sarah hurriedly explained. Our radio has picked up their signal demanding we stop. Marauders? Blood-Eye's heart sank. They had indeed encountered trouble. In the desolate landscape, encountering marauders was an all-too common occurrence. Even after escaping the refuge, he had been wary of being robbed by such brigands, especially given the size of their convoy. Yet, compared to him, the convoy seemed more suited to play the role of a sheep. For the purpose of plunder, marauders were typically equipped with modified high-powered motorcycles and off-road vehicles, far superior to the dilapidated old cars in the convoy. The demand to halt, broadcasted by the marauders, reeked of audacity. Have you encountered marauders before? Blood-Eye felt he was asking an obvious question, but young Sarah answered earnestly, Of course, Mr. Blood-Eye. It's impossible to travel through the wilderness without encountering marauders. However, we have Lord Carl's pass. They only have the right to loot, not to kill us. The Lord was the most powerful marauder in a given region, and with his pass, they enjoyed limited protection within that area. When confronted by other bands, they could escape as long as they offered sufficient tribute. Marauders were not mindless fools. They typically avoided actions that would lead to their own demise. What about this time? This time is different, Sarah replied with a wry smile. I'm afraid, Mr. Blood-Eye, that we just encountered a band of marauders before meeting you, so we have no tribute left to offer them. You see, without tribute, we cannot enjoy the protection provided by the pass. Sarah left unsaid that even if they did have tribute to offer, they would still lack the necessary supplies for survival after paying it. Who caused Blood-Eye to consume a tenth of the supplies of the brigade? Therefore, for the sake of survival, it is imperative that we refrain from offering tributes this time. The only viable option is to flee. However, the dilemma lies in the vast wilderness, where the outdated vehicles of the brigade must contend with the motorized bandits. This is akin to courting death. Taking a deep breath, Blood-Eye sensed the metallic scent of blood in the air, which kindled a subtle thrill within him, a premonition of impending violence. It had been a considerable time since he last encountered blood after escaping the sanctuary. Yet, he restrained his excitement and calmly inquired, Where's Captain Vic? Uncle Vic has gone to the rear vehicles to organize a guard, Sarah replied. But I fear he himself doubts the efficacy of that plan. We are severely lacking in weaponry. The most formidable weapon in our brigade is the triple-barreled shotgun mounted on the rear vehicle. Under normal circumstances, it could instill a degree of deterrence against the bandits. Yet, at present, we are out of ammunition. A rare blush graced Sarah's cheeks. You see, we are quite impoverished. Thus, Sarah lifted her gaze, fixing her earnest eyes upon Blood-Eye, her beautiful orbs shimmering with a glimmer of hope. I implore you, Mr. Blood-Eye, to assist us. Please protect us at all costs. If you can help us evade this perilous encounter, I shall consider the debt of gratitude I owe you settled. Chapter 15. The benevolent Lord. The fierce winds ravaged the desolate plains, yet Carrie-Shaw felt an inexplicable joy. Today, he had encountered 2 plump sheep. Heaven knows how fortunate one must be to stumble upon a single fat sheep on this cursed Planet X35. His sandworm squad had not made a successful hunt in over 2 weeks. While others fancied the life of a wolf, Carrie-Shaw understood that long before finding sheep, one would often endure hunger. His sandworm squad was but a small wolf, insignificant in this vast region, leading to a rather uncomfortable existence. On days without plump sheep, they could scarcely afford a bitter cup of grass wine. However, fortune favored him today, as he had encountered 2 succulent sheep in quick succession. The first even bore the Lord's pass, demanding his release. What a fool to think he could demand respect from Carrie-Shaw in times of hunger. In his desperation, Carrie-Shaw personally severed the head of the fat sheep's leader, robbing the small caravan of its riches. Not only did he acquire a substantial amount of ore, but he also captured several maidens to serve as slaves, precious commodities in certain gathering points. This marked his second plump sheep for the day, and Carrie-Shaw expressed gratitude to the heavens for bestowing upon him such an opportunity for wealth. With this haul, he could afford to abstain from hunting for 6 months. As for that damned Lord's Pass, he had no intention of sparing any lives during the hunt. Let the ghosts of those pigs lament. Faster! We are on their heels. Let's seize their riches and slay their men. Carrie Shaw proclaimed from the front of the bandit convoy, his spirit soaring. Behind him, the air resonated with the ferocious cries of his men. The blood of over 30 bandits in the Sandworm squad boiled with excitement. Each pair of eyes glowed with a fierce red as they twisted the throttle in fervor. They brandished bloodied weapons, resembling a pack of frenzied wolves. Fixated on the small black dot on the horizon, their second plump sheep. Hey, Pig Tooth, are you certain the signal was sent out? Why do they not stop? Carrie Shaw bellowed, noticing that the sheep showed no signs of halting. Of course, Chief. How could I disregard your orders? I swear on my mother's name, I have indeed sent the signal, replied a rotund bandit, his body adorned with tattoos. Your mother was long ago devoured by you. Do not insult my intelligence. Carrie Shaw retorted, licking his lips. Damn those fat sheep, making me waste precious fuel. Do they not realize that oil is expensive on this cursed planet? Soon, I shall personally slay them all, without exception. Chief, even if they do not flee, you plan to do that anyway. Pig Tooth chuckled, revealing his bloodthirsty glee. The winds howled fiercely today, destined to stain the yellow sands with blood. The Sandworm squad sped through the wilderness. Even if the caravan boasted 6 wheels, escape was futile. In no time, Carrie Shaw witnessed the convoy ahead begin to regroup, forming a circular defense. These damned sheep seem reluctant to surrender. Perhaps I should repent. Have I been too merciful of late? Chief, you have never shown mercy, Pig Tooth interjected. Shut your mouth. Dare you challenge my words? I am Carrie Shaw, known as the Benevolent Lord. It is merely that others fail to comprehend my compassion. Do you not think that in this wretched apocalypse, death is the most merciful offering? At least they will not worry about dinner, as they will feast in paradise, where food abounds. Indeed, we believe that, Chief. Now, let us proceed. I see several women among them, quite attractive. May I indulge? You have my approval. Carrie Shaw replied grandiosely. The bandits hastily closed in on the caravan. In the fearful gazes of the caravan members, they circled around the formation. Burly men, atop their mighty motorcycles, waved bloodied weapons with ferocity, emitting a cacophony of howls. Their robust bodies were adorned with tattoos, and their eyes radiated a savage intensity as they scrutinized the travelers as if they were mere lambs. Kill. Slay those annoying pigs. Ah, beautiful women. I shall indulge tonight. Fat sheep. We shall feast on a midnight snack. The cacophony of shrill howls sent shivers down the spines of the caravan's members. Women and children had long been herded into the vehicles. In the center of the formation, Old Vic rallied over 20 sturdy men, attempting to bolster their spirits. Yet the typically brave men now wore pale expressions. One even suggested to Old Vic, leader, I fear we cannot defeat them. Why not adhere to the rules? Because we lack sufficient resources. Old Vic replied, his face ashen, his gaze unwavering from the marauders outside. As a seasoned leader, he sensed something extraordinary about these bandits. Their eyes gleamed with a ferocity that suggested they were not inclined to follow any code of conduct. Old Vic understood that not all bandits adhered to the survival laws of the wasteland. The Lord's Pass served only a select few, and to survive in the wasteland, one must rely on their own strength. Regrettably, his triple-barreled shotgun was out of ammunition. Otherwise, he was confident the bandits would retreat. Bandits are greedy but seldom willing to fight fiercely for their quarry. Prepare yourselves. I have nourished you for this moment, Old Vic growled, turning to face his guards. Think of your children, your women. Should the bandits prevail, none shall survive. Believe me, these fiends are more brutal than you imagine. But, one guard began. Yet he fell silent under Old Vic's gaze, which had morphed into something akin to that of the marauders outside. Remember, Old Vic said ominously, I am no philanthropist. The caravan sustains you, and if you fail to act in this crucial moment, you will discover that I am no more merciful than the bastards outside. Now, go forth and fulfill your duty. At Old Vic's command, more than 20 trembling guards ascended the top of the formation, brandishing rudimentary spears to confront the bandits. Witnessing this, Carrie Shaw let out a sharp laugh. With a wave of his hand, a bandit hurled a lasso, ensnaring one guard and dragging him down. The guard's screams echoed like a slaughtered pig as he was pulled behind the motorcycle, his flesh torn and bloodied against the gritty terrain. Seeing the bandit's brutality, the remaining guards gasped in horror. Their pale faces lost all color, and some even wet their pants in terror. No, we cannot defeat them. We will die? One guard cried out. We will die either way if we do not drive them off. Old Vic replied coldly, unwavering. Hold your positions. If the bandits approach, pierce their throats with your spears. I cannot do it. I am afraid. I have never killed before. Then congratulations, this shall be your first time. The guards' cries grew louder, and the bandits erupted with mocking laughter, each one on their motorcycles making lewd gestures. One bandit even stripped down, brandishing himself before the guards. "Ha, little boys. You have never even seen blood, yet you call yourselves men. Go back. Open the formation and let the gentlemen in. Perhaps if they are pleased, they might spare your lives." A group of naive youths, incapable of taking a life. How do they expect to survive in this world? Die. For this is the mercy bestowed upon you by the great Lord Karisha. The bandits raged and shouted, yet they did not truly charge forward. Just as Captain Vic had stated, they were unwilling to risk their lives for mere prey, unless their Lord Karisha commanded otherwise. Standing atop a colossal motorcycle in the rear, Karisha gazed mockingly at the formation. He was in no rush. There was still some time before darkness descended. He could afford to wait until his adversaries were paralyzed by fear, and then he would boldly accept his quarry. As a seasoned bandit, he understood that a direct assault on this rudimentary formation was ill-advised. The guards, concealed behind the vehicles, could easily inflict harm on his men with their rudimentary spears. Such a simple maneuver could be executed even by a child. Thus, he was willing to wait, patiently biding his time. When night fell, even if his foes did not surrender, their demise would be inevitable. The darkness would enable his men to slaughter them with ease, as one would dispatch a chick. A sinister grin spread across his face. Karisha had resolved that once they breached the formation, he would ensure that every man was dragged out and their feet severed, leaving them on the wasteland to serve as sustenance for the mutated beasts. He envisioned the spectacle of them witnessing their own demise at the jaws of those creatures, regretting their current defiance. But just as he reveled in his thoughts, a piercing shriek rent the air beside him. Before Karisha could react, a bandit standing before him suddenly let out a harrowing cry, as if struck by a truck, and was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground. A crude spear protruded from his chest, its quivering wooden shaft pinning him firmly into the sand. The scene fell into an eerie silence, as all the bandits stared in astonishment at the lifeless body, scarcely able to believe it belonged to their recently animated comrade. Then, from within the formation, a deep voice resonated. "I missed my mark." Chapter 16. Engagement. A moment of brief silence ensued, soon followed by the raucous roars of the bandits. These bloodthirsty brutes brandished their bloodied weapons, their faces contorted in savage fury. "Who dares? Who has slain my comrade? Step forth and face the consequences of your actions. I swear, you shall wail in agony for 3 days and nights before you meet your end. Come forth. I shall sever your limbs and turn your body into fodder for the mutated beasts. Kill them all." The bandits' howls coalesced into a wave of sound, a testament to their wrath. Meanwhile, within the encircled caravan, Sarah's eyes widened in disbelief, for she had just witnessed Mr. Blood-Eye, a man who appeared far from imposing, launch a rudimentary wooden spear over 50 meters, impaling one of the bandits into the ground. Heavens, how did he achieve such a feat? Though Sarah possessed a certain maturity, she was still a child, and the gruesome scene instilled a hint of fear within her. "What did you say?" It was off target. Indeed. Blood-Eye shook his wrist and retrieved another wooden spear. "I intended to eliminate that bandit leader, but my aim faltered after not throwing for a while. Allow me to reacquaint myself." With that, Blood-Eye flicked his arm, and without any preparatory run-up, a streak of darkness shot forth from his hand, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. In the distance, another bandit was struck, a vibrant spray of blood erupting from his chest as he was impaled. 2 wooden spears, 2 lives extinguished. Blood-Eye's swift and decisive killings left everyone momentarily stunned. The previously frenzied bandits now scampered in terror. The onlookers within the caravan stood agape, and after what felt like an eternity, cheers of exuberance erupted. Who did this? Which brave soul has dared?" The voice of Captain Vic resonated with unrestrained joy as he scuttled toward them with surprising agility for his age, spotting Blood-Eye beside Sarah. "It was you?" Blood-Eye remained silent, yet the wooden spear at his feet spoke volumes. "How could it possibly be you?" Old Vic seemed unable to believe his eyes, repeating himself in disbelief. Given Blood-Eye's slender frame, Vic had long underestimated him, only allowing him to remain in the caravan out of respect for Sarah. He had spent sleepless nights fretting over his decision. Yet in this life-threatening moment, it was this seemingly ordinary man who had saved them all. "Ha!" Old Vic laughed heartily, clapping Blood-Eye on the shoulder. "What a fine lad. I always believed you had potential, that you were meant to be a protector. It appears I was right. To throw a spear with such distance, your strength is commendable. So, how does it feel to see blood for the first time? Fearful, perhaps? Fear not. It will become easier with time." First time seeing blood? Sarah couldn't help but wear an odd expression, barely suppressing a laugh. Come on, Uncle Vic. Look at his face. Does he seem like someone who is scared by blood? This fellow is a professional warrior. He has likely witnessed more slaughter than the entire caravan combined. However, time was of the essence, and there was little room for idle chatter. With Blood Eye's unexpected prowess, Old Vic felt invigorated and began to shout commands, instructing the terrified guards to bring more wooden spears to pile at Blood Eye's feet. Young man, since you possess such strength, hurl these spears at them. Do not fear. They dare not charge our caravan. We shall protect you. Old Vic encouraged him, drawing closer. Throughout this, Blood Eye remained silent, as still as a statue. Yet, before Old Vic, he picked up another wooden spear, inhaled deeply, and launched it. Before the eyes of all, the spear sliced through the 50-meter gap between the caravan and the bandits, striking a large motorcycle with tremendous force. The frail spear shattered into countless splinters, leaving a deep puncture in the motorcycle's fuel tank. Having witnessed the fate of their comrades, the bandits took refuge behind the motorcycle, and thus Blood Eye's attempt this time was in vain. Alas, this tactic cannot be employed repeatedly. Those damned rascals are rather clever, Old Vic sighed, shaking his head. The standoff had reached a true impasse. His next move was to await the bandit leader's approach for negotiation. As long as he did not expend too many resources, Old Vic was willing to make some sacrifices. Such were the common strategies of the wasteland. Yet unbeknownst to him, behind that massive motorcycle, Carrie Shaw was seething with fury. He had anticipated an effortless hunt, akin to the previous plump prey that had willingly opened its defenses. However, the opposition proved far more formidable, not only establishing a defensible formation, but also featuring a spear thrower of remarkable strength and accuracy. The two losses inflicted by Blood Eye had significantly weakened his band. The thought of returning to the gathering point only to be ridiculed by other bandit leaders fueled Carisha's rage, causing his complexion to redden with fury. Those wretched swine. I shall slay them. I will ensure their demise. Yes, annihilate them. Bind their bodies to the motorcycle and drag them to death. I shall make the other caravans of the wasteland witness the fate of those who resist the sandworms. His malicious thoughts deepened. Carisha suddenly sprang to his feet, startling the nearby Pig Tooth. Boss, what are you planning? Raise the worm flag. I will slaughter them. The mention of the worm flag sparked a glimmer in Pig Tooth's eyes, revealing a bloodthirsty glint. After agreeing, he retrieved a dark iron rod from behind the motorcycle and hoisted a tattered flag. Upon seeing the flag, a cacophony of piercing cries erupted from the bandits, sending a chill down Old Vic's spine. He leaned out to observe, his face draining of color. How could this be? How could this happen? Why is he raising the flag? In the wasteland, bandit factions were reluctant to raise their flags, as it implied revealing their identity. However, once a flag was raised, it signified only one thing: slaughter. Only the dead would remain silent. Thus, raising the flag represented the bandits' unwavering determination. Furthermore, it signified a relentless pursuit of vengeance. But it was too late for words. Almost instantaneously, upon the flag's elevation, all the bandits sprang into action. They mounted their motorcycles, disregarding the imminent danger of being pierced by Blood Eye's spear, swiftly encircling the caravan. Meanwhile, bandits on the rear of the motorcycles readied their crossbows, unleashing a torrential barrage of bolts that rained down upon the caravan, igniting sparks upon impact. The guards atop the vehicle had long since taken cover, terrified by the cacophony of bolts striking against metal, each sound sending shivers down their spines, accompanied by horrified screams. In the face of this sudden reversal, the caravan teetered on the brink of collapse. Should even one guard falter and abandon his post, a breach would appear, and no one in the entire caravan would survive. Damn it, hold fast. We must endure. Do not abandon your positions. The critical moment has arrived. If we can withstand for just a little longer, they will retreat. Old Vic scurried within the caravan, desperately rallying his guards to muster the courage to fight. Yet, his efforts bore little fruit. At that moment, Blood Eye sprang into action once more, launching 3 wooden spears in rapid succession. The 3 spears sliced through the air like bolts of lightning, passing through the firing gaps of the caravan, accurately striking down 3 bandits who were speeding around on their motorcycles. Beneath his formidable strength, the 3 bandits were propelled more than 5 meters away by the wooden spear before being impaled into the ground, an end both swift and merciless. Such precision in his throwing technique. It was only at this moment that Old Vic realized he had underestimated Blood Eye. He was not merely a novice. He was, in fact, a consummate warrior, as comfortable with killing as one is with breathing. Despite having slain 3 men, his breathing remained utterly undisturbed, his fingers steady and dry. The two guards assisting him stood in stunned astonishment, gripping their spears, uncertain of how to proceed. "Continue to throw," Blood-Eye commanded sharply. He seized a spear from one of the guards and hurled it, but this time, his accuracy faltered, and the bandit deftly evaded it. After 3 throws, the bandits had discerned his position and moved with heightened caution, expertly dodging the spears. Consequently, the effectiveness of Blood-Eye's throws diminished significantly. He launched another 10 wooden spears, yet only managed to kill 1 bandit, while the bandits retaliated by shooting down 2 guards, creating a breach in their defensive formation. "Why are you hiding? Are you waiting like ostriches for your demise? Get up, climb onto the top of the cart, and eliminate them all." Upon noticing the gap in their defenses, Karish's fury erupted as he shouted. At his command, several bandits discarded their crossbows, brandishing long knives as they ascended the cart. If they secured their footing, it would spell doom for the guards stationed atop. Blood-Eye silently dropped the spear in his hand and turned to Sarah. "Get inside the cart and stay hidden. Do not expose yourself." Then, he crouched low, hands on the ground, and launched himself forward like a hunting panther. His trajectory led him to the top of a cart, where a bandit had just climbed up, grinning as he raised his long knife. Chapter 17. The scent of blood. The speed of Blood-Eye was astonishing, appearing to the onlookers as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. In a few agile leaps, he reached the edge of the carriage, effortlessly flipping onto the roof with a single hand gripping the edge. His swift movements went unnoticed by the bandit, who was poised to strike a terrified guard with a long knife. Without a moment's hesitation, Blood-Eye sprang into action, executing a vicious spinning kick midair. The force of his kick whistled through the air, striking at an acute angle into the bandit's arm, shattering his windpipe with a single blow. Blood splattered as the bandit, eyes wide in disbelief, crumpled to the ground. Seizing the momentum of his spin, Blood-Eye snatched the long knife from the bandit's grasp and, with a swift flick of his wrist, decapitated another bandit who had just climbed onto the roof. The severed head tumbled through the air, mingling with the blood. As Blood-Eye finally landed on the carriage roof, in a single assault, he claimed 2 lives, achieving this feat in midair. The fluidity of his movements left the entire scene in awe. Old Vic and the other guards, who had been observing him, shuddered in unison, their faces pale. They had come to understand that Blood-Eye was a professional soldier, yet they were unprepared for the ferocity he exhibited. The brutal, silent method of his killings sent shivers down their spines. Was this truly the taciturn mute who simply did as he was told? Many in the brigade who had once bullied Blood-Eye felt their faces blanch with trepidation. Despite having just killed 2 men, Blood-Eye's breathing remained steady. Noticing the guard beside him still trembling, he handed over the long knife. "Take this. Whoever climbs up next, behead them, just as I did." "Why, yes," the guard stammered, fear unmistakable in his eyes. He was closest to Blood-Eye, who had splattered him with blood during the earlier killings, yet he dared not wipe it away. The aura of death emanating from Blood-Eye rendered him utterly petrified. After slaying 2 men, Blood-Eye exuded an overwhelming sense of danger, especially when he gazed upon the guard with his deep red eyes, which seemed to flicker with crimson flames, nearly stealing the guard's breath away. However, Blood-Eye paid no heed to the guard's thoughts. After thrusting the knife into his hands, he bent once more, lunging towards another direction atop the carriage. To the onlookers, he truly resembled a predatory Black Panther. With a few agile leaps, he landed on another carriage's roof, just as a bandit prepared to climb up. Blood-Eye slid low to the ground, delivering a powerful kick. The dull thud echoed, but Blood-Eye felt as if he had struck an iron plate, failing to incapacitate his opponent. It turned out that this bandit was no fool. Having witnessed Blood-Eye dispatch his companions with lightning speed, he had come prepared, wielding a steel shield instead of a knife as he climbed the carriage. Blood-Eye's kick sent the bandit staggering back a few steps, but he remained unscathed, save for a shallow footprint on his shield. "Hey, not bad for a kid," the bandit sneered, drawing a crossbow from behind. "But let's see if you can dodge this. You filthy pig. Die." The sound of mechanisms clicking filled the air as dozens of crossbow bolts shot forth like a torrential downpour. Yet Blood-Eye remained unfazed, his expression unchanged as he jumped down from the carriage roof. The arrows whizzed past him, failing to inflict a single scratch. In midair, he grasped the edge of the carriage, using his waist strength to flip back onto the roof, reappearing directly behind the bandit, who had just emptied his quiver. With no chance to react, he could only watch in horror as Blood-Eye ascended again. With a dull thud, Blood-Eye's blade plunged mercilessly into the bandit's throat, severing his trachea. In mere moments, another life was extinguished. From the moment the bandit had abandoned his spear for close combat, barely a minute had passed, and already 3 bandits lay dead at Blood-Eye's hands. In a flash, his bloodied fingers withdrew from the bandit's throat. His gaze icy as he wiped the blade on the fallen foe's clothing before leaping to another carriage. Behind him, the bandit's gaze grew vacant, his body crashing down heavily, landing atop another comrade attempting to climb. Thus, wherever danger arose, Blood-Eye was there. In a matter of minutes, he had traversed the entire convoy, leaving more than 10 bandits dead in his wake. With each kill, the aura of death surrounding him intensified, while his eyes grew ever brighter. His short shirt was soaked in blood, yet he felt no sorrow. Amidst the endless slaughter, Blood-Eye seemed to return to the hunting grounds, where the bandits transformed in his eyes from living beings into mere prey within reach. Gradually, the crimson within his pupils expanded, unbeknownst to him, staining his entire gaze a deep red. With knife, blade, fist, and leg, Blood-Eye became a living weapon amidst the chaos of flesh and blood. Though he wielded no weapon, he himself was the instrument of destruction, a human meat grinder, stirring up a tempest of carnage wherever he roamed. To put it plainly, Blood-Eye was indeed a ruthless individual, his cruelty concealed beneath an innocuous exterior. He was far from the terrifying bandits, yet once his true nature was revealed, both enemies and allies alike quaked in fear at his ferocity. It was precisely this that bolstered the morale of the brigade guards. In their minds, Blood-Eye was one of their own, and the more ruthless he became, the better it was for them. Amidst the cheers, the guards finally found the courage to strike at the bandits scaling the carriage tops, resulting in an immediate increase in pressure on the bandits. Everywhere, one could see bandits being thrust down from the roofs by the guards wielding spears. Outside the convoy, Carrie Shaw was nearly driven to madness. For him, those fleeting minutes felt like a nightmare. Since issuing the order for a fight to the death, his subordinates had been bleeding profusely. Though the brigade guards were not particularly formidable, that agile and fierce figure was utterly terrifying. Carrie Shaw, a seasoned bandit with countless kills to his name, had never witnessed such merciless and efficient slaughter. It was as if, in that man's hands, killing was no longer an act of violence, but a primal instinct akin to breathing, a simple, elegant art. There were no flashy movements or unnecessary evasions. That fierce figure leaped across the carriage roofs, employing straightforward yet effective actions to eliminate his subordinates one by one, rendering their resistance futile. Watching his subordinates desperately attempting to climb the roofs only to be ruthlessly slain stripped Carrie Shaw of all dignity, leaving his heart increasingly cold and his murderous intent surging. As a small bandit group, he was now effectively finished. Even if he were to breach the brigade, the spoils would scarcely compensate for his losses. With more than half of his men dead, returning to the rendezvous point would surely lead to his annihilation. Pigtooth, disengage the safety. Oh, understood. Pigtooth nodded, about to turn away when he suddenly froze. Wait, what did you say? You want to use that? No way, boss. We worked hard to acquire that. It cost us 3 months' worth of income. If you use it here, we won't have the energy to restart. I said, disengage the safety. Carrie Shaw roared, his visage contorted with rage. Are you disobeying my orders? Of course not. All right. Boss. Pigtooth, startled by the ferocity in Carisha's eyes, hurried to the control panel of the machine and activated a small mechanism. Inside lay a red button. With a pained expression, Pigtooth gritted his teeth and pressed the button. At this moment, the massacre orchestrated by Blood-Eye amidst the convoy was drawing to a close. Although the bandits launched fierce and reckless assaults, they succeeded in breaching the formation. Yet, before Blood-Eye, they were utterly powerless. The limited space atop the vehicles rendered their ranged weaponry ineffective, and in close combat, they were no match for him, even falling short of his little finger's prowess. Consequently, they soon lost the courage to scale the rooftops, retreating to the distance, shouting in panic. Standing atop the vehicle, Blood-Eye inhaled deeply, savoring the metallic scent of blood, a rare look of satisfaction gracing his features. In the brief skirmish, over 20 bandits had perished by his hand. His body seemed as though it had been pulled from a pool of blood. Yet, this very scent bestowed upon him an elusive tranquility, allowing him to relax and revel in the moment. Opening his emotionless eyes, Blood-Eye surveyed the distant bandits, his gaze flickering with a hint of greed. There remained plenty of prey. Just then, a voice filled with hatred pierced his ears. That black-haired kid, die. Chapter 18, My Name. Armored. Blood-Eye turned his head, coldly regarding the formidable bandit leader in the distance. He had long been aware of him, the one who proclaimed himself as the benevolent lord, a giant of a man, larger and more robust than any other bandit. At this moment, he stood atop a massive motorcycle, arms crossed, glaring at Blood-Eye with eyes ablaze with fury. Noticing Blood-Eye's attention, he gestured with a thumbs up. You will die, I swear. the thumb turned downward. A sinister smile crept across Carisha's face. With that gesture, a peculiar humming sound suddenly emanated from the massive motorcycle. To the astonishment of all present, the vehicle split down the middle. The rear half slowly bent backward while the front surged upward, parting into two halves. The mottled exterior began to fracture, revealing several mechanical arms that reached out and pulled Carisha inside. What? Old Vic, moving with surprising agility for his age, rushed to the edge of the convoy, his voice trembling with fear. Do you know what that is? At some point, little Sarah had reappeared, standing beside old Vic, her expression anxious. Of course. I certainly know. Old Vic's eyes widened in shock, his words tumbling out incoherently. That must be. Armor. Sarah blinked in confusion, seemingly unfamiliar with the term. However, old Vic had no time to explain. In that fleeting moment, the transformation of the massive motorcycle neared completion. Before them stood a towering steel humanoid, over 2 meters tall. The chest was formed from the motorcycle's front, while the outer shoulders featured wheel rims. Heavy armor enveloped its entire body, with mechanical gears visible at the joints. Though its stature was not overwhelmingly large, it exuded an intense impact, as everyone was acutely aware that just a minute ago, it had merely been a motorcycle. Ha ha ha. Carisha laughed maniacally, flexing his fingers. I told you, you will certainly die. With a ferocious laugh, Carisha charged toward the convoy. Each heavy step left deep imprints in the ground, causing slight tremors. Yet, his movements were astonishingly swift. Fueled by the power of the armor, he resembled a rampaging rhinoceros, crashing violently against the cargo beneath Blood-Eye's feet. With a thunderous crash, Blood-Eye felt the ground tremble beneath him as the entire truck was upended, sending debris flying in all directions. A dense cloud of dust erupted, obscuring everyone's vision. Ha ha ha, this is true power. Kid, just die quietly. Carisha cackled, thrusting his hands into the overturned truck. With a piercing sound, he tore the vehicle in half, scattering countless parts and fragments. He charged into the smoke like a frenzied beast. The thick dust rendered visibility impossible. Yet Carisha surged straight for Blood-Eye. The obscuring haze seemed to have no effect on him. In an instant, a chilling sense of danger surged within Blood-Eye. Without hesitation, he leaped away, his explosive agility saving his life once more. Almost simultaneously, a powerful steel arm crashed down where he had just stood, creating a deep crater in the ground. Humph. Blood-Eye's heart raced, but he remained undeterred. He swiftly spun behind the steel arm and delivered a kick. With Blood-Eye's strength and physical prowess, his kick could sever a 20-centimeter wooden post, a feat tested during hunts. Yet today he struck iron. Though he accurately kicked the target's rear, the sound was merely a dull thud against metal, followed by a sharp pain shooting through his calf. So strong. Blood-Eye's expression shifted as he hastily retreated. Indeed, he evaded yet another sweeping metal fist. However, he stumbled upon landing, nearly falling to his knees. He was not a machine, he was merely a man. While his physique surpassed that of an average person, it was evident that he could not contend with steel. Even the weakest point of the armored being's head was impervious to his strikes. The power of the armor was clearly beyond the capabilities of human flesh. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was that the armor's abilities extended beyond mere strength. Even amidst the swirling dust, Carisha seemed to perceive his surroundings with clarity, consistently locating Blood-Eye's position. He didn't need to consider Blood-Eye's counterattacks. He merely had to charge relentlessly forward. For Carisha, clad in armor, even a brush against Blood-Eye's skin would inflict unimaginable damage. Ha ha ha. Keep dodging. Like a rat. I wonder how long you can evade with a broken leg. Do you think I can't see you? Then come and try. Carisha laughed maniacally, rampaging through the dust. His strength was overwhelming. Each collision shattered nearby objects. Even the sturdy truck was left with a significant dent from his impact, while Blood-Eye's attacks were rendered inconsequential. His punches and kicks fell upon Carisha's steel exterior like raindrops, only resulting in his own suffering. Boom. The truck that served as Blood-Eye's cover was smashed by Carisha, sending him tumbling away. Concealed within the thick dust, he felt his breath quickening, and the pain in his calf was severe. The skin on his leg had completely torn. Blood-Eye realized that if this continued, he might not last much longer. Useless. You little rat. I will eventually catch you. Carisha shouted, reaching for an adjacent truck. With a tremendous effort, he lifted the vehicle. The vast disparity in size made it appear as though an ant was hoisting a boulder several times its weight. Yet Carisha showed no signs of struggle as he charged toward Blood-Eye, truck in hand. Each step resonated like a minor earthquake. In the dense dust, he accurately pinpointed Blood-Eye's location and hurled the truck at him. With a resounding crash, the truck shattered upon impact, its gasoline leaking and igniting, leading to an explosive conflagration. The violent blast propelled Blood-Eye as if he were straw, rolling several times before he landed, unsteady on his feet, clearly injured. Change is imperative, it must occur. Regardless of the circumstances, he must discover a means to breach the armor. Otherwise, the prospect of victory in this battle is utterly bleak. Yet, how can this be achieved? Half kneeling on the ground, Blood-Eye ferociously fixed his gaze on Carrie Shaw in the distance, his eyes betraying a mixture of rage and resentment. Throughout the course of the battle, he had been thoroughly suppressed, and the recent explosion had severely injured his internal organs. Despite his predicament, he found himself utterly powerless against his opponent. He felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. If only he possessed a suitable weapon. He was convinced the outcome would be drastically different. However, in this dire situation, where could he possibly procure a weapon capable of inflicting harm upon the armor? Could it be that pair of gauntlets? But those enigmatic gauntlets had already merged with his body. He had previously attempted to summon them. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not manifest their presence. It felt as though the gauntlets had been completely absorbed by his being, leaving no trace behind. Nonetheless, they must be capable of re-emerging indeed. They must exist within me. I simply have yet to uncover them. Should I call for them? How does one summon them? Must I merely shout for the gauntlets to appear? That would be futile. Perhaps my calling method is flawed, or must I know their name? What must I do? Tell me. They are a part of the armor. Must I then call upon the armor itself? Still ineffective. Why is this so? Why? Despite possessing a weapon capable of transcending despair, can I not wield it? Where could it possibly be? What is its name? What is its name? In a fleeting moment, I made countless attempts, all in vain. The frenzied roar of Carrie Shaw echoed in his ears. Suddenly, the smoke before him dissipated, revealing a terrifying steel fist hurtling towards him. Blood-Eye could no longer evade. Despair and fury surged within him, two contrasting emotions colliding in his heart. At that instant, his eyes turned a vivid crimson. The intensity of his emotions stimulated it within him. Blood-Eye felt a sharp pang in his chest as it awakened, pulsating with powerful rhythm, akin to a second heart. In the next moment, everything around him froze in his perception. A strange, cold voice whispered in his ear, "Is there danger? The host will perish? Insufficient information, assessment not possible. Proceeding with first sequence emergency protocol. The host's survival is the utmost priority. Searching for weapon carriers. External carriers not found. Internal carrier identified. Connection established. Synchronization complete. Carrier type, melee. Should it be modulated for melee specialization? No response received. Proceeding with default modulation. Warning, insufficient materials. Complete modulation impossible. Adjusting to partial modulation as per emergency plan. Partial modulation successful. Weapon system operational. Warning, authorization required for weapon carrier usage. Please grant permission. Authorization not accepted. Assessment indicates host knowledge is inadequate. Transitioning operation mode. Changing to inducement mode. Please call my name. Trelpak. Armament. A hoarse voice suddenly shattered the battlefield silence. Before the gazes of all, Blood-Eye's hands erupted with brilliant blue light. A pair of exquisite, flamboyant silver gauntlets materialized upon his hands. In the next instant, Carisha's fist struck him with tremendous force. Chapter 19. The spiral of claws. A resounding thud echoed at the point of contact between the two, yet the agonized scream of Blood-Eye was absent. As the smoke swiftly dissipated, the onlookers were astounded to discover that Carisha's metallic fist had inflicted no harm upon Blood-Eye, but was instead firmly grasped by Blood-Eye's right hand. However, unlike before, on that slightly emaciated right hand adorned an exquisite gauntlet, the like of which none had ever witnessed. Beyond this gauntlet, Carrie Shaw beheld a pair of eyes, their pupils a deep crimson. At that moment, Carrie Shaw let out a sudden, piercing scream. Before the eyes of the gathered crowd, Blood-Eye's right hand began to constrict, resembling a pair of steel claws that inflicted countless cracks upon Carisha's metallic fist. From within emanated a visible white mist. Meanwhile, Blood-Eye's ornate gauntlet remained utterly unscathed, radiating a faint blue glow. This ethereal blue light was not randomly dispersed. Rather, it flowed along several crystalline lines that adorned the gauntlet, akin to shimmering starlight, breathtakingly beautiful. "What is this?" Blood-Eye offered no response, yet an odd expression flickered across his face, part surprise, part inevitability. He cast a quiet glance at Carrie Shaw, and suddenly, his gaze turned icy as he uttered a single syllable. "Claw." A wisp of haunting blue light flashed. Blood-Eye's fingertips plunged deeply into Carisha's fist, slicing through with the ease of cutting through tofu. Following that, he tightened his grip and executed a wrist-twisting motion. Spiral. Carisha emitted a heart-wrenching cry. With the sound of Blood-Eye's command, his steel fist shattered. 5 tendrils of ghostly blue light surged forth from the fragments, twisting upward along his arm in a spiraling massacre. All armor in their path crumbled, blood mingling with debris as it erupted in all directions. In an instant, Carisha's right arm was reduced to a pulpy mass by the spiraling blue light. It hurts so much. Carisha screamed in agony, desperately retreating. His gaze toward Blood-Eye was filled with terror. He was indeed frightened. He wore armor, after all. To say its defensive capabilities were formidable would be an understatement. Even a close-range barrage from a heavy machine gun would scarcely inflict a scratch. Moreover, the armored fist was constructed from alloy, its surface coated with impact armor, capable of penetrating 20mm steel plates. How could such formidable armor be harmed, let alone destroyed? What on earth was that gauntlet, and how could it possess such extraordinary power? In a panic, Carisha pondered, feeling the excruciating pain in his shattered arm. A torrent of blood gushed from his shoulder, resembling a fountain. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Screaming, Carisha scrambled backward. He was merely the leader of a small band of brigands, inconsequential in this desolate expanse. His greatest aspiration was to rob a few unsuspecting victims and amass a bit of wealth to arm his gang, allowing him to indulge in a life of debauchery. He did not wish to die, not at all. Yet, he failed to realize that having opened Pandora's box, one could not simply walk away unscathed. A gust of wind swept through, laden with sand, causing everyone to squint. At that moment, Blood-Eye moved. In a flash, he closed the distance to the retreating Carisha with a few quick strides. With a dramatic swing of his right arm, a stunning arc of light erupted from his elbow, severing Carisha's neck in a single stroke. Amidst the spray of blood, Carisha's headless corpse stumbled forward 5 steps before collapsing. His body convulsed violently, gushing blood from his neck. Merciful Lord Carisha met his demise at the hands of Blood-Eye. Having completed this act, Blood-Eye did not even glance back. With a delicate push of his toes, he propelled himself forward like a bolt from a crossbow, darting through the vehicle formation. Outside, the onlooking brigands were rendered speechless, frozen in astonishment atop their motorcycles. As Blood-Eye surged forward, someone shouted, and the gang, as if awakening from a nightmare, shuddered in unison before frantically revving their engines to flee. However, they were too slow. Though Blood-Eye's speed could not match the top velocity of the motorcycles, he easily caught up with those just setting off. Amidst the swirling dust, he resembled a ferocious leopard, swiftly overtaking the brigands. With a flash of his blade, he felled them one by one. His curved blade was so sharp that not only did it slice through the brigands, but it also cleaved their motorcycles in half. The air was filled with cries of despair, and within moments, no living brigands remained on the battlefield. Standing amidst the crimson puddles, Blood-Eye inhaled the bloody air deeply, a satisfied expression gracing his face. This scent is exquisite. Clang. The 2 curved blades retracted into his elbows, while the crystalline lines on the gauntlet began to pulse with a gentle blue light. The blue light coursed through the gauntlet, disassembling it rapidly before merging seamlessly into his forearm. Mr. Blood-Eye? A timid voice called from not far away. Blood-Eye turned to see Sarah running toward him. The little girl, perhaps shaken by the earlier bloodshed, was pale but persisted in reaching Blood-Eye's side, grasping his arm tightly. Are you all right? Blood-Eye's lips curled slightly. I'm fine. That scared me to death. Sarah patted her chest lightly, her face filled with concern. I thought you were hurt. Let me see your wounds. Blood-Eye shook his head. We'll talk later. Old Vic approached, trailed by a group of apprehensive guards. During the latter half of the battle, the brigade's guards had been nearly useless. However, as the time for collecting the spoils arrived, they finally found their purpose. The Sandworm gang was hardly a formidable one and bore little wealth, but they had left behind dozens of motorcycles and the spoils from their last robbery. This was enough to keep the guards occupied for half the day. The losses incurred by the brigade were significant. Over a dozen lives lost and 3 trucks destroyed, a devastating blow. The newfound spoils would help somewhat mitigate the damage. Amidst the bustling guards, Old Vic approached Blood-Eye with a fawning smile on his face. Ah, Mr. Blood-Eye, we owe you a great deal. Without your intervention, It's all right. Blood-Eye glanced at him, then at Sarah, before continuing. This was a transaction, and it has been successfully completed. Old Vic faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, he had perceived Blood-Eye as an ordinary individual, but it was now clear he had gravely misjudged the situation. A desire to recruit Blood-Eye began to form within him. His brigade was small, unable to afford professional guards. If Blood-Eye could join them, their future journeys would be much more secure. However, he did not expect that a single sentence from Blood-Eye would thwart his intentions. After a brief contemplation, Old Vic sighed. He understood that warriors of Blood-Eye's caliber would not remain with a brigade like his. He had merely entertained a fleeting hope. Of course, Mr. Blood-Eye. This was a transaction, yet we remain grateful for your help. The battle has concluded. Please, take a moment to rest in the carriage while we tidy up here. Very well. Blood-Eye nodded, leading little Sarah toward the convoy. The battlefield was chaotic, littered with shattered corpses and weapons. When Blood-Eye reached the spot where Carisha's body lay, he paused. Mr. Blood-Eye, you? Sarah inquired, her curiosity piqued. Blood-Eye offered no reply, merely gazing contemplatively at Carisha's corpse. After a moment, he suddenly bent down to begin searching. Originally, 2 guards intended to approach and collect Carisha's body. Yet upon noticing Blood-Eye's presence, they hesitated, daunted by the sight. It was universally acknowledged that the most valuable item in the vicinity was undoubtedly the armor adorning Carisha. Despite one arm being shattered by Blood-Eye and the helmet having been detached, armor remains armor. Even in a damaged state, it retains significant worth. Amidst their avaricious gazes, Blood-Eye swiftly discovered 2 mechanical interfaces beneath Carisha's ribs. With a mere flick of his fingers, he disengaged the armor, lifting it triumphantly. This is my trophy. Ah, indeed. We comprehend, the 2 guards replied, their eyes glistening with greed, hastily dragging Carisha's corpse away. The forcibly removed armor retained its form, albeit split in the middle. Blood-Eye was at a loss as to how to restore it, and could only haul it back to his carriage. Sarah followed closely behind, entering to tend to his wounds. Blood-Eye had sustained considerable injuries during the skirmish, accumulating 7 or 8 wounds of various sizes across his body, resembling a child's mouth gaping open. Although the bleeding had ceased, the sight remained profoundly disturbing, causing young Sarah to feel a wave of dizziness. However, these injuries were not the most alarming. The most concerning was Blood-Eye's right calf, which had suffered a severe rupture from a full-force kick against the armor, exposing even the tibia. The stark contrast of pale flesh against the blood and muscle tissue was particularly unsettling. Sarah, a competent apothecary, meticulously examined the injuries and reached a conclusion. Mr. Blood-Eye, it appears you may not be able to move freely for the next few months. There is a slight fracture in the tibia at the front of your calf. I do not possess the appropriate potions here, but perhaps we can gather some at the next gathering point. Therefore, during this period, please ensure you take ample rest. Blood-Eye replied absently, his gaze never straying far from the armor beside him. Chapter 20. Valuable information. The howling winds gradually diminished as night descended upon the land. The temperature in the desolate plains plummeted swiftly. Inside the swaying carriage, the travelers huddled deeper into their tattered garments, their eyelids growing heavy with sleep. According to custom, the caravan should have found a place to camp for the night. However, after the conflicts of the day, the caravan had sustained considerable losses. In pursuit of swiftly procuring parts for vehicle repairs and offloading spoils, Captain Vic decided to press on through the night. No one opposed this decision. The travelers quietly climbed into the carriage, jostling together in the cramped space. Some women and children had already succumbed to slumber, but the majority of the men could not afford such luxury. They needed to remain vigilant to face the perils of the plains at night. Blood-Eye occupied a compartment in the foremost truck, the finest vehicle in the convoy. After demonstrating his worth, he was granted a private space akin to that of Sarah. The night on the plains was frigid, yet to conserve fuel, most vehicles refrained from using heating. Blood-Eye's compartment, however, was as warm as spring, a clear indication of special treatment. Reclining on the thick mattress, Blood-Eye succumbed to drowsiness, fatigue weighing upon him. Despite his superhuman strength, the toll of combat was staggering. Each skirmish left him ravenous and weary, and this occasion was no exception. As a reward for his contributions in the recent conflict, Blood-Eye's dinner was lavish, a bounty of 2 extra bowls of potatoes, 2 hefty pieces of roasted meat, and a pat of butter. A rare feast in a caravan where resources were typically scarce. Even Captain Vic would not indulge beyond what was afforded to the average traveler. However, given the circumstances, no one deemed Blood-Eye's consumption excessive. In fact, without him, most would have gone without dinner altogether. Yet, amidst the caravan, the most striking sight was not Blood-Eye, but rather a group of trembling girls huddled together. They were the spoils of the Sandworm bandits, originally members of another caravan, now caught in this one. To be honest, their suffering was far from over. According to the customs of the wasteland, they were no longer free but classified as war trophies of the caravan. The group had the right to sell them. And even if Old Vic were willing to take them in, the strain of providing for them would be too great. Thus, their fate remained uncertain unless a man from the caravan took a fancy to them and was willing to bear the burden of their sustenance. In this regard, their status was even lower than that of Blood-Eye, who had at least once been considered a free man. The night on the plains was eerily quiet, with only the sounds of the convoy's engines breaking the stillness, lulling many into slumber. Before long, most had fallen asleep, and Blood-Eye too drifted into dreams. Time passed unmeasured until a cacophony of noise roused Blood-Eye from his slumber. He opened his eyes to find that dawn had yet to break. Rising, he stepped out of his compartment. Outside, people jostled for space, and upon seeing Blood-Eye, they quickly parted to form a circle, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Blood-Eye." He nodded, glancing at the passage leading to the roof. "What is happening? Why the commotion?" "We saw it," a guard exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. "We saw the lights." "Lights?" Blood-Eye paused. "Yes, the lights of the gathering point. We are approaching the next gathering point." In this post-apocalyptic world, energy was scarce, and few would waste it. Thus, the sight of bright lights indicated the proximity of a gathering point, where ample energy was available for illumination. Hearing this news brought a smile to Blood-Eye's face as he climbed atop the vehicle for a better view. Indeed, in the distance, lights flickered against the horizon, suggesting a considerable settlement. At the current speed of the convoy, they would likely arrive by midday the following day. On the way back, Blood-Eye seized a traveler by the arm and inquired, "Where is Captain Vic?" "The captain is in the command room," the traveler replied respectfully. Blood-Eye released him and made his way to the command room. Though referred to as a command room, it was merely a larger compartment. Upon entering, Blood-Eye found old Vic vociferously addressing a group of young men. The topic was merely the arrangements following their arrival at the gathering point. The young men bowed their heads respectfully, each clutching a small notebook, jotting down the resources Vic required for purchase. Seeing Blood-Eye enter, old Vic's face brightened. He dismissed his subordinates and approached directly. "Mr. Blood-Eye, you finally arrived. I was just about to seek you out." Blood-Eye responded, somewhat surprised. "Is there something you need, Captain Vic?" Old Vic chuckled heartily, turning to call out, "Bring me some coffee." "Yes. The package I've kept beneath my pillow for 3 years." He then gestured for Blood-Eye to follow. "Come, Mr. Blood-Eye, let us sit and converse. The night is still long, and we could use something to invigorate us." Blood-Eye remained silent, but followed old Vic into another small compartment. Once the coffee was delivered and the door closed, the compartment fell into a hush. It was small and unheated, yet the steaming coffee exuded a rich aroma, soon warming the confines. Blood-Eye inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of vitality. His body possessed a remarkable capacity for absorption and digestion. For an ordinary person, coffee merely served to awaken the senses, but for him, it replenished energy and stimulated his nerves simultaneously. Silently, Blood-Eye sensed the awakening of it within him, yearning for the small cup on the table. "Speak, Captain Vic. I presume you did not summon me merely for coffee," Blood-Eye stated coolly. "Ah, Mr. Blood-Eye, there's no need to rush. Savor the coffee first. This is a rarity. I obtained this package 3 years ago. You are indeed fortunate." Old Vic replied with a sly smile, resembling a wily old fox. Blood-Eye, however, did not indulge in suspicion. Calmly, he downed the coffee. The rich liquid flowed into his stomach, and he immediately felt it within him stir restlessly, seemingly savoring the flavor of the coffee. After a moment, the agitation subsided. He set down the empty cup. "Now we can speak." Mr. Blood-Eye is indeed impatient. "Very well, I shall be forthright. I am here regarding that suit of armor," old Vic admitted, rubbing his hands together, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Blood-Eye smiled slightly. Having anticipated old Vic's covetous gaze toward the armor of Carisha, it was clear that old Vic had been holding back his desires, and now he could no longer contain himself. Everyone knew that by the next afternoon, they would reach the gathering point, at which time the armor might very well be sold by Blood-Eye, leaving old Vic with no opportunity. Yet, the armor held a different significance for Blood-Eye. It was not something he would relinquish easily. Gazing into old Vic's hopeful eyes, Blood-Eye's expression remained placid. "It seems I should not have indulged in this coffee." "Not at all. You are overthinking, Mr. Blood-Eye. This is merely my treat to you, unrelated to the armor. Besides, you saved our lives. It is only right that we offer our most precious resources in return," old Vic replied with a smile, a touch of awkwardness evident. "But you now seek my spoils," Blood-Eye remarked coolly. "Ah, yes. The caravan is in dire straits. Please, do not take offense, Mr. Blood-Eye." Old Vic chuckled awkwardly before his expression shifted abruptly to seriousness. "On this note, I wish to ask you a question. Do you truly wish to remain on this planet forever? To simply drift along?" What? Blood-Eye was taken aback. I can tell you are a newcomer to this world, Mr. Blood-Eye, old Vic said earnestly. If you merely seek adventure on this planet, then consider today as if I have said nothing. However, if you possess alternative thoughts, then my subsequent words hold greater significance compared to the armor. Blood-Eye fell into contemplation, his heart wavering. The prospect of escaping this hellish world was profoundly enchanting for him. Although the news arrived rather abruptly, Blood-Eye found himself more intrigued by old Vic's proposal than by the armor already within his grasp. After a moment of reflection, he ultimately made his decision, directing his gaze towards the other party. That is acceptable, but this price is insufficient. Of course, I have also prepared a chest of copper ore for you, a rich deposit. Should you still find it unsatisfactory, I can offer you the several girls rescued today as well. They can fetch a handsome price at the gathering point. Old Vic spoke slowly, his eyes fixed intently on Blood-Eye, brimming with anticipation. He understood that the matters discussed today were somewhat excessive, yet his desperation for the armor overshadowed all else. Given that Blood-Eye had expressed a desire to leave the expedition, the armor was his last hope for safeguarding the group. He was willing to pay any price to obtain it. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival took precedence, and old Vic could not afford to concern himself with his own reputation. Fortunately, Blood-Eye was not overly perturbed by such considerations. After a brief contemplation, he provided old Vic with an affirmative response. It is a deal. Chapter 21. The seven-layered world having reached a consensus. Old Vic eagerly provided Blood-Eye with all the intelligence he had gathered. As Blood-Eye listened to his account, he realized how woefully inadequate his knowledge of this world truly was. It turned out that this world was not merely a single planet, X35. Rather, it was home to countless civilizations scattered across the vast cosmos, categorized into 7 distinct levels according to their developmental stages. The planet X35, a desolate remnant of nuclear destruction, was at the very bottom, classified as the 7th world, with an exceedingly low level of civilization. Above this tier lay 6 additional levels of worlds, each progressively more advanced. The higher the level, the more prosperous the civilization and the more advanced the technology. The dire circumstances of food and water scarcity that plagued the 7th world were unheard of in the others. Although life in these higher worlds appeared idyllic, access was not easily granted. The laws of the universe dictated survival of the fittest. A planet from a lower tier could only ascend to a higher one if its civilization and technology reached certain thresholds. For instance, a planet within the 7th world aspiring to enter the 6th world would need to achieve interstellar travel capabilities and maintain a population of at least 2 billion. While also resolving its resource recycling issues, a daunting standard indeed. This elevation in civilization levels differs from an individual's desire to enter a higher world. Despite the advancements in these superior realms, there remains a need for individuals to perform menial tasks, often relegating them to the status of slaves or laborers. Thus, the aspiration of a person from a lower-tier world to enter a higher one is not entirely devoid of hope. In essence, there are 3 primary pathways to ascend to a higher world. The first is to become a labor slave. Each year, specialized ships arrive in the 7th world to collect laborers. As long as individuals can pass the requisite examinations, they are taken away from this hellish existence. However, the acceptance of labor slaves is strictly governed by civilization levels. Laborers from the 7th world may only enter the 6th world, and so forth. Consequently, although this path exists, the resulting conditions are far from idyllic. The status of labor slaves in the 6th world is appallingly low. Anyone may kill them without consequence, and countless slaves perish annually for failing to meet their quotas. In the 6th world, the standing of a labor slave is even beneath that of a dog. The second pathway involves the universal individual upgrade rules of the cosmos. If a person possesses talents that align with the needs of a higher world, they can enter openly and acquire citizenship automatically. Moreover, exceptionally gifted individuals may receive specialized investments and enjoy conditions vastly superior to those in lower worlds. Thus, it is common for those with any talent to pursue this avenue. However, while this second option appears promising, it is in fact insidiously detrimental. The recruitment of talented individuals by higher worlds inevitably stagnates or even regresses the development of lower-tier civilizations, ensuring a continual supply of talent for the elevated realms while simultaneously inhibiting the growth of the lesser ones. This exploitative rule is loathed by countless leaders of lower worlds who yearn for ascension. The third pathway, however, diverges sharply from the first 2. It neither requires the sacrifice of dignity and life nor imposes excessively high barriers to entry, yet it is the most brutal of the 3. This route is not an upgrade pathway, but rather a mercenary one. By becoming a cosmic mercenary, one automatically gains citizenship in the 4th to 6th worlds. This rule, established by mercenary guilds throughout the universe, grants significant advantages to those with 4th to 6th level civilizations. Consequently, it is highly appealing. Initially, when this rule was enacted, the number of cosmic mercenaries surged exponentially, as nearly all warriors from lower civilizations sought to seize the opportunity for a new life. However, merely 5 years later, the numbers dwindled back to previous levels, starkly illustrating the brutal and sanguinary nature of this path. Becoming a cosmic mercenary is not a mere whim. It demands formidable equipment and overwhelming military prowess. To survive the harsh realities of cosmic warfare, even the lowest-tier mercenaries must possess the capability to annihilate a conventional regiment. While a conventional regiment in the 7th world may comprise 3,000 to 5,000 troops, the requirement here is not merely to defeat, but to obliterate. The thought of such a task sends shivers down one's spine, elucidating why cosmic mercenaries hold such a superior status. They are akin to butchers roaming the cosmos, ever ready to unleash bloodshed for their employers. Blood-Eye considered himself somewhat formidable in combat, but did not believe he could meet even the minimum standards required of a cosmic mercenary. Thus, this path was temporarily closed to him. As he sat in the swaying carriage, he quietly listened to old Vic's narrative until he suddenly inquired, "Captain, are there no other avenues apart from these 3? Old Vic furrowed his brow in contemplation before sighing. "Well, there is a 4th option, but it is exceedingly perilous. Those who choose this route rarely find favorable outcomes. It is a last resort for those who cannot endure their current existence." "What is it?" Blood-Eye asked softly. Old Vic glanced at him and lowered his voice. "Smuggling. Every year, the ships that collect laborers engage in additional trafficking, smuggling. If one can afford the price, they can be taken aboard. Though you may arrive in a higher world without any official status, you would be free. If the opportunity arises, you might even secure citizenship." Blood-Eye fell silent, recognizing that this path was hardly better. Considering that laborers were already the lowest tier, this option was, in fact, worse than even that. The prospect of obtaining citizenship through a mere opportunity was nearly non-existent. Seemingly perceiving Blood-Eye's thoughts, old Vic chuckled heartily, offering reassurance. "You need not worry. You are still young and quite capable. You might consider becoming a hunter. Once you have saved enough, you can acquire equipment to arm yourself or join a hunting team. Thus, if you encounter cosmic mercenaries one day, you may be able to become their vassal. While vassals do not enjoy the same treatment as cosmic mercenaries, leaving this planet with your master is not insurmountable." A brief silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Blood-Eye suddenly smiled and stood up. "Vassal? Intriguing. Captain Vic, you still owe me a map and some fundamental knowledge of this world. By noon tomorrow, all will be in your room," old Vic replied with a smile. Blood-Eye regarded him earnestly before turning toward the door. Just as he was about to leave, he paused. "Captain Vic, what is it? Given your extensive knowledge, you must not have been an ordinary person in the past, correct? That is of little importance, is it not?" Old Vic replied with a grin, though a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Blood-Eye nodded and exited the room. The night in the wilderness was cold and interminable, yet eventually, the clouds would part to reveal the dawn. The following morning, the sun, long absent, shyly peeked above the horizon, under the warm sunlight. Even the fierce winds transformed into gentle breezes, enveloping one in a comforting warmth. By midday, the tattered caravan of the company finally approached the gathering point. Through the carriage windows, travelers could already glimpse the rudimentary fences and the ebb and flow of bustling crowds. As a haven for travelers in the desolate wilderness, the gathering point was typically bustling yet chaotic. After relinquishing a modest portion of ore, the caravan received permission to enter the market. They navigated along the filthy dirt path into a square already teeming with numerous caravans at rest. Groups of travelers unloaded their goods, displaying them on makeshift stalls. Upon noticing the arrival of the Black Sheep caravan, friendly expressions illuminated their faces. Life was not easy for any of the caravans, despite the competitive nature among them. A semblance of camaraderie persisted. After all, one could never predict when they might find themselves in dire straits, needing assistance from another caravan. Leaving a favorable impression was undoubtedly advantageous. The impoverished condition of the Black Sheep caravan was glaringly evident today. Other caravans showcased a dazzling array of merchandise, filling multiple stalls, whereas the Black Sheep had only a few meager bundles, barely occupying a small stall, attracting the curious glances of several passers-by. Nevertheless, the caravan leader, Old Vic, appeared in good spirits today, proudly leaning against the door of the wagon, basking in the sunlight, his grizzled beard twitching with satisfaction. Behind him, Blood-Eye's armor lay quietly in the wagon, restored to its original mechanical form. As Blood-Eye walked by, he cast a glance and noticed that old Vic had somehow managed to repair the damaged armor. Although several unsightly patches adorned the areas he had previously destroyed, it was undoubtedly functional once more. Nodding at old Vic, he remarked, "You are even more skilled than I had imagined." Old Vic, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, "With age comes experience. Fixing a few things is hardly a challenge. Blood-Eye, the weather is splendid today. You should wander around the market. Perhaps you'll find something worthwhile. Those few slaves of yours could also be sold here." Having met the young girls, aged 17 or 18, the previous night, Blood-Eye knew they could fetch a handsome price in this post-apocalyptic market. However, he hesitated, ultimately dismissing the thought, not out of any misguided sense of justice, but simply to avoid additional burdens. With extra mouths to feed, he could not shoulder such an immense expense. "Keep those slaves for yourself, old Vic, but I do hope they may one day gain their freedom." "That would indeed be a considerable burden," old Vic responded, as if anticipating Blood-Eye's words, a sly expression gracing his features. Blood-Eye chuckled softly, shaking his head as he made his way toward the market. Chapter 22. The sunlit pasture. The marketplace at the gathering point was rather modest, resembling a small supply transfer station in the wasteland. However, it boasted a diverse array of goods, ranging from humble food seeds and ores to leather, weapons, and ammunition. Blood-Eye even spotted an ancient double-barreled tank. In this post-apocalyptic world, food and ore were the true currencies, and Blood-Eye felt a newfound confidence. Old Vic had bestowed upon him a box of copper ore, which constituted the entirety of the Black Sheep Brigade's assets. For the first time since his birth, Blood-Eye felt like a wealthy upstart, brimming with capital. Yet, he did not indulge extravagantly. Although the market offered a plethora of goods, few piqued his interest. He opted for the usual camping gear and a fur cloak. And he also purchased 2 alloy hunting knives. While these weapons paled in comparison to his gauntlets, they served as excellent sidearms when he chose not to wield his gauntlets. Since adopting the gauntlets as weapons, Blood-Eye noticed they significantly drained his stamina, amplifying his hunger, a considerable burden. Therefore, whenever possible, he preferred to resolve issues using conventional weaponry. As he meandered through the marketplace, Blood-Eye soon amassed a considerable collection of items. He had resolved to part ways with the Black Sheep Brigade, necessitating essential supplies for wilderness survival. Ample food and water would occupy considerable space, prompting him to seek a means of transportation. After a brief stroll, a familiar voice calling his name jolted him from his thoughts. Turning around, he was taken aback to see a merchant swathed in bandages beckoning to him from a short distance away. "Is it really you?" A flicker of surprise crossed Blood-Eye's eyes. He recognized the merchant from shelter number 27, who had sold him much-needed supplies. Although those supplies had ultimately gone unused, his gauntlets had come from this very individual. Blood-Eye was astonished to encounter him here. Wasn't he supposed to be at shelter number 27? "Of course, kid. Who else would it be? Do you think anyone else would recognize you after leaving shelter number 27? The bandaged merchant replied with a sly grin, moving towards a truck behind him. "I just arrived at this cursed gathering point today and spotted my old acquaintance. Hey, don't you want to see my wares? I have some new stock." Blood-Eye began to decline, but an inexplicable sensation surged within him, transforming his intended refusal into, "All right. Haha. I knew you had an eye for quality. Although not particularly wealthy, I like you." The bandaged merchant chuckled heartily, abruptly flinging open the rear doors of the truck. A cacophony of clattering sounds ensued as Blood-Eye's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside the narrow truck, an array of weapons was meticulously arranged. Various firearms and ammunition lined the sides, resembling a veritable arsenal. In the dim light of the truck, the firearms emitted a faint blue glow, indicative of their new condition. Bright yellow bullets were neatly stacked, some adorned with distinctive red markings. Yet, the most striking aspect was the 5 large iron boxes positioned at the back of the truck. Blood-Eye recognized these boxes and knew their purpose. "Armored suits?" he inquired. "Indeed, and they are fresh stock. I just acquired them." The bandaged merchant replied with a proud grin. "So, kid, are you interested in securing a set? These items are in high demand. I must warn you, if you don't act now, you may find them gone by tomorrow." The merchant's words carried no exaggeration. Armored suits represented the pinnacle of individual combat gear in this world. While not rare, newly manufactured suits were exceedingly scarce. It was common knowledge that new suits were produced by advanced civilizations and vastly outclassed the remnants of the previous era. In truth, Blood-Eye felt a surge of desire. However, he understood that acquiring such an item was beyond his current means. The armored suits of the Seventh World primarily relied on energy blocks, which were exorbitantly priced. His box of copper ore would scarcely cover even the cost of the energy source. Thus, despite his longing, he could only shake his head in refusal. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a shadow loomed beside him, revealing a striking blonde-haired, blue-eyed pastor, clad in a form-fitting black clerical robe and holding a Bible. He radiated an aura of vitality that invigorated blood-eye amidst this unforgiving wasteland. What stood out most was the large black cross he bore on his back, an unusual sight. Noticing Blood-Eye's scrutiny, the handsome pastor flashed a grin before addressing the bandaged merchant. "Good sir, may I test your wares?" "Oh, it seems I am favored with more than one distinguished guest today. Of course, which item catches your eye?" The merchant replied, clearly pleased. "SWM-29, the pastor smiled, naming a specific weapon. "Ah, the broken-winged butterfly?" the merchant exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. "What an eye you have! This is a cherished relic from the previous civilization, nearly impossible to find on the market today. I happen to have two in my collection, but I never expected one would catch your eye." "I noticed the 44 caliber bullets," the pastor replied with a smile. "Indeed, those bullets can fell even mutated beasts. Do you have sufficient funds?" the merchant inquired, producing an iron box from behind him and placing it before the pastor. Upon opening it, Blood-Eye beheld a striking blue revolver. This was no ordinary firearm. Even Blood-Eye, with little knowledge of guns, found himself drawn to its elegance. It was distinct in that its design was understated yet sleek, exuding an almost sinister charm. A thin layer of gun oil coated the barrel, indicating its owner's meticulous care. Below the gun, 6 hefty rounds were neatly arranged, resembling fine craftsmanship. SWM-29, the broken-winged butterfly, the pastor expertly handled the revolver, deftly swinging out the cylinder for inspection before snapping it back into place with a subtle smile. "Where may I test this weapon?" "Right here," the merchant replied with a chuckle, casually tapping the back of the truck. Blood-Eye then witnessed the roof of the truck open to reveal a window, from which 3 flying discs soared into the sky. Almost simultaneously, 3 gunshots rang in Blood-Eye's ears as he watched the discs disintegrate in midair, shattered by the high-velocity bullets. Chaos erupted in the marketplace, as startled patrons scattered. Amidst the pandemonium, a group of armed guards rushed towards the commotion. Yet the pastor paid them no heed, simply placing the revolver back into the iron box. Impressive, Blood-Eye thought, astonished. The demonstration had occurred in a flash. He had barely perceived the pastor's movements. It seemed that in the instant the discs reached their apex, the pastor's arm had flicked, and the discs were obliterated. Such speed, such precision. Who just fired in the marketplace? A commotion erupted behind them as the guards approached. Though no one had witnessed the pastor's actions, the gunfire had unmistakably originated from this location, and the guards would not mistake their target. The bandaged merchant remained unfazed, casually tossing a badge to the guards. Upon seeing it, they recoiled in fear, quickly snapping to attention. "My apologies, I did not realize you were." Enough. Do not disturb my business," the merchant interrupted impatiently. It was as if he had shooed away the guard like a pesky fly, before finally offering a smile to the priest. "How about it? Are you satisfied?" he inquired. "Very much so," the priest replied, a hint of shyness gracing his features. His fingers gently caressed the iron box, and after a moment's contemplation, he tossed out a pouch. 300 gilded Vicks. I shall take both. Additionally, provide me with 400 rounds of ammunition." "Ah, a discerning young man indeed," the bandage merchant exclaimed, his eyes narrowing into a delighted smile as he inspected the pouch. The gilded Vic was the most esteemed currency in this realm, far surpassing the value of ores and sustenance. It circulated freely everywhere, essentially a gold coin, yet governed by standards of weight and purity, thus holding immense worth. 300 gilded Vicks could procure a dozen high-caliber rifles, making the purchase of merely 2 revolvers a lucrative deal for the bandage merchant. "You are quite the esteemed patron," the merchant remarked with evident pleasure. "These firearms possess considerable power, yet the ammunition is cumbersome to carry. Have you considered firearms that utilize energy rounds? A small energy cell can launch thousands of shots, truly a remarkable value. I prefer live ammunition. Do you not find the scent of gunpowder intoxicating?" "It is a divine gift bestowed upon me," the priest replied nonchalantly, taking the carefully packaged weapons and ammunition from the bandage merchant. He offered a polite smile to Blood-Eye before turning to depart. Observing the priest's retreating figure, the bandage merchant chuckled. "What a refreshing customer indeed. By the way, lad, is there anything you desire? My wares are quite impressive, but I lack his wealth," Blood-Eye replied, rubbing his nose and offering a wry smile. "Not to worry. I am not a mercenary merchant. Speak freely, lad. Whatever catches your eye, I shall offer you the best price," the bandage merchant said cheerfully. Blood-Eye hesitated for a moment, a thought flashing through his mind, and then tentatively asked, "Do you have anything akin to that gauntlet from last time?" Chapter 23. The new component. The gauntlet. The bandage merchant paused for a moment, contemplating before finally comprehending. "Oh, you mean that wretched bony thing?" "Yes, precisely that. Do you still have it?" A flicker of anticipation shone in Blood-Eye's gaze. Following their previous battle, Blood-Eye had discerned the true nature of the bone gauntlet. It was not a mere weapon but a fragment of what was referred to as a colonial suit, although Blood-Eye remained unaware of the specifics of this suit. He surmised from its name that it was akin to personal armor, perhaps even superior in power and durability. Thus, he was eager to collect all of its pieces, content even with just acquiring a part of it. Such a hassle. Rummaging through the inventory again, the bandage merchant muttered in annoyance, tapping on the side of his cart. "Hey, you folks inside, bring out the odds and ends I've collected. Someone's interested." A cacophony of noise erupted from within the cart before a side door creaked open, revealing a stall brimming with an assortment of goods. Blood-Eye recognized these items as being similar to those he had encountered at Shelter No. 27, mostly weapons crafted from the shells and bones of mutated beasts, alongside some seemingly filthy and tattered armor, many of which bore the scars of battle. "Welcome to my secondhand stall, kid. All of these are secondhand goods traded to me by others. Don't ask me how much junk is in here. Since you're after that gauntlet from last time, why not have a look?" "All right," Blood-Eye nodded, approaching to begin his search. The stall was cluttered and chaotic. Though not extensive in size, it was organized into several layers of disorder. Blood-Eye patiently sifted through the items, leaving no stone unturned. After an indeterminate amount of time, his eyes brightened. In a corner of the third layer of the stall, two peculiar bone plates peeked out slightly. These rectangular plates were not large, measuring less than 3 centimeters in thickness. Their exterior offered no indication of their function, yet Blood-Eye sensed that the material closely resembled that of his gauntlet. No, it was exactly the same. The two plates lay haphazardly, coated in a viscous, dark substance. Lifting the two plates, Blood-Eye inquired of the bandage merchant, "What are these?" "Wait a moment. Let me see," the merchant replied, turning around to gingerly pick up the plates with 2 fingers for inspection. A look of confusion crossed his face. I've never seen these before. Did I collect them? Could you have forgotten?" Blood-Eye mused. "Impossible. I am destined to be a genius interstellar merchant, known for my impeccable memory. You think I would forget my own goods?" The bandage merchant retorted, scrutinizing the plates once more. "But truly, I haven't seen these before. They weren't left here by anyone, were they?" "In that case, I'll take them," Blood-Eye said. "Dream on, kid." The bandage merchant chuckled, extending his hand. "Have you forgotten my rules? Regardless of how useless something may seem, you must pay to obtain it from me. While I've made quite a profit today, I wouldn't mind making more." Blood-Eye reached into his bag, tossing a pouch of or toward the merchant. "How much are these worth?" The merchant examined the contents, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Oh, copper ore, and it's rich. Hard to believe you've struck it rich after just a few days. My initial investment was indeed wise. These ores are of excellent quality, worth at least 2 guineas. 2 guineas. Blood-Eye had 10 such bags of ore, amounting to 20 guineas. He considered for a moment and decided to exchange all his copper ore with the bandage merchant. After paying an additional guinea, he acquired the 2 bone plates, a double-barrel shotgun, and 500 rounds of ammunition. The double-barrel shotgun was a common weapon in the wastelands, thus not particularly expensive. However, the 500 rounds of ammunition significantly drained Blood-Eye's resources, costing him 5 guineas, leaving him somewhat pained. Yet, there was no alternative. If he wished to navigate this post-apocalyptic world alone, he required essential gear. Upon departing the gathering point, countless dangers awaited him in the wilderness. After bidding farewell to the bandage merchant, Blood-Eye returned directly to the location of his group. It was now evening, and the sky had grown dark, with a chilly wind blowing through the air. The group was just beginning their meal, and upon seeing Blood-Eye return, old Vic waved cheerfully, while little Sarah hopped over eagerly. "Hey, Mr. Blood-Eye, guess what I found?" "What?" Blood-Eye, feeling a fondness for the girl who had saved his life, allowed a rare smile to grace his lips. "Vermilion grass," Sarah exclaimed, presenting a clump of dark roots with a gleam of pride in her eyes. "This is the best anti-radiation herb. I spent 3 bags of, or on this little bundle. My entire savings are gone. This is a valuable item. It should fetch a high price, right?" "Absolutely. Vermilion grass can be turned into high-grade anti-radiation potions. It's the most sought-after commodity on the market right now. Just a small amount could recoup my costs. I'm going to strike it rich," Sarah exclaimed joyfully. "Once I have enough money, I can send Toby to live in the big city." "Mr. Blood-Eye, do you know of Karst?" Of course, Blood-Eye nodded. Karst was one of the finest cities in this world, untouched by nuclear devastation. It was dubbed the Dream Paradise. Old Vic had provided him with detailed information regarding it. The city was said to resemble those from the Sixth World, boasting comprehensive infrastructure, not only with first-rate clean water, but also food that had remained untainted by pollution. It was a place everyone yearned to reach. However, despite its splendor, Karst enforced strict entry regulations, allowing only the most exceptional individuals and the affluent to reside there. Rumor had it that the city's lord was the most powerful sovereign of Planet X35, attracting talent to elevate the civilization's status. Living in Karst was little Sarah's dream. She envisioned owning a modest home there, willing to pay any price, even her life, to achieve it. I'm determined to save enough to go there. She eagerly grasped Blood-Eye's hand, sharing her joy. Just 500 guineas, and I can send my brother there as an apprentice. I've already saved 300. If this batch of potions sells well, I'll reach my goal. Though the life of an apprentice is tough, I won't have to worry about filling my stomach anymore. Mr. Blood-Eye, I'm so happy. Congratulations, Blood-Eye replied with a gentle smile, stroking Sarah's silky hair. He recognized her as a devoted sister, striving tirelessly to ensure her brother's well-being. The prospect of sending him to the big city must bring her immense happiness. The night at the gathering point was cold, yet safety concerns were alleviated. The group gathered around a fire, celebrating their successful day, having sold several items. Among the most valuable was undoubtedly the motorcycle Blood-Eye had seized from the bandits, netting the group over 30 guineas, a considerable sum that would significantly enrich their previously strained finances. Dinner consisted of roasted sand lizard meat, known for its tender, white flesh and low contamination due to its scaly exterior. Such a delicacy was only enjoyed on fortunate occasions. True to form, Blood-Eye received the largest portion, along with half a block of butter, a sprinkle of salt, and a bag of low-radiation potatoes. Amidst the laughter and camaraderie, Blood-Eye quickly consumed his dinner, then declined the group's invitations to linger and returned to his compartment. Outside, revelers sang and danced, yet Blood-Eye found little interest in sharing in their joy. He sat quietly on his bed, retrieving 2 ordinary bone plates. The grime upon them had been meticulously cleansed, yet their purpose eluded him, if his conjecture held any merit. These bone plates were indeed a component of the augmentation. But to which entity did they belong? Blood-Eye lifted the plates, gesturing them upon his body, yet could not discern a suitable placement. Within him, it seemed to slumber, offering no clues, which vexed Blood-Eye greatly. What significance remained if he could not uncover the true utility of the bone plates? After a moment of contemplation, a possibility struck him. He rose and moved to the vacant area of the compartment. Augmentation. A brilliant light flashed. Once more, exquisite gauntlets adorned his hands, with graceful crystalline lines streaming with a tangible red luminescence. Blood-Eye then grasped the 2 bone plates. Indeed, he felt the summons of it within him anew. They belonged here. With closed eyes, he attuned to the sensations, finally bringing the bone plates to his hands and pressing them against the front of his shins. In silence, the plates began to dissolve. An abundance of muscular tissue surged forth from the junction of the plates and his shins, enveloping them like a viscous liquid, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Countless delicate tendrils visibly sprouted from Blood-Eye's lower legs, stretching and climbing as if imbued with consciousness, gradually enveloping his entire lower legs and feet. Before his eyes, they intertwined, weaving into a skeletal structure of foot armor. The muscular tissue cascaded over this framework, swiftly filling it out. At this juncture, Blood-Eye lost sensation in his shins, as if they had vanished below the knees. He beheld his flesh being peeled back, revealing the pallid bones within, only to be invaded by the tendrils. There was no pain, merely a subtle discomfort. Time became an abstract concept as flesh and sinew melded once more, and a layer of keratinous armor began to form atop it. Gradually, a pair of sleek, streamlined foot armor emerged before Blood-Eye's gaze. As the final piece of armor materialized, he heard a cracking sound emanating from within. The crystalline lines on the gauntlets blazed brilliantly, as countless blue strands connected from the gauntlets to his heart. Simultaneously, exquisite crystalline lines appeared upon the foot armor, radiating a gentle blue light. Faintly, Blood-Eye perceived a resonance from deep within him. The second component of augmentation, the foot armor, had been simulated successfully. The completion rate stood at 30%. Chapter 24. The gunfire in the canyon in high spirits after acquiring new components. Blood-Eye enjoyed a rare good night's sleep. Early the next morning, he made his way to Captain Vic's quarters. Before he could knock, the door swung open, revealing a sprightly old Vic. Are you leaving already? Not even a farewell? Blood-Eye shook his head nonchalantly, deeming it meaningless. Indeed, old Vic mused. A person like you is destined to walk a different path. It has been our fortune to travel alongside you for this long. He clapped Blood-Eye on the shoulder. Care to take a stroll with me? Sure. Blood-Eye readily agreed, following old Vic out of the carriage. The gathering point was eerily quiet in the morning. Few figures moved about. The two walked slowly along the dirt road, savoring the rare fresh air. The previous day had been clear, resulting in lower pollution levels. A precious luxury in this apocalyptic world. They walked in silence, lost in their thoughts, until old Vic suddenly sighed. Being a hunter isn't so bad. Indeed, Blood-Eye nodded, understanding old Vic's intent. This was a decision he had reached after their last conversation. However, he was taken aback when old Vic abruptly shifted the topic. What about Sarah? What? Blood-Eye was momentarily stunned. My dear apothecary, Sarah. Old Vic halted. You cannot tell me you are unaware of her feelings. Though it hasn't been long. I can see the girl has taken a liking to you. What will happen to her if you just leave? Blood-Eye fell silent for a moment before raising his gaze to meet old Vic's. To be alive is already a blessing. We cannot desire more. Old Vic ceased speaking, merely gazing at Blood-Eye in contemplation. After a while, he sighed. You are right. Being alive is indeed a blessing. You have a broader perspective than I. Let us go to the caravan. I have something for you. Blood-Eye did not inquire about the nature of the gift. Following old Vic's lead, they turned several corners and arrived at the rear of the caravan. A nearly new desert motorcycle was parked quietly, equipped with supplies and fuel. Take it, old Vic said. This is my gift for you. He gently caressed the motorcycle before inspecting its condition and addressing Blood-Eye. This motorcycle is a trophy from our last skirmish with the bandits. It is a key resource for the brigade, but I used my authority to keep one aside for you. The bandits' motorcycles had been modified for superior power and adapted for the rugged terrain, which was of utmost importance to Blood-Eye. He had initially intended to purchase a motorcycle for himself, but now that was unnecessary. Thank you, Blood-Eye said earnestly, looking at old Vic's encouraging smile as he accepted the gift. Upon returning to the brigade, most of the travelers were still asleep. Blood-Eye quietly loaded his belongings onto the motorcycle and departed without a sound, unaware that behind him, nearly every window in the caravan was watching him, silently bidding him farewell. Behind one of the windows, young Sarah was teary-eyed. Mr. Blood-Eye, I wish you a safe journey. I will pray for you. In her hands, she clutched a worn cloth bag containing 12 golden coins, the last gift Blood-Eye had left her the previous night. The fierce winds howled in the sky, stirring up vast clouds of dust. In the blink of an eye, it had been over 3 months since Blood-Eye left the gathering point. During this time, a new hunter emerged in the renowned hunting city of Tuck. Hunters were a common profession in the apocalypse, akin to traditional mercenaries, yet their missions primarily revolved around dealing with mutated beasts. The world was rife with these creatures, posing significant threats. Mutated beasts were animals whose genetic chains had been altered by radiation, combining the inherent savagery of beasts with a cunning that made them particularly dangerous. A single mutated dire wolf could rip apart a strong adult male in mere seconds and could attack human settlements in packs. Thus, hunters appeared as specialized professionals dedicated to exterminating these beasts. Each hunter was an experienced warrior equipped with formidable gear, while the beasts posed great danger. Their parts were highly sought after in the market. A hunter's job was to hunt them down and retrieve what they desired from their carcasses. Moreover, Tuck boasted a hunter's guild, where hunters could find information on mutated beasts and accept hunting contracts. Initially, the new hunter in Tuck did not attract much attention, as the city was home to an overwhelming number of hunters. However, it soon became apparent that this newcomer was unlike the rest. While most hunters targeted relatively docile mutated creatures, essentially former herbivores, this hunter set his sights on the more ferocious, aggressive beasts. Though no purely gentle mutated beasts remained in the apocalypse, his choice of targets astonished many. His first hunt yielded a mutated clawed beast, a gigantic insectoid creature with a shell as tough as steel and razor-sharp front claws. Standing 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, it could assault armored vehicles during a rage, categorizing it as a highly dangerous mutated beast. However, when it was brought to the Hunter's Guild, it was already cleaved in two, with a smooth incision suggesting a knife wound. Yet, everyone knew that no hunting knife in this world could be sharp enough to bisect a clawed beast, especially given its size. The second prey was a Tuck mutated python, as thick as a basin, known to inhabit the canyon areas surrounding Tuck. This creature was even more fearsome than the clawed beast, possessing enough strength to crush a tank in its coils. Yet, it too was delivered as a trophy to the Hunter's Guild, bearing a fist-sized hole in its head. For a creature of the python's size, such a wound seemed trivial, but it was discovered to be deeply penetrating, almost perforating the skull. No one knew how this hunter achieved such feats, for even the mightiest heavy sniper rifle could not accomplish such precision. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the newcomer gained notoriety after these exploits, earning the moniker Tuck Challenger, signifying someone who challenged the records of the Tuck Hunters Guild. Subsequently, the hunter continued to impress, consistently delivering trophies of notorious high-risk mutated beasts, each more formidable than the last. His rank soared within the guild, quickly reaching heights that commanded admiration, accompanied by substantial rewards. Yet, few had actually seen this hunter. Only old John, who received the trophies, knew the identity of the young man. That lad hasn't delivered any trophies in several days. He is quite young. Old John reclined in a chair at the Hunters Guild, idly gazing at the sky. Meanwhile, the young man, he pondered, was resting 30 kilometers away from Tuck in a secluded canyon. A makeshift stove encircled by stones simmered, with a dark iron pot bubbling away. Occasionally, chunks of pale, tender flesh were revealed. Blood-Eye languidly leaned against his motorcycle, a tattered double-barreled shotgun resting beside him. Not far behind, a heap of skinned, clawed beasts lay discarded, their flesh having been stripped away, leaving only the grimy exoskeletons. Blood-Eye had been in Tucker for quite some time now, making quite a name for himself among hunters. Indeed, while the profession of a hunter is fraught with peril, the rewards are equally substantial, provided they can secure sufficient prey. Their livelihoods surpass those of the majority. Particularly, the tasks issued by the Hunter Guild are accompanied by generous bounties. During this period, Blood-Eye had amassed over 200 gold vix, a considerable fortune. In terms of the realm's economy, such wealth would suffice for him to live comfortably until the end of his days. However, this was merely his situation. Unlike most hunters, he did not need to frequently replace his gear. It is well known that, by customary standards, approximately 50% of a mission's reward is typically expended on upgrading equipment and replenishing ammunition. Additionally, substantial amounts are allocated for intelligence fees, medical expenses, and compensation for fallen comrades. The money they earn through arduous toil is often scant. Lunch consisted of clawed beast meat, specifically a small, low-contamination portion located behind the creature's head, precisely the sustenance Blood-Eye currently required. As he noted that the food in the iron pot was nearly cooked, he casually tossed in a handful of seasoning in preparation for his meal. Just as he was about to extract a piece of the cooked meat, a gunshot suddenly echoed from the opposite side of the canyon. Blood-Eye paused, slowly rising to his feet. Chapter 25. Farewell to the priest. The sound of gunfire echoed from the depths of the canyon. With his familiarity with the area, Blood-Eye understood that this was a territory frequented by high-level mutated beasts. These creatures posed a significantly greater danger than their lower-tier counterparts, which had deterred him from venturing deep into this realm. However, the unexpected gunfire piqued his curiosity, compelling him to investigate further. Extinguishing the campfire, Blood-Eye hastily packed the prepared food into a box before leaping onto his motorcycle. With a twist of the throttle, the machine surged forward like an arrow. The powerful engine propelled him swiftly through the canyon, the scenery on either side blurring past in a rapid motion. As he accelerated, he retrieved a pair of mechanical goggles from his gear, placing them over his eyes. Instantly, a myriad of shifting data filled his vision. These goggles, a recent acquisition from the Hunters Guild, were officially known as a short-range Doppler detector. They could gather and quantify environmental information, proving to be an invaluable combat aid. Through the goggles, Blood-Eye quickly pinpointed the source of the gunfire, 5 kilometers to the northeast. He was momentarily taken aback by the distance. The clarity of the gunshots at such a range implied the formidable power of the firearms involved, likely of the primitive, live ammunition variety. This deduction conjured the image of a dashing priest in his mind, radiant as the sun. Could it possibly be him? Amidst the roar of the motorcycle, Blood-Eye swiftly navigated a bend, executing a graceful maneuver that brought him into a clearing. A pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses, causing him to frown. Before him lay a spacious area littered with the corpses of various mutated beasts, all of which were unfamiliar high-risk species. Streams of blood, in hues of red and crimson, flowed together like a brook. Among the hillock of bodies stood a familiar figure, engaged in a standoff with a colossal mutated beast he had never before encountered. This gigantic creature stood over 5 meters tall, resembling a small 2-story building. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to an ancient Tyrannosaurus rex. Yet it exuded an even more ferocious demeanor. Its body was adorned with scales the size of millstones, and its front claws were as sharp as blades. Each attack it launched produced a shriek that tore through the air, creating 3 tangible waves of pressure. The path it carved through the battlefield not only cleaved the bodies of fallen beasts, but also left deep fissures in the surrounding stone walls. However, the figure confronting this behemoth was no weakling. He moved with an effortless grace, evading the beast's strikes as though strolling through a garden. Though his movements were unhurried, he dodged the blue gusts of wind with impeccable timing, exuding an air of nonchalance that contrasted starkly with the chaos of battle. At that moment, he turned to meet Blood-Eye's gaze. "Is it you?" They both exclaimed in unison. Indeed, it was the handsome priest he had encountered at the bandage merchant's. Still shouldering the striking cross that left a lasting impression, he recognized Blood-Eye and nodded in greeting, smoothly sidestepping another wave of wind pressure. Despite being embroiled in a fierce confrontation, the priest remained calm, even managing a polite smile for Blood-Eye. "Please wait a moment. It will be over soon." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a black revolver appeared in his right hand, none other than the winged butterfly. "The Lord has spoken. The date is near. And this prophecy must not be sealed." 3 shots rang out, each bullet striking true in a triangular formation against the creature's throat, causing a scale the size of a millstone to splinter into a web of cracks. As the shattered scales flew in every direction, the priest effortlessly evaded another gust of wind. With a flick of his wrist, the winged butterfly spun in his hand, and he fired off 3 more shots. "Unrighteousness shall meet its end, and filth shall be cast away." This time, the bullets formed a straight line, once again targeting the same spot. A gaping wound erupted on the beast's neck, and the mutated dinosaur's furious roar was abruptly silenced, as if its throat had been constricted. At that moment, the priest raised an eyebrow. With a flick of his wrist, the winged butterfly snapped open, the spent shells clattering to the ground. Simultaneously, a matching winged butterfly appeared in his left hand. He aimed, taking a moment to adjust his sights. Justice remains just, and the sacred shall remain sacred. 6 shots rang out, the priest emptying the revolver with a force that sent his left hand soaring skyward from the recoil. Yet, the 6 bullets struck with surgical precision, all entering the gaping, bloody hole. A deep, muffled thud resonated as a bulge formed on the beast's neck, which then erupted in a shower of blood and flesh, splitting its neck cleanly in 2. The massive head tumbled away, and the beast's colossal body trembled before collapsing to the ground, sending tremors through the earth. As the swirling dust settled, the priest approached Blood-Eye, a radiant smile adorning his face. "Hello, I am Robbie. I am Blood-Eye." As night fell upon the canyon, the campfire crackled back to life, its dancing flames providing warmth and dispelling the weariness of the day. With a pop, a spark leapt from the fire as Blood-Eye tossed a piece of dry wood into the flames, glancing at the priest nearby. At that moment, the handsome priest was meticulously cleaning his firearm, his expression serene, showing no trace of the intense battle he had just faced. It was as if he had not just slain a high-risk mutated beast capable of ranking among the top 10 in the Hunters Guild. Dinner consisted of roasted beast meat, prepared by the priest. As Blood-Eye was unfamiliar with the delicacies of high-risk mutated beasts. With deft fingers, Robbie extracted sufficient ingredients from the carcass, and the two shared a hearty meal. In stark contrast to Blood-Eye's voracious appetite, the priest savored his food with a deliberate grace, embodying a distinct aura. Gazing into the flickering flames, Blood-Eye lazily produced a metal flask, taking a sip before tossing it over to Robbie. He then nonchalantly inquired, "Robbie, what brings you here?" "A personal matter," the priest replied with a smile, taking a small sip from the flask, his face reflecting satisfaction. "Rum made with purified water. It's quite a treat to find it in such a desolate place. Feel free to take it. I have more." Blood-Eye waved dismissively, his eyes contemplative. "Compared to your marksmanship, this is hardly noteworthy." "Oh, it is not a commendable thing. Firearms are creations of demons, yet I wield them to spread the Lord's glory," Robbie replied, his words deliberate. "In truth, I harbor a love-hate relationship with them. But you understand their use better than anyone," Blood-Eye remarked, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Indeed, you are quite impressive as well," Robbie chuckled. "The new hunter making waves recently must be you, right? Tucker the Challenger, a fitting moniker. But it pales in comparison to yours," Blood-Eye sighed, retrieving his battered hunting rifle from the motorcycle and fiddling with it. With a slight bend, 2 shiny bullets sprang from the chamber, landing in his palm. Robbie observed Blood-Eye's actions quietly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. It was clear to him that Blood-Eye's handling of the firearm was clumsy, indicative of a novice. Watching as Blood-Eye awkwardly loaded the bullets back into the chamber and attempted to assume a shooting stance, Robbie shook his head. "There is no need for such solemnity. A gun is merely a tool. Shooting is simply a process. What you seek is the result. But without the process, I cannot see the result." With a faint response, Shuetong remarked that he was not Robbie and thus could not possess the latter's extraordinary marksmanship. However, Robbie found himself somewhat fond of Shuetong's character and watched with keen interest as he practiced for a while. Suddenly, he spoke up, "Practicing like this is futile. To wield a firearm effectively, one must harness their abilities." "What is your ability?" "Ability?" Shuetong was taken aback, halting his practice. "What do you mean by ability? You don't even know this?" Robbie chuckled heartily, seemingly amused. "I am truly at a loss for words." "Very well, allow me to enlighten you. Ability is a special power lying dormant in the depths of every being's genes. In the more primitive realms, it is commonly referred to as supernatural powers or abilities. Unfortunately, due to a lack of proper guidance and development, such powers are often mastered by only a select few. However, this does not imply that abilities are the exclusive domain of the few. In fact, everyone possesses abilities. They simply require guidance to be awakened. Take marksmanship as an example. The most prevalent ability is mental unification, which allows the user to focus their mind to an extraordinary degree in an instant, significantly enhancing accuracy. Therefore, merely practicing is insufficient to master firearms. Without ability, one will never reach the standards of a mercenary, at best only able to intimidate ordinary individuals. "Mercenary? Are you referring to cosmic mercenaries?" Shuetong asked, momentarily stunned, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Robbie's smile faded slightly. Every cosmic mercenary is a wielder of abilities. Some possess unique, exclusive powers. It is through these means that one can survive in the heat of battle. "Are you a cosmic mercenary?" "Me?" Robbie shook his head in self-deprecation. "I am far from it. I am merely a vassal. According to the rules for cosmic mercenaries, a vassal who has fought alongside their master for 3 years without perishing is eligible to apply for the status of an apprentice mercenary. I have only just attained this qualification. Now, let me ascertain what your ability is, for this is an indispensable step towards mastering firearms." "Can you discern my ability?" Shuetong inquired with curiosity, only to see Robbie retrieve a delicate metallic box from his satchel and approach him, aiming it at him. "What could my ability possibly be?" Chapter 26. Ability. A slight sting surged through the wrist as a steel needle emerged from the box, drawing a sample of blood from blood eye before retracting. Subsequently, a small holographic screen materialized over the box, cascading various data in a waterfall-like display. Robbie operated swiftly. The genetic sampling was complete, leaving only decoding and analysis to be done. "There is something I must clarify up front. Should you allow me to examine your abilities, your capabilities will become known to me. Is that acceptable?" "Oh, must abilities remain confidential?" "Generally, it is unnecessary. While abilities are exceedingly rare in this world, they are commonplace in the realms beyond the fifth world. However, I previously mentioned that certain individuals possess unique, exclusive abilities that stand apart. These exclusive abilities are immensely powerful and represent the greatest secret of their bearers. They tend to regard this aspect of their abilities as their trump card." Turning around, Robbie smiled at Blood-Eye. "A trump card, do you understand? If discovered, the only recourse would be to eliminate the individual who found out. Therefore, to avoid being killed by you, I find it necessary to inquire first." Blood-Eye chuckled nonchalantly. "I don't mind. And furthermore, I lack the ability to kill you." Robbie shrugged. "Who can say for certain?" After a brief moment, the box emitted a beep signaling the completion of the analysis. Robbie glanced at it, momentarily taken aback. "Wait a moment. Has it appeared?" Blood-Eye paused, a flicker of joy crossing his features. However, Robbie did not share the anticipated glee. Rather, he appeared somewhat troubled. After sifting through the data again, he sighed and shrugged at Blood-Eye. "It seems I must apologize." "What?" Blood-Eye inquired, somewhat surprised. "The deep analysis has failed." Robbie retracted the box and stood up. Regrettably, not everyone's abilities can be thoroughly assessed with portable devices. Some individuals possess abilities too deeply hidden, necessitating the use of larger instruments for comprehensive analysis. However, that is technology from the fifth world. "So, does that mean I still cannot know my abilities?" "Not quite," Robbie replied. "In fact, the purpose of deep analysis is to ascertain what your abilities are in advance, not to draw them out. Therefore, if you wish to know your abilities, you can still directly elicit them. You are fortunate. Although my deep analysis device is portable, I happen to have a guiding agent on hand." As he spoke, Robbie rummaged through his belongings and produced a vial containing a brilliant blue serum. Under the glow of the campfire, the liquid shimmered like a sapphire, captivatingly beautiful. Blood-Eye gazed at the vial, momentarily taken aback, before feeling a surge of anxiety, his breathing quickening. He understood that this was not merely a means to discover his abilities. Using this serum would grant him the capabilities Robbie spoke of, abilities that every individual in the higher realms possessed, significantly enhancing oneself. The temptation was immense, and his heartbeat quickened, feeling as though it within him was awakening, yearning intensely for the vial before him. Yet, he knew all too well that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Taking a deep breath, he faced the young priest head-on. What are the conditions? Robbie smiled faintly, tossing the vial over to Blood-Eye, who caught it with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Inject it directly. The effects will take 8 hours to activate. It can induce a shallow genetic ability, Robbie explained nonchalantly. For cosmic mercenaries, this is hardly anything significant, but in this world, it is precious. Thus, while I may not care for it, I cannot simply give it to you for free. According to cosmic mercenary rules, you must undertake a task for me as payment. A task? Blood-Eye frowned. This private matter of mine is essentially my qualification trial to become an apprentice mercenary. You will temporarily act as my subordinate and accompany me. To be honest, the assessment tasks for cosmic mercenaries are quite challenging, and I was uncertain of my ability to complete them. However, if you agree to join me, my chances of success will increase significantly. So, what do you say? Are you willing? Blood-Eye fell silent, staring at the sapphire vial in his hand, slowly clenching his fist. I accept. As night deepened, the roars of mutated beasts echoed around the camp. Without the warm glow of the campfire, this night would surely be far from tranquil. However, this was only true for Robbie. For Blood-Eye, once he injected that serum into his body, tranquility was no longer an option. As the drug took effect, he felt an unprecedented agony coursing through every nerve in his body, a torment potent enough to fell a robust wild bear. His veins, nerves, muscles, and bones, all were groaning in pain. Under such torment, even breathing seemed a luxury. He desperately strained his neck to draw in more air, but it bore no fruit. The air entering his lungs felt like a searing flame, rendering him nearly incapacitated with pain. If it hurts too much, I can knock you out. Robbie's voice came from outside as he stepped into the tent, regarding Blood-Eye with pity. I've gone through this process myself. It's a side effect of the ordinary guiding agent. I apologize for not having a more advanced one. While fainting can alleviate the suffering, it may compromise the efficacy of the induction. I can endure. Blood-Eye managed to force out through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot, the crimson spots within his pupils expanding. He could even feel it within him experiencing the effects of the serum, yet the anguish was his to bear alone. In other words, he was enduring double the pain of an ordinary person, not the single portion Robbie presumed. Furthermore, the intensification of pain was not merely additive, but exponentially magnified. Each increment of agony felt like traversing through hell. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound, stubbornly enduring until the pain threatened to engulf him, his fingers digging into the hard ground. A flicker of admiration crossed Robbie's eyes as he turned and exited the tent. It was only then that Blood-Eye let out a pained groan, blood gushing from his mouth. Inducing shallow genetic abilities is always this agonizing. Could you possibly possess an exclusive ability? As he gazed at the blood seeping out of the tent, Robbie chuckled. Impossible, you're not that fortunate. Time flew by, and dawn finally broke. In the instant the light began to dawn, the torment that had plagued Blood-Eye throughout the night receded as swiftly as a tide, as if it had never existed. Is this my body? Staring at his hands, he felt an unprecedented lightness. Blood-Eye marveled as he attempted to stretch his body, an unfamiliar sensation of ease flooding through him, as if every cell in his body was breathing and rejoicing. Has the induction finished? Robbie's voice called from outside the tent, and a figure stepped in. Do you feel particularly refreshed? Oh, don't celebrate too soon. That's merely a natural reaction after enduring so much pain. It doesn't signify that you've truly grown stronger. What matters is your ability. Can you now sense your abilities? Physical strength, reaction speed, agility, sharpness, and sensitivity to certain things? Blood-Eye, following Robbie's prompts, took a moment to feel and then shook his head. No, I cannot. Not a physical enhancement. Robbie pondered. Then what about sensory control? Can you perceive impending events, or perhaps exert mental control over nearby objects? No, that doesn't work either. Is that so? Robbie scratched his head. If it's neither physical enhancement nor sensory control, could it be a mental ability? In that case, it would require a special environment. Raising his left hand, the broken-winged butterfly materialized within his grasp. May the Lord forgive my sins. Wait, what are you doing? Blood-Eye looked up, only to be confronted by the ominous barrel of a gun, causing his pupils to constrict in an instant. Robbie smiled subtly. I am creating an environment suitable for miracles to occur. Do you not think that the sound of the master's servant's gunfire serves as the most fitting backdrop? The gunfire erupted, and Robbie's lightning-fast reflexes left Blood no time to react. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though all the blood in his body surged to his head, a profound sense of imminent danger tightening around his heart. He had witnessed Robbie's marksmanship before, an almost supernatural precision that could send 6 bullets into the same hole, as if the trajectory were merely an extension of his own heartbeat. Blood had once contemplated how he might respond if faced with such lethal skill, yet he had never anticipated that the day would arrive so swiftly, so fatally. 3 bullets spun through the air, carving out an extraordinary trajectory, aimed directly at Blood-Eye's face. Under the life-and-death stimulus, his mind reached an unprecedented pinnacle of clarity. Everything around him seemed to freeze, and he could distinctly see the 3 bullets hurtling towards him. But wait, why can I see them? Why am I able to perceive their movement? The speed of the bullets should be beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Yet here I am, witnessing every detail, their trajectory, the rotation upon leaving the barrel. Even the engravings on the tips, everything was crystal clear. Moreover, why did Robbie's expression remain so rigid, his smile unchanging? Most importantly, why did the bullets appear to be moving so slowly, as if they were snails, inching through the air? Such sluggishness surely rendered them harmless, didn't it? A slight shift of my body would suffice. Wait, why does my body feel so heavy, so painful? Why can't I move my feet? Why does my heartbeat seem to falter? Why can I not even wiggle my fingers? Damn it. At this rate, even if the bullets move slowly, I will still meet my end. Move. I command you to move. Why won't you respond? Move. Even if it means breaking bones or tearing muscles. You must act. You must move. Move. With a thunderous roar, I felt an explosion resonate deep within his mind. Then, at long last, his body began to respond. Slowly, only marginally faster than the bullets, he shifted. His muscles, however, tore under the strain, and amidst the excruciating pain, he witnessed himself evade the slowest, most lethal bullets in history. He stumbled and fell to the ground in disarray. He saw Robbie's lips moving, but the words were lost to him, drowned out by silence. Then, darkness enveloped him. Unbeknownst to him, the last name Robbie shouted was one that, though it might seem trivial, had once instilled fear in countless hearts. Bullet time. Your ability is indeed bullet time. Chapter 27. Robbie's assessment task. The Tuck Canyon is long and deep. The sky is overcast, and gusts of wind whip through the canyon, carrying sand and gravel that assail all living beings. From above, a motorcycle traverses the canyon like an ant, trailing a long plume of dust behind it. You nearly killed me, Blood-Eye complained, lying in the extended compartment of the motorcycle, his eyes full of discontent. Not dead yet, are you? Robbie replied, grinning nonchalantly. Look, if I hadn't created such an excellent environment, how would you have discovered your abilities? Bullet time. What a rare and unique skill you possess. You're practically a natural-born cosmic mercenary. That doesn't change the fact that you nearly killed me, Blood-Eye frowned, injecting a green serum into his body. This was Robbie's compensation after the last incident, designed to replenish his stamina and alleviate muscle fatigue. Don't take it too seriously, Robbie chuckled heartily, maneuvering the motorcycle around a few rocks. You must trust my skills. Even if you hadn't dodged, those 3 shots wouldn't have hit you. Of course, it's better that you managed to evade them. By now, you should grasp the power of bullet time. Quite so. However, it does take a toll on my mental faculties. With my current abilities, I can only utilize it once a day, Blood-Eye said, curling deeper into his sleeping bag. The canyon's winds were chilly, and he needed warmth. One use is still beneficial, Robbie smiled. The effect isn't about stopping time. Rather, it accelerates your sensory nerves in an instant, making the world seem slow or even suspended. You can see the bullets aimed at you and perceive the near stillness of lightning. You should realize how precious this is. It means you can secretly press pause during combat while your opponent remains oblivious. But it doesn't allow my body to keep up with the speed. That's merely a reflection of your current limitations. As your abilities improve, the accelerated perception of bullet time will extend beyond just your sensory nerves to include reflexes and muscle fibers. You should understand what that signifies. Indeed, Blood-Eye raised his right arm, observing the bandages that were seeping blood underneath. But that doesn't excuse you from compensating me. To avoid your bullets, my body was pushed to its limits. Sigh, you really hold grudges, Robbie nodded helplessly. All right, I promise you this. Once this task concludes, if I successfully pass the trainee mercenary assessment, I will provide you with generous compensation. Trust me, it will exceed your imagination. Another empty promise. Those are relics of the old world. Checks don't exist anymore, Blood-Eye muttered discontentedly, then burrowed into his sleeping bag. I'm resting now. I hope when I open my eyes, we've reached our destination. According to mercenary rules, the injured are entitled to special treatment. Oh, sleep, sleep. Damn mercenary rules. Why must I divulge all this to you? Robbie gritted his teeth, then accelerated the motorcycle. The bumps intensified, but Blood-Eye seemed oblivious, quickly slipping into dreams. Damn it, damn it. What kind of vassal is this? Why do I feel like I'm the one being subjugated? Robbie lamented, gazing up at the sky in despair. The ensuing days were both tense and tedious. It was tense due to the near-daily ambushes by high-level mutated beasts, which were entirely different from those in the canyon's fringes. These creatures possessed bizarre abilities and were exceedingly cunning. They understood how to launch group attacks and conduct reconnaissance, which became a source of incessant annoyance for the duo. It was tedious because these battles hardly involved Blood-Eye, who, as a form of retaliation, consistently played the role of a dutiful injured party. He refrained from engaging unless his own safety was at stake, resulting in Robbie eliminating the vast majority of the mutated beasts encountered along their journey, showcasing the combat prowess expected of a trainee mercenary. Robbie's combat style revolved around marksmanship. Unlike the two-winged butterfly he had previously encountered, his skills extended far beyond that. In fact, he was adept at utilizing various firearms, whether pistols, rifles, or even heavy sniper rifles, all dancing in his hands like butterflies among flowers. His fingers were exceptionally nimble, capable of assembling a pile of parts into a firearm in less than a second and drawing hidden weapons faster than Blood-Eye could perceive. Unless he employed bullet time, Blood-Eye had no idea from where Robbie produced these firearms. Moreover, the sheer variety of firearms Robbie possessed was astounding. During their journey, Blood-Eye observed no fewer than 20 different types of guns. One could only wonder where he concealed them. The power exhibited by these weapons in Robbie's hands was impressive enough to catch Blood-Eye's attention. He had never witnessed a single bullet capable of slaying a mutated beast, yet this was a commonplace occurrence for Robbie. This was not merely a testament to the firearm's power, but also a reflection of his remarkable marksmanship, precise and capable of striking at the enemy's weak points with terrifying accuracy. Of course, as a temporary vassal, Blood-Eye gradually revealed his astonishing close combat abilities to Robbie. His engagements were few, and to maintain secrecy, he refrained from using the newly acquired foot implant, relying solely on his original handgear, the knuckles. Nevertheless, even this was enough to astound Robbie. The strength to tear apart the scales of a mutated beast with bare hands, coupled with his swift speed and keen instinct for battle, elevated Blood-Eye in Robbie's estimation. Although his durability paled in comparison to a fully armored warrior, his speed and quick reflexes compensated for this limitation. During Blood-Eye's full-on assaults, even Robbie found himself frowning. During their fifth battle, Robbie was further taken aback by Blood-Eye. In a moment of adversity, Blood-Eye finally unleashed the beam blade from his elbow. The sudden burst of light from the blade was as ethereal as the moon, shocking Robbie to his core. He witnessed Blood-Eye cleave through a 10-meter-tall, mutated Tyrannosaurus with a radiant slash, splitting it down the middle as if its tough scales were mere paper. What weapon was that? After the battle, Robbie did not forget to pose the question. I thought you wouldn't ask, Blood-Eye replied, still nestled in his sleeping bag. Looking rather unwell. Just curious, Robbie shrugged. The weapons of cosmic mercenaries are far more powerful. I'm simply intrigued that such impressive weapons can be found in this backward, ignorant world. Perhaps, Blood-Eye chose not to delve deeper into the topic, not wishing to expose too many of his secrets. Fortunately, Robbie realized the inappropriateness of his inquiry, as mercenary rules grant cosmic mercenaries the right to keep their equipment confidential. After 3 full days of travel, the duo had ventured deep into the canyon, a depth that posed significant danger. Although they maintained a formidable momentum, both knew that if they continued at this pace, they would be torn to shreds by the encroaching high-level mutated beasts within 2 days at most. During their evening camp, Robbie finally disclosed the details of their mission. We will reach our destination tomorrow, a cave in the middle of Tuck Canyon. I have the map for that location. The task involves retrieving a young starry mist beast from the cave. Here are its details. As Robbie leisurely savored his dinner, he handed Blood-Eye an electronic tactical tablet. Blood-Eye took the tablet and gently pressed a button, causing a holographic display to spring to life, revealing an image and data on the creature. Robbie began his explanation. The starry mist beast is a rare creature from the cosmos, feeding on the stray energy of the universe. It poses no threat. However, the situation changes when they give birth. The growth of the celestial beast necessitates a vast amount of energy and minerals. Consequently, they typically produce their offspring on certain planets. During their development, the young ones incessantly burrow towards the planet's core, absorbing thermal energy and devouring minerals. The maturation period for a single offspring spans from 200 to 1,000 years. Throughout this process, it relentlessly invades the parasitic planet until it reaches the planetary core. By that time, the planet will face annihilation. Blood-Eye closed the tactical board and replied softly, "Indeed. An adult celestial beast can reach a size approximately one-third that of its host planet. One can only fathom the magnitude of energy and minerals it requires. Fortunately, its young possess little offensive capability." Robbie smiled faintly and opened another tactical board. "This is our primary adversary, a metallic worm that survives by consuming the excrement of the celestial beasts, acting as its parasite and protector. Though small in size, they are numerous. We need not exterminate them. It suffices to seize the celestial beast offspring amidst their interference. The newly born celestial beast offspring, though diminutive, hold immense aesthetic value. This is precisely why the cosmic mercenaries have commissioned this task." Blood-Eye glanced over the data on the metallic worms and noted that their offensive strategies were quite limited, consisting solely of ramming and acid spitting. Yet, both methods possessed formidable potency. Their ramming force could exceed 3 tons, and being struck by such a creature would result in utter obliteration. Although the acid spitting was less powerful, its wide coverage made it perilous. Once contaminated, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. They are not to be taken lightly. Nevertheless, we might give it a try. After reviewing the tactical board, Blood-Eye raised her head and said, "Let me study the map. We shall depart tomorrow?" "Yes, we set out tomorrow. So, let us savor this tranquil evening. If we fail to complete our mission by tomorrow night, we shall not emerge alive. Nightfall is the time when the celestial beasts are most active. Even the least aggressive offspring could easily bring about our demise." Robbie smiled gently, tracing a cross over his chest. "May the Lord have mercy on us, 2 lost lambs. Amen." Chapter 28. Entering the cave, the frigid night had passed, and as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the ominous clouds, Blood-Eye and Robbie, fully equipped, ventured into their target cave. This cave was nestled within a sheer cliff, situated over 30 meters above the ground. Inside, the cavern sloped down at a sharp 45 degrees, its darkness reminiscent of a monstrous maw. "Let us hope we find our target without incident. By now, it should be in a deep slumber," Robbie remarked as he meticulously examined the traces around the cave entrance. He then retrieved 2 pairs of hooded goggles from his pack, handing one to Blood-Eye. "Night vision goggles. It's quite dark in here. Be cautious not to tread upon the metallic worms." Blood-Eye accepted the goggles and donned them. Subsequently, both individuals produced a length of soft rope, casting it into the abyss and securing one end with a dart at the cave's mouth. Clad in a black priest's robe, Robbie, adorned with a conspicuous cross, gestured a sign of good luck to Blood-Eye before fastening the cable around his waist and swiftly sliding into the cavern. Watching Robbie's figure being swallowed by the darkness, Blood-Eye too secured the soft rope around his waist and glided into the shadows like a great bird. The incline of the cave was brief, soon transitioning into a vertical drop. The two descended rapidly along the rope, the fierce rush of wind in their ears as they remained vigilant of their surroundings. The night prior, they had devised a plan. Robbie would primarily focus on locating and capturing the target, while Blood-Eye would serve as his protector. According to Robbie's calculations, the cub of the stellar bewitching beast had recently been born on this planet, hence the parasitic metallic worms would likely be few. Blood-Eye's demonstrated combat prowess was deemed sufficient for protective duties, given that the metallic worms were not particularly aggressive unless provoked. At Blood-Eye's waist hung a leather pouch containing a metal decomposition agent specially prepared by Robbie. This was procured at a steep price from the Cosmic Mercenary Guild, capable of effectively suppressing the activity of metallic worms and decomposing their bodies. Though it would not inflict fatal harm on swarms of metallic worms, it could serve as a deterrent, a trump card that emboldened Robbie to embark on this solitary mission. However, due to its costliness, they were reluctant to employ it unless absolutely necessary. The vertical cave was enveloped in pitch darkness, and the sound of rushing wind accompanied their swift descent. Time passed slowly, and they had lost track of how deep they had plunged. Just as the air began to thin, a glimmer of silver light flickered below. "Attention! We are about to enter the territory of the metallic worms." Robbie's expression turned grave as he raised his hands, revealing 2 sawed-off shotguns. 1887, Blood-Eye exclaimed, taken aback. "You possess quite an array of antiques." "Indeed, antiques are my passion," Robbie replied with a smile, flicking his wrist as the shotgun spun effortlessly in his hands, the crisp sound of shells being chambered echoing in the darkness. The Winchester 1887 was renowned as one of the most famous lever-action shotguns of the bygone era. While its power and accuracy were not optimal, it boasted a unique reloading mechanism that allowed for rapid single-handed reloading, invaluable in certain situations. Robbie's shotguns had undoubtedly been modified, as evidenced by the protrusions on their frames, both equipped with infrared sights that projected clear red beams into the gloom. As they continued their rapid descent, they exhibited no intention of initiating an attack. Soon, they passed the location where the silver light had glimmered. Through the night vision goggles, the two distinctly observed a substantial worm, nearly a meter long, clinging to the vertical cave wall. Remarkably, this worm appeared lethargic, oblivious to their presence. This is the metallic worm. Robbie cast a glance at the creature. Just as I suspected, its vitality is quite low. It seems luck is on our side. Only time will reveal whether we are fortunate or not. Blood, I replied calmly. Robbie smiled and heightened his vigilance. The descent into the depths proved to be a monotonous yet perilous endeavor, with both men remaining acutely aware of their surroundings. After a considerable interval, the silver glimmers increased in number. One after another, metallic worms appeared before them. Fortunately, their activity remained minimal, and they paid no heed to the intruding beings, offering a slight sense of relief to the duo. Finally, after descending over 100 meters, they reached the cavern's inky depths. Among the jagged rocks lay a small, purple creature, adorably asleep. It resembled a chubby little pig, its purple skin and plump form embodying every feature that would captivate a young girl's heart. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, few would believe that such a creature could be the fearsome stellar bewitching beast. However, upon sighting the creature, both men's expressions shifted simultaneously. Robbie acutely sensed the immense life force and formidable power emanating from this little being. This force manifested as data on his goggles, causing his heart to sink. Conversely, Blood-Eye's change in demeanor stemmed not from fear of the stellar bewitching beast's might, but from a sudden, overwhelming desire surging from the depths of his being, a hunger he never anticipated would manifest in this moment. From the instant he laid eyes on the stellar bewitching beast, Blood-Eye felt it awaken within him, as if a slumbering beast had suddenly ignited a terrifying craving for the creature before him. The intensity of this desire nearly propelled him forward, yet his formidable self-discipline prevailed, restraining his body before desire could overpower reason. Nonetheless, the yearning for consumption surged within him, crashing against his rational mind like tumultuous waves. Devour it. Consume this creature. Transform it into your sustenance. Eat. Merge its blood and flesh with your own. You need it. You must consume it. The myriad voices in his mind beckoned enticingly. Unbeknownst to him, the bloodstains in his eyes began to expand, and his breathing grew heavy. What's wrong? Robbie, perceptive to the shift, glanced back at Blood-Eye. At that moment, he could ill afford any complications. Failing to capture the stellar bewitching beast would mark the end of his first mercenary mission, obliterating any chance of becoming a cosmic mercenary. Taking a deep breath, Blood-Eye forcefully suppressed the hunger that threatened to overwhelm him. It's nothing. Let us proceed with the plan. All right. When I initiate the capture, it will release a stimulating gas that will incapacitate the stellar bewitching beast, but the surrounding metallic worms will be activated. You must buy me a few minutes. Robbie regarded Blood-Eye intently before retrieving a small vial of blue serum from his pack, raising it in acknowledgement. Are you ready? Let us do this. Blood-Eye nodded, silently reciting within his mind, colonization. A soft blue light enveloped him, coating his hands and feet in the components of his colonization gear. Meanwhile, Robbie's eyes widened in surprise as he unhesitatingly injected the blue serum into the stellar bewitching beast. Roar! The creature emitted a thunderous cry that reverberated through the cavern, jolting awake instantly, only to succumb to paralysis under the serum's influence. However, its roar echoed throughout the cave, causing all the silver specks to tremble. Sensing the stimulating aroma of the blue serum, the metallic worms emitted a cacophony of shrill cries. The two men were unaware of what the metallic worms' cries signified, yet they distinctly felt their anger rising. Robbie swiftly produced a peculiar, soft rope crafted from an unusual material, preparing to bind the stellar bewitching beast. Blood-Eye severed the rope around his waist, positioning himself protectively in front of Robbie. In his line of sight, countless silver lights surged from all directions, resembling endless waves, overwhelming them. A cold snort escaped from Blood-Eye as the area around his elbows emitted a resonant clang. Two radiant crescent-shaped blades of azure light instantly extended over a meter in length. In a single leap, he positioned himself before a metallic worm and swung his arm downwards with a decisive strike. The crescent-shaped blades sliced through the dark, carving a perfect arc as it silently cleaved the metallic worm in two, leaving it to twitch a few times before lying still. The attack was effective. Both individuals felt a surge of exhilaration. Blood-Eye hastened his pace, darting through the shadows like a wraith, accompanied by the soft glow of his blue blades, as he ruthlessly dispatched more than a dozen worms in an instant. Under the relentless assault of his elbow blades, the metallic worm's armor, as formidable as steel, offered no resistance whatsoever. Yet, this was merely a prelude. The true terror of the metallic worms lay not only in their overwhelming force, but also in their sheer numbers. In the face of such an absolute quantity, even the sharpest blades appear feeble. I aimed to exploit this brief window to eliminate as many metallic worms as possible, hoping to alleviate the pressure on both of them. However, the response of the metallic worms was swifter than they had anticipated. Just as I had dispatched 23 of them, countless metallic worms descended from above, howling through the air towards the two. With his keen eyesight, I could even discern several worms resembling drill bits. Caution, they can transform. Before he could finish his thought, I propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his body suspended in midair as he spread his arms wide, mimicking a crucifix stance. He then began to spin furiously, pivoting on the soles of his feet. The blade vortex. Clang. The two beautiful crescents traced elegant arcs in the darkness, their soft light blooming from Blood-Eye's rotation. A mesmerizing dance of azure luminescence within the pitch-black cavern, akin to a bouquet of flowers bursting into bloom. A deadly bloom of blades. Following this, silver fragments rained down like a deluge. In this whirlwind of activity, he utilized his body as a fulcrum, unleashing the light blades at an astonishing rate of 10 strikes per second. This technique, while lacking in technical finesse, was a rigorous test of physical limits. In mere seconds, he spun hundreds of times, feeling his blood surge violently toward his extremities, the intense pain distorting his nerves. Yet, he remained undeterred. Within this fleeting span, hundreds of metallic worms fell beneath his relentless strikes. The sharpness of his blades far surpassed his expectations, slicing through the hordes without any sense of resistance, as though he were cleaving mere sheets of paper. In no time, silver light rained down, countless fragments scattering and striking the cave walls with crisp sounds. Blood-Eye single-handedly held back the onslaught of worms. However, this advantage was short-lived, lasting less than 5 minutes before he was forced to retreat under the overwhelming pressure of the swarm. This retreat was not by choice. The blade vortex consumed an immense amount of stamina, and even Blood-Eye could not sustain it for long. While he could sever the incoming worms, he could not negate the force of their impacts. Every ounce of strength bore down upon him, and despite his resilience, he felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if his bones were about to shatter. Moreover, in reality, Blood-Eye's prowess in close-quarters combat offered no advantage against the swarm. He excelled in one-on-one confrontations, but against a multitude of smaller foes, his efficiency waned. Even if he could dispatch one worm with a single strike, the sheer number that followed, hundreds, was overwhelming. No matter how swift he was, chaos ensued. The ferocity of battle consumed his thoughts. He merely knew to continue swinging his blades and dodging, evading one metallic worm after another, severing them with his light blades. He was acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. Though his blades were razor-sharp, his body had no protection. The combat suit only shielded his hands and feet. Should a worm, akin to a bullet, strike him, he would undoubtedly suffer broken ribs. In this dire predicament, within just a few minutes, Blood-Eye was drenched in sweat, yet gritted his teeth to persevere, exerting himself to keep the swarm at bay. Remaining silent. Soon, he sensed his stamina nearing its limit, feeling ensnared in an inescapable web. Yet, there was a silver lining. The high-intensity combat unwittingly fused his mental and physical faculties, enhancing his blade's speed and accuracy. Though arduous, it quietly sharpened his combat instincts, allowing him to barely withstand the swarm's assault. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the darkness, and without a glance, Blood-Eye pivoted just in time to evade a worm hurtling toward him. He instinctively slashed at it as it passed, but as he prepared to turn, a jolt of danger coursed through him. Without hesitation, he dove to the side. With a resounding crash, the rock where he had stood shattered into fragments. A beam of silver light shooting forth, Blood-Eye recognized that this was no ordinary worm. It was several worms intertwined, forming a scythe-like shape. Even in the inky darkness, the blade shimmered with a deadly glint. A cold sweat broke out on Blood-Eye's brow. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have sustained severe injury or worse. Though it may seem lengthy, all this transpired within mere moments. Just as Blood-Eye evaded the fearsome mutated worm, an even greater sense of impending doom surged within him. Before he could comprehend, another mutated worm emerged from the shadows, its massive scythe blade aimed at his neck with a shriek. In that instant, Blood-Eye's pupils dilated to their utmost. Bullet time. In this near-desperate situation, Blood-Eye finally unleashed his ability. The world around him came to a standstill. He distinctly felt the chilling breeze at his neck, a sense of icy dread enveloping him. Quick, too quick. The timing and speed of these two worms surpassed any he had encountered before, and they nearly claimed his life. Blood-Eye was unaware of how many more of such worms lurked nearby, but for the first time, he felt death's proximity. He understood that without bullet time, he would have been a headless corpse. However, the acceleration of bullet time was not without limits. Within mere breaths, a throbbing headache surged through him. He desperately recalled the sensation of evading bullets, gradually shifting his neck away from the razor-sharp blade. This time, he remained calm, resulting in a far more effective maneuver, managing to shift over a meter. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he could no longer maintain the bullet time state. Time resumed. Everything returned to its original pace. A flash of silver sliced through the air, and the rock where he had stood was stripped away in an instant. The mutated sides hovered momentarily before arcing through the darkness, one to the left and one to the right, advancing toward Blood-Eye. The sides flew with astonishing speed, their trajectories unpredictable, almost as if they possessed intelligence. They calculated his evasive maneuvers, threatening to seal off every possible escape route. Blood-Eye sighed inwardly, preparing to reveal his final trump card. The combat suit on his feet. Suddenly, two gunshots rang out in rapid succession, illuminating the darkness with brilliant sparks. The two special sides exploded into countless fragments midair. Blood-Eye was momentarily taken aback, but upon turning, he recognized a familiar silhouette. Not far behind him, Pastor Robbie lowered the barrel of his shotgun. With a finger tracing a cross upon his chest, the Lord's radiance can illuminate all. The wayward lamb. The Lord shall not permit your flesh to be sullied by the creatures of darkness. Blood-Eye, drenched in sweat, wore a serene expression. Have you completed your task? Under the Lord's grace, such a minor endeavor poses no challenge for his servant. Robbie earnestly made the sign of the cross, then hoisted a creature bound like a zongzi onto his shoulder. Now leave it to me. You are ill-suited to confront such a multitude of foes. Safeguard my flanks and rear. Very well. Blood-Eye did not hesitate, positioning himself directly behind Robbie. His gaze lingered on the starry beast perched upon Robbie's shoulder, pausing momentarily before fastening the drooping soft cord to his waist apparatus. In the next instant, both pressed the mechanism simultaneously. The gears within whirred into a frenzy, propelling them skyward like rockets, surging into the shimmering sea of insects in mere seconds. This time, Robbie took the lead. In comparison to Blood-Eye, who was on the cusp of becoming an apprentice mercenary, he exhibited far greater experience. Faced with the vast multitude of metallic worms, he remained unfazed, raising his firearm with confidence. Bang, 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 bang. The deep thuds of the shotgun echoed through the cavern, each shot erupting into a cascade of silvery light before them. Robbie's shooting speed was astonishing, with shots fired in rapid succession. After each discharge, the shotgun would perform a graceful rotation in his hands to reload, creating a striking spectacle. Coupled with his handsome visage and sunlit aura, one could imagine that, had there been any maidens present, even the most perilous of circumstances could not stifle their exclamations of delight. However, Blood-Eye's attention was not drawn to these trivialities, but rather to Robbie's shooting technique. He noticed the nearly imperceptible sinking of Robbie's wrist with each shot, a motion that mitigated the recoil, particularly when wielding a powerful shotgun. This rhythmic descent resembled a series of distinct drum beats, leaving a profound impression on Blood-Eye. Unbeknownst to Robbie, Blood-Eye meticulously committed every detail of his shooting to memory, as if capturing a cinematic masterpiece. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the duo surged through the heart of the insect sea like rockets. Robbie's shotgun proved devastatingly effective against the swarm, obliterating the metallic worms in wide arcs, while Blood-Eye's blade danced in a protective manner around them. Their synergy was impeccable, as if they had rehearsed this countless times before. In a short span, they felt a clearing ahead, the insect sea no longer a barrier between them. Thanks be to the Lord for his protection, Robbie earnestly traced a cross upon his chest, then revealed a smile capable of ensnaring any maiden's heart. And I thank you, my friend. However, we have yet to escape peril. Blood-Eye replied after a moment of silence. I recall from your notes that the metallic worms are quite vengeful creatures, and they will soon pursue us. That is precisely why I prepared a trump card. Now is the time to utilize it, Robbie said with a smile, gesturing toward the device at Blood-Eye's waist. Understood. Blood-Eye promptly retrieved the metallic decomposition agent and hurled it downward. Robbie raised his weapon and fired. With a resounding bang, the invaluable agent was shattered midair. the azure liquid cascading down like rain. Blood-Eye witnessed the swirling silver light below momentarily falter, followed by a chilling chorus of shrieks. Now, we shall be free from the disturbances of these delightful little creatures, Robbie remarked nonchalantly, twirling his shotgun before stowing it in his pack. Their ascent was swift. In mere minutes, they could see the light above. Robbie's expression grew increasingly relaxed as he began contemplating plans for after the mission. Although an apprentice mercenary occupied the lowest rank among cosmic mercenaries, he possessed the privilege of undertaking tasks independently. He could swiftly enrich himself with the lucrative rewards typical of cosmic mercenaries, purchasing tactical chips and enhancement potions. What a splendid life, Robbie thought, eager to leave this primitive planet behind. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that as they approached the cave's mouth, Blood-Eye's countenance grew increasingly grim. His gaze remained fixated on the starry beast resting upon Robbie's shoulder, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Deep within Blood-Eye, a voice continuously beckoned him. Consume. Devour it. You shall grow stronger. That is your sustenance. Its cells, its molecules, every morsel of flesh, belongs to you. Devour it. You must consume it. Chapter 30. The Wrath of the Priest. The two ascended rapidly, soon catching sight of the gleaming light at the cave's entrance. However, just as they reached the top of the slope, a chilling glimmer flashed in Blood-Eye's gaze. Two luminous blades shot forth. In the next instant, the sharp light blades sliced toward Robbie with lightning speed. Blood-Eye, you. Robbie stared in shock as the searing light cleaved through the darkness toward him. In his astonishment, he remained utterly unresponsive. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly trustworthy Blood-Eye would strike at such a moment, and with no mercy at all. The instantaneous onslaught of the blades was something he could hardly withstand, even in a state of complete focus. Robbie struggled to comprehend why Blood-Eye would act in such a manner. But one thing was clear, he could not evade the lethal blow that had come so suddenly from Blood-Eye. At close range, Blood-Eye's luminous blades were akin to a death warrant. Even the divine light must retreat in their presence. The blades expanded within a fraction of a second, and in Robbie's incredulous gaze, they grazed the tip of his nose. That moment, which felt as if time had frozen, almost summoned the specter of death to him. In the next heartbeat, Robbie heard a piercing shriek echoing in his ears. A nimble shadow darted past him from the rock wall, fleeing toward the cave's entrance with a speed that rivaled that of lightning. The air filled with the metallic scent of blood as a crimson spray erupted, splattering Robbie from head to toe. Mutant! Robbie bellowed in fury as a shotgun appeared in his hand. He raised it and fired a shot. The figure that had just escaped to the cave's mouth faltered, exploding into a spray of blood and flesh. The cave erupted into a cacophony of screams, as countless dark figures emerged from the walls, the ceiling, and various shadowy corners, converging upon Robbie from all directions. Mutants. They were all mutants. These creatures, resembling humans, were terrifying. They were survivors of intense radiation, their bodies altered, possessing strength and speed akin to true beasts, yet endowed with human intelligence. On Planet X35, mutants occupied the upper echelons of the food chain, with few able to escape their clutches alive. As Blood-Eye and Robbie ascended, the mutants had lain in wait within the cave walls, ready to ambush, only to be detected by Blood-Eye's beast-like instincts. Thus came the previous attack. Had it not been for Blood-Eye, the dazed Robbie might have already met his demise. Gunfire erupted. In an instant, Robbie's shotgun fired countless rounds. Yet, mutants were not ordinary beasts to vanquish. They were not only as swift as lightning, but also possessed remarkable intelligence. Even Robbie's rapid-fire prowess inflicted limited damage. These cunning creatures darted among the cave's rocks, swiftly maneuvering behind Robbie. Their elongated claws shimmered with an eerie blue sheen, evidently coated with sinister toxins. In mere seconds, Robbie found himself in peril repeatedly. Were it not for Blood-Eye's blades flashing at critical moments, he would scarcely have been able to fend off a single encounter. Meanwhile, the Blood-Eye, previously hindered by metallic worms, now exhibited unimaginable combat prowess. With his swift movements and strikes, cries of agony echoed as he severed mutant limbs. In close combat, Blood-Eye's abilities evidently surpassed those of the mutants. The stench of blood intensified as he cleaved a mutant in half and, pivoting, kicked another attempting to ambush him, sending it flying like a sack of potatoes. Frowning, he pondered, how can there be so many mutants here? We won't last much longer. How should I know? There was nothing in the data. Robbie dodged frantically, simultaneously firing to repel an approaching mutant. Thank you, Blood-Eye. If it weren't for you. Cut the chatter. Think of a way out. Blood-Eye interrupted, spinning around to embed a mutant into the cave wall with a kick. Seizing the wrist of another mutant that lunged at him, he twisted it with a snap. exposing its white bone. The mutant screamed in agony, yet Blood-Eye's expression remained impassive as he shoved the severed wrist into its gaping mouth. The sharp claws pierced through its throat, blood gushing forth. Witnessing this, Robbie felt reassured and, emboldened, declared, "All right, leave it to me. I will make them understand what the wrath of a priest means." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Robbie's hand reached behind him, towards the black cross that Blood had been so curious about. With a click, the cross detached, revealing a hidden compartment. In Blood-Eye's astonished gaze, it rapidly disassembled, black metal pieces exploding outward to unveil a silvery framework, along with an array of neatly arranged firearms. This black cross was, astonishingly, a miniature armory. Blood-Eye gasped in disbelief, but wasted no time. He swiftly executed another backslash, cleaving a mutant attempting a sneak attack in two. Blood sprayed forth, igniting Robbie's excitement. The Lord said, to bring about their demise, one must drive them to madness. Taking a set of metallic armor from the cross, Robbie's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty glimmer. A wicked smile twisted his lips as he wielded two black high-speed rifles. Following this, mechanical arms emerged from his gear, retrieving a massive chain gun, with a long belt of bullets extending into the depths of the cross. Soon, more mechanical arms sprang forth, and in an instant, Robbie transformed into a monstrous figure adorned with 6 machine guns. May the Lord forgive your sins. Firepower Fortress, commence. The cave echoed with the sound akin to a chainsaw cutting grass. Blood-Eye felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively dropped to the ground. Immediately, he sensed the air above him being torn apart. A barrage of gunfire erupted in his ears, resembling an exploding powder keg, engulfing the space in flames and screams. The torrential gunfire assaulted his eardrums, rendering him momentarily deafened. The density of bullets and their sheer power were staggering. Even with prior mental preparation, Blood-Eye was taken aback. The once dark cave was illuminated as if it were daylight. Countless bullets converged into a terrifying metallic stream, instantly encompassing every inch around the two. There was no escape. The sound of powerful, large-caliber bullets shredding through the air sent shivers down one's spine. In an instant, the hail of bullets transformed into a curtain of death. Under Robbie's frenzied command, the mutants suffered horrendous casualties. Though fearsome, the mutants appeared weak against such overwhelming firepower. The relentless gunfire crescendoed into a long, piercing wail, effortlessly tearing through both the hard rock and the mutant-scaled hides. Blood-Eye was immediately met with the anguished cries of mutants, their bright red blood raining down upon him. The gunfire sliced through the darkness, the flickering bullets stripping away layers of the cave walls. Amidst the flying debris, Blood-Eye could vaguely hear Robbie's maniacal laughter. Die! Die! Be condemned under the Lord's wrath. This is the fury of the priest, the rage of the Lord's most devoted servant. Accept it. Wail in agony. Blood and severed limbs flew about, painting a scene reminiscent of hell itself. In that moment, Robbie resembled a demon from the underworld, exuding unparalleled brutality and malevolence. His handsome visage twisted, eyes ablaze with bloodlust. In stark contrast to his pitch-black, priestly robe, a minute felt like an eternity for Blood-Eye. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. He could not ascertain how long had passed until the gunfire ceased. A golden shell clattered beside him, producing a series of crisp notes. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air, and the cave was devoid of any living mutant. Blood-Eye slowly rose, casting a complicated glance at Robbie, who lay with closed eyes, exuding an aura of tranquility. His fingers gradually loosened their grip on the rifle, and with a mechanical click, the devices upon him swiftly folded back into the black cross. A faint, delicate sound followed as the black cross reverted to its unremarkable form. Yet, Robbie's eyes remained shut. In the distance, Blood-Eye faintly heard Robbie's murmured words. Slaughter is a cycle. You are at the point of birth, while I stand at the terminus. Blood is the testament of this cycle. I dwell at the edge of death, and you at the beginning of life. Without slaughter, blood holds no significance. We merely repeat a process. I am not the slayer, nor are you the victim. The merciful Lord will embrace all lost souls. Death is not the end, nor is life the beginning. I am but a hand, executing the will of the Lord. The Lord shall absolve my sins. As Robbie opened his eyes, his demeanor returned to one of serene composure. He placed the black cross behind him and offered a slight smile to Blood-Eye. Let us depart. It is time to leave. Indeed, Blood-Eye nodded, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he approached the cave's entrance. In that moment, he was once again reminded of the terrifying prowess of the cosmic mercenaries. Though Robbie was merely a subordinate, not even a full-fledged mercenary, He was treading the path toward the mercenary profession. His strength inspired a profound respect within Blood-Eye. The light at the cave's mouth grew more intense as they stepped onto the valley floor, both exhaling in relief. Feeling the cold wind, Blood-Eye found an unexpected comfort in its biting chill. The motorcycles they had parked lay in ruins, dismantled by the mutants, with shattered parts strewn about. The most critical components, the engine and energy source, were conspicuously absent. The mutants, possessing advanced intelligence, knew how to exploit various resources, much like humans. Fortunately, their supplies had not been entirely stored on the motorcycles. Some basic provisions remained hidden at their campsite. The two had no choice but to walk back, unearthing the previously concealed rations beneath a rock, and enjoyed a modest lunch. A sliver of sunlight pierced through the clouds above, casting warmth upon them. Robbie glanced upward and smiled faintly. What a rare and splendid day. We are fortunate. Indeed, Blood-Eye replied silently, organizing his belongings and slinging them over his shoulder. Without the motorcycles, he had resigned himself to the journey on foot. Just as he was about to set off, Robbie spoke from behind. By the way, may I inquire why you chose to attack me back then? Chapter 31. Farewell, Blood-Eye halted in his tracks, not glancing back, merely standing in silence. Robbie did not press him. After a considerable pause, Blood-Eye finally spoke. I desire that elusive beast. Are you referring to it? Robbie asked, gesturing towards the small creature perched on his shoulder, his expression devoid of surprise. It holds no utility for you. The young of the starry beast are exceedingly precious. Yet in the grand scheme of this world, it is not only worthless, but also a perilous entity. Should the starry beast reach maturity, it would spell disaster for the entire planet. I cannot grant you this. It is of great importance to me, Blood-Eye asserted. However, if you are willing to disclose your reasons for wanting it, perhaps we can contemplate alternative solutions. I am interested in its flesh, Blood-Eye replied candidly, aware that he need not be circumspect with Robbie. To consume it? Robbie chuckled in disbelief. I have heard of using the elusive beasts as pets or for research, but this is the first time I've encountered someone wishing to devour one. Do you comprehend what the flesh of a starry beast consists of? Are you not apprehensive that consuming it might lead to your demise? That is my concern, Blood-Eye insisted stubbornly. Seeing his unwavering gaze, Robbie understood that Blood-Eye was not jesting. He pondered for a moment. You have aided me and even saved my life. I initially intended to secure a vassal position for you once I became a trainee mercenary. You must understand, this is your best chance to exit this tiered world. Blood-Eye remained silent, simply observing Robbie, knowing he had more to say. However, if you make this request, my task completion rate will not reach 100%. Although I can still become a trainee mercenary, to acquire a vassal, I must complete several formal missions, which will take at least a year. Do you understand? I comprehend. Blood-Eye nodded, feeling the insatiable desire within him intensifying. Yet he responded earnestly, I still maintain my original demand. Robbie, undeterred by Blood-Eye's obstinacy, smiled slightly and produced a slender device resembling a pen. With a gentle press, a blade sprang forth from its tip, emitting a peculiar hum. The starry beast's skin was exceedingly tough and heat-resistant, making it impervious to ordinary blades. Even lasers would prove ineffective. Hence, we require this, Robbie explained. A high-frequency cutter. The blade vibrates tens of thousands of times per second, rendering it extraordinarily sharp. It can slice through the skin of the starry beast. Before he finished speaking, Robbie deftly waved the device, extracting a chunk of flesh the size of a bowl from the starry beast. The creature, heavily anesthetized, exhibited no reaction. The wound's muscles twitched momentarily before swiftly healing into a pit-like scar. Take it. Robbie tossed the meat chunk to Blood-Eye, then shouldered his pack, striding away without a backward glance. Without transportation, the return journey was arduous for both men. Their progress was slow, and they had to continuously fend off various mutated beasts. Fortunately, both were formidable, and dealing with these creatures merely required a modicum of effort. Blood-Eye seized the opportunity to gather a considerable amount of materials from the mutated beasts, which were essential for the Hunters Guild. Though these materials were of no use to Robbie, they would enhance Blood-Eye's quality of life. With the absence of the motorcycle storage, Blood-Eye's accumulated possessions dwindled significantly. Nevertheless, this adventure proved immensely rewarding for him, as he not only acquired spoil sufficient to offset his losses, but also obtained a piece of the starry beast's tissue. Yet, he refrained from consuming it immediately, and the it within him seemed to understand the need for patience, settling momentarily. The two traveled for over half a month, and when the dark, snow-like flakes once again fell from the ominous clouds, they finally returned to talk. This time, Blood-Eye did not conceal his identity. He directly accompanied Robbie to the Hunters Guild Hall. Upon seeing the bustling old John accept the harvested goods, Blood Eye beamed with joy. "Hello, Uncle John. It's you, lad," Old John said, puffing on his exaggerated pipe and squinting at Blood Eye for a moment. "You've been away for over a month. It seems you've reaped considerable rewards. I encountered a bit of danger, more challenging than expected. So," Blood Eye placed a cloth bag on Old John's desk. "This is all I have, Uncle John." Old John lifted the bag for a glance, his cloudy eyes widening in astonishment. "What do I see? 2 claws from a mutated Tyrannosaurus and an anomaly core? Are you certain these are genuine?" "What? A mutated Tyrannosaurus?" Old John's voice drew the attention of the hall's hunters, their gazes converging on Blood Eye. The mutated Tyrannosaurus is merely a nickname. In the Hunters Guild, it is known as the Rending Claw Beast. It is a formidable mutated creature that resides deep within the Tuck Gorge. This beast possesses exceptional aggression, and it is rare for a lone hunter to attempt its hunt. Only small groups of hunters dare to try. The materials from the Rending Claw Beast are highly valuable, as it is classified as a high-level mutated creature, with its physical mutations being remarkably perfect. The claws contain energy conduits from biological tissues, which can be processed into various advanced weapons, while the anomaly core, once activated, can extract immense biological energy, a rarity in the energy weapon scarce 7th world. Blood Eye's bag contained 2 anomaly cores, indicating he had hunted at least 2 Rending Claw Beasts. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the hall, with many hunters casting avaricious glances at Blood Eye. Unaccustomed to such attention, he frowned slightly. "Uncle John, shall we find another place to talk?" "Haha, I must be getting old and forgetful. Come, let's discuss in my office." Old John chuckled, clapping his bald head, summoning a server to manage his duties, and then led Blood Eye inside. Behind them, Robbie followed with a courteous smile. The 3 entered a room at the back. Old John glanced at Robbie and inquired, "Who is this?" "He is a friend I made during this mission," Blood Eye replied, then politely addressed Old John. "Uncle John, I encountered some difficulties on this mission, and even my motorcycle was destroyed. It contained my supplies and registration card. You see, the registration card is a necessity for new hunters arriving in Tuck. It serves as a hard card that consolidates task records, finances, and resource applications. The spoils acquired by hunters are automatically recorded on the card, allowing them to freely spend in Tuck. Blood Eye's recent hunting endeavors, if converted to currency, would amount to at least 1,000 gold vicars. Losing the registration card would be a significant setback for him. However, it was evident that someone had encountered a similar situation before him. Upon hearing the news, Old John merely smiled. "That's a minor issue. I have your records. You can simply replace it later. But I must say, lad, with your recent haul, do you still need to worry about such resources? 2 claws and 2 anomaly cores from the Rending Claw Beasts. That is ample to exchange for some top-tier equipment." "Every little bit helps," Blood Eye replied with a smile. "You rascal," Old John chuckled, then promptly recorded Blood Eye's acquisitions and instructed someone to store the spoils before turning to Robbie with a serious gaze. "Your friend Blood Eye? Are you planning to become a hunter as well?" "Huh, let me see your hands. Not bad. You should be proficient with firearms. Blood Eye is fortunate to have you as a partner. I've been telling him to find a ranged attacker, yet he wouldn't listen. How about I register you? Rest assured, with Blood Eye's backing, I will certainly elevate your hunter rank." "Not necessary, Uncle John." Robbie politely placed a hand over his chest, and his unique air of nonchalance immediately captured Old John's attention. "I am not here to hunt. I merely happened to pass by and wish for you to introduce me to someone." "Who?" Old John furrowed his brow, questioning. "The president of the Hunters Guild." "What?" Old John gasped in surprise. "You wish to meet the president?" "Why?" I said, "Robbie, the president is not someone who can be easily met. It is quite difficult for ordinary hunters to gain his audience, and even with the influence of the Blood Eye, I find it hard to approach him." "That is not an issue." Robbie smiled as he produced a badge and handed it to Old John. "Uncle John, as long as you present this badge to him, I believe he will not refuse to see me." "This?" Old John took the badge with a puzzled expression and his eyes widened in astonishment. "What is this?" "You need not concern yourself with the details," Robbie replied with a slight smile. The badge he presented was the insignia of a cosmic mercenary's vassal, which indeed shocked Old John. Though he was merely a vassal, in this lower realm, such a status was exceedingly prestigious. Even requests to meet planetary leaders would seldom be declined. His desire to meet the guild's president stemmed from the fact that the Hunters Guild is essentially a subordinate organization of the cosmic mercenaries, merely serving to connect him with the mercenary headquarters. Very well. Old John, astute as he was, promptly acquiesced to Robbie's request, a hint of reverence dawning in his eyes. After summoning a waiter to arrange matters for Blood Eye, he hurriedly departed. Observing the waiter assist Blood Eye with the re-registration process, Robbie turned to her and said, I must take my leave. This collaboration has been most enjoyable, but regrettably, due to the completion rate of the task, I am unable to assist you further at this time. I understand, Blood, I replied earnestly, but I still must thank you. Do not express gratitude. This is what you deserve, Robbie chuckled, shaking his head. I owe you one, yet I have not truly been of much help. However, if you wait for me a year, I shall certainly come to find you. By the way, what are your plans now? Will you continue to linger in the Hunters Guild? If so, perhaps I could leverage a bit of my authority to secure some benefits for you. I do not intend to remain in Tuck for the time being, Blood, I said, a slight smile gracing her lips as her gaze drifted toward the sky outside. I have matters to conclude. Initially, I believed my strength insufficient, but now I feel the time has come. Understood. Robbie's eyes flickered momentarily before he extended his hand toward Blood Eye. Then, farewell. Farewell. Their hands clasped in a firm shake. Chapter 32. The enchanting dream. As the wind gradually subsided, twilight descended upon the town of Tuck. With darkness enveloping the landscape, countless lights illuminated the small city nestled by the canyon. The streets of Tuck were filled with inebriated men and women, clad in revealing attire and striking flirtatious poses. Tuck was a city for hunters, and the profession was perilous. After their treacherous escapades, hunters desperately sought an outlet for their pent-up energy. Without a doubt, women and strong liquor were the finest choices. Thus, every night, Tuck transformed into a bustling hive of activity, where bars of all sizes became the hunters' sanctuaries. Naturally, along with the revelry, brawls and criminal activities were rampant. The Hunters Guild, however, paid no heed to the chaos, further fueling the nocturnal disorder of Tuck. Blood Eye was a participant in this tumult. He strolled through the streets of Tuck, skillfully evading the oncoming throngs of intoxicated patrons. After wandering for a while, he entered a small bar by the roadside. Upon stepping through the entrance, he glanced at the sign above, which appeared to read The Enchanting Dream, a rather mundane name. The bar was diminutive and disheveled. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and cheap tobacco. It was already packed with hunters seeking pleasure. Blood Eye's arrival garnered no attention. He found a seat in a corner. A young woman, dressed provocatively, promptly appeared before him. Good evening, Hunter. What would you like to order? She inquired, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips as she deliberately leaned forward, exposing her ample bosom to Blood Eye's gaze. Seemingly unperturbed by the lustful stares of the surrounding hunters, the woman's eyes were sharp. She immediately discerned Blood Eye's difference from the majority of hunters. How to describe it? He exuded an air of solitude, reminiscent of a lone wolf in the wilderness. Such individuals either possessed formidable strength or astonishing wealth, undoubtedly the most enticing prey. Spending a night with a man like him was infinitely preferable to entertaining a hulking brute brimming with muscles. Moreover, as a seasoned barmaid, she could sense a uniquely alluring aroma emanating from Blood Eye, a clean scent, a rare find in a world plagued by radiation and decay. A glass of rum brewed from triple-filtered water, some food, and a room if you can satisfy me, Blood Eye stated, his expression unchanged. He was fully aware of the woman's intentions, yet this was precisely what he desired. Sitting amidst the intoxicating atmosphere of the bar, he felt a simmering excitement within him, his gaze upon the woman brimming with unabashed desire. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction, she replied, her eyes sparkling as she winked at him, her tongue playfully licking her lips. The rum arrived swiftly, accompanied by a steaming platter of roasted meat. The young woman, without a hint of hesitation, settled beside Blood Eye, pressing her delicate form against him. Her appearance was striking, and her figure was undeniably enticing, provoking a wave of hostile glares from the surrounding hunters. Blood Eye remained indifferent as he raised his glass and took a sip, observing the unfriendly atmosphere. How could this be? The girl tightened her grip on his arm, pressing herself closer. They are merely envious that you are having a splendid evening. Is that so? Blood Eye replied noncommittally, smirking slightly as he indulged in the meal. He devoured the platter meant for two with remarkable speed, washing it down with a gulp of rum before rising from his seat. I hope you have arranged my room. Of course, I assure you it will be the cleanest, she said, naturally linking her arm through his as they ascended the stairs. However, upon reaching the staircase, a burly arm obstructed their path. The owner of the arm was a towering man, reminiscent of a giant bear, his body riddled with scars that seemed to boast of past battles. Dressed only in oversized shorts that revealed his muscular frame and scars, he regarded Blood Eye with a bellicose glare. Kid, this girl, she was mine first, he slurred, his breath reeking of alcohol. Blood Eye paused, casting a discreet glance at him. The man was clearly intoxicated, greed and possessiveness radiating from his gaze as he fixated on the girl, as if he intended to devour her whole. The girl shivered slightly, sensing the man's intent, inching closer to Blood-Eye, who could distinctly feel her warmth and trembling. Such rivalries among hunters were commonplace in Tuck. The girl was evidently aware of the challenge that lay ahead. The burly man reveled in her trembling, as if fulfilling some dark desire, his gaze growing more voracious. He spat disdainfully at Blood-Eye. "Kid, in light of your status as a hunter, I won't make this hard for you. Just get lost. The enchanting dream is no place for a pretty boy like you. Otherwise, I'll smash your face and strip you bare, and let everyone have their way with you." Blood-Eye frowned. He could feel the eyes of the entire bar upon them, awaiting the spectacle. However, as a fellow hunter in this post-apocalyptic world, he knew precisely how to handle the situation. Thus, he reached out and grasped the burly man's thick arm. "Ouch!" The man yelped, his voice rising in shock. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Blood-Eye's fingers sank deep into the flesh of the man's arm, and with a swift motion, the burly arm twisted painfully against the natural order. As Blood-Eye exerted more force, the sound of bone grinding echoed through the bar, and the man's face contorted in agony as he knelt, succumbing to the pain. Gasps filled the air as patrons reevaluated the seemingly ordinary boy before them. What immense strength! Could he be a high-ranking hunter with enhanced physical abilities? In this world rife with mutated creatures, people had learned to extract necessary strength from them. Cell enhancement serums provided ordinary individuals with abilities akin to those of mutants, such as increased strength or agility. However, these serums were exorbitantly priced, far beyond the means of average hunters. Yet, they could hardly fathom that Blood-Eye's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. If he wished, he could easily snap the man's arm. He simply chose not to. "Why, you bastard? It hurts. Let me go." The excruciating pain jolted the man, his drunkenness fading as realization dawned upon him. The seemingly unassuming boy was no soft target, but rather a formidable beast. The malevolent aura Blood-Eye unleashed in that instant sent shivers down even the most seasoned hunter's spine. Fortunately, Blood-Eye did not prolong the confrontation. After subduing the man, he released his grip, and as he did, all present flinched. The burly man's arm bore 4 deep purple marks, as if clamped by iron pincers. He gasped for breath, no longer daring to block Blood-Eye's path. With a furious glare directed at him, the man fled the bar, presumably in search of a healer. Blood-Eye smiled faintly, surveying the bar until he noticed that no one dared to challenge him further. He nodded and led the girl upstairs. As she had described, despite the bar's shabby exterior, the room was remarkably clean. To Blood-Eye's surprise, he discovered a bathroom within the room. Given the severe pollution in this post-apocalyptic world, bathing was a luxury for most. He had not anticipated that this dilapidated bar offered shower facilities, and he could not help but reassess his initial impressions. Certainly, while the shower may not be complimentary, it is fortunate that Blood-Eye is not in want of money. A sweet voice emerged from behind him, prompting Blood-Eye to turn and behold a girl shedding her shawl, revealing her smooth, radiant shoulders. Noticing his attention, the girl flashed a coy smile. "Hunter, I have already bathed and am quite clean, so please do not worry." "Ah, I understand. However, I must wash first. Please wait a moment." Blood-Eye replied with a smile. He then disregarded the girl, disrobing and entering the bathroom. As he turned on the tap, the crystalline water cascaded over his body, bestowing a soothing warmth upon his nerves. The sensation was immensely pleasurable, eliciting a soft groan from him. After enduring intense adventures, such a bath was undoubtedly the finest remedy for fatigue, a testament to the bar's business acumen. Though the water was scarce and deemed unfit for drinking, Blood-Eye refused to waste it. He absorbed every drop with near stinginess, scrubbing his body vigorously to shed the weariness brought on by his exploits. Upon exiting the bathroom, he discovered the room was utterly vacant, causing him to pause in surprise. Just then, a pair of soft arms encircled him from behind, accompanied by the girl's gentle breaths. "Sir, you are even stronger than I imagined. I believe we shall have a delightful evening." Sensing the tender touch against his back, Blood-Eye smiled faintly, reaching back to draw the girl into his embrace. In the next moment, he lifted her onto the rough wooden bed. The room soon echoed with the creaking of the bed and the intoxicating sounds of their breaths. Chapter 33. Devouring the celestial beast. After the fervor had subsided, Blood-Eye propped himself up against the headboard, caressing the girl's satin-smooth skin while reflecting on his own thoughts. His fingers danced deftly, soon revealing a vivid peach hue upon her skin, accompanied by the soft sounds of her breath. Though he did not lower his gaze, he was acutely aware that the girl was squinting, secretly observing him like a Persian cat savoring a taste of sweetness. He extracted several pieces of ore from his satchel and placed them on the bedside. "You may leave now." "Why?" The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Sir, I can accompany you throughout the night. These oars are sufficient. I will not ask for more. No, that will not be necessary. Blood Eye shook his head, his expression gradually turning cold. I require solitude for a while. I trust you will not disturb me, will you? The girl lowered her head, only raising it again after a moment to cast a forlorn glance at Blood Eye. You are right, sir. She picked up the oars from the bedside and swiftly exited the room. As the door closed behind her, Blood Eye stood and conducted a meticulous inspection, ensuring no surveillance devices were present before reopening his satchel to retrieve a chunk of purple flesh. The meat had begun to harden, glistening with the sheen of purple ore. After observing it for a moment, he felt the entity within him stir to life, overwhelming him with an insatiable hunger. As always, its desires were raw and unrefined, almost compelling Blood Eye to devour the flesh in one bite. Yet, with unwavering resolve, he restrained himself, murmuring, "What exactly are you? What connection does this celestial beast's flesh have with you? If you possess intelligence and desire this, then take it for yourself." The entity within him quivered, seemingly acknowledging Blood Eye's inquiry, though it remained silent. After a brief pause, it ceased to incite his hunger and opted for a different approach. Blood Eye felt a gentle protrusion from his chest, followed by several delicate tendrils extending outward. These appendages resembled those formed during the absorption of the colonization components, yet they appeared more fragile and tender. The tendrils cautiously ventured forth as if experiencing the world for the first time, before slowly and resolutely reaching for the chunk of meat in Blood Eye's hand. He did not hinder it, as if he had anticipated this outcome, observing with keen interest. Although he did not fully understand the entity within him, he felt no aversion. In truth, without its existence, he would have perished long ago. It bestowed upon him formidable power, enabling him to survive in this apocalyptic world. From a certain perspective, Blood Eye ought to express gratitude towards it, for he knew it would not inflict harm upon him. Rather, it would confer benefits. His curiosity was merely piqued. The tendrils slowly extended, ultimately making contact with the purple flesh. In an instant, they shed their initial timidity, lunging forward with ferocity. The tips transformed into sharp, needle-like points, penetrating the flesh effortlessly. Blood Eye watched as the tendrils expanded and contracted vigorously, creating bulges the size of eggs that swiftly drew into his being. Throughout this process, he felt no pain. Instead, a mild euphoria washed over him, akin to a narcotic high. This sensation, Blood Eye inhaled deeply, leaning back against the headboard. Though he had prepared for the ensuing changes, he did not anticipate this particular experience. The gentle pleasure enveloped not only his body but also his mind, allowing him to relax completely, as if succumbing to the embrace of slumber. However, this comfort was fleeting, as the celestial beast's flesh was swiftly consumed by the entity. When the tendrils retracted into him, darkness enveloped his vision, and an unprecedented wave of hunger surged forth, nearly causing him to faint. Damn it! Blood Eye swiftly comprehended the gravity of his situation. He dashed out of the room and into the hall, disregarding the numerous onlookers, shouting directly at the bar counter. "Bring me food. A great deal of food." The bartender was taken aback, regarding Blood Eye with apprehension. His current state was rather disheveled, leading the bartender to perceive him as a beggar. Damn it! Blood Eye recognized the bartender's thoughts but lacked the energy to explain. He tossed a small pouch onto the counter. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." The pouch landed on the bar, spilling forth a dazzling array of gold coins, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the patrons. The bartender promptly gathered the coins, rushing to procure a copious amount of roasted meat. Upon sighting the food, Blood Eye's eyes turned crimson, and disregarding the gazes of others, he began devouring the offerings voraciously. His manner of consumption resembled that of a famished, mutated beast, terrifying in its intensity. A substantial piece of roasted meat vanished within moments, and within a few minutes, the floor was strewn with bones. As the food supply on the counter dwindled rapidly, Blood Eye's hunger remained unabated, prompting his eyes to redden further. He directed a low growl toward the bartender. "Not enough. Bring more." The bartender, bewildered, nodded in compliance and hurried to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, he returned with large bags filled with food, roasted meat, potatoes, and barrels of rum. Blood Eye was indiscriminate in his consumption, devouring whatever was presented to him. Perhaps due to the alarming nature of his eating, the bar gradually fell silent, all eyes fixated on his gluttonous display. This feeding frenzy lasted over half an hour, and Blood Eye ceased, not due to a lack of funds, but because the entire bar had been emptied of its provisions. After swallowing the last potato, he was met with the terrified gazes of the patrons. Exhaling deeply, Blood Eye finally felt his ravenous appetite begin to wane. only to be replaced by a peculiar sensation of expansion. A vague premonition of impending events washed over him. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he nodded at the bartender and returned to his room. As his silhouette vanished down the staircase, the bar erupted into a cacophony of voices, all astonished by Blood Eye's astonishing capacity for consumption. Good grief, had he been starving for a millennium? He was nothing short of a bottomless pit. Amidst the clamor, some lamented, he even consumed my food. As the din of the bar faded behind him and the door closed, Blood Eye suddenly felt his body weaken, collapsing to the ground. The strength he typically took pride in seemed to abandon him, and even breathing became laborious. Strangely, though, he felt no pain. Rather, warmth enveloped him, akin to being submerged in tepid water. This must be the consequence of devouring the celestial beast's flesh. Could it be that it causes indigestion? Blood Eye mused mischievously. Yet he remained unperturbed. He sensed that all of this was the doing of the entity within him, and the outcome would ultimately be advantageous. Indeed, every so often, it would generate a plethora of troubles for him, but after the turmoil, benefits would invariably follow. He was merely curious about what this particular benefit might entail. Struggling slightly, he summoned his last reserves of strength to propel himself onto the bed, allowing himself to relax completely. Through his clothing, he observed the muscles across his chest twitching, vibrating dozens of times per second, while all his strength converged towards his heart, towards it. Simultaneously, the familiar fever surged within him once more, causing his vision to blur. Am I still human? Blood Eye pondered, before succumbing to unconsciousness. In a state of drowsiness, Blood Eye found himself once more ensnared in a dream. He envisioned returning to a battlefield, albeit on a different planet this time. The adversaries he faced were no longer the chaotic, mutated creatures of yore, but rather fellow humans, donned in armor the likes of which he had never encountered. These warriors launched relentless waves of attacks against him, across the vast expanse of desolation. They struck from every conceivable direction, above, below, and on the surface, each movement sudden and lethal, far more terrifying than any foe he had previously encountered. Blood Eye fought with great difficulty. This new enemy was overwhelmingly formidable. Although he still wore the tattered armor from his last dream, it proved inadequate against such a multitude of armored combatants. He could only resist with fervor, employing every inch of his body to strike and slay. Yet, the adversary's armor was not inferior to his own. Even if he could shatter one of their defenses with a single blow, he would inevitably suffer a counterstrike of equal force. These foes possessed an indomitable fighting spirit, incomparable to the half-hearted hunter's Blood Eye had previously faced. What began as a brief skirmish rapidly devolved into a frantic pursuit. He sprinted through the wilderness, pursued by a cadre of silent, steel-clad figures. With limbs outstretched, he resembled a wounded lone wolf, darting through the desolate terrain. Each charge allowed him to topple an enemy, though it came at the cost of his own blood. Crimson mingled with shards of armor, and Blood Eye bore countless scars upon his form. Yet, he could not afford to halt. Armored silhouettes loomed all around him. The quality of these warriors was exceptional. They excelled not only in ranged combat, but were also nearly his equal in close quarters. The only disparity lay in their combat instincts. Blood Eye's instincts were innate, honed through countless life-and-death struggles, enabling him to survive in such fierce confrontations, exchanging minimal cost for the lives of his foes. Gradually, his pupils became speckled with crimson, coalescing as the fight continued. After 7 grueling hours, the battle reached its conclusion. Despite employing a strategy of evasion and ambush to eliminate dozens of armored warriors, Blood Eye was ultimately overwhelmed, encircled by the enemy. As multiple alloy blades pierced his body, he violently coughed up blood and awakened with a start. His surroundings revealed the simple confines of a bar room. Where were the enemies? Blood Eye stretched his limbs, feeling a surge of vitality return to him, and sat upright. Yet, as he rose, he was momentarily taken aback. Was this my body? Chapter 34. A group of capable laborers from the perspective of Blood Eye. He observed that a series of brown armor plates enveloped his body. These armors were aesthetically pleasing, their surfaces gleaming with a smooth luster. Layer upon layer constructed an almost flawless suit of armor. Unlike the rigid designs he had encountered before, this armor radiated a streamlined elegance. 2 semicircular shoulder guards extended backward, with sharp tips protruding outward. Blood Eye tentatively moved, discovering that this armor not only permitted his movements, but also facilitated them to the utmost degree. Additionally, ample armor plates extended from the upper arms and thighs, perfectly integrating with the hand and foot components of the colonization suit he had acquired. Together, they formed a complete suit of armor, lacking only a headpiece. Could this be the benefit of it absorbing the physical tissue of the stellar beast? A rush of joy surged within Blood-Eye. Rising to his feet, he performed several motions, immediately feeling the enhancements coursing through the armor. Although he could not ascertain the precise metrics, Blood-Eye estimated that his strength and agility had increased by at least threefold. Adding the hand and foot components, he believed that his armor would stand favorably against anything available on the market. Moreover, this was a living armor. From the areas where his body made contact with the armor, Blood-Eye could distinctly sense the vitality of its organic structure. It seemed to breathe, generating explosive power with his movements. The seams of the armor revealed the unique textures of biological tissue, reminiscent of the colonization components he had previously encountered. This was truly magnificent. Experiencing the joy of acquiring his own armor for the first time, Blood-Eye's elation was boundless, yet it quickly subsided. For within his senses, he could no longer detect its presence, as if it had never existed at all. However, Blood-Eye was untroubled. After all, this was not his first encounter. Each time he reaped the benefits, it would lapse into a brief slumber. This had become routine. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Blood-Eye gazed out the window, noticing the dawn breaking on the horizon. His recent unconsciousness had lasted an entire night. Simultaneously, a faint sense of hunger stirred within him. This was the downside. It had an insatiable appetite. Blood-Eye chuckled ruefully as he settled the bill and departed the bar. He then ventured to the Hunters Guild, where he exchanged all his recent gains for gold vicks and ore. He procured a substantial supply of provisions, weapons, and ammunition. Old John received him warmly, likely due to the influence of Priest Robbie. As Blood-Eye sensed a hint of reverence from him. This feeling was subtle, yet perceptible upon closer observation. Old John presented Blood-Eye with 3 vials filled with a blue potion, informing him that they were left by Robbie. It was a highly concentrated nutrient supplement capable of replenishing energy expenditure rapidly, a standard ration for cosmic mercenaries. He then brought forth a motorcycle from the back, presenting it to Blood-Eye. This is also from Robbie. He was quite dismayed that your motorcycle was destroyed, so he purchased this latest model for you. I hope you like it. Thank you, Blood-Eye replied politely, then calmly mounted the motorcycle, departing the Hunters Guild with his supplies. Observing his swiftly receding figure, Old John's expression grew complex. What a fortunate lad. It seems he might just escape the confines of this planet. Yet, I wonder how long it will take for him to meet the minimum standards of a cosmic mercenary. 5 years. 10 years. Strange, why have I not noticed his armor? On the endless wasteland, a motorcycle sped swiftly across the terrain. This was a standard sand bike, equipped with 4 robust tires and powerful propulsion, capable of reaching speeds of up to 160 kilometers per hour. Any bandit worth their salt would not overlook such a vehicle. Blood-Eye sat astride the motorcycle. His tousled hair whipped by the fierce wind, yet it did not hinder the cold intensity of his gaze. Along the way, he encountered no fewer than 5 waves of bandits, his hands stained with their blood. These greedy, bloodthirsty individuals certainly would not overlook a solitary traveler like him. But they could not fathom that this lone wanderer was, in fact, a wolf, an even more ferocious wolf than they. None of the 5 waves of bandits bore armor. Their most formidable weapon was a machine gun. Thus, they met their demise. Blood-Eye harbored no thoughts of mercy. This was a post-apocalyptic world, and all would adhere to the rules of such an existence. The concept of compassion had never graced Blood-Eye's mind. The motorcycle jolted violently as a small gathering point emerged on the distant horizon. Blood-Eye recognized it as his destination for the day, the nearest gathering point to Shelter 27. Crossing this gathering point would lead him back to the place he had inhabited for 20 years. As he approached the gathering point, the number of figures on the wasteland increased. Blood-Eye spotted several convoys ambling along, and upon noticing his approach, the guards within the convoys displayed wary expressions. However, Blood-Eye had no interest in acknowledging them as he sped past, enveloped in swirling dust toward the gathering point. After paying half a block of, or as a ticket, he entered the dilapidated area under the greedy gaze of the guards. At this moment, Blood-Eye's attire was quite conspicuous. Clad in high-intensity ceramic combat gear, a hallmark of the elite hunters of Tuck. He bore 2 large-caliber short-barreled hunting rifles in holsters strapped to the outer sides of his legs, alongside a belt of ammunition. Although these items were not as effective as his fists, they offered convenience. Coupled with a striking desert motorcycle and a bulging pack, the gazes directed at Blood-Eye were akin to those of famished wolves. Yet Blood-Eye remained unfazed. He was more familiar with the rules of this post-apocalyptic world than most, and possessed the capacity to enforce them. Thus, without hesitation, he drove his motorcycle directly beside a fuel tank, tossing the owner half a bag of ore. Fill it up. Hey, kid, Your bike is impressive, the owner remarked, his eyes gleaming with envy, as he skillfully climbed atop the fuel tank to connect a hose to the motorcycle. I remained silent, casually retrieving a cigarette from his pocket to place between his lips before lighting it. Hey, kid, are you insane? This is a fuel tank. You could endanger everyone, the owner exclaimed, startled. I ignored him, taking a deep drag of the cigarette, relishing the rush of nicotine as it surged into his lungs, stimulating his cerebral cortex with a wave of exhilaration. He then cast a glance at the owner. Have there been any recent updates about Shelter 27? Shelter 27? The owner pondered. You mean the ruins to the west? Of course, quite a lot has occurred there. Recently, a gang attack due to the abandoned water treatment system, causing quite a commotion. In the end, they were utterly annihilated. Annihilated? I was taken aback. He was familiar with those gangs. In fact, it was precisely because of their presence near the shelter that he had resolved to leave. Yet he never anticipated that they would be completely wiped out. Since when had Shelter 27 been home to such formidable foes? In Blood-Eye's recollection, no one within the shelter possessed that level of strength. Indeed, they were all wiped out, the owner continued, oblivious to Blood-Eye's thoughts. I heard it was a very powerful individual, someone referred to as Black Bear. He was initially just a minor gang leader within Shelter 27, but somehow acquired a set of armor and forged a connection with Crest, rapidly expanding his power. He even repaired the water treatment system within the shelter. Now, it has become quite a renowned gathering point, with a population exceeding 6,000. Black Bear. At the mention of that name, Blood-Eye's hand trembled, causing a bit of ash to fall, startling the owner into exclamations of alarm. Regaining his composure, Blood-Eye offered a sheepish smile before extinguishing his cigarette. Thank you, boss. This is your reward. He tossed a piece of, or towards the proprietor, and watched as the man departed with a beaming countenance. Only then did Blood-Eye close the fuel cap of his motorcycle and venture deeper into the gathering point. Along the way, numerous scantily clad women flirted with him. Yet he cast not a glance in their direction. The gathering point was replete with goods, all reasonably priced. Blood-Eye casually selected a variety of Tier 3 food items and purified water, before finding a modest inn to settle in. While resting, he observed several burly men gesturing towards his motorcycle, eliciting a faint smile from him. He was aware that his journey to Shelter 27 would not be lonely. With a night devoid of disturbances, Blood-Eye rose early the next morning, prepared his belongings, and set off. As he exited the gathering point, he noticed an array of motorcycles flanking the entrance. Several tattooed giants with bloodshot eyes were waiting expectantly. Upon his arrival, their sinister smiles revealed their intentions, displaying their gleaming white teeth. The guards at the gathering point, however, appeared oblivious to their presence. With a cold smile, Blood-Eye extended a hand, mimicking the action of firing a gun. He then roared off into the wasteland on his motorcycle. Behind him, the provoked giants clambered onto their bikes, frantically pursuing him. In comparison to Blood-Eye's motorcycle, their machines were noticeably inferior, and the distance between them quickly widened. Yet, oddly, Blood-Eye seemed to lack proficiency in his driving, periodically slowing down just as he was about to escape, inciting the men behind him into a frenzy, their howls echoing through the air. Thus, the chase ensued, and they soon delved deeper into the wasteland. As the surrounding area became devoid of obstructive caravans, Blood-Eye finally swerved his motorcycle, executing a graceful drift as he came to a stop, shrouded in dust. Coldly regarding the rapidly approaching bandits, he retrieved his shotgun and disengaged the safety. A fine bunch of laborers. I seem to be in luck. Chapter 35. Revenge. The mood of Black Bear has been rather dismal lately. Despite having conquered the entire refuge and emerging victorious in recent gang conflicts, a sense of unease clouds his heart, as if some misfortune is poised to descend upon him. This feeling exacerbates his irritability, leading him to lash out at his subordinates without provocation. At this moment, he reclines in one of the finest villas in Shelter number 27, flanked by two pale-skinned girls who are diligently massaging him. Such a life was once reserved solely for the leader of Shelter number 27, a position that seemed light years away from Black Bear's grasp. However, since acquiring his armor and forging an alliance with Cruster, he has ascended to the rank of the strongest in the area, having personally broken the limbs of the former leader and cast him into the wilderness. The unfortunate soul had grown for 5 days before finally succumbing, a fact that fills Black Bear with pride. He gazes with satisfaction at the remnants of the gang that once refused to submit to him, now gathering at his feet, pleading for his forgiveness, which gratifies his twisted sense of pride. Yet, why does he still feel so unhappy? Contemplating this, he absent-mindedly touches his bald head, only to inadvertently graze a small wound at the back of his neck, causing his expression to darken. In a fit of rage, he kicks the girl massaging his leg, sending her sprawling to the ground. She winces in pain but dares not utter a sound, instead bowing repeatedly, her smooth forehead soon leaving faint bloodstains on the floor. "Get out!" Black Bear bellows in fury. He then seizes the other girl and unceremoniously tosses her out the door. "Bring in Hyena." Yes. The two girls, trembling, scramble to their feet and flee. Shortly thereafter, a formidable figure strides into the hall. This burly man, like Black Bear, is bare-chested, showcasing a myriad of scars. The former Hyena has been slain by Blood Eye, and this man is his replacement, the most formidable brute in shelter number 27. Since Black Bear's conquest, he has become Black Bear's direct subordinate, known for his brutal temperament and penchant for dismembering opponents for sport. "Boss, you called for me." The man booms as he enters, a long scar on his face quivering as he speaks, resembling a writhing worm. An unsettling sight indeed. However, Black Bear finds favor in this brute. Though not as cunning as the previous Hyena, he is far more powerful and capable of handling many of the nuisances Black Bear prefers to ignore. "Sit." Black Bear commands irritably, pacing the floor. He suddenly points to a nearby chair. "Thanks, boss." Hyena responds with a grin and promptly sits down, his eyes fixed on Black Bear, brimming with a ravenous thirst for blood, as if awaiting the slightest command to unleash chaos. Yet, Black Bear's focus appears elsewhere, as he continues to pace anxiously. After a prolonged silence, he opens the liquor cabinet, tosses a bottle of spirits to Hyena, and opens one for himself, drinking greedily. The golden liquid dribbles down his chin until he finishes the bottle, tossing it aside and collapsing into a chair, his eyes bloodshot. "Hyena, how many men do we have now?" Over 100. All skilled fighters," Hyena replies hurriedly. His notion of skilled refers to the most ruthless and formidable thugs. In terms of combat prowess, they indeed surpass Black Bear's previous subordinates. However, Black Bear seems dissatisfied. He scratches his bald head, a grimace of displeasure crossing his face. "Only 100? I recall the numbers were the same last month. That's because we've engaged in several skirmishes with outside gangs this month. Though minor confrontations, our losses have not been insignificant. Boss, ever since our water treatment system was repaired, we've become a prime target for nearby gangs, each eager to take a bite." "Dream on." Black Bear erupts in rage. "The water treatment system was established with the help of Lord Cruster. Aside from our own usage, all excess water must be tribute to him. Do those damned bastards dare to set their sights on Lord Crustu?" "They certainly don't," Hyena replies cautiously, observing Black Bear's expression. "But they do dare to target us. If they eliminate us, they can seize this place and gain Lord Cruster's favor." "Foolishness. Do they think my armor is merely ornamental?" Black Bear roars, his eyes ablaze with a savage light, intimidating even Hyena, who lowers his gaze in fear. Yet, the object of Black Bear's ire is not Hyena but an unexpected figure. When recalling the courage faced against his armor, Black Bear can only think of Blood Eye, the formidable foe who dared to charge at him with nothing but a pair of gauntlets, leaving a fist imprint on his chest. Fortunately, he's dead. Such injuries would be fatal in the wild, Black Bear muses, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Drawing a deep breath, he reveals a sinister smile. "The situation has become unstable lately. We have indeed been too lenient. Shortly, summon a few men to execute the captives we captured yesterday and display their bodies outside the refuge. I am certain those fools will appreciate it. Additionally, I have heard there have been disturbances within the shelter. Let us deal with that as well." "Understood, boss." Hyena's eyes gleam with excitement at the prospect of bloodshed. Eagerly agreeing to the orders, both men, with their volatile tempers, find a thrilling interest in the prospect of carnage. However, before they can revel in their excitement, a subordinate bursts in, breathless. "Boss, trouble. A new group is attacking us outside, and several of our brothers are already injured." "Newcomers?" Black Bear blinks, springing to his feet. "Not those from yesterday?" "No, boss." The subordinate responds hurriedly, panic evident in his expression. "They are a group of unfamiliar faces, though some brothers recognized a few from the Eastern Gathering Point." "The Eastern Gathering Point? How did they come to be here?" Black Bear contemplates, furrowing his brow in confusion. But a malicious grin soon spreads across his face. "Perfect. I need some prey to demonstrate our might. They've delivered themselves right to my doorstep." Laughing maniacally, he strides out of the villa. Outside, several gang members await in the courtyard, all brandishing pristine, outdated rifles. Upon seeing Black Bear, they erupt in a cacophony of howls, with Hyena closely trailing behind him, a sinister grin plastered across his face. The group hops into an all-terrain vehicle and speeds off. In moments, they arrive at the entrance of the refuge, where chaos reigns. Outside, the wasteland is alive with the sight of over a dozen motorcycles weaving through the terrain, riders yelling as they unleash fire from their old rifles toward the refuge. Their weaponry is formidable, and their aim precise, keeping Black Bear's men at bay. However, Black Bear's arrival bolsters their morale, and a volley of gunfire from his men brings down several riders, causing the remaining ones to hastily widen their encirclement. This is a common tactic employed by bandits in the wasteland, adept at utilizing their motorcycles for swift movements, rushing in at the first opportunity and scattering when under attack. How dare you come to provoke my refuge with such cowardice? Black Bear taunts, one foot planted on the vehicle's frame, disdain evident on his face. Do they think they can seize my territory just by relying on pack tactics? Do they believe this refuge is a traveling circus? Perhaps they've lost their minds. Hyena chortles beside him, playfully twirling a narrow hunting knife, the scar on his face twitching with a menacing energy. Yet neither of the two noticed that upon their appearance. The rider across seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The howling grew louder, and the encircling group became increasingly lax, as if poised to flee at any moment. Meanwhile, not far behind the Black Bear, a figure slowly rose atop an abandoned high-rise. It was Blood-Eye, standing on the rooftop, buffeted by the fierce wind. Blood-Eye coldly surveyed the battlefield below. The bandits he had coerced into action had performed adequately, yet their utility had reached its conclusion. Having drawn out the Black Bear, the remainder was now his responsibility. Gazing at the still arrogant, burly figure below, a profound hatred welled up uncontrollably in Blood-Eye's eyes. He extended his left hand, and a short-barreled shotgun leaped into his grasp. From his current vantage point, the Black Bear was utterly defenseless. With a mere squeeze of the trigger, that grotesque man would be riddled with countless steel pellets, akin to meat ground under the wheels of a truck. However, Blood-Eye was reluctant to grant him such an easy demise. With a decisive clatter, he cast the shotgun aside and stripped away his armaments until only his ceramic combat suit remained. Taking a deep breath and stretching his limbs, Blood-Eye then poised himself and leaped directly from the rooftop. In midair, he executed a roll, positioning himself head down. Following this, he uttered a low command, biosuit, feet. A flash of blue light flickered at his calves, and the foot components of the biosuit rapidly emerged from within him. In an instant, Blood-Eye propelled himself backwards with a forceful push. The ground beneath his feet erupted with a resounding bang, as if he had genuinely pushed against solid ground. He was launched forward with the velocity of a bullet, landing on the earth in the blink of an eye. Upon impact, he curled into a tight ball, then unfurled like a spring. With a thunderous crash, the hard concrete splintered beneath him, erupting in a cloud of dust, while Blood-Eye surged forth like a panther in hunting mode, ready to pounce. Chapter 36. The hunt. Leaping from a height of over 30 meters and landing unscathed, Blood-Eye's abilities have long transcended the realm of humanity. Thus, when he burst forth from the swirling dust like a tempest, the bandits beside the Black Bear failed to notice him immediately. But how swift is Blood-Eye? In a mere instant, he had already infiltrated the circle of the Black Bear's crew, darting past one bandit. With a swift extension of his right arm, he delivered a precise strike to the unsuspecting throat of his target. A sickening crack echoed as blood erupted forth, and the bandit's massive head was sent flying, spinning through the air as disbelief lingered in his eyes. "Watch out, boss!" shouted a nearby bandit in terror, raising his rifle. Yet at that moment, Blood-Eye had already closed the distance, crouching low before him. His left hand seized the bandit's ankle while his right coiled around the rifle's barrel like a venomous serpent. With a sudden thrust, the rifle was wrenched from the bandit's grasp, crashing violently into his chest. Blood-Eye's right elbow then struck with the force of a battering ram into the wound he had just created. A dull thud resonated as the bandit's chest caved in, blood gushing forth as he crumpled to the ground. Empowered by it, Blood-Eye's strength had reached astonishing levels, every movement imbued with lethal force. In a heartbeat, he had dispatched two foes, his presence radiating an unparalleled ferocity. However, his actions finally alerted the remaining bandits, and several nearest to him hastily raised their rifles. "You're asking for death." A chilling glint flashed in Blood-Eye's eyes. With a firm grip, he seized the lifeless body of the bandit he had just slain, using it as a weapon to strike another bandit nearby. The sound of impact reverberated as the unfortunate bandit met his end, splattering blood and flesh like a crimson rain. He is no man, he is a demon. The gruesome scene sent the remaining bandits into a frenzy of fear. Regardless of aim, they fired their rifles wildly, unleashing a torrent of bullets that filled the air. Yet Blood-Eye seemed to anticipate their every move, hurling the remains of his last victim into the barrage before darting away. Like a serpent in motion, he evaded the erratic gunfire and closed in on another bandit. Propelling himself off the ground and ensnaring the bandit's neck with his legs, snapping it with a resounding crack. Retreating behind a concrete slab, he allowed the bullets to rain down, shattering the debris around him without revealing his position. Blood-Eye, is it really you? It was only then that the black bear registered the situation, his voice tinged with disbelief and a hint of terror. In that moment, he realized that the cold, detached youth before him was his greatest nightmare. The memory of their last encounter, where Blood-Eye had fought with brutal ferocity despite his grievous injuries, sent chills down the black bear's spine. He had assumed that such severe wounds, compounded by the harshness of the wilderness, would have claimed Blood-Eye's life. Yet here he stood, poised to strike again. Kill him! Kill him! Fear clouded the black bear's judgment, and in a moment of panic, he shouted erratically. However, his remaining subordinates were too preoccupied with their own survival to heed his commands. In truth, the black bear had only brought a handful of guards, merely 7 in total. In their first encounter, Blood-Eye had already dispatched 4 of them. The remaining 3 had retreated to a safe distance, firing their rifles haphazardly, too fearful to approach. Their terror of Blood-Eye's lightning speed was palpable. They understood that to be within his grasp meant certain death. Yet this distance posed a challenge for Blood-Eye, whose prowess lay in close-quarters combat. If the bandits remained afar, his ability to eliminate them swiftly would be hindered. At that moment, a hyena in the off-road vehicle stood up, casting a dubious glance towards the rocks where Blood-Eye concealed himself. "Boss, is that Blood-Eye? The one who once wounded you?" "Indeed, it is him," the black bear spat bitterly, hatred gleaming in his eyes. "This bloodthirsty wolf. I thought he had perished. Yet he dares to return. This time, I will ensure his demise." "Huh. This time, he is surely doomed," the hyena grinned slyly. "Boss, have you forgotten about our asset?" "Indeed," the black bear responded with a chilling smile, his eyes glinting with malice. As they conversed, the battle in the arena drew to a close. Blood-Eye, though not adept at long-range combat, possessed an extraordinary instinct for battle. Realizing the bandits' intent to create distance, he swiftly adapted his strategy, extracting heavy concrete slabs from the ruins and launching them as projectiles. The rubble was abundant, and each slab weighed hundreds of kilograms. When they struck the ground, they shattered like cannonballs. The remaining bandits, believing they were safe at a distance, soon realized their grave error as Blood-Eye unleashed his monstrous strength. Within moments, they emerged from their hiding places, shrieking in terror as they fired wildly while retreating. But before they could make significant progress, massive concrete slabs rained down upon them, crushing them mercilessly, blood and entrails splattering across the scene. Dusting off his hands, Blood-Eye emerged from his hiding place, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. The coldness in his demeanor sent a jolt through the black bear's heart. Nevertheless, the black bear, having ascended to his position within the 27th shelter through sheer determination, swiftly suppressed his unease, revealing a sinister grin. "You little bastard, I was considering sparing you, but now you've chosen death. Today, I shall be merciless. Do you think your injuries have healed enough to challenge me? Don't dream. If it weren't for that damned woman last time, you would have become carrion in the wilderness long ago. Now, let me show you what true power is." With that, the black bear leaped from the vehicle, retrieving a massive iron box. Though rusted, the letters FX11 were still legible in the corner. Upon opening the box, a plume of icy vapor erupted forth, enveloping him. Undeterred, he swiftly donned mechanical components from the box, transforming from a brawny man into a metallic monstrosity. Armor. Blood-Eye's lips curled in a grimace, his eyes flashing with ferocity. He had anticipated the black bear's armored form. He had refrained from attacking, desiring the black bear to endure his vengeance at peak strength. He wanted the black bear to feel the crushing despair of plummeting from paradise to hell. What Blood-Eye did not foresee, however, was that the new hyena also possessed a suit of armor. In mere moments, the hyena too emerged from the vehicle, clad in similar steel, transforming into a creature of iron. As the final piece of armor sealed into place, both figures erupted in a cloud of frigid mist, readying themselves for the impending clash. Unlike the last encounter with the substandard product, this time the black bear adorned a genuine suit of individual combat armor, likely belonging to the main battle sequence for close-quarters combat. It boasted robust limbs and exaggerated power components, wielding an ostentatious alloy axe. In contrast, the hyena donned the inferior gear that the black bear had previously worn, marked by the indentations left by Blood-Eye's strikes. Its weapon was a hunting knife hastily retrieved from the vehicle. Once armed, they encircled Blood-Eye, one on each side, their laughter echoing ominously from beneath their helmets. As the black bear flexed his limbs, a sinister grin spread across his face. Disappointed? Are you, little bastard? My armor remains unscathed, and I've acquired a brand new set. This top-tier equipment was bestowed upon me by Lord Crest. No matter what, today is your end. I swear, once I capture you, I shall make you wail for 5 days and nights before you meet your demise. This time, there will be no salvation for you. Let us see how you attempt to flee. I will not run, Blood, I replied, his expression impassive in the face of their advancing menace. I merely wish to pose a single question. Speak. Perhaps, if I'm in a good mood, I may divulge the answer, the black bear retorted, dragging the alloy axe before him, sparking against the ground. Where's Liar? Liar? You mean that wretched, filthy woman? The black bear feigned contemplation before bursting into laughter. I know where she is, but I shan't reveal it. I want you to perish with your uncertainties, to die without any sense of relief. Want to know? Defeat me. Then, but can you truly accomplish that? With your frail body against my armor? Just like last time? Ha ha ha, come on. Defeat me? Blood, I fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath, a chilling glint sparking in his eyes. I understand now. Bioarmor. Chapter 37. Instant kill of the hyena. A gentle blue light flickered, and streamlined bioarmored plates emerged from Blood-Eye's body. Unlike conventional armor, all the plates of this bioarmor extended directly from within Blood-Eye, completing the transformation from nakedness to outfitting in an instant. Upon witnessing the familiar armor plates and feeling the surging power within, Blood-Eye couldn't help but emit a low groan. Before him, however, the black bear and the hyena were momentarily taken aback. Then they burst into laughter. Goodness, what is he doing? Where did he procure such a ragged suit of armor? Is this even armor? They scoffed. What a joke. Even the shoddiest market goods are more coherent than this. Look, the colors of his arms and body don't even match. It's clearly a haphazard assembly. Did he scavenge this from the wild? The black bear laughed the loudest, mercilessly ridiculing him. The hyena joined in with a mocking grin. Boss, perhaps he just randomly donned a few parts he found. And there's not even a power system in it. This thing probably can't even move, let alone kill. I bet it'll fall apart any second now. Yet, it was not entirely the fault of the black bear and the hyena for their misjudgment. Blood-Eye's appearance was indeed disheveled. His parts were cobbled together, and the bodily components had mutated from the flesh of a starry beast, mismatched in both color and form. It looked as though it had been hastily thrown together. Furthermore, the bioarmor bore no resemblance to any known armor systems, lacking any visible power source. Thus, the black bear and the hyena had no way of knowing the terrifying power concealed within this seemingly tattered armor. A force beyond comprehension. With a crack, the concrete beneath Blood-Eye suddenly shattered, forming cracks like a spider's web. In the same moment, Blood-Eye crouched low, like a beast, and lunged towards the nearest hyena. His speed was astonishing, reminiscent of a hunting panther, as he swiftly appeared before the hyena. The intelligence system within the hyena's armor emitted a piercing alarm. But it was too late. The bioarmor possessed combat capabilities comparable to standard armor, and with Blood-Eye's sudden surge of aggression, mere speed could hardly encapsulate his ferocity. Almost simultaneously with the alarm blaring from their armor, Blood-Eye's left hand, propelled by a rush of power, darted toward the hyena's throat like a spear, swift as lightning. However, the hyena was no ordinary thug. As the most formidable villain of Shelter 27, his instincts had surpassed mere reflexes. Although his mind could not keep pace with Blood-Eye's movements, his instincts compelled him to lean back, collapsing to the ground. This fall saved his life. Just as he descended, Blood-Eye's hand sliced through the air, whistling past the visor of the hyena's helmet. The sheer pressure of the wind made it difficult for the hyena to breathe, and he felt an intense heat emanating from the visor, sending a chill down his spine. The raw explosive power of Blood-Eye startled him. Simultaneously, Blood-Eye, having missed his strike, did not pause for a moment. Almost instinctively, he propelled himself upward, executing a movement akin to a Muay Thai knee strike. His upper body leaned back slightly, while his left knee shot forward like a battering ram. The entire motion was clean and precise, striking the hyena right where it hurt. With a resounding crash, the armor plates between the hyena's legs buckled under the impact of Blood-Eye's knee. The force was enough to send the hyena flying. The hyena let out a shrill scream, but a glimmer of ferocity ignited in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and swung his knife at Blood-Eye. Despite being gravely injured, his fighting instincts remained intact. Although his strike appeared wild, it served to obstruct Blood-Eye's advance, exuding sheer brutality. Yet he forgot that if it came to cruelty, how could he presume Blood-Eye was any less ruthless? If he were not fierce enough, how could he have survived as an orphan in this desolate world? In the face of the incoming hunting knife, Blood-Eye did not flinch. Rather, he charged forward. Channeling the momentum of his previous attack, he suddenly shouted, "Blade." Silently, a blue energy blade extended nearly half a meter from the outer edge of his right arm. With one swift stroke, he cleaved the hyena's hunting knife in two. The subsequent energy blade descended without obstruction, severing the hyena's left arm. The hyena emitted a horrific scream as he fell backward. Blood-Eye sustained a cut on his cheek from the knife's broken edge, yet he did not blink an eye. As he watched the hyena crumple to the ground, he stepped forward with ruthless intent, delivering a powerful stomp. With that stomp, the hyena was driven into the ground. With a dull thud, the hard concrete shattered, and the hyena sank deeply into the ground, gasping for breath. His insides mixed with blood erupted from his mouth like a crimson fountain. Blood-Eye's kick was nothing short of brutal, shattering not only his ribcage but also forcing his innards to spill forth. Though the armor offered some protection, the hyena could not escape death easily. However, all his fighting spirit and hope for survival were irrevocably crushed beneath that foot. In less than 5 seconds of battle, the hyena was slain by Blood-Eye. At that moment, the black bear had just reached Blood-Eye's rear. "Blood-Eye, I will kill you." Witnessing the hyena being stomped to death before his eyes sent the black bear into a frenzy. He pursued with all his might. Yet, despite the substantial enhancement of his armor, he could not match Blood-Eye's speed, forced to watch helplessly as the hyena was dispatched. The sight of the hyena spewing his insides struck a deep chord within him. Fierce, cruel. This was yet another impression Blood-Eye had left on him. He could hardly fathom that the once battered, submissive little hunter he had exploited had grown to this level. Blood-Eye's brutal grappling techniques and terrifying combat instincts felt demonic, instilling a faint sense of fear within him. Nevertheless, the black bear remained resolute in his belief that he would emerge victorious, for he was clad in armor custom-made by the Great Kest. This was a melee-type armor that significantly enhanced strength. Beneath its seemingly cumbersome exterior lay a monstrous explosive power, with frontal armor as thick as that of a lightweight tank from the old era. While this would decrease his speed, once he laid hands on his opponent, even steel beams would be torn to shreds. Breathing heavily, the black bear pursued Blood-Eye at full speed, keenly aware of the information relayed by the armor's intelligence system. This auxiliary device assisted the user in gathering and analyzing all surrounding information, offering offensive and defensive suggestions. In a sense, it functioned as a second brain. With such a device, even if he could not match his enemy's speed, the armor's user would remain fearless against any opponent, unless the adversary chose to flee. The black bear, of course, did not believe Blood-Eye would run. He was acutely aware that the animosity between them was as thick as blood. One side had to fall for it to end. With each step, the heavy armor left deep imprints on the concrete. As the black bear charged like a heavy tank towards Blood-Eye, the terrifying momentum created an impression of invincibility, as if a wall would be obliterated upon contact. Blood-Eye, however, bore no expression. Compared to the menacing black bear, his bioarmor appeared disheveled. Yet the bleeding corpse beneath his feet accentuated his presence, imbuing him with a chilling aura of ruthlessness. Gently lifting his foot from the hyena's lifeless body, allowing blood to drip, Blood-Eye lowered his form once more, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, a sharp alarm suddenly erupted from the intelligent core of the black bear. A cascade of data flowed down like a waterfall. The bear's momentum came to a sudden halt as he exerted all his strength, raising the alloy axe high above his head before bringing it down with tremendous force. At this moment, he was several meters away from Blood-Eye, which seemed utterly futile. However, just as he lifted the alloy axe, Blood-Eye surged forward like a cheetah. When the axe descended, it perfectly intersected with Blood-Eye's trajectory. "Die!" The black bear shouted with exhilaration, his eyes filled with crimson streaks. "What?" Blood-Eye's pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated that the black bear could predict his assault path and launch a devastating counterattack with such precision. The massive alloy axe, merely its weight surpassing that of Blood-Eye, combined with the bear's strength and armored enhancements, would surely cleave him in two, even if his body were forged from steel. Yet, while Blood-Eye's speed was formidable, it was predicated on explosive force. It was akin to a bullet fired from a gun, so swift that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it, and altering its trajectory was an insurmountable challenge. Even Blood-Eye's unique method of assaulting from all fours, when reaching full sprint, struggled to change direction. As the axe threatened to bisect him, his heart nearly ceased its rhythm, and he could feel the chilling sharpness of the alloy axe. With no means to evade or withstand the onslaught, Blood-Eye found himself cornered in a dire predicament. In that fleeting moment, his pupils narrowed to a mere point, and with the strongest will he had ever mustered, he uttered a phrase, Bullet time. With a resounding crash, the alloy axe plummeted heavily, triggering an explosion akin to that of a bomb. Countless shards of stone, mixed with steel debris, soared into the air, violently dispersing. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the area, rendering both figures invisible amidst the chaos. Chapter 38. The fierce smoke billowed like an explosion. As the black bear stood in the clearing, a grotesque grin plastered across his face. Before him, the once solid concrete slab lay shattered, revealing a colossal pit. Perhaps obscured by the smoke, the black bear could not discern the scene within the abyss. Yet, the armored intellect had already informed him that his foe had vanished. Dead? Finally dead. Ha! Ha! Ha 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 ha. Dead. He is finally dead. In disbelief, he reconfirmed with the intellect, slowly straightening his back and erupting into a frenzied laugh. His laughter was wild and liberating, echoing through the chaos. Countless nights had been plagued by the same nightmare. A youth, armed solely with flesh, charging at him. Now it was over. The protagonist of that haunting dream would no longer threaten him. Under the might of his armored assault, he too would perish, fading into oblivion, having been tormented by nightmares. The black bear's liberation in this moment was beyond mere joy. He laughed madly, wildly swinging his alloy axe in a chaotic frenzy, desperate to expel the pent-up despair that had consumed him. The concrete beneath him suffered catastrophic destruction, reduced to a fragmented ruin. Amidst the cacophony, the smoke thickened, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The dense fog interfered with the intellect's data collection capabilities, and the black bear, in his fervent rampage, failed to notice the dwindling information being supplied. Soon, a warning light flickered ominously. At that moment, less than 10 meters behind him, a frail figure knelt on the ground, trembling slightly. Sweat drenched the entirety of Blood Eye, who gasped for breath, overwhelmed by a surge of post-traumatic fear. The preceding moment had been perilously close. Had he not activated his ability, Bullet Time, he would likely be lifeless now. However, the toll on his mind was severe. With his current strength, he could scarcely invoke Bullet Time again in quick succession. Yet, one activation was sufficient. After all, it had saved his life. Blood Eye was oblivious to how the black bear had anticipated his movements, but this encounter had unveiled the terrifying nature of standard armor. It was a foe unlike any he had faced before. Nonetheless, this was no reason to withdraw from battle. Blood Eye panted heavily while swiftly assessing his condition. He discovered that his injuries were not severe, but his mental and physical stamina had diminished greatly. His mind could no longer sustain the use of his abilities, and his physical strength was reduced to half. Under such circumstances, continuing the fight seemed grim. Yet, the thought of retreat never crossed Blood Eye's mind. Instead, he produced a syringe from his pocket and injected it into his neck. The deep blue serum coursed through his arteries, invigorating him. Instantly, he felt revitalized, a rush of exhilaration surging through him. The syringe contained a high-compression nutrient prepared by Robbie, renowned for its exceptional absorption rate. Coupled with Blood Eye's inherent efficiency in nutrient assimilation, this single injection restored much of his vitality, igniting a primal thirst for blood. No matter what, you must die by my hand. As the effects of the serum took hold, faint red spots reappeared in Blood Eye's eyes. He licked his parched lips and extended both hands, summoning 2 luminous blades. Then, like a serpent, he glided low to the ground, his movements silent, akin to a specter wandering through the fog. Simultaneously, the black bear's armored intellect blared a shrill alarm. Yet, it could not provide immediate warning. The black bear jolted to attention in alarm, but it was too late. Due to the dust he had kicked up, Blood Eye was already within a mere 10 meters of him. Almost simultaneously with the alarm's sound, Blood Eye's figure erupted from the smoke like a demon, slashing toward the black bear's knee. A sharp metallic clang resonated as the luminous blade left a deep gash on the armored knee. Yet it could not sever through the armor's defenses. Immediately after, Blood Eye delivered a powerful kick directly onto the mark. With a crack, the black bear's left knee buckled, exposing white bone mixed with armored fragments. Blood Eye had shattered it with a single strike. The black bear let out a horrendous scream, his body swaying as he lost balance. Yet, his right hand wielded the alloy axe, swinging down toward Blood Eye. The axe whistled through the air, its fierce wind enough to instill terror in the hearts of lesser beings. Blood Eye remained unfazed, his toes barely touching the ground as he surged into the black bear's embrace. The black bear barely registered the shift. In an instant, they stood face to face. From this vantage, he could see the blood-red, demon-like pupils of Blood Eye. "Ah!" The black bear screamed, retreating abruptly. The armored action module propelled him forward with tremendous force, his severed leg trailing behind, leaving a trail of crimson. But he forgot when it came to speed. How could he outpace the ghostly Blood-Eye? Almost as he fled, Blood-Eye followed like a shadow, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. Another blade struck toward the black bear's right leg. With the momentum of his charge, it sliced through like the cold light of the moon, illuminating the darkness as it pierced the black bear's knee. At that moment, the black bear, propelled backward, bore the weight of his entire body upon that leg. Upon being struck, a metallic screech echoed as the leg buckled under the unexpected assault. Pain surged through the black bear's body, twisting his face in agony. Yet, as the leader of Shelter Number 27, his ferocity remained unyielding. In this dire moment, he raised the alloy axe and bellowed as he swung at Blood-Eye's approaching figure. The massive axe cleaved through the air with a piercing howl, shattering large sections of the concrete beneath. With a flick of his wrist, the black bear sent the debris flying like shrapnel, obscuring his vision in a cloud of dust and fragments. Blood-Eye's assault was finally thwarted. The black bear breathed a sigh of relief, ready to escape. But suddenly, he saw the haze part, revealing a demonic figure charging forth. Blood-Eye was covered in wounds from the shards. Yet as he soared through the air, his right hand reached toward the black bear. "Give me death." The right hand shimmered with blue light, striking like lightning toward the black bear. Panic surged within him, and he hastily blocked with his left arm. A violent jolt coursed through him, rendering the limb numb. Spiral. With a resounding crash, the black bear's left arm, gripped by Blood-Eye, began to swell, then shattered piece by piece. Amidst the chaos, 5 brilliant blue lights spiraled upward, shredding everything they touched into fragments of flesh and blood. A torrential spray of crimson erupted, mingling with shattered armor, creating a crimson mist. The black bear screamed, nearly losing consciousness. Perhaps he could endure the agony of losing a limb. But the horror of his flesh being mercilessly ground to dust was beyond what any man could bear. Witnessing his left arm being obliterated, the black bear could scarcely believe his eyes. What were those 5 blue lights? How could they even pierce through armor? Damn it. How could I lose? Blood-Eye, I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. The black bear, in excruciating pain, uttered incoherent cries. Casting aside the alloy axe in his right hand and directing his palm towards Blood-Eye. Suddenly, Blood-Eye's pupils constricted sharply. Although he was uncertain of the meaning behind the bear's action, he was struck by a profound sense of danger. In a frantic moment, he abandoned the pursuit of the black bear and rolled to the side with all his might. A buzzing sound resonated as, almost simultaneously with Blood-Eye's movement, a multitude of nearly invisible, sharp steel needles shot forth with incredible velocity. The speed was so astonishing that Blood-Eye barely had time to react before he felt a numbness in his shoulder, and the left side of his body lost all sensation. Looking at the black bear's right hand, he noticed a gaping hole in the center of the palm, dark as though it were the muzzle of a gun. "Your hand." Blood-Eye was taken aback, and the bloodthirsty glint in his eyes dimmed significantly. "Ha. Did you not expect this?" The black bear laughed maniacally, his visage twisted with ferocity. "I lost my left arm in the previous battle. This new arm was crafted for me by Lord Crest. Losing a limb is trivial, as long as Lord Crest is here. I can replace it with a more powerful mechanical appendage at any time. These flying needles have been specially treated, soaked in the venom of a mutated viper. Just a mere touch, and even an elephant would collapse. Are you feeling a sense of paralysis throughout your body? Ha. That means the venom is taking effect. Soon, the paralysis will reach your heart, and at that moment, you will be doomed. Ha. Do you feel despair, anguish?" The black bear sneered, his eyes glinting with the utmost cruelty. "Do not worry, I will not allow you to die so easily. That would be too merciful. I intend to sever your limbs, allowing you to experience the agony I endured. Then, I shall cast you into a pool of sulfuric acid, making you witness your own slow dissolution. By then, you will truly understand what fear is." With a sense of triumph, the black bear propped himself up with his remaining hand and crawled toward Blood-Eye, leaving a long trail of blood behind. He seemed impervious to pain and soon reached Blood-Eye's side. Raising his right hand, he reached out towards Blood-Eye. At that moment, Blood-Eye's eyes snapped open, and he seized the bear's iron wrist with ferocious strength. "You?" The black bear was taken aback. "You are not poisoned. What do you think?" A cruel smile emerged on Blood-Eye's face, appearing even more savage than the bear. His pupils had transformed entirely into a shade of crimson. Under the black bear's horrified gaze, he slowly rose, firmly grasping the bear's remaining right arm. "This is your last chance. Tell me the whereabouts of Liar." "I will never tell you." "I anticipated that," Blood-Eye replied coldly, following with a forceful stomp on the black bear's body, pulling his right arm with all his might. The bear let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chapter 39. Reception with a piercing scream. The remaining right arm of the black bear was slowly extracted by Blood-Eye. His movements were deliberate, seemingly aimed at prolonging the agony of the black bear. Exerting force incrementally. As he tugged, the muscles of the black bear's right arm strained, and the robust tendons began to emit a sound of unbearable tearing, with some blood vessels bursting forth, spilling copious amounts of crimson. The area beneath the armpit twisted grotesquely, the skin stretched to the brink of its limits. The excruciating pain of having an arm forcibly torn from one's body is not something an ordinary person could withstand. Thus, it wasn't long before the black bear began to wail in torment. Typically, an arm would have snapped under such duress. But his arm had been specially reinforced by Lord Crest, embodying a fusion of mechanical and biological elements, rendering it resistant to an easy break. Consequently, the agony inflicted upon the black bear intensified manifold. With each gradual tug from Blood-Eye, he felt as though even the bones in his right side were screaming in agony, as if they too were being drawn out of his body. No more. Let me go? Let me go? The black bear howled desperately, shaking his head vigorously. Tears of pain threatened to spill from his eyes. In that moment, his sole desire was for Blood-Eye to relinquish his grip, regardless of the cost. However, Blood-Eye did not release him. He merely eased the pressure slightly and turned to regard the black bear with a frigid gaze, though he spoke not a word. That icy stare sent a shiver through the black bear, prompting him to divulge the information Blood-Eye sought with the swiftness of his life. Regardless of the depth of his hatred for Blood-Eye, he understood that his life was paramount. Though he did not fear death, he had no desire to endure the horror of having his arm torn from his body any longer. Fortuitously, Blood-Eye did not appear to be a bloodthirsty individual. The black bear was relieved to observe that, as he revealed the information, the murderous glint in Blood-Eye's eyes began to dissipate, gradually returning to his usual cold demeanor. Perhaps, he mused, if he offered a bit more in compensation, Blood-Eye might reconsider killing him. Is that all? Blood-Eye's voice echoed in the black bear's ears, and he suddenly realized, with terror, that Blood-Eye had reverted to his menacing expression without him noticing. His face turned ashen. Wait. You promised to spare me. You said so. I'm sorry, I never made such a promise, Blood-Eye replied. Then, with a sudden and forceful tug, there was a sickening sound, and the black bear's right arm was brutally wrenched from his body. The metallic skeleton and veins splintered at the point of separation, and a torrent of blood erupted forth like a gushing spring. The black bear's shrieks of anguish filled the air. Observing the black bear's torment and terror, Blood-Eye finally placed his right foot upon the black bear's throat. Then, in the midst of his desperate gaze, he stomped down with great force. Upon re-entering shelter number 27, Blood-Eye found the environment almost unrecognizable. Perhaps due to the support of the great Lord Crest, the scale of shelter no. 27 had expanded to double its previous size. The main structure had migrated from the underground sewers to the surface. The dilapidated buildings and structures within the ruins had been renovated, and new streets and shops were beginning to take shape. Since the water treatment system had been repaired, the population capacity of shelter number 27 had reached 50,000. The availability of clean water attracted a multitude of refugees, transforming what was once a desolate wasteland into a bustling hub. This is the significance of possessing a water source. In a post-apocalyptic world, access to water equates to the foundation for development. Coupled with ample time, any location can become a paradise that people yearn for. As he ambled along the streets, a towering figure followed closely behind Blood-Eye. This individual, known as KB, was a subordinate of the black bear and the sole survivor from their last encounter. When Blood-Eye found him, KB was trembling in the crevice of a concrete slab. His gaze upon Blood-Eye was that of a man confronted by a ravenous demon. Before Blood-Eye could utter a word, KB fell to his knees, pleading for his life in exchange for servitude. Blood-Eye acquiesced to his request. Such is the brutality of this world. KB was fortunate. Had he failed to plead for mercy in time, Blood-Eye would have dispatched him in an instant. As Blood-Eye entered shelter number 27, the throngs of people began to swell. Yet, none dared to approach him. They merely kept their distance, sidestepping him from afar. At that moment, Blood-Eye's appearance was fearsome, his body drenched in a mixture of blood and viscera, leaving a trail of crimson footprints with each step. His form was riddled with countless wounds, gaping as if they were the mouths of infants, some revealing stark, white bones and blue veins within. These injuries were the result of the black bear's assault, yet Blood-Eye paid them no heed. His body was remarkably resilient. As long as the wounds were not fatal, they would heal rapidly, requiring only a measure of bodily energy. What he needed most at that moment was sustenance. Following an intense battle, his stamina had been severely depleted, and even a high-pressure nutritional injection could not fully alleviate his condition. Thus, he was in dire need of food, the most effective means to replenish his energy. Upon entering a roadside tavern, Blood-Eye seated himself at the bar. Bring me food, 3-star quality or above, in abundance. Money is no object. The hulking figure of KB stepped forward immediately, placing a bag of minerals upon the counter. The tavern owner's eyes lit up, and he promptly agreed, bustling to deliver a plethora of food to Blood-Eye. Blood-Eye began to devour the offerings voraciously. His pace was rapid, and his manner of eating was far from refined. Yet, no one in the tavern dared to mock him. In fact, the moment he entered, an eerie silence enveloped the establishment. All were taken aback by Blood-Eye's presence. Good heavens, how many has this man slain? The blood that coated him appeared as though he had just emerged from a bloodbath, with pale chunks of flesh and sinew dangling from his form. He looked like a demon risen from the abyss, exuding an aura of blood that made one feel nauseated. Some timid patrons fainted on the spot, while the bolder ones cautiously maintained their distance, quietly slipping away. Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. The tavern owner scoffed disdainfully. As a newcomer to shelter number 27, having traversed vast expanses of wasteland, he had encountered countless blood-soaked warriors like Blood-Eye and held little regard for the timid locals. Despite his fearsome appearance, Blood-Eye posed no threat. In fact, he adhered strictly to the rules, though he was rather insatiable. In a mere few minutes, Blood-Eye had cleared the food the owner provided, followed swiftly by another batch. Yet, he continued to ravenously consume, showing no signs of satisfaction. KB stood behind him, arms crossed, glaring menacingly at those around them. Blood-Eye's feast lasted an hour and a half, concluding only when he had devoured every morsel in the tavern. As he exited, KB cautiously addressed him. My lord, shall we proceed to claim what is rightfully yours? Claim? Claim what exactly? Of course, the assets of the Black Bear. As you know, although he has been vanquished, there remain numerous other gang leaders in this area. They are well informed and must already be aware of the Black Bear's demise. If we do not act swiftly, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity ahead of us. KB assessed Blood-Eye's expression. Seize the opportunity and plunder? Blood-Eye pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. As I approached the Black Bear Villa, I noticed that a considerable number of individuals had already gathered there. They were all formidable men adorned with tattoos. However, upon the arrival of Blood-Eye and Kobe, the expressions of these men shifted, revealing a palpable fear. News of the 27th shelter had spread rapidly. They were already aware that the Black Bear had been slain by a hunter. Moreover, every detail regarding Blood-Eye had been meticulously gathered by them. Now, witnessing Blood-Eye's blood-soaked appearance, it was clear to all that he was the very perpetrator responsible for the demise of the Black Bear. In this apocalyptic world, might is revered above all. Thus, as Blood-Eye and Kobe advanced, the imposing men silently parted to grant them passage. The two moved unimpeded towards the villa. Upon entering, a cacophony of heated arguments echoed through the hall, punctuated by threats and intimidation. A glance around revealed 3 factions had already congregated, fervently negotiating the ownership of the Black Bear's assets. Each faction was led by a distinct figure, a robust black man, a young man clad in a white suit, and an elderly gentleman with a mane of white hair. Yet, these leaders remained aloof from the quarrel, merely observing as their subordinates exchanged insults. It was evident to any astute observer that such disputes were utterly futile. Only the words of the 3 leaders would carry any weight. The reason for their silence likely stemmed from the presence of Blood-Eye. After all, the Black Bear had fallen at his hands, and according to the rules of this harsh world, all that was here rightfully belonged to him. Of course, had these leaders possessed the strength to vanquish Blood-Eye, they could easily disregard this rule. Yet, if they truly wielded such power, why would they languish under the oppression of the Black Bear? Well, it seems there is no longer a need for contention, the black man remarked with a sudden smile upon seeing the figures of Blood-Eye and Kobe. The young man in the suit and the elderly gentleman fell silent, casting their gazes toward Blood-Eye. Their eyes bore no hostility, yet there was an unmistakable aura of pressure. Most would crumble under such scrutiny, succumbing to the weight of their presence within moments. However, Blood-Eye remained unfazed by their gaze, silently traversing through the 3 factions until he reached the leaders. I have heard that someone intends to seize my possessions. Chapter 40. Transactions and Secret Rooms. No, it is not your property, but that of the Black Bear, the burly black man replied with a grin, while secretly observing the expression of Blood-Eye. Noticing a subtle frown from Blood-Eye, he quickly changed his tone. Of course, it belongs to you now. Only you have the right to claim it here. Very well, Blood-Eye replied, his demeanor indifferent. Then can someone enlighten me as to what these uninvited guests are doing in my courtyard? Is it permissible to enter another's territory without the owner's consent? Oh, I apologize, the black man said, his demeanor shifting to one of amusement at Blood-Eye's assertiveness. But I am merely a spectator. You see, many people enjoy a bit of excitement, and I am one of them. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Henry, and this is my turf, East Street. As he spoke, the black man extended his hand. Blood-Eye regarded him silently for a moment before slowly extending his hand in return. Blood-Eye, he stated. Huh. A pleasure to meet you, formidable hunter. It seems we are now friends. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Though I am not a person of great stature, I do possess some influence in East Street. Additionally, I enjoy tinkering with various gadgets. Feel free to consult me if needed, Henry said with a wink, his rough exterior belied by a sharp intellect. With a few words, he had forged a connection with Blood-Eye, distinguishing himself from the other two leaders. Yet, such cunning could hardly escape the notice of the others. The suited young man furrowed his brow and stepped forward. I am Biso. I oversee West Street. I am aware of your name, Blood-Eye, so there is no need for further introduction. I apologize for our intrusion. I am Kawap, responsible for South Street. Blood-Eye, you seem quite familiar. I believe I have seen you somewhere before. The elderly man in elegant attire introduced himself. Blood-Eye paused, taken aback. This was indeed plausible, as he had previously operated in South Street, making it easy for a local figure to recognize him. All three leaders extended goodwill toward Blood-Eye, a significant display of respect. As they spoke, their subordinates fell silent and obediently exited the premises. Blood-Eye invited the three to sit in the hall before coldly stating, I am aware of your intentions, and I am willing to disclose them. I have no interest in your conflict. I am here solely to claim property. If any of you desires something from this place, present your price. Oh, the elderly man raised an eyebrow, revealing a fox-like smile. So, Blood-Eye, you are open to negotiations? As long as the price is right, anything left by the black bear is up for grabs? Upon hearing the old man's words, both Henry and Biso stiffened, their expressions turning serious. Blood-Eye observed all of this, but merely nodded in silence, tacitly affirming the old man's assertion. Excellent, the elder proclaimed. Then let us proceed simply. Since you are so straightforward, I shall offer this amount. He held up 5 fingers. 50 gold vicks? Henry scoffed derisively. Kawap, you are far too stingy. No, 500. Kawap raised an eyebrow, responding loudly and confidently. In terms of brute strength, he ranked low among the local figures in Shelter 27, but when it came to financial power, he was unrivaled, as he controlled South Street, the wealthiest area in the shelter, a hub for pharmaceuticals and mutated beast organs. 500 gold vicks was no trivial sum, yet it did not daunt the other two leaders. They seemed disinclined to immediately counterbid, instead directing their gazes toward Blood-Eye. Blood-Eye, maintaining his impassive expression, remarked, This sum is considerable. However, if I am not mistaken, the items you seek are actually this. As he spoke, he gestured, prompting KB to dash out of the room. After a considerable wait, he returned, dragging 2 battered iron crates. The 3 leaders gasped, their breaths quickening with greed. They certainly recognized what these were. The armor that the Black Bear had acquired from Lord Crest. Mastery of such items would pave the way for dominance over Shelter 27. However, their smiles quickly froze upon seeing the condition of the armor. It was so dilapidated that its form was unrecognizable. The heavy armor was riddled with dents, and one set had even lost its limbs. Numerous parts and gears lay haphazardly within the crates, resembling heaps of scrap metal. The trio inhaled sharply, gazing at Blood-Eye as though he were a monster. What terrifying power must it have taken to reduce the armor to such a state? Although it was touted as personal armor, its strength rivaled that of an armored vehicle from the old era. How could Blood-Eye have rendered it thus? Did he conceal a colossal mutated beast beneath his human facade? As the 3 leaders exchanged bewildered glances, Blood-Eye's cold voice cut through the silence. As you can see, these 2 sets of armor are indeed damaged. However, I have merely severed their limbs. The crucial drive systems and intelligence cores remain intact. Thus, 500 gold vicks is insufficient to procure them. This. Kawap, who had been so brazen moments ago, now appeared embarrassed. He could not have imagined that Blood-Eye would see through their intentions so easily. 500 gold vicks was indeed a substantial amount, but it fell far short of what was required for the 2 sets of armor, even in their damaged state. He had just pretended to be generous, only to find himself the subject of ridicule. Henry, the black man, laughed mercilessly, while even the typically aloof Biso cracked a sardonic smile. Enough of your theatrics, old fox. Henry chuckled, approaching Blood-Eye directly. Blood-Eye, sir, I will offer 700 gold VIX, along with an AK-74 rifle and 1,000 rounds of ammunition for both sets of armor. How does that sound? 1,000 gold VIX, Biso interjected succinctly. Hey, Biso. Your men are in the bounty hunting business. What are you competing with me for? Henry complained, visibly displeased. However, he did not raise his bid further. He could produce 1,000 gold VIX, but doing so would severely deplete his resources. Moreover, spending that much on 2 damaged sets of armor was imprudent. It could have secured a nearly new standard set instead. I find it agreeable. Your opinion is irrelevant, Biso retorted, maintaining his icy demeanor, not sparing Henry a glance. At that moment, Kawap, feeling ashamed, suddenly shouted, 2,000. I will offer 2,000 gold VIX. Are you insane? Both Henry and Biso were taken aback, staring at Kawap in shock. 2,000 gold VIX was an exorbitant sum, one that neither Henry nor Biso could muster. Apart from the deceased Black Bear, it seemed only Kawap, the leader of South Street, possessed the means to make such an offer. Yet, was it worth it? That amount of money could arm hundreds of men, or even procure new armor. Why would one spend it on 2 heaps of scrap? Nevertheless, Kawap remained steadfast, his eyes gleaming with determination as he gritted his teeth. 2,000 gold VIX, Blood-Eye? I will pay 2,000 gold VIX, provided you agree to one condition. What condition? Blood-Eye inquired coldly. Assist me when I am threatened, Kawap declared loudly. At his words, both Henry and Biso's expressions shifted dramatically. With the recent death of the Black Bear, Shelter 27 was in a state of turmoil. Every minor leader with a modicum of influence gazes eagerly at the position left vacant by the Black Bear. Yet, only 3 individuals possessed genuine hope of ascending to that seat. At this moment, Kawap has unexpectedly put forth a request. Should Blood-Eye acquiesce, he would be virtually invincible. With a formidable hunter like Blood-Eye to safeguard him, who would dare to lay a hand on him during their power struggles? Instantly, the expressions of Henry and Biso turned grim as they directed their gaze toward Blood-Eye, aware that this matter directly pertains to their vested interests. They yearned to ascertain Blood-Eye's stance. After a moment of contemplation, Blood-Eye shook his head. I regret to inform you, Mr. Kawap, that I previously stated I would not partake in your conflicts, nor will I remain here. Hence, I cannot comply with this request. Kawap responded, I understand. But this appeal is solely personal and bears no relation to the impending events at the sanctuary. He chuckled slyly, his demeanor casual. Yet the true implications were known only to the 3 leaders present. However, since Kawap had broached the subject, Blood-Eye felt no compulsion to refuse and accepted the arrangement. Subsequently, the others found no reason to linger and took their leave, leaving the hall enveloped in silence. At that moment, Kirby, who had been patiently waiting nearby, stepped forward and whispered to Blood-Eye, Master, I am aware that the Black Bear possesses a basement for storing significant items. Should we pay a visit? Oh, Blood-Eye replied, slightly taken aback. A basement? Indeed, it lies beneath our feet, his most clandestine location. I recall several instances when hyenas sought permission to investigate, but were always denied entry. The Black Bear never allowed anyone else into that space. And how do you know of it? Blood-Eye inquired. I heard it from the hyenas, Kirby admitted with an awkward smile, yet Blood-Eye perceived a glimmer of avarice in his eyes. Then let us venture there now, Blood-Eye declared with enthusiasm, his curiosity piqued. What treasures could the Black Bear, who so boldly flaunted his armor, possibly wish to conceal? Chapter 41. A hexagonal box. The secret chamber constructed by the Black Bear was remarkably robust, delving deep into the earth, a full 10 meters beneath the villa. There was but a single passage for entry, firmly sealed with sturdy cement panels on both sides and devoid of any illumination. The passage itself was a spiraling staircase, also crafted from cement. Blood-Eye instructed Kirby to lead the way, and soon they arrived before a grand iron door. Kirby raised the lantern in his hand, illuminating the area more clearly, before addressing Blood-Eye, Master, this is the place. The thickness of the iron door was astonishing, impervious to human strength, and the advanced combination lock above was procured specifically by the Black Bear from the market, known only to him. Blood-Eye remained silent, meticulously examining the iron door for some time, before gesturing to Kirby, step back a bit. Yes, Kirby immediately bowed respectfully and quickly retreated a few steps, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had long yearned to uncover the secrets hidden behind this formidable door, and his heart raced in anticipation as the moment of revelation drew near. Standing before the door, Blood-Eye extended his hand to feel its surface. Through touch, he confirmed that Kirby had not deceived him. This door was at least 20 centimeters thick and was not merely cast iron, but high-purity stainless steel, though inferior to alloys. Such material was indeed lavish for constructing a door, piquing even Blood-Eye's interest. Having ascertained the door's sturdiness, Blood-Eye took a step back and commanded softly, "Armament." Hand. A gentle blue light flickered as white armament material sprouted from his skin, forming seamlessly. Blood-Eye flexed his arm and then raised his right limb delicately. Blade. With a resounding clang, the blue energy blade shot forth, swiftly inserted into the crevice of the door. The seemingly indestructible stainless steel door faltered before the blade, easily penetrated. Blood-Eye then effortlessly severed all the locking mechanisms, and with a push, the heavy iron door slowly swung open. "Success!" Kirby exclaimed excitedly. Hastening forward to illuminate the interior with his lantern, eagerly peering into the secret chamber. Upon glimpsing the contents, he gasped in astonishment. It's this. Bathed in the lantern's glow, a near-pristine six-wheeled armored vehicle stood within the chamber, fully equipped with an array of weaponry, including a small-caliber rapid-fire cannon. The slender barrel shimmered with an ethereal hue, clearly well-maintained by its owner. The vehicle's ammunition bay was densely packed with meticulously organized munitions, seemingly ready for deployment at any moment. This must be the escape tool the Black Bear prepared for himself. Kirby exclaimed with fervor. "Master, we've struck gold. This vehicle is new and worth at least 1,000 genvix." Blood-Eye remained composed, beginning to survey the chamber with a keen eye. Apart from the armored vehicle, there were only 2 boxes present. He approached one of the boxes and kicked it open, revealing a dazzling array of gold genvix inside. Heavens! It's all genvix. There must be thousands. Kirby shrieked, nearly fainting from the overwhelming excitement. He had never seen such wealth in his life. Suspecting that the Black Bear had consolidated all his riches here. With this fortune and the fully equipped armored vehicle, even if he were to be driven away, he could easily rise again elsewhere. Yet, this immense wealth now seemed to belong to Blood-Eye. Of course, Kirby believed he had a share as well. However, Blood-Eye felt no surprise at the sight. He knew that the Black Bear had been a major leader of Shelter Number 27 for as long as he could remember. Over the years, his accumulation of wealth had long surpassed the imagination of ordinary individuals. The apocalypse operated on the principle that the strong inherently possessed the best and most resources. If a mere leader of a gathering point could amass such wealth, one could only imagine the riches of the renowned warlords. Turning his attention from the first box, Blood-Eye focused on the second box. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Instead of valuable items, it contained an iron box alongside a tattered notebook. What could this mean? Blood-Eye curiously retrieved the notebook and opened it, discovering it to be a diary. The pages were worn, chronicling the Black Bear's experiences within Shelter Number 27. It was surprising to see such a brutal and fierce individual had a penchant for journaling, though most entries detailed the spoils of his robberies on various dates. Blood-Eye lost interest quickly, but just as he was about to discard the diary, something caught his eye, prompting him to regard it with newfound seriousness. In the last few pages, he discovered an account that piqued his interest. Year 275 of the Apocalypse, March 12th. Today I eliminated Jack. It was exhilarating. I have long found this fellow irksome. I severed his limbs and cast him into the wilderness. His screams were music to my ears. I never imagined the leader of Shelter Number 27 could be so weak. It appears I am the true strong one, worthy of this gathering point. March 13th. I have taken possession of Jack's assets. My word, he was wealthy, with an abundance of weapons. I need not worry about arming my subordinates any longer. However, I discovered something intriguing in his secret chamber, a hexagonal box. How curious that it cannot be opened. Why would Jack conceal such an item in his hideout? March 14th. I believe I understand why Jack hoarded that damned box. It was a mutated creature. Today, it suddenly lunged at one of my subordinates. By heavens, he melted away before my eyes. How terrifying. March 15th. I have always considered myself fortunate, and it seems I am correct. I need not fret over that cursed box any longer. It appears it can be utilized. I believe I have found a way to wield it. Perhaps it is a formidable weapon? March 16th. Today, I tested the box's weaponry. Its power exceeded my expectations. An armored carcass was utterly melted before me. By the heavens, it is formidable. I believe I need not fear anyone any longer, even armored foes. I can simply toss this box at them and offer a prayer, can I? The remaining entries held little of value. Blood-Eye closed the diary, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. So, the iron box contained that hexagonal box? How fascinating. Perhaps this was indeed his most significant acquisition on this venture. Unlike the Black Bear, who regarded the box as a mutated creature, Blood-Eye had encountered similar boxes or devices before. At this moment, that very device resided within him, a living armament. The armament. Could it be that this box was another set of armament? Kirby, you go outside. Keep watch at the door and ensure no one enters. Blood Eye suddenly stated with gravity. Kirby blinked in surprise, but promptly complied, dashing outside. As his figure vanished behind the door, Blood Eye carefully retrieved the iron box and cautiously opened it. The iron box was heavy, lined with a layer of lead. As Blood Eye opened it, he immediately spotted a silver hexagonal object resting quietly at the bottom, identical to the armament he had initially acquired. Concurrently, he felt the it within him awaken, accompanied by an uncontrollable surge of desire. Indeed, it was connected to it. Blood Eye felt his body tremble imperceptibly with anticipation. A powerful yearning surged through his entire being, igniting a thrilling excitement within him. However, he keenly discerned that this hexagon bore a slight deviation from its original form. The entity had once possessed a circular crystal at its center, yet this hexagon was entirely devoid of such a feature. Moreover, in terms of size, this hexagon was significantly larger than the original. But how could he utilize it? Blood Eye gazed at the impeccably fitting hexagon, silently conversing with the entity. If this is indeed what you desire, then let us commence. Allow me to witness its true purpose. It pulsated violently, seemingly responding to Blood Eye's call. Suddenly, he heard a distinct creak sound. The large hexagon in his grasp exploded, disintegrating into countless flying diamond shards. Following this, a vast mass of crimson flesh surged forth from the center of the hexagon, mingled with viscous fluid, and lunged towards Blood Eye. It writhed violently. During this ordeal, Blood Eye felt a series of sharp stings on his skin, akin to numerous leeches attempting to burrow into his body, a sensation both revolting and terrifying. Instinctively, he sought to extricate himself from this nauseating entanglement. Yet, the entity within him responded with a sudden, intense tremor, halting his resistance. Blood Eye furrowed his brow and coldly addressed the entity. Are you certain it poses no danger? The Black Bear's journal chronicled its terrors. This thing could even devour armor. I doubt my body is any sturdier than that. It pulsed a few times, seemingly attempting to reassure him. Yet, an even more astonishing event unfolded. With its pulsations, Blood Eye sensed the entity's position shifting, gradually moving upward from his heart. Goodness, what are you intending to do? Do you wish to invade my brain? Blood Eye finally recognized something was amiss and shouted in anger. But it was too late. Due to the entity's existence within him, he could not control its actions and could only helplessly feel it ascend. Simultaneously, a potent numbness coursed through his nerves, swiftly robbing him of control over his body. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, helplessly watching as the muscular tissue enveloped him. The numbness rapidly spread throughout his body, and Blood Eye felt darkness enveloping him. He had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 42, Awakening. Control Center. Time passed in an unknown span, and Blood Eye suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He abruptly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was a filthy ceiling, followed by the realization of his own corporeal form. Blood Eye froze momentarily before sitting up abruptly. You are awake. A voice suddenly resonated within his mind, startling him. Who are you? TROC, the Control Center for Combat Colonization Armor. You may also refer to me as the Core. The unfamiliar voice replied devoid of any emotional inflection. I assumed you would remember me. This is not our first encounter. What do you mean? Blood Eye was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Could it be? You are. Indeed, you should recall. I am the entity within you. I made contact with you when you first activated the colonization armor. So it was true. Blood Eye inhaled deeply, his expression calming significantly. What exactly transpired? I recall you were merely a tumor. That was my hibernation state. To ensure survival under energy-deficient conditions, I must enter this energy-conserving form, minimizing all energy-consuming activities. Thus, I could not directly contact you for an extended period and had to rely on subconscious and physiological urges to influence your actions. Are you an intelligent being? No. I cannot yet be classified as a sentient organism. I am merely a control center. Although my behavior closely resembles that of intelligent life forms, I do not possess autonomy. In a sense, I am more akin to the intelligence cores of a bygone era. Since you successfully activated me, you have become my host, the core explained. As for what occurred earlier, it was based on the second priority sequence within the genetic lock. I acquired new units and sufficient energy, thus relocating my parasitic site. This position lies between your midbrain and thalamus, anterior to the pineal gland. It is the standard implantation site for all colonization control centers. Due to your intense reactions and resistance during the process, I had to secrete hormones to induce your unconsciousness, ensuring a smooth transfer. So, you can control me. Blood Eye narrowed his eyes, a wave of profound unease washing over him. If this so-called colonization armor possessed its own consciousness and could control its actions, Then what was he? Merely a nurturing ground for the armor? A source of sustenance? No, that is absolutely unfathomable. If that were the case, I would prefer to have never acquired you. I would go to any lengths to expel it from my body, he resolved. You are overthinking it. The core perceptively sensed Blood Eye's emotional shift and began to explain. Every action I undertake is predicated on ensuring the host's safety. The host's safety is my primary priority. I cannot pose any threat to you. In truth, I am but a tool, an instrument for combat. I fail to comprehend. I only know that moments ago, you were an insensate tumor, and now you can converse with me directly. Yet you claim not to be a sentient being. Blood Eye took a deep breath, rubbing his somewhat numb face. He then rose, retrieving a garment from the armored vehicle. Searching through the fabric, he unexpectedly discovered a pack of cigarettes. He extracted a cigarette and lit it, inhaling the hazardous fumes into his lungs, feeling a slight numbing sensation in his nerve endings. He fell into a fit of coughing. All right, now I have ample time. I believe you owe me a comprehensive explanation. What is your ultimate purpose, and what exactly is the colonization armor? Smoking offers no benefits to your body. It is merely a behavioral dependency and a slight anesthetic. If you require this anesthetic effect, I can stimulate your cerebral cortex at any time, the core replied calmly. Colonization armor, fully named Enhanced Cellular Proliferation Armor, is an exclusive combat weapon of the Croter Battle Nation. Similar to the armor you are already acquainted with, you may perceive it as an armored weapon. However, its primary components are not mechanical, but rather enhanced cells, to adapt to the harsh competitive environment and rapid technological advancements. Colonization armor was designed from the outset to be highly adaptable, resilient, and capable of evolution. It is embedded with the biological genes necessary for hunting, feeding, survival, and evolution. Under suitable conditions, the armor can self-adjust according to the host's behavioral patterns, a process known as modulation. When inactive, the armor is typically housed within a high-strength protein shell, which is the hexagonal container you observed. This component is referred to as a unit. The unit is exceptionally robust and perpetually maintains the biological instincts for hunting and feeding. It only adheres to the host upon activation, relying on the host's nutrients for sustenance. At this stage, the protein shell will also undergo morphological changes, becoming the primary component of the colonization armor. A unit. So, when I first discovered you, what I saw was the unit. Blood Eye silently smoked, his gaze lost in thought. Indeed, that was my unit. You were fortunate to be the first to discover me. Had you encountered another unit, the outcome may have been quite different. What would have happened? It is hard to say. If the unit were in a hibernation state, you would only have acquired a useless hard block. If one is in the hunting phase, then one would be preyed upon by reinforced cellular entities, just as the black bear has experienced. Indeed, this is predicated on the survival instinct of the colonial unit, immutable and unchangeable. It will only transition into a new survival mode upon my activation. This setting is essential for the protection of the unit. It seems I am indeed fortunate. Blood Eye mused with a wry smile, having inadvertently acquired a set of armored enhancements. Can you enlighten me about the Crodillian battle state? And just how formidable is the colonial armor? Regrettably, I must decline to provide information regarding the Crodillian battle state. Your clearance is insufficient. As for the details concerning the colonial armor you currently wear, I can furnish you with that information immediately, the core replied calmly, swiftly presenting a comprehensive list. Since the majority of the armor you are adorned with is not original to the unit, but rather substitutes I have absorbed and transformed, its combat effectiveness is considerably diminished. The weaponry comprises high-frequency blades at the fingertips and outer edges of the forearms, capable of penetrating ordinary alloys up to 15 centimeters in thickness. The mobility system is limited to a high-pressure air pump in the feet, providing negligible enhancement. The primary armor consists of the hardened exoskeleton of a starry beast, mutated from its corporeal form, able to withstand direct impacts of up to 5 tons, yet offering feeble protection. Overall assessment indicates that your current colonial armor is equivalent to the combat strength of a low-grade armor from the 7th world, perhaps even slightly inferior. If you wish to enhance the capabilities of your armor, there are 2 avenues. One is to acquire more biological energy, allowing for self-evolution of the armor. The other is to assimilate additional units directly. It doesn't seem particularly promising, Blood Eye remarked with self-deprecation. This is due to my low evolutionary level. In truth, biological weaponry is far more advanced than mechanical weaponry, as biological entities often possess astonishing capabilities. An ant, for instance, can lift over 100 times its own weight, exemplifying this principle. Alas, in this primitive civilization, I am unable to procure more materials. The core continued to respond in a calm manner. exhibiting no emotional fluctuations despite Blood-Eye's self-mockery. As it stated, it resembled a tool more than an intelligent being. However, through its explanation, Blood-Eye finally grasped the general condition of its internal state, alleviating some of its concerns. Extinguishing the cigarette in hand, Blood-Eye rose and descended from the armored vehicle. Just as the conversation was about to conclude, a thought struck. By the way, I recall you recently absorbed a unit. According to your assertion, that would be the true component of the armor. Could you tell me its function? That is my head unit, the core replied swiftly. It can construct the head of the armor. It is precisely because of its absorption that I was able to emerge from hibernation and enter a normal state. Now, I exist as an auxiliary brain, providing assistance during combat. Auxiliary brain? Blood-Eye paused momentarily, then became invigorated. This is splendid news. Ever since his encounter with the black bear, he had been profoundly impressed by the auxiliary brain of the armor. In a situation where speed was wholly compromised, the black bear was able to accurately strike him through the auxiliary brain's predictive capabilities, underscoring the paramount importance of such an entity. From a certain perspective, the auxiliary brain possesses the power to alter the tide of battle, much like the renowned Abrams tank from the bygone era, which, despite its mediocre protection and firepower, carved out a place among top-tier tanks due to its formidable information integration capabilities. This exemplifies the value of information integration. The auxiliary brain serves as a second brain, performing this very task, and is even more advanced than the electronic systems of the previous era. It appears promising, Blood-Eye remarked with a slight smile, drawing open the door to the chamber. Upon exiting, he immediately spotted Kaibi, a robust figure carefully guarding the entrance, appearing quite diligent. Did you hear anything just now? Blood-Eye inquired, casting a glance at him, unwilling for anyone to discover the secret of the unit. No, my master, Kaibi declared loudly, his expression resolute. Blood-Eye scrutinized him for a moment, detecting no signs of abnormality in his demeanor, and nodded in satisfaction before proceeding toward the exit. Once outside, contact the buyer and arrange for the sale of this property. Then, leave here with me. Oh, and do not forget to collect the payment for the 2 sets of armor from Kaup. Additionally, can you operate the armored vehicle? Kaibi paused, then proudly straightened his chest. I won't forget, my master. Moreover, I can drive the armored vehicle. My skills are quite decent. Observing his excitement, Blood-Eye smiled and waved his hand. Departing from the chamber, I hope you prove as exceptional as you claim, for in this wretched apocalypse, I can find no place to have you obtain a driver's license. Chapter 43. The anomalies of the wasteland. Blood-Eye had resided in the villa for 3 days, indulging in the luxurious lifestyle once enjoyed by Black Bear. On the morning of the 3rd day, he boarded the armored vehicle that had been waiting for him and departed from Shelter 27. This departure was markedly different from the previous one. He carried with him an extraordinary wealth that an ordinary person could never amass in a lifetime. 5,000 gold vicks, sufficient for him to squander until death. It was indeed ironic that Black Bear had labored tirelessly to prepare for these riches, only for them to ultimately benefit Blood-Eye. Perhaps he would never find peace until his last breath. Perched atop the turret of the armored vehicle, Blood-Eye felt the ruggedness of the wasteland's fierce winds. His expression remained serene. Beneath him, the 37mm autocannon gleamed with a cold radiance. Master, which direction shall we head? Came the inquiry from Kirby, who was crammed into the narrow driver's cabin, his limbs unable to stretch, yet brimming with excitement. Perhaps it was his first time operating such an advanced toy. Kirby longed to perform a few drifts on the wasteland. His driving skills were indeed as proficient as he claimed, capable of racing at 70 miles per hour in the old world. North, Blood-Eye replied, still seated on the turret, his gaze unwavering. North? That is the territory of Lord Crest. Kirby murmured, perplexed. Indeed, that is my destination. Why? My master, while I recognize your strength, I feel compelled to caution you. Lord Crest is an exceptionally powerful lord, far beyond the comparison with Black Bear. Entering his territory could lead to complications, especially since you have just eliminated one of his trusted subordinates. There is no need for concern. You need only focus on your duties. Blood-Eye dismissed Kirby's advice with a firm tone. He then tapped his foot on the armored vehicle's roof. Are you afraid, Kirby? Haha, you jest. How could I be afraid? Kirby laughed loudly, feigning indifference. Yet, once he lowered his head, he began to mutter to himself, I am Kirby, strong and resilient as the roots of an ancient tree. I fear nothing, right? I am not afraid, am I? Will I be afraid? Haha, I shall not fear. Will I fear? Surely not. Will I fear? As the armored vehicle veered northward amidst Kirby's murmurs, they embarked on a journey fraught with perils and harsh conditions in the wasteland. However, The scenery was quite remarkable, littered with remnants from a cataclysmic past. Combined with the howling winds and swirling sands, it evoked the desolate landscapes of the old American West. After 2 days of travel, they finally stumbled upon a semi-abandoned oasis. Yet, misfortune struck simultaneously. They had run out of fuel. Fuel was one of the most scarce resources in this post-apocalyptic world. They had left Shelter 27 with a full tank. Yet in 2 days, they had encountered no fuel depots, losing the chance to refuel. The armored vehicle came to a halt at the edge of the oasis, and Kirby jumped out of the cockpit, collapsing onto the ground. Goodness, I detest unprepared journeys. You see, I should have brought more fuel. But why is the cargo hold filled only with weapons and gold Vicks, while I find none of the oil barrels I was hoping for? I do not know, but that falls under your responsibilities. You have failed in your duty, Blood-Eye replied flatly as he exited the vehicle. Oh, I apologize. Kirby discreetly stuck out his tongue, making a peculiar face. Over time, he had begun to understand Blood-Eye's temperament. He was not as fearful of him as he once was. For Blood-Eye was generally easy to get along with when there was no hostility. Fortunately, they had entered the oasis, with a water source nearby, alleviating their survival concerns. Kirby rummaged through the vehicle's supplies and retrieved bundles of camping gear. They set up 2 tents by the water's edge. Next, Kirby unearthed several cans of meat. The food supply was dwindling, thanks to Blood-Eye's astonishing appetite, which had only increased after absorbing the new unit. A single meal for Blood-Eye required as much food as an ordinary person would consume in a day. Thus, Kirby had made an effort to eat sparingly, preserving the food for Blood-Eye. After filling a container with water and testing its quality, Kirby was relieved to find it rated at 6, meaning it could be made potable with proper filtration. This was far better than he had anticipated. Excited, he opened the canned meat, pouring it into a metal pot along with the filtered water. He lit a campfire, preparing a hearty lunch. After a flurry of activity, an enticing aroma soon wafted from the pot. Just as Kirby was about to call Blood-Eye to join him for the meal, he noticed Blood-Eye had risen, frowning as he listened intently to something. Master, be quiet. Blood-Eye gestured for silence, his gaze fixed on the distance. Do you hear that? Hear what? Kirby asked, scratching the back of his head in confusion. This is the wasteland. What else could we hear besides the howling wind? No, I do hear something, Blood-Eye insisted, clenching his fist, confirming his assessment. In that direction, there are the cries of mutated vultures. Huh. Kirby was taken aback. The gathering of mutated vultures indicated something significant had occurred. Had Blood-Eye's indicated direction witnessed a multitude of corpses? Let us investigate. Kirby rose, slinging an assault rifle over his shoulder, and followed Blood-Eye toward the source of the sound. The two moved swiftly, soon spotting the shadows of vultures circling overhead. Just as Blood-Eye had predicted, a considerable number of mutated vultures had gathered over a stretch of desert ahead. Though these greedy creatures had gained some offensive capabilities through mutation, their inherent nature remained cowardly. A few shots fired into the air sent them scattering in a panic. Before them lay a gruesome sight, a patch of desert dotted with 100 human corpses sprawled haphazardly. Brown stains of blood marred the ground, and several charred vehicle remnants lay nearby. The stench of decay wafted on the wind, nauseating in its intensity. The bodies appeared somewhat decomposed, suggesting they had been dead for some time, yet it was evident they had fought fiercely before their demise. Some still clutched rudimentary weapons in their hands. Kirby pinched his nose as he stepped into the scene, forcing himself to suppress the urge to vomit. After cautiously surveying the area, he returned to Blood-Eye's side. Oh, this is truly tragic. It appears to be a caravan that suffered a significant assault from mutated creatures. There are few bullet holes, and only a couple were fired from their own weapons. Old double-barreled shotguns, firing buckshot. Yet their resistance seems to have been in vain. All have perished, elderly, women, and even children. This could not have been the work of bandits. Otherwise, they would not have slaughtered these young girls. Blood-Eye remained silent, conducting his own inspection. As he passed by a charred vehicle wreck, he kicked it, causing it to topple over. Beneath it, he discovered several crushed bodies and noticed massive open wounds on others nearby, resembling deep gashes as though inflicted by a cruel blade, nearly severing their bodies in twain. Are there many mutated creatures in this area? And these wounds, they remind me of a dismemberment beast, yet such a creature would not possess such immense strength. There are always mutated creatures in the wasteland, Master. It is merely unfortunate that they encountered a pack of them at the oasis for water. As for the wounds, who knows how many new species are emerging daily in this wasteland. Perhaps this is a newly mutated variety, and it appears rather promising. It might fetch a good price. KB shrugged and made a harmless jest, merely speaking in jest. In truth, If he were to encounter a newly emerged mutant beast, he would undoubtedly flee as far as possible. Strange creatures are invariably perilous, and KB had no desire to forfeit his life in this place, especially as he still had a considerable sum of money yet to be spent. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, at the moment of his jest, a mound of sand behind him suddenly rose. An ominous shadow swiftly emerged from within, moving with such speed that it almost instantaneously appeared at KB's back. Yet he remained entirely unaware. Caution! The blood eye seemed to perceive the unfolding scene behind KB, abruptly turning and extending a hand to grasp KB. Its speed was akin to lightning. KB didn't even have time to blink before a chilling scream pierced the air. A shadow resembling a human child was ensnared in the grip of the blood eye. This creature, covered in fine scales, exuded an intensely ferocious demeanor. Even while being held captive, it continued to thrash violently, emitting inhuman shrieks. The blue glow emanating from its claws was a clear indication of the toxins that adorned them. KB was instantly taken aback, realizing he had narrowly evaded being pounced upon by this vile entity. The very thought of such a treacherous creature nearly befalling him sent shivers down his spine. "What on earth is this abomination?" KB exclaimed, his complexion paling as he pulled the trigger of his gun, aiming the barrel at the creature's head. "I do not know," the blood eye replied, narrowing its gaze as it scrutinized the creature for a moment before continuing. "But I can assure you that this being is one of the murderers of these travelers. I have observed that some corpses bore blue skin, strikingly similar to the color of the toxins on its claws. Good heavens! Does that mean we are also being targeted?" KB cried out in alarm. Chapter 44. Wilderness Encounter. KB's face turned pale with fear. What is the most terrifying thing in the wilderness? It is not the capricious weather nor the ruthless bandits, but rather these scaly, mutated creatures. Encountering bandits may still leave a chance for survival, but facing these aberrations is akin to a death sentence. In their eyes, humans are merely food. There is no reasoning with them. Among these mutated beings, the most terrifying are the mutant humans. They are vicious, cruel, and cunning, with an intelligence that surpasses that of ordinary beasts. They hunt in packs, and when a traveling party crosses their path, escape is nearly impossible. They lay traps, eagerly watching as their prey unwittingly walks into them, only to be cruelly slain. Much like a fisherman reaping a bloody harvest. "Master, you're not trying to scare me, are you?" KB stammered, his eyes darting nervously as he held his gun, scanning their surroundings. He appeared so frightened that one might expect him to drop his weapon and flee at any moment. "I have no need to frighten you," Blood Eye replied, his brow furrowed as he continued to scrutinize the mutant before him. The mutant, baring its teeth menacingly, elicited a swift reaction from Blood Eye, who seized a rock and forced it into the creature's mouth. The hard stone shattered its jagged teeth, crimson blood streaming from its lips. The mutant's growl diminished significantly, its gaze toward Blood Eye now tinged with fear. "How strange, is their blood truly red?" Blood Eye mused. "What is this?" He reached out and felt around the back of the mutant's head, retrieving a small metallic plate. Under the sunlight, the metal glinted sharply, a portion still smeared with the creature's blood. "Hey, where did this come from?" KB inquired, scratching his head. "I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." It resembled a chip, likely a relic from a bygone era, and it had been embedded in the mutant's skull without consequence. Blood Eye examined it closely, but found nothing of particular significance. He tossed the metallic piece to KB and glanced back at the mutant's head, where he had extracted the object, now marked by a small, bleeding wound. The creature's growls faded to silence. "It has perished," Blood Eye stated, feeling for the mutant's pulse. As he relaxed his grip, the lifeless body slumped to the ground. It appears that this object was crucial to its existence. Removing it caused its demise. Perhaps it was a past injury that festered and ultimately led to its death. "Master, pulling it out so forcefully, even a good person could end up killing it." KB chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Yet, he made a valid point. It was akin to someone being stabbed. If the blade remained, they might survive, but once removed, death would follow. This was a common occurrence in fierce battles, something KB had witnessed time and again. However, he had never seen a mutant like this, one that had died from a metal shard lodged in its skull. "You may be right," Blood Eye pondered, his brow still furrowed. "But for some reason, I find this metal piece peculiar. KB, retrieve it for me. I wish to examine it further." "Understood." KB complied, scouring the ground until he returned with the sharp metallic chip, placing it in Blood Eye's hand. Blood Eye inspected it closely, yet discerned nothing extraordinary. He then silently called out, "Chip, are you there?" "Yes." The voice of the core resonated in Blood Eye's mind. "What is it?" "My energy is limited. Speak quickly. I have but one question. Do you know the purpose of this object? Blood, I held up the metallic piece. I do not know, but I can analyze it. This will require a portion of biological energy. Are you certain you wish for my assistance? The core replied. Indeed. I believe it holds significance. Very well. Allow me to take a look. The core's voice was calm, and Blood, I felt a tingling in his palm as a small hole appeared, from which numerous tendrils emerged, enveloping the chip. After a brief moment, the tendrils retracted. This is a rudimentary electronic chip, a relic from the bygone era, as you suggested. It possesses minimal functionality. Its sole purpose is to emit a fixed-frequency electromagnetic wave similar to brainwaves. If directly applied to the brainstem, it can stimulate the creature's mind, inducing a certain degree of excitement. And by excitement, you mean? Blood, I prompted. Indeed, it is precisely what you were thinking, a bloodthirsty impulse. Just as I suspected. A cold light flickered in Blood Eye's eyes. These mutated beings are being controlled. What? Are you joking? KB gasped, his surprise palpable. Who possesses such power to control mutants? Master, your imagination is truly boundless. He could not hear the exchange between Blood Eye and the core. Naturally assuming Blood Eye was merely talking to himself, oblivious to the confirmation he had just received. Enough of that. It is of no consequence. Blood Eye decided not to dwell further on the subject with KB. We must hasten our return. For safety, we shall spend the night in the vehicle. Understood, Master. KB responded promptly, leading the way. After this series of unforeseen events, KB dared not let his guard down. Although spending the night inside the vehicle would be stifling, it was undoubtedly safer than camping outside, especially with the knowledge that these mutated creatures could appear at any moment. KB was determined to leave the outside world behind. Upon returning to the camp, the two quickly consumed their meal and began setting up rudimentary traps around their vicinity, an essential precaution for overnighting in the wilderness. Blood Eye was particularly adept at this task, efficiently arranging a plethora of spring-loaded spikes around the campsite. While these devices lacked substantial lethality, their sheer numbers ensured that any disturbance would trigger a rapid succession of projectiles, accompanied by an alarm. Once their preparations were complete, twilight descended upon them. After tidying up, the two climbed into the vehicle. With the armored door sealed, Blood Eye instructed KB, "You will keep watch during the first half of the night. Then awaken me for the latter half." Understood, KB said, gripping his assault rifle with a hint of trepidation. What had begun as a simple camping trip now left KB feeling uneasy. He sensed an unseen presence lurking around them. And even within the fortified confines of the armored vehicle, he could not shake off the feeling of danger. However, Blood Eye remained unfazed by KB's anxieties. After issuing his instructions, he lay down fully clothed and soon drifted off to sleep. As time passed, night fell swiftly upon the desolate expanse. The temperature dropped rapidly, rendering the interior of the armored vehicle frigid enough to freeze a person. Yet KB dared not start the engine, fearing it might attract the attention of lurking mutants. Instead, he curled up in the turret, shivering and vigilant. Meanwhile, Blood Eye slumbered soundly. The enhancements from his armor not only provided him with weaponry, but also fortified his body against harsh conditions. Though the temperature inside the vehicle was low, he felt almost impervious to the chill. Yet, when a faint sound pierced the stillness of the night, he reacted faster than KB. His eyes flew open. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" KB mumbled sleepily. "I didn't hear anything, Master." "Wait, I think I do hear something. It sounds like an engine." KB jolted awake, all traces of fatigue vanishing. It must be a traveling party. We're saved. Blood Eye shot him a disapproving glance. Did KB truly think they had been abandoned? The sound of the engine grew increasingly distinct in the night sky. Soon, the distant glow of headlights became visible. Blood Eye and Kirby disembarked from the armored vehicle. In a fit of excitement, Kirby pulled back the gun's bolt, intending to fire a warning shot. "Wait." Blood Eye firmly grasped his arm, casting a reproachful glance in his direction. Upon observing the situation, Kirby sheepishly scratched the back of his head, apologizing for his reckless behavior. The lights in the distance grew increasingly bright, allowing the two to discern that it was a convoy, and judging by their speed and manner of travel, it was indeed a brigade. Blood Eye nodded, signaling to Kirby, who then abruptly pulled back the bolt and fired a shot into the sky. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed through the night, causing the headlights of the approaching vehicles to extinguish suddenly. This reaction was typical for a brigade encountering an unexpected situation. The desert posed perilous threats. If confronted by a band of robbers, it was prudent to minimize exposure. Naturally, if it were indeed robbers, they would not waste ammunition on warning shots, as bullets were a precious commodity in the apocalypse. The leader of the brigade likely understood this as well. Soon, a robust man cautiously approached, visibly startled upon seeing Blood Eye and Kirby. "Who are you?" he inquired. "We are travelers of the wasteland." Kirby stepped forward to engage. "It is a pleasure to meet you. May I ask which brigade you belong to?" "That is unnecessary information," the man replied coldly, his gaze warily fixed on Kirby's assault rifle. "What are you doing here, and why did you fire your weapon?" "Ah, this is a long story," Kirby chuckled, slinging the assault rifle across his back. "Please rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. We simply require a bit of assistance." "Is that so?" The man appeared to relax slightly at Kirby's words, but remained cautious. "We are not inclined to negotiate with an armed individual. Mate, if you truly seek help, you must first hand over your weapon." Chapter 45. The Lance Brigade. "Hey, are you referring to this?" KB remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he patted the assault rifle slung across his shoulder, a glimmer of derision flickering in his eyes. "The AK-74 modified assault rifle? A beast capable of unleashing 1,000 rounds in a minute? My good fellow, this weapon is worth no less than 50 gold VIX on the open market. Are you certain your demands are not excessive?" "Oh, I am aware," the man replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features, yet he persisted. "However, the one seeking assistance is you. So, either surrender the rifle to me, or you may keep it here. This cursed wasteland will freeze you into a block of ice by nightfall, and I could just as easily procure the weapon from your corpse then. Are you threatening me?" KB's expression darkened, revealing a more sinister side. "Let me remind you, my friend, that careless words can cost lives. Should I decide to eliminate you here, your brigade might find itself without a leader, and perhaps we wouldn't even need your help, would we?" "That depends on your capabilities," the man retorted, unperturbed, and then let out a sharp whistle. The piercing sound echoed into the night, and Blood Eyes swiftly discerned the emergence of a shadowy group surrounding them, each figure clutching elongated weapons that resembled an assortment of rifles. They had unwittingly encircled both KB and Blood Eyes. KB caught on immediately and exclaimed, "Damn it! What kind of brigade are you? With so many weapons, why not take on the bandits?" "You scoundrel, you're threatening me. I should have blown your head off the moment I saw you." The man sneered disdainfully. "I advise you to keep quiet now, or perhaps it will be your head that gets blown off first. Enough with the unnecessary chatter. Will you comply with my request or not?" All right. You win." KB relented, appearing quite aggrieved as he lowered his rifle and raised his hands in a gesture of submission, a picture of reluctance. This display was a common choice among travelers in the post-apocalyptic world, leaving no room for doubt in the man's mind. With a slight wave of his hand, an armed guard stepped out from the shadows and retrieved KB's rifle from the ground. KB and Blood Eyes exchanged glances, both recognizing the contempt in each other's eyes. Little did these travelers realize that the true threat before them was not the loquacious KB, but the silent and watchful Blood Eyes. What was a mere firearm to him? Even unarmed, Blood Eyes possessed the power to eliminate them at will, without the need for summoned armaments. They believed that disarming KB had secured their safety, unaware that they were inviting a bloodied predator into their midst, one whose menace far surpassed that of the blabbering KB. "Now, you may come forward. Follow me and behave. I would prefer that my comrades do not view you as a threat," the man stated, satisfied now that KB's weapon had been confiscated. His demeanor shifted from caution to a tone of superiority. KB and Blood Eyes paid no mind to this change in attitude. After all, they had come seeking aid. A humble approach was to be expected when in need. If this brigade genuinely intended to assist them, then this momentary humiliation was indeed warranted. However, if ulterior motives lurked beneath the surface, the outcome was uncertain. Let us hope they discover our armored vehicle soon," KB whispered to Blood Eyes as they walked. "Oh, why is that?" Blood Eyes inquired, feigning innocence. "Master, are you not aware of the immense value our armored vehicle holds in the wasteland? And with all that gold VIX and weaponry inside, what do you think will happen if they find out?" Blood Eyes fell silent for a moment before responding. "Do you harbor a grudge against them?" "No, I merely find that fellow insufferable. He is far too arrogant. Master, I know you prefer to avoid conflict, but should they harbor ill intentions, I cannot be held accountable for my actions," KB replied with a mischievous grin. Blood Eyes shook his head in resignation, but chose to remain silent. This was the unyielding law of the wasteland. Might makes right. The brigade had already displayed its strength. Should they uncover the wealth within the armored vehicle, the subsequent events could prove dire. Yet, Blood Eyes was no stranger to bloodshed. Should this brigade truly seek to harm him, he would not hesitate to show them the price of greed. "Hey, hurry up and keep up. I have no time to waste with you," came the voice of the brigade member ahead, casting a dissatisfied glance at the two, clearly irritated by their slow pace. KB let out a sarcastic chuckle, an unsettling sound. The brigade's convoy was not far off, After a brief walk, they arrived at their trucks. Unlike typical brigades, these vehicles were shielded with thick steel plating, riddled with bullet holes, a clear indication of a battle-hardened group. As the man led Blood Eyes and KB back, a burly figure descended from one of the trucks. This imposing figure, though not particularly tall, was solidly built, exuding an aura of iron-like strength. His body was a canvas of long scars, radiating an inexplicable menace. A mere glance from KB confirmed that this man's ferocity was born from years of combat, a stark contrast to common bandits. Compared to him, even the likes of Black Bear would seem like mere underlings. "Chief, these are the two travelers who fired their weapons," the brigade member said quietly as he brought Blood Eyes and KB before the towering brute. The man's expression was devoid of emotion as he coldly scrutinized Blood Eyes and KB. A disdainful smirk formed when he glanced at KB, but upon noticing Blood Eyes, his pupils narrowed slightly, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by wariness and respect. Who are you?" he asked, disregarding KB altogether and addressing Blood Eyes directly. "I am called Blood Eyes," he replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration, mirroring the man's cold demeanor. However, the man seemed to find this attitude acceptable. Instead of showing any sign of displeasure, he solemnly remarked, "I possess none of what you seek, therefore, please do not harm them." What? The man's declaration shocked everyone present, including KB and the brigade guards. KB was oblivious to how the man perceived Blood Eyes as a danger, while the brigade members were taken aback by the realization that the true threat was, in fact, Blood Eyes. A chorus of gun bolts being pulled back echoed around them, every weapon now aimed at Blood Eyes. The burly man swiftly raised his hand in a gesture for calm, bellowing, "Stand down. Are you all mad? Lower your weapons." "But Chief," a guard began to protest, only to be met with a swift slap that sent him crashing to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The chief's fury was palpable. "You scoundrel, do you not heed my words? Do you wish for everyone here to perish?" The guard trembled in fear, hastily complying with the chief's orders. The others, witnessing this display, fell silent and lowered their weapons one by one. The chief's expression softened slightly as he approached Blood Eyes once more. "You see, they are ordinary individuals, merely seeking a modicum of safety in this apocalyptic world. They did not mean to offend you. If possible, I implore you to refrain from violence." Blood Eyes remained silent, pondering how the chief discerned his strength. As for the other guards, he couldn't be bothered to spare them a glance. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding regarding the meaning of Blood Eye, which rendered the atmosphere palpably tense. However, Blood Eye quickly recognized the pressure he had inadvertently imposed upon them and offered a slight smile. "I harbor no ill intentions." A sigh of relief escaped the burly man, his countenance transforming into one of palpable ease. He then turned to his companions, barking orders, "Get moving. Fetch the finest food and the best wine. We shall not be traveling tonight. I intend to share a drink with our esteemed guest. Hurry, are you all just going to stand there and wait for death?" At once, the guards scurried away, their urgency akin to that of children wishing their parents had endowed them with 2 fewer legs. The authority of the burly man within this caravan was unmistakable. Soon, a bonfire blazed to life, encircled by the vehicles of the caravan, as everyone busied themselves with preparations. Blood Eye was invited by the burly man to a lavish truck, accompanied by Kirby. This truck had evidently been modified, with most of its original fittings removed to create a spacious interior, adorned with opulent sofas and seating that resembled a parlor more than a vehicle. The burly man gestured for Blood Eye to take a seat, and soon an array of sumptuous food and strong liquor was presented before them. As they indulged in the rich fare and fiery spirits, the animosity between Blood Eye and the burly man dissipated swiftly. The burly man spoke sparingly, while Blood Eye remained taciturn, rendering the meal rather somber. They consumed their food with remarkable haste, finally freeing themselves to engage in conversation. Through their discourse, Blood Eye learned that the burly man's name was Lance, leader of the most formidable caravan within the domain of Lord Kester. Though referred to as a caravan, it resembled more of a merchant convoy, facilitating trade within the Kester territory due to the valuable nature of its goods. The strength of Lance's caravan was formidable, and he himself was a 5th-level hunter, clad in a set of proper armor. After this brief introduction, Blood Eye finally broached the question that had lingered in his mind. "Lance, how did you come to notice me?" Chapter 46. The Capable Ones. How did you notice me? Lancelot paused, seemingly perplexed by Blood Eye's inquiry. Isn't the ability to sense danger a fundamental survival skill for every inhabitant of this post-apocalyptic world? Although you appear quite ordinary and seldom speak, I felt a chill upon first seeing you. This indicates that you must be a formidable hunter. Engaging in conflict with a hunter of your caliber would be unwise. Oh, so that is the case. Blood-Eye nodded, acknowledging Lancelot's response, but internally he nearly gasped. This is not an instinct inherent to every survivor. This is a special ability. This is the perceptual power of danger foresight. If he were merely an ordinary survivor, even if he sensed danger, he would not be so certain as Lancelot is. He not only recognized Blood-Eye's threat upon first glance, but also halted his subordinates, abandoning even the most basic resistance. This suggests he understands that resistance would be futile, indicating a profound awareness of danger. Furthermore, he knows the most effective means to evade it. Such effects are characteristic of perceptual abilities. This fellow is indeed a capable one, though he seems unaware of it. Blood-Eye recalled that Priest Robbie once mentioned that abilities are quite common in the fifth world, but extremely rare in the seventh world, as most require expensive genetic serums to awaken. Such items are certainly scarce and exorbitantly priced in the seventh world. Yet here stands Lancelot, who has awakened his abilities on his own, albeit not entirely. He is undoubtedly a genius. After a moment of silence, Blood-Eye addressed Lancelot earnestly. You are fortunate. Indeed, I consider myself quite lucky. Those foolish fellows did not offend you. Otherwise, I would have found myself in a difficult position. You know, conflicts arise too easily in this world. A trivial matter, even a piece of bread or half a potato, can lead to violence. I have no desire to collect their corpses, Lancelot replied with a smile, appearing utterly at ease. His abilities allow him to discern who surpasses him in strength, and showing humility or respect towards the powerful is never excessive. This is a fundamental rule for survival in the post-apocalyptic realm. As the hostility dissipated, the atmosphere lightened. After conversing with Lancelot for a while, Blood-Eye discovered that despite Lancelot's fearsome appearance, he possessed an extensive understanding of the circumstances on Planet X35, imparting considerable knowledge to Blood-Eye. Just as their conversation reached a delightful crescendo, a traveler entered and whispered a few words to Lancelot. Casting a furtive glance at Blood-Eye with an insidious expression, Lancelot's reaction was unsurprising to Blood-Eye. Almost immediately after hearing the traveler's words, he delivered a resounding slap, sending the man reeling. You scoundrel! Do you treat my words as mere nonsense? Have I been too lenient with you lately? From today onward, everyone's rations will be halved, and you lot shall not eat for 2 days. Now get out. Go tell those wretched subordinates of yours to behave. If I discover you disobeying my orders, I will hang you from the roof of the vehicle and let the deathly winds turn you into jerky. Yes. Yes, the traveler turned pale, hastily agreeing, and scurried away in a flurry. Lancelot then turned to Blood-Eye, offering an awkward smile and softly saying, They discovered an armored vehicle in your vicinity. Inside, there are a considerable number of weapons, and some of the younger ones couldn't contain their excitement. Blood-Eye smiled slightly and replied softly, I understand. This is quite normal in a post-apocalyptic world. I need not concern myself with it, must I? Of course not. Lancelot felt relieved upon hearing Blood-Eye's reasoning. Rest assured, Mr. Blood-Eye, within my party, I guarantee you will not suffer any losses. Those fellows have simply been too fortunate, leading to their foolishness. I will teach them some discipline. Indeed. Blood-Eye nodded and proceeded to request fuel. Lancelot, still anxious from his subordinate's recklessness, promptly agreed, not only filling the armored vehicle to capacity, but also preparing several large barrels of fuel for Blood-Eye's journey. Such fuel would command a hefty price in the post-apocalyptic world, yet Lancelot did not even mention it. After completing these matters, Blood-Eye felt he had fulfilled his purpose within Lancelot's party and stood to take his leave. However, Lancelot stopped him. Lancelot scratched his head awkwardly, uncertain where Mr. Blood-Eye intended to go next. Me? Blood-Eye hesitated, then realized Lancelot was attempting to forge a connection. Thus, he replied, I plan to head to Lord Kester's territory. There is a matter I must attend to. Is there something you would like me to assist you with? Oh, certainly not. Lancelot shook his head vigorously, then displayed a warm smile. I happen to be heading to Lord Kester's territory as well. If you aren't in a hurry, would you care to accompany us? Well, consider it a protection detail. I will compensate you for it. Given the strength of Lancelot's party, protection was unnecessary. Lancelot's words were merely a pretext to ensure Blood-Eye's company. This reveals that beneath Lancelot's rugged exterior lies a sensitive heart, one that understands how to leverage the resources around him. Dangerous individuals are invariably powerful. As long as conflicts can be averted in advance, danger may well transform into a significant ally. Lancelot, being a merchant, is astutely aware of cultivating his relationships. Although Blood-Eye may not appear particularly special now, who can predict when he might require assistance in the future? For a potential ally, Such a small investment is trivial. With their prior amicable exchange, Blood-Eye naturally accepted Lancelot's goodwill. He temporarily settled within Lancelot's party, where arrangements had already been made for him and Kibby in a luxurious room. As he lay in the warm bedding, Kibby was ecstatic. As a small rogue from shelter number 27, he had never enjoyed such comfortable living conditions. Furthermore, following Lancelot's furious outburst, the entire party treated him with utmost respect. The sensation of being respected was intoxicating to Kibby. The next morning, Blood-Eye set out with Lancelot's party for a new journey. Before departing, he did not forget the scene of the massacre he had encountered, and he took Lancelot to witness it. Upon seeing the carnage and the scattered bodies, the faces of all travelers turned ashen, some even retched violently. After a solemn observation, Lancelot nodded at Blood-Eye. "Thank you, Mr. Blood-Eye. You have helped me identify a new source of danger. I believe I must report this situation to Lord Kester, informing him that a terrifying group of mutated creatures has emerged within his territory. The Lord shall undoubtedly reward you for your efforts." "That is inconsequential." Upon hearing Lancelot's words, Blood-Eye's eyes suddenly brightened, and he made a request. "If possible, I wish to personally describe this incident to Lord Kester. Could you take me to meet him?" Lancelot regarded him with an expression of surprise. He had assumed Blood-Eye feared he would seek credit for the discovery. Nonetheless, being a magnanimous individual, he would not quibble over trivial matters with Blood-Eye and readily agreed. He failed to notice that as he turned away, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in Blood-Eye's eyes, almost imperceptible. Kibby, however, caught this moment and curiously whispered, "Master, why do you wish for him to take you to meet Lord Kester?" "That is my concern." "You need not worry," Blood-Eye replied coldly. The journey continued for another 2 days, during which they passed a gathering point, the final supply station before reaching Lord Kester's domain. However, upon arrival, they discovered it had been reduced to rubble. The remnants of fierce battles lay strewn across the ground, with burning buildings still billowing thick smoke. The ground was littered with the corpses of civilians from the gathering point. Blood and severed limbs had converged into a small river, exuding a pungent scent of gore. Lance instructed his men to meticulously examine the gathering point, and the findings were utterly grim. All the inhabitants had perished, reminiscent of the previous scene encountered by the expedition. Their deaths were horrifically gruesome, marked by severe blunt force trauma and gashes inflicted by immense blades. Numerous bodies exhibited signs of poisoning. What unsettled them the most was the absence of the water treatment system, which had been removed, leaving no trace of the assailants. This indicated that the mutated creatures responsible for the attack possessed a remarkable level of intelligence, along with stringent organization and discipline, an occurrence virtually unheard of in the past. While mutated beings had previously congregated, they lacked organization, resembling feral beasts in their actions. The current situation suggested that this group had evolved, establishing clear roles within their ranks. How terrifying a prospect! The mutated entities inherently boasted combat capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary beings. If they were to become organized, it would spell catastrophe, potentially reshaping the power dynamics of this planet. "I must report this matter to Lord Crest immediately," Lance declared with gravity. After these harrowing events, he recognized the magnitude of the trouble he faced. His precognitive sense of danger was issuing stern warnings, the level of threat instilling a chilling dread within him. Thus, he could not afford to delay any longer and promptly issued orders for the expedition to depart. After hastily attending to the remains at the gathering point, they set forth once more. This time, there was no sense of ease among the expedition members. Each face was pale, as if foreboding calamity. They forsook rest and vehicle maintenance, hastening their journey at utmost speed. Finally, on the 4th day, they arrived at their destination, a city named Vika, which also served as the residence of Lord Crest. Chapter 47. The Lord's Manor. Vika is a quaint town nestled against the mountains. Though it may appear small, it is bustling with a constant flow of people. Surrounding the town are numerous trade markets, contributing to its vibrant prosperity. Yet, what captures the attention of every newcomer to Vika is not this thriving scene, but rather the formidable fortress that looms behind the town. This fortress, partially visible from the mountain face, glimmers with a steel hue. Most striking is the enormous crater on the side of the mountain, presumably caused by the bombardment of an oversized cannon from a bygone era. The impact has left half the mountain wall in ruins. Yet the core of the fortress remains unscathed, a testament to its extraordinary fortitude. In fact, this fortress was once renowned in the Old World. Known as the K7 military stronghold, originally constructed as a precaution against potential nuclear warfare. Tragically, before its completion, the nuclear conflict erupted, relegating the incomplete K7 to a mere third-rate refuge. However, following the dawn of a new era, Lord Crest seized the location, investing remarkable financial resources to restore and enhance it, ultimately making it his residence. As the caravan entered the town of Vika, it was evening, and the streets were teeming with activity. Vehicles congested the area around the city gates. Many individuals, clearly leaders of various caravans, were engaged in discussions with the gatekeepers, who seemed indifferent to their plight. It was only when the caravan leaders presented certain items to the guards that they were permitted to pass. Observing the pained expressions on these leaders, Blood-Eye remarked to Lance, "Once, a friend told me she wished to send her brother to Karst, for it seemed like paradise. But now, it appears that notion is far from reality. Nowhere is paradise." "Your perspective is somewhat extreme," Lance replied, having spent enough time with Blood-Eye to understand her temperament. His tone had grown more relaxed. Whether it is paradise depends on their quality of life. Although these caravan leaders are subjected to the guards' extortion, merely entering Vika is a blessing. Here, they will find untainted water and food, scarce commodities elsewhere. Vika attracts thousands daily for trade, and they can leverage this influx to create wealth. Is that not what they desire? After a moment of silence, Blood-Eye conceded, "Perhaps you are right. But tell me, if your subordinates behave like those guards, what would you do?" "I would have them hanged, in the most brutal manner," Lance answered without hesitation. He then instructed one of his subordinates, "Go and tell them to remove the roadblocks." "Damn it. I have no time to engage in their bribery game. Inform them that if they do not clear the way immediately, I shall lodge a complaint with Lord Crest, ensuring their pleasant existence becomes a thing of the past." "Yes, sir," the subordinate replied respectfully before hastening to confront the guards. Curiously, the guards, who had previously scrutinized ordinary caravan leaders, suddenly adopted a cautious demeanor upon encountering Lance's subordinate. After meticulously inspecting the caravan insignia, they obediently accepted the reprimands and hastily removed the roadblocks, appearing more compliant than Lance's men. This left Blood-Eye momentarily astonished. "It seems you are faring well here," she remarked. "Of course. I am one of the few merchants in Vika who can meet Lord Crest without prior notice. They fear me, for if I merely expressed dissatisfaction, they would likely find themselves cleaning sewers. That kind of work could leave them emaciated within a month," Lance replied proudly, casting a pleased glance at Blood-Eye. "The benefits of such power are considerable. I heard that in some countries of the old world, it was even more exaggerated. Officials could dictate to the commoners, who had to comply obediently. If they uttered a single wrong word, they might face retaliation. Have you heard of interprovincial matters? I've never quite grasped the meaning of that term. What is a province? Perhaps a type of food?" Blood-Eye speculated innocently. "Well, you may be correct, though I believe it is not that simple. Finally, those wretched fellows have realized they should remove the roadblocks. Let us proceed," Lance concluded. Amid the astonished gazes of numerous caravan convoys, Lance's group confidently navigated through the crowd, being the first to pass the checkpoint. Several caravan leaders, visibly disgruntled, considered confronting the guards they had just bribed. However, to their surprise, the guards regarded them with disdainful eyes, scoffing. "Are you referring to Lord Lance's caravan? Do you know who Lord Lance is? He is the leader of the largest caravan here, annually bringing unimaginable treasures to Vika, and he is a close friend of Lord Crest. Do you think you can compare yourself to him? Are you seeking death? You damned fools. Hand over 2 more gold vikas, or you shall not pass through this gate today." The caravan leaders, instantly cowed, begrudgingly complied once more with the extortion. Yet, they each etched the name of Lance's caravan into their memories, vowing to one day become a grand caravan like his, able to stride into any major city and be received by the Lord. Unbeknownst to Blood-Eye and Lance, events were unfolding behind them. At that moment, they were already traversing the main thoroughfare of Vika, accompanied by several armed guards from their caravan. Though carrying weapons in Vika was generally prohibited, Lance's unique status exempted him from this rule. Eager to report to the Lord, Lance had entrusted all matters of the caravan's trade to his deputy, hastily leading Blood-Eye toward the Lord's estate. The so-called Lord's estate was, in fact, the fortress embedded in the mountainside. After Lord Crest renovated it, he took up residence. However, due to technological limitations and budget constraints, only 1/5 of the fortress had been restored, leaving the majority unusable. Nevertheless, even in its incomplete state, this fortress stood as one of the most secure havens in the post-apocalyptic world, likely impervious to the impact of another nuclear bomb. There was but one road leading to the fortress from Vika, and Blood-Eye and her companions were traversing this very path. After only a few minutes, the grand entrance of the fortress appeared before them, but they could advance no further. A group of the Lord's elite guards obstructed their way. Stop. You are not permitted to proceed further. Ahead lies the Lord's residence. Present your credentials or confirm the Lord's invitation. Otherwise, you will be considered trespassers, and we reserve the right to execute you. Blood-Eye narrowed her gaze, coldly assessing the elite guards before her. They were clearly far more competent than the guards at the town gate. Not only were they physically imposing, but they also exhibited remarkable discipline. Though they appeared casually positioned, they had tactically occupied optimal shooting angles, indicating thorough training. Their equipment was equally impressive, each clad in high-grade ceramic combat suits typically worn by elite hunters, and wielding superior assault rifles. One glance revealed their formidable combat prowess. Perhaps due to the aggressive intensity of Blood-Eye's gaze, the guards immediately sensed her hostility, their expressions shifting to surprise. They adjusted their positions seamlessly, encircling Blood-Eye while subtly aiming their rifles at her vital points. Stand down, Lance bellowed, casting a displeased glance at the guards. Lower your weapons, or I cannot guarantee your safety. You imbeciles. It's truly perplexing how Lord Crest chose you as his elite guards, as you seem utterly oblivious to your own limitations. Do you wish to attract a formidable enemy for the Lord? Who are you? The guards did not immediately lower their weapons, yet their tone softened. They all understood that anyone who could speak to them in such a manner must possess a certain significance. Thus they refrained from turning hostile right away. Lance cast a disdainful glance at them and casually tossed a badge, saying, "Newcomers, I presume? Otherwise, how could you not even recognize me?" The badge shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, causing the expressions of several guards to shift dramatically. They swiftly lowered their weapons and then saluted Lance. "Our apologies, Lord Lance. We truly are newcomers and were unaware of your identity." "Begone," Lance replied impatiently, waving his hand. "I demand to see Lord Kester immediately. Please notify him at once." "Yes." The guards responded loudly, casting a furtive glance at Blood-Eye. "As for this individual, you need not concern yourself with that," Blood-Eye interjected. "I am aware of your obligation to ensure the safety of the Lord, but my authority permits me to bring guests inside. This should not be an issue. Furthermore, if you have any doubts, you may consult Lord Kester." "Understood." The guards ceased their argument, hastily running towards a nearby watchtower. Moments later, they returned, bowing respectfully to Lance. "Lord, you may enter, along with your companion." "Very well," Lance nodded in satisfaction, then addressed Blood-Eye. "These newcomers are unfamiliar with the protocols. Please do not take offense." "Rest assured, I am not so petty," Blood-Eye replied with a smile. The group proceeded along the path toward the fortress, soon entering its interior. This fortress, a relic of a bygone era, retained its military essence despite being transformed into a lord's residence. The passageways were constructed from robust concrete, with concealed firing ports occasionally visible. Additionally, 2 rails adorned the ceiling on either side, from which several automatic machine guns hung. Finally, the moment had arrived. Blood-Eye gazed quietly at the heavily fortified castle, a tumult of emotions stirring within. Could it be possible to uncover Liar's whereabouts here? Chapter 48. Lord Kester. Blood-Eye recalled how the Black Bear had once confided in him. He had claimed that on that fateful night, Liar had not perished. Rather, she had undergone a rapid and drastic mutation. Initially, the Black Bear had intended to torment Liar to death. However, at that very moment, Lord Kester had issued a command to collect living mutants for research purposes. Consequently, the Black Bear had delivered Liar to him, thereby earning Kester's favor and becoming the master of Shelter Number 27. The notion of a lord gathering mutants for research might seem incredible to many. Yet Blood-Eye understood the likelihood of its truth. In this world, only a lord possessed the requisite strength and resources to conduct such research. Furthermore, they alone had the incentive to do so. According to the rules of civilizational advancement, lords could not enjoy personal promotion privileges. In other words, they could not attain citizenship in higher worlds through individual merit, unlike certain specialized technologists and cosmic mercenaries. To access a higher-level world, one must elevate their home planet. A system designed to control and manage lower civilizations, established collectively by first-world nations, impervious to violation. "What are you thinking?" Lance's voice broke through Blood-Eye's reverie, and he realized they had traversed a lengthy corridor and arrived at an elevator. He shook his head and replied to Lance, "Nothing much. Just feeling a bit anxious about meeting Lord Kester." "Hey, buddy, don't be so tense. I didn't expect someone as aloof as you to feel this way. But trust me, Lord Kester is quite amicable. In fact, I have a very good rapport with him. If you require his assistance, I will ensure you achieve it." Lance responded with a cheerful smile. "Is that so?" Blood-Eye's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, but he refrained from saying more. As they stepped into the elevator, Blood, I noted the floor selected by the guards, the 5th level underground. This indicated that the fortress's fortitude exceeded his expectations. Having only developed 1/5 of its potential, it had already reached such substantial depth. At this level, even a nuclear strike would likely prove ineffective. With a smile, Blood, I remarked to Lance, "It appears Lord Kester is quite attentive to his security." "How so?" Lance retorted dismissively. "Don't think just because he's a lord, he fears for his life. In fact, before his rise, he was a formidable bandit leader. Oh, he still is. He understands the art of killing better than anyone. Are you familiar with his armor? It is a remarkable artifact from a 6th-level world, rumored to be called Jack the Ripper, indicative of his sanguinary nature. However, since establishing his own base, he has become more subdued. The opportunities for him to act have dwindled. Regarding your concerns about security, I assume you noticed his residence being underground? Huh. Don't misconstrue this. It's not about his safety, but rather the sanctity of his precious laboratory. It is said he has nearly exhausted all his resources to establish this lab. However, it is precisely because of this laboratory that he could ascend to the upper echelons of Planet X35's management. Quite worth it, I suppose. A laboratory? Blood-Eye's eyes glinted with interest. What does it entail? What is being researched? Biotechnology, I believe, Lance pondered, scratching the back of his head. You are aware of mutated organisms, yes? It is said that Kester's laboratory focuses on this very subject. Thus, he is acutely aware of the movements of mutants in the vicinity. He can extract many valuable resources from them, particularly from the mutants. Not long ago, he even collected living mutants for experimentation. I wonder how that is progressing now. Oh, Blood-Eye's interest deepened. You are unaware of the current status? Of course, Lance shrugged. I can't keep tabs on him every day. However, I have heard that he has made significant progress and can now extract certain enhancement gene serums from mutants. Huh. This substance is quite sought after. It is said that only higher worlds produce it. With this, Kester will certainly gain confidence. At this year's Planetary Leaders Conference, he will undoubtedly secure numerous seats. Sounds promising, Blood-Eye remarked. Indeed, Lance grinned broadly, an infrequent display of pride. I have contributed significantly to Kester's research, and his accomplishments bear a portion of my input. My lord, we have arrived at the 5th underground level. As he spoke, the elevator abruptly halted, and the door slid open. A few personal guards stood at the entrance, respectfully addressing Lance. Very well, let us proceed, Lance said to Blood-Eye before following the guards inside. Observing Lance's robust silhouette, Blood-Eye felt a shadow darken his expression. Just extracting gene serums? Surely, there was more to it than that. The image of the mutant he had captured, with the sharp chip embedded in its skull, lingered in his mind. Perhaps Lord Kester's ambitions were far grander than he had initially surmised. Amidst the guards' escort, Blood-Eye and Lance entered Lord Kester's reception room, where a rather corpulent figure awaited them. He was of average height, but nearly 3 times as wide, resembling a plump sphere. Behind him stood 2 masked guards encased in ceramic combat armor. Upon spotting Lance, the rotund man rose, arms outstretched. Haha, what a fortunate day this is. Let me see who has come. Lance, my old friend. What delightful offerings have you brought me? Let me guess, Hithis minerals, or perhaps the fine cattle and sheep of Geralado. Those are of little consequence, are they not? What matters is that I have arrived. Lance smiled in response, embracing the man before parting. He then turned to Blood-Eye with a grin. This is Lord Kester. See, I told you he is an easygoing fellow. This is Blood-Eye, a hunter I encountered along the way. Kester, he is formidable, a strength I can perceive. Oh, is that so? Lord Kester, clearly well acquainted with Lance, understood the implications of the term strength. He quickly released Lance and extended his hands to Blood-Eye. Greetings, you may call me Kester. I am the lord of this domain. Blood-Eye. Blood-Eye glanced at Kester's outstretched hand, but refrained from shaking it. His behavior immediately alerted the guards, who tightened their grips on their weapons. Huh, no need to be so tense, my good fellows. This gentleman is my guest, and you ought to respect his customs. It appears Mr. Blood-Eye is not accustomed to close contact. Let us adopt a different approach. Lord Kester, far from angered by Blood-Eye's aloofness, instead admonished the nearby guards, using the gesture to dissipate the awkwardness. He then gestured invitingly. Please sit. It brings me great joy to see you both. Yet, your visit must bear significance. My guards have informed me that you have urgent matters to discuss. How may I assist you? Please, do not hesitate. I am eager to alleviate any concerns you may have. Lord Kester's manner of speaking was refreshingly direct, perhaps a reflection of his intrinsic nature. While many might find his forthrightness disconcerting, Lance understood him well and responded with equal candor. It is not I who bears troubles, but you, my old friend. During my travels, I uncovered certain matters within your territory that I believe you would be keen to know. Lance proceeded to recount his discoveries on the journey, meticulously detailing every aspect, especially the wounds on the victims and the traces left at the scene. Blood-Eye noticed that Lord Kester was listening intently. When Lance mentioned that he was the first to discover the scene of the massacre, Kester turned to him with a smile. Soon, Lance recounted all his findings solemnly. Addressing Lord Kester, "Kester, I fear this matter is far from simple. While there have been instances of mutants committing acts of violence in the past, a massacre organized in such a manner has never occurred. This suggests that these mutants possess a commendable level of organization and discipline, and there may even be a leader among them. They are exceedingly clever, operating in packs, and their combat prowess is formidable. The fact that they have seized the water recycling system from the gathering point indicates that they are working with purpose, likely constructing a base. This is serious. Indeed, it is very serious." Lord Kester's expression grew grave. Since Lance began his description, his smile had vanished. No one would be pleased to learn of such events occurring within their territory, especially as Lance's assertions were undoubtedly correct. He was in deep trouble. It was a well-known fact that mutants possessed intelligence, yet they had never formed a true collective, more often relying on instinct. Should they unite, they could swiftly establish a new power capable of altering the balance of the entire planet. At that point, humanity might face utter annihilation. Most terrifying of all, such occurrences were transpiring within his domain. This cannot be tolerated. This shall not be permitted. Lord Kester declared with sudden seriousness. I will not allow them to thrive on my land. I will immediately organize the army to search the area you have identified. Upon discovery, we shall launch an immediate assault. Now, Lance, are you willing to assist me? Well said, Kester, Lance replied with enthusiasm. I would be more than willing to help you. Just then, Blood-Eye interjected. He extended his hand, placing an object before Lord Kester. I apologize for the interruption, my lord. But I believe you should also take a look at this. It is something I found on a mutant that attempted to attack me. I think you will find it intriguing. What Blood-Eye revealed was none other than a sharp control chip. Chapter 49. The Lord's Chip, what is this? Lord Kester inquired with curiosity as he casually picked up the chip. However, Blood-Eye keenly detected a fleeting glimmer of alarm in his eyes. This was found on a mutant at the first massacre site. It was lurking underground, attempting to attack me. Initially, I thought it was merely a piece of metal. But upon closer inspection, I realized it is indeed a chip, a relic of ancient technology. What purpose does it serve? I do not know, Blood-Eye shrugged, unabashedly lying. I am merely a hunter. Such technological matters are beyond my expertise. However, I thought perhaps you, my lord, might recognize it, which is why I brought it to you. Unfortunately, I am not familiar with it. Yet, you are correct. I am indeed quite intrigued by it, Lord Kester replied, seemingly relieved, and smiled at Blood-Eye. Let us negotiate then. How much do you intend to sell it for? As he spoke, Lord Kester appeared somewhat nonchalant, yet Blood-Eye sensed a growing tension. The core of his implanted device indicated that Lord Kester's blood flow had accelerated by 1/5, and his heart rate was also increasing. Most tellingly, Blood-Eye observed a fleeting, menacing glint in the narrowed eyes of Lord Kester. He is lying. He knows what this chip is. Blood-Eye's mind raced with tumultuous thoughts. No one understands the significance of this chip better than he does. It is a control chip, one that remains in the nascent stages of emotional stimulation, but ultimately aims for mental domination. Though its current capabilities are limited, with sufficient manpower and resources, and given enough time, it could evolve into a dreadful weapon. And Lord Kester is precisely the individual with the financial and material means to harness its potential. But what does he intend to do with such a chip? When it comes to power, he is already a lord, commanding vast resources and extensive lands. Financially, he could single-handedly restore an abandoned castle from the old era. He oversees a bustling commercial hub. On the surface, he appears to possess everything that this level of civilization can offer. Why then does he seek such a chip? Is he not afraid of the enmity of all humanity should his secrets be revealed? The technology to control mutants is forbidden. Surely even the Alliance Council of this planet would never permit him to possess such a thing. Once he acquires it, he could easily assemble a formidable army of mutants. At that point, who on this planet could stand against him? Blood-Eye's mind was flooded with memories of the blood-soaked gathering point, the shattered corpses, the lifeless yet defiant eyes, and the horrifyingly gaping wounds. A strong scent of blood seemed to invade his senses, plunging him into a nightmarish landscape of death and despair. Hey, Blood-Eye, what's wrong? A voice snapped him back to reality. It was Lance, who was sitting beside him, looking at him with concern. Oh, nothing. Just recalling some memories, Blood-Eye replied. Regaining his composure and offering a faint smile of apology to Lance. He then turned to Lord Kester. It is fortunate you are interested. I believe you are the only one in this land capable of researching such a chip, so it rightfully belongs to you. As for the price, well, you may decide what you deem appropriate, as I am unaware of its true value. Oh, Lord Kester's eyes glinted with interest, and he burst into hearty laughter. Huh. It seems Lance was correct. You are indeed a straightforward hunter. Very well, I shall accept this chip, but I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed. Someone, my lord, you called? An elderly steward appeared in the living room, bowing respectfully to Lord Kester. Prepare 500 gold vickers for Mr. Blood-Eye as a reward for discovering this incident and for purchasing the chip, Lord Kester declared grandly. Upon hearing this, many of the guards present cast envious glances. 500 gold vickers was no small sum, especially for a single hunter who had merely reported a mutant attack. No one believed Blood-Eye deserved such a generous reward. Yet when the lord spoke, no one dared to voice dissent. An exquisite card was placed on the table before Blood-Eye. The steward explained with deference, Mr. Blood-Eye, this is a gold card of the city. With it, you may withdraw this amount from any bank in the city. Thank you, Blood-Eye replied, concealing his emotions as he tucked the gold card into his pocket. At that point, he and Lance had largely achieved their purpose for coming. The two rose to take their leave, and Lord Kester made no effort to retain them, simply instructing the steward to escort the two out. As they exited the hall, Blood-Eye's gaze swept over the room, inadvertently lingering on the two guards behind Lord Kester. Their eyes immediately shifted towards him, glaring with intensity, enveloping Blood-Eye in a chilling aura of menace. Instinctively, his body tensed, every muscle coiling in response. The threatening energy dissipated as the guards returned to their motionless state. Yet Blood-Eye recognized their formidable nature. They were unlike any other guards in the fortress. Blood-Eye felt a palpable threat emanating from them, a sensation that could only arise from an equally powerful adversary. In reality, he had only encountered this feeling once before, with the priest Robbie. Yet in the dream world he had faced such opponents numerous times. Each confrontation had proven arduous and costly, often resulting in heavy losses before he could achieve victory. Lord Kester is indeed not to be underestimated. Throughout their journey out of the fortress, Blood-Eye maintained his silence, while Lance seemed equally reticent. It was not until they reached the bustling streets of Vika City that Lance suddenly suggested going for a drink. After a moment of contemplation, Blood-Eye readily agreed. They casually entered a nearby tavern, where a server was already waiting to greet them. As a commercial hub, Vika City was far more vibrant than ordinary gathering points, almost reminiscent of cities from the ancient era. Thus, the tavern not only had dedicated servers, but their quality was also exceptionally high. The tavern's ambience was delightful, devoid of the usual haze found in typical establishments. Blood-Eye and Lance settled into a corner and ordered 2 glasses of bitter tea. As the dry liquid coursed down his throat, Blood-Eye grimaced slightly. This drink is quite bitter. Such is the flavor of life, Lance responded, his expression calm, resembling that of a philosopher. Do you not find this drink reminiscent of life itself? Bitter, oppressive, and devoid of passion. Yet, despite its lackluster flavor, it offers some protection against radiation, which is why many enjoy it. You know, a small cup of this bitter tea costs 1 gold vicker. That price could buy an ordinary person's food for a day. Indeed, it is quite expensive. Blood-Eye smirked slightly before downing the remaining contents of his glass. He then lowered his voice. I know you have something on your mind to discuss with me, but must you be so extravagant? If you wish to treat me, perhaps a large cup of rum would better satisfy my appetite. Haha, no need to mention that drink. This is an upscale tavern. But if you prefer, Lance smiled faintly, then snapped his fingers to signal the server. Soon, he ordered a large cup of rum for Blood-Eye. Once the server departed, Lance lowered his head, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Blood-Eye, do you not find something amiss with Kester? What do you mean? Is he not your old friend? Blood-Eye replied, somewhat surprised. Do not deceive me, Lance sighed in resignation, pointing to his head. Do not forget that my intuition regarding danger is innate. Though you appear calm, I can sense your hostility towards Kester. From the moment you entered the Lord's manor, I detected something amiss. So it is, Blood-Eye realized. Lance is a rare individual endowed with the ability to foresee peril. Possessing such a gift indeed allows one to discern his murderous intent, although he has been concealing it. Intuition is an elusive thing, difficult to articulate. Observing his unexpected demeanor, Lance sighed. It seems my suspicions were not unfounded. You have ulterior motives for meeting Kester. Is it related to that chip? My intuition suggests you are not entirely ignorant of its significance. Can you enlighten me on what that chip entails? Blood-Eye fell silent, taking deep swigs of rum. After some time, He set down the glass and met Lance's gaze. Lance, you are truly a decent person. But do you not think that sometimes knowing too much can be perilous? The problem is, I no longer have an avenue for retreat. Lance chuckled bitterly. You may not realize it, but today at the Lord's Manor, Kester has already marked you for death. Although that fellow excels at disguise, my intuition does not deceive. Unfortunately, he has also included me as part of your faction. In other words, I have become his target as well. While I may not be particularly astute, I certainly do not wish to perish in ignorance. Hence, I must inquire about that chip. You will not come to harm. Your connection with him is different. That is merely my utility. A faint smile flickered across Lance's lips. In the eyes of those in power, often, interests are sacrificed. With my demise, Kester could easily elevate a new leader for the trading consortium. Therefore, tell me, so that I may prepare in advance. Whether it be in fleeing or any other means, it is certainly better than awaiting death. Gazing into Lance's expectant eyes, Blood-Eye fell into silence once more. After much contemplation, he decided to trust this man before him just this once, and thus lowered his voice to reveal the secret of the chip. That chip can control the mutated beings. Chapter 50. 5 seconds what? Despite his prior preparation, Lance was still taken aback. In his excitement, he accidentally knocked over his wine glass. A nearby waiter hastily approached him. Sir, may I assist you in any way? It's nothing. I'm fine. Lance quickly regained his composure, waving the waiter away. He then leaned closer to Blood-Eye and spoke earnestly. Are you telling the truth? I have no reason to deceive you, Blood-Eye shrugged. In fact, you should already be aware of its veracity. Otherwise, why would Lord Crest want me dead? So it is. Lance momentarily froze, then felt as if all strength had drained from him, sinking softly into the armchair. The ability to control the mutants, those 2 massacre sites, and his biological laboratory. Perhaps this time we are in serious trouble. Damn, this is far more severe than I had imagined. Knowing such a secret, Crest would undoubtedly not let us off the hook. Perhaps assassins are already on their way. No. Blood-Eye shook his head, calmly finishing the last drop of wine in his glass before gently placing it on the table. They have already arrived. With a loud crash, the bar's door was violently kicked open. Several muscular men, clad only from the waist up and armed, stormed in. Their bodies were covered in dark purple tattoos, their faces brutish and menacing. A few bar staff attempted to intervene, only to be effortlessly thrown outside by the thuggish intruders. Who is the owner of this place? Bellowed a man who appeared to be their leader. I am. May I inquire what this is about? The bar owner hurriedly emerged from the back, glancing at the intimidating group with a pale face. Gentlemen, I believe you have mistaken the location. If you wish to drink, you should adhere to our rules. But if you intend to cause a ruckus here, do you know whose establishment this is? I don't care whose it is. The leader sneered coldly, pressing the barrel of his shotgun against the bar owner's chest. Now, I offer you 2 choices. 1, you vanish immediately. 2, I make you disappear. You? The bar owner's face turned ashen with anger. Yet, upon seeing the cold muzzle pressed against him, his voice diminished considerably. After all, to run such an upscale bar in Vika City, the owner undoubtedly had some backing. Yet, no amount of influence could rival the imminent threat of a gun. He dared not gamble on whether these men would pull the trigger. Just wait. I'll inform Lord Crest at once. The bar owner shouted sternly, then fled the bar in a panic. The sight of his retreat sent the thugs into raucous laughter, the metal rings they wore clinking together. This was a high-end bar, and there were already few patrons inside. After the commotion, who would dare remain? In an instant, the place was cleared out. The leader spat in disdain, surveying the room until his gaze fell upon Lance and Blood-Eye, who remained seated. Hey, you two. That seat belongs to me. Get out. Why? Lance replied warily. There are plenty of other seats. Why insist we leave? I've taken a liking to this spot. What do you say? The leader glared, thrusting the shotgun's barrel against Lance's head with a sinister grin. Not leaving, huh? Good. I was just looking for someone to test my trigger finger on. At this proclamation, the surrounding thugs moved in, the sound of gun bolts clicking echoed. All their weapons aimed squarely at Lance. Strangely enough, Blood-Eye was also within their line of fire. Lance's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to speak, Blood-Eye abruptly raised a hand to stop him. Blood-Eye, with an impassive gaze fixed on the wine glass on the table, spoke calmly. First, a band of rogues barges into the bar to cause trouble. Then, in a moment of heated argument, they accidentally kill you. I believe this explanation would suffice to placate most inquiries regarding your demise. Subsequently, a citywide manhunt for the killer would ensue, only to find that the culprit has fled. In such a scenario, no one could possibly hold Lord Crest accountable, nor could they suspect him. Are you implying? Lance, not lacking in intelligence, swiftly grasped Blood-I's insinuation. A glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he raised his voice against the thug. "You scoundrels! Are you sent by Crest? Crest? Who is that? I don't know him." The leader feigned ignorance, sneering as he lowered his gun slightly. "I simply find you unsightly and wish to see your head explode." The cold barrel pressed firmly against Lance's temple. A mere finger's pull away from transforming his head into a shattered melon. Although Lance was a seasoned hunter, he was unarmored at that moment, and in this state, he was not much different from an ordinary person. Taking that shot would certainly spell his doom. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Lance's temples. As never before had he felt death so near, just a finger's breadth away. Yet beside him stood Blood-I. Crest's plan was both cliché and effective. However, no matter how meticulously he schemed, he could never fathom that Blood-I was right beside Lance, possessing strength that far exceeded his expectations. For Blood-I's combat suit was concealed within him. Even without summoning it, his physical prowess had long surpassed human limits. Blood-I himself was a weapon, a human weapon. Almost at the moment the thug leader squeezed the trigger, Blood-I's hand shot out like lightning, seizing the shotgun's barrel and lifting it effortlessly. With a resounding bang, the shotgun fired, blasting the ceiling and sending debris flying. As the leader momentarily stunned, Blood-I swiftly grasped the back of his head and slammed it down onto the table with tremendous force. With a loud crash, the table splintered in two. The thug leader's head was instantly reduced to a bloodied pulp, sharp wooden shards embedding into his face, rendering him unconscious without a sound. The remaining thugs were taken aback, raising their shotguns in alarm. Yet, Blood-I seemed to have anticipated this, kicking the unconscious leader towards them. Under his terrifying strength, the thug leader's robust body contorted at an unnatural angle, his insides mixing with blood, leaving a gruesome trail in the air. Gunfire erupted, most of the shotgun pellets striking the leader's body. Ironically, his once imposing physique, which had been his pride, now served as Blood-I's perfect shield. The numerous pellets riddled him, splattering blood into a mist. All this transpired in an instant. By this time, Lance was still in shock. Yet Blood-I was already in pursuit of the thug leader's fleeing form. With a leap, like a panther, in the first second, a shadow flashed as Blood-I, propelled by the wind, lunged at one of the thugs, grasping his head and delivering a knee strike. His speed was breathtaking, executing the entire maneuver in midair, leaving no time to land. A distinct cracking sound echoed as the thug's face caved in from the impact, sending him hurtling through the air. Yet, as the thug remained airborne, Blood-I swiftly closed the distance, seizing his ankle and using him as a weapon against another thug. Amidst the splattering blood, their bodies collided violently, resulting in a gruesome display of carnage. In the second, a robust man, gripped by terror, raised his shotgun. As Blood Pup lunged before him, without a moment's hesitation, Blood Pup seized the firearm and forcefully pushed it, transforming the entire weapon into a deadly iron stake that brutally penetrated the man's chest and erupted from his back. Blood mixed with shattered bone burst forth behind him, and he collapsed limply to the ground. In the third second, Blood Pup's figure finally paused, perfectly positioned between two burly men. Their eyes widened in shock as his bloodthirsty gaze suddenly met theirs. Yet, before they could retaliate, Blood Pup's lethal fist struck with the ferocity of a gale, crashing into one man's throat, shattering it completely. The other man, filled with dread, attempted to shoot Blood Pup, but the latter executed a swift kick that sent him soaring through the air. Before he could touch the ground, another kick propelled him even farther away. By the fifth second, no one dared to confront Blood Pup. The ground was strewn with grotesque corpses. Blood and entrails seeped out, releasing a nauseating stench. Blood Pup stood amidst the carnage, his hands dripping with crimson. He remained silent, yet his palpable aura of menace grew ever more intense. In a mere 5 seconds, he had dispatched 6 formidable foes, leaving the remaining 2 trembling against the doorway, their hands unsteady upon their weapons. In the hushed room, the sound of chattering teeth filled the air. Blood Pup paid them no heed. Instead, he casually picked up a shotgun from the ground, chambered a round, and silently aimed it at the 2 men. With a deafening bang, the last 2 burly men crumpled to the floor like discarded sacks. Chapter 51. A Formidable Foe. Lance stood frozen, witnessing the entire brutal spectacle of Blood-I's slaughter from his vantage point. The sudden eruption of ferocity, coupled with the ruthlessness and cold-blooded methods employed, sent a shiver deep within him. Although the strong men slain by Blood-I were not particularly formidable, the crux lay not in the outcome, but in the process itself. The indifference and cruelty displayed by Blood-I throughout the ordeal were what truly shocked Lance. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined encountering such raw ferocity in hand-to-hand combat. The entire affair was executed with a striking efficiency, devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, yet remarkably effective. Moreover, throughout the melee, Blood-Eye maintained an eerie calm, approaching the act of killing with the detached demeanor of an observer. Each strike was delivered with lightning speed and pinpoint accuracy. To Lance, this was no mere violence. It was an art form, the art of death. Gulping audibly, Lance's gaze towards Blood-Eye transformed. Indeed, he was a terrifying harbinger of death. His initial instincts had proven correct. No, he was even more fearsome than he had anticipated. Had he not trusted his intuition from the outset, he would not now be standing here in relief. Blood-Eye would undoubtedly have decimated his entire brigade that fateful night. Lance had no doubt regarding Blood-Eye's capabilities or his resolve, as he had just witnessed. The steady drip of blood onto the ground created a chilling rhythm. As the last two strong men crumpled to the ground like sacks at his feet, Blood-Eye's expression remained inscrutable. He casually discarded his hunting rifle and licked his fingers. A gesture reminiscent of a wolf savoring its recent meal, yet it appeared entirely natural on him. He meticulously cleaned the blood from his fingers before letting out a satisfied sigh, as if he had just indulged in a grand feast. Turning his gaze, he remarked, "Lance, your reactions are rather sluggish." Ha. Lance chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the table leg he had just picked up in a futile attempt to assist Blood-Eye. He had intended to intervene, but by the time he processed the situation, the battle had already concluded, leaving him paralyzed in astonishment. Discarding the table leg, Lance surveyed the chaotic scene around him, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Blood-Eye. However, we must depart at once. If I am not mistaken, Crest's plans are far from over. This was merely the first wave of a probe. If he fails to eliminate me, his second wave of assassins will surely follow. We must leave immediately." Blood-Eye regarded him calmly. "Do not forget, that man is the lord of this city. He possesses the most formidable power here. Should he choose to turn hostile, he can issue a bounty on us." Lance smirked confidently. "There is no need for concern. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I would not limit my dealings solely to Crest. Moreover, I have spent considerable time in Vika City, ensuring I have secured an escape route for myself. It appears you have made preparations. Then let us proceed." Blood-Eye responded without surprise. The two of them tidied their attire and exited the tavern. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by an eerily vacant street, devoid of any passers-by. As if everyone had been driven away. A wave of unease washed over Lance, an ominous premonition settling in. "It seems Crest knows you better than you realize. I suspect that no matter how many escape routes you possess, you will find it impossible to flee, unless your exit lies along this street," Blood-Eye remarked. Positioning himself beside Lance, his tone unperturbed, Lance's expression shifted, acknowledging Blood-Eye's insight. "You're right, Mr. Blood-Eye. I never imagined Crest would go so far as to seal off the entire street in his pursuit of my life." "Because he is the Lord," Blood-Eye replied coldly. "TCH. Lance spat, his face darkening. "What of the Lord? This is not a society governed by law. Once I retrieve my armor, I will ensure he pays dearly for his actions. You will not have that opportunity." A frigid voice echoed from the opposite end of the street. 2 figures emerged from behind a building, clad in high-grade ceramic combat suits with their faces obscured. They were none other than the 2 guards in service to Lord Crest. At the sight of them, Blood-Eye's expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of wariness in his eyes. These were the very individuals he least wished to confront. Following his last encounter with Lord Crest, he had harbored a sense of trepidation towards these masked guardians. Drawing upon his primal instincts and intuition, Blood-Eye sensed that these 2 were exceptionally formidable, unlike any opponents he had previously encountered. Lance, recognizing their identities, turned ashen. "I never anticipated that Crest would resort to dispatching you 2 in his quest to kill me. Humph. Do you really think you hold any significance worthy of our involvement?" One of the guards scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. "We are here not because of you, but because of him." The guard pointed directly at Blood-Eye. "This man is our true target. Though he conceals himself well, I can detect the scent of a kindred spirit emanating from him. You are merely an afterthought. Unexpectedly, you seem competent. Eliminating you will merely earn us an additional bounty." "You?" Lance seethed with indignation. Once a renowned hunter before ascending to the role of brigade leader, he had never been so belittled. Yet he understood the weight of the 2 before him, rendering him speechless. He recognized that should they choose to kill him, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. For they were not of this world. They were not mere hunters. They were vassals of cosmic mercenaries. Such a terrifying identity. The mere thought sent chills coursing through Lance's veins. As a merchant, he was well acquainted with the terrifying nature of cosmic mercenaries. Each one was a demon incarnate, a born killer. Even the most junior cosmic mercenary possessed the capacity to annihilate a legion single-handedly. Their vassals, while not on par with the mercenaries themselves, were far from ordinary. Each vassal was a chosen elite from various planets, serving as a reserve of talent for the cosmic mercenaries. They not only exhibited formidable combat skills, but also underwent rigorous training and genetic enhancements. When missions arose, they fought alongside the mercenaries, amassing extensive combat experience, survived 3 years of extreme battles, and they could become true cosmic mercenaries. In other words, the two individuals standing before him were future cosmic mercenaries. "Come out yourself," one of the guards addressed Blood-Eye. Unlike before, his tone now bore an air of civility, a sign of respect towards a fellow kindred spirit. "Crest desires your life. Though I am reluctant to do so, this is our mission, and we must execute it. Before you perish, would you be so kind as to share your name with me?" After a moment of contemplation, Blood-Eye replied, his voice low, "Blood-Eye. Excellent. I shall remember that." The guard nodded and gestured to himself. "I am Zero, and he is Home." At the very instant the names were uttered, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within Blood-Eye. Without hesitation, he propelled Lance away with a powerful kick and swiftly retreated 5 meters. Almost simultaneously, a deafening explosion erupted at the spot they had occupied, the ground fracturing into a massive crater. "What is this? A power?" The pupils of Blood-Eye suddenly constricted, and he comprehended the unfolding situation. However, before he could issue a warning to Lance, the guardian named Zero lunged at him. Another guardian, known as Home, swiftly vanished behind the room. Zero evidently excelled in close-quarters combat. His movements were remarkably rapid, crossing dozens of meters in an instant to appear before Blood-Eye. Without uttering a word, he struck with lightning speed towards Blood-Eye's face. The force generated a powerful gust, nearly suffocating Blood-Eye. To his astonishment, Blood-Eye mirrored Zero's actions, raising his own hand to counter. Their palms collided with a resounding thud, producing a dull echo. Blood-Eye instantly felt pain in his fingers. Losing all sensation, Zero, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Blood-Eye's reaction to be nearly identical. Following the clash, his right hand twisted awkwardly, evidently injured at the joints. Yet, despite the excruciating pain, Zero did not retreat, but rather surged forward, exhilarated, letting out a fierce roar. He paid no heed to his injured right hand, swiftly closing the distance to Blood-Eye. His left hand swung like a hammer, while simultaneously, he delivered a knee strike. His fighting style was brutally aggressive, reminiscent of a blacksmith wielding a heavy hammer, exuding a raw, violent beauty. This guardian, named Zero, had clearly undergone genetic enhancement, possessing extraordinary strength. Blood-Eye recognized with clarity. If struck by either of Zero's blows, he would be reduced to a bloody pulp, akin to being smashed by a real hammer. Such was the might of a cosmic mercenary's subordinate, rivaling that of Priest Robbie. In his life, Blood-Eye had never encountered a brawler as domineering as himself. In that fleeting moment, he felt an exhilarating thrill. With a roar, he did not retreat. Instead, he met the knee strike head-on, lowering his head fiercely to collide with his opponent. A tremendous crash resounded, and blood splattered. Chapter 52. Blood battle. The leg armor of both combatants shattered simultaneously, sending sharp, jagged ceramic shards flying in all directions. In an instant, blood stained their pant legs. The knee strike they both executed was fueled by sheer determination, resulting in significant damage to each other. Blood-Eye felt an overwhelming numbness envelop his right leg, the muscles twitching under immense strain. Zero's right leg was equally mangled, exposing a stark white bone. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, grinning menacingly as he swung his left fist toward Blood-Eye's temple. However, he was a fraction too slow. Blood-Eye possessed an almost primal instinct for combat. Although untrained, his ferocity in close-quarters brawling was unexpectedly fierce. Faced with Zero's incoming left punch, he did not shy away. Instead, he launched a headbutt directly at Zero's nose. The impact was solid, instantly flooding Zero's body with a wave of searing pain that brought tears to his eyes. His left punch faltered, and he stumbled backward, seething. "Damn you, scoundrel!" Indeed, Blood-Eye's fighting style was devoid of any methodical approach, resembling that of a street brawler. Yet, this very unpredictability served him well. Despite Zero's rigorous training, he had rarely encountered the chaotic tactics of a street fighter, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. However, it was too late for any protest. Blood-Eye, having successfully landed a blow, seized the moment. Despite the excruciating pain in his right leg, he crouched low, pouncing like a leopard. Midair, he executed a sweeping kick aimed at Zero's head. Blood Eye's kick was unconventional. Where most would strike with the front of the calf, he utilized the weaker, arched part of his leg. It appeared almost as if he were offering his leg for an attack. Yet, Zero was taken aback, recoiling in fright as if confronted by a ghost, raising both hands to shield his head. In truth, Blood Eye's ungraceful maneuver was a deadly technique. He had once utilized this very move to snap a hyena's neck while his hands were bound. This was not a common striking technique, but a standard joint lock. If his leg entwined around an opponent's, all of Blood Eye's strength could be channeled through the joints and tendons, akin to a constrictor snake crushing its prey. Furthermore, should Zero attempt to target the vulnerable bend of Blood Eye's leg, his heel could swiftly pivot to strike Zero's occiput, an exceedingly sinister tactic. Yet, Zero was no ordinary foe. As a mercenary, he possessed extensive combat experience. In an instant, he discerned the threat of Blood Eye's move and secured his neck with both arms. Seeing Blood Eye's attempt at a necklock thwarted, a glint of determination flashed in Blood Eye's eyes. He did not relent. Instead, he thrust his waist forward, rapidly altering the angle of his attack from horizontal to vertical, transitioning from a lock to a crushing blow. Like a battle axe, he aimed for Zero's crown. This strike contained the full weight and momentum of Blood Eye's body. If it landed, it could pierce through even the toughest surface, let alone flesh and bone. Furthermore, the speed of his transition was staggering. Even Zero could not react in time. Just as it seemed Blood Eye would deliver a fatal blow, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his attack and dove beneath Zero. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted where he had just been suspended in midair, as if a bomb had detonated out of nowhere. It was that ability again. Blood Eye instinctively knew it was the work of the individual named Hung, a sinister figure lurking in the shadows, employing this bizarre ability to kill. He had previously attacked Blood Eye, but Blood Eye's near-animalistic intuition for danger had allowed him to evade it. This time was no different. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have suffered grave injuries, perhaps even fatal ones. Moreover, the threat was far from over. Zero, evidently accustomed to coordinating with Hung, grinned wickedly as he saw Blood Eye forced to abandon his attack. He pressed both elbows down with ferocious intent toward Blood Eye's head. As an expert in hand-to-hand combat, if he managed to land this blow, even granite would shatter. The situation had deteriorated dramatically. Blood Eye had just concluded one move and found himself beneath Zero, devoid of any space to evade. As he braced for Zero's impending strike, his expression remained inscrutable. Suddenly, with lightning speed, he extended his left hand, clamping onto Zero's elbow as if it were a vice. Instantly, Zero's formidable physical strength bore down on Blood Eye, causing his joints to crack under the pressure. Yet, Blood Eye disregarded the searing agony, twisting his wrist to forcefully create a gap between Zero's elbows. Following this, his right hand formed a blade-like shape, slipping into the opening and driving straight into Zero's armpit. A sharp gasp escaped Zero as his face contorted in pain. The armpit is one of humanity's vulnerabilities. Regardless of strength, it remains an unexercised area. Though Blood Eye's reach prevented him from inflicting a mortal wound, the pain was substantial, nearly drawing a cry from Zero's lips. And this was merely the beginning. As Zero writhed in agony, Blood Eye pressed on, twisting his right hand to seize Zero's upper arm. With both hands exerting force, he executed a powerful spin, delivering a tornado shoulder throw. In an instant, Zero felt the world spin violently as he was hurled through the air like a sack. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, he could not stabilize his body, spiraling upward. As he plummeted headfirst to the ground, his eyes reddened, and he shouted, "Hung!" With a resounding boom, another explosion erupted near Zero. The shockwave allowed him to break free from his spiral and land awkwardly on the ground. He stumbled several paces before regaining his footing. Good heavens, truly impressive. Zero's mask had been torn away, revealing a face marred by scars, flushed as if intoxicated, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The exchange between him and Blood Eye had been nothing short of electric, with each offensive and defensive maneuver executed in the blink of an eye. A single misstep could have been catastrophic. While Blood Eye had edged ahead in this encounter, the thrill it ignited in Zero was undeniable. The adrenaline of life and death hung in the balance, intoxicating him like a drug. For mercenaries such as Zero, who lived in the throes of battle, finding a worthy opponent was exceedingly rare. Typically, he and Hung merely followed their master, relegated to handling minor skirmishes while the cosmic mercenaries engaged in true combat, an environment where they had little opportunity to partake. Such trivial conflicts failed to ignite the passion Zero craved. Moreover, as a hand-to-hand specialist, he was often the first to perish when faced with an opponent exceeding his limits, prompting their master to shield him from battle. Yet here he stood, confronting Blood-Eye, a rival whose physical prowess matched his own, with an indomitable will forged from steel. The excitement was palpable. Regrettably, his mission was to eliminate Blood-Eye. Otherwise, he would have relished the chance to befriend him. Meanwhile, Blood-Eye gasped for breath, the preceding flurry of combat having drained much of his stamina and energy. Although this exertion was but a trifle for him, he seized every opportunity to recuperate. Simultaneously, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, vigilant against the lurking threat of Hung. If Zero was a formidable adversary, Hung was beyond comparison terrifying. This shadowy figure resembled a venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment. Moreover, the explosion caused by this individual, shrouded in mystery, seemed to manifest anywhere, wielding an astonishing power. On the tranquil street, both Blood-Eye and Zero were swiftly recuperating. However, the serenity was fleeting. At the moment a pebble tumbled from a nearby rooftop, both combatants sprang into action simultaneously, akin to two leaping cheetahs, their assaults remarkably synchronized. In the blink of an eye, they became entangled. The force of their strikes tore through the air, creating a cacophony of sound in their wake. Masters of close combat. Their movements reached an extraordinary velocity as they maneuvered within the confined space, engaging in a perilous exchange of blows. This confrontation differed slightly from the previous one. It appeared both fighters had opted to forego much of their defense in a bid for swift resolution. Zero initiated the assault, landing a strike upon Blood-Eye's shoulder, only for Blood-Eye to retaliate with a punch to his abdomen, causing Zero to curl up like a shrimp. Yet, even while wounded, he clutched Blood-Eye tightly, delivering a fierce blow to his adversary's temple. Blood-Eye absorbed the impact with his forehead, countering with a headbutt to Zero's face. Blood gushed between them, painting both combatants in crimson. At that moment, neither was willing to concede. They unleashed their full might upon each other. They were locked in a battle of endurance, willpower, and ferocity. The first to falter would inevitably fall. At this juncture, technique had become secondary. They required only tenacity and ferocity. In this regard, even though Zero was a mercenary of rigorous training, he paled in comparison to Blood-Eye. Thus, he succumbed, collapsing after their final exchange, both striking each other as temples. Blood-Eye merely swayed, while Zero lost consciousness. Yet, in that moment of defeat, his right hand clung desperately to Blood-Eye's arm, and even in his stupor, a victorious smile graced his lips. A powerful surge of energy enveloped the air, and it was at this moment that Hing finally made his move. Chapter 53. I will do it myself. 5 invisible explosives detonated around Blood-Eye, engulfing both individuals in a mere instant. The explosion was accompanied by a minimal sound, yet its force was entirely directed at Blood-Eye. He felt a sharp pain throughout his body, as if he had been hurled like a sack, and by the time he hit the ground, he was already unconscious. His body was riddled with wounds of various sizes, resembling an infant's mouth, from which blood flowed incessantly. Smoke and dust filled the air, lingering for a while before gradually dissipating. It was only then that a figure emerged from behind a building on the street. Hung. He approached Blood-Eye silently, kicking him lightly to confirm his unconsciousness before letting out a cold snort, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Wait. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him. Hung turned around just in time to see Zero struggling to rise from the ground, his condition pitiful. In his attempt to capture Blood-Eye, he had sustained injuries nearly identical to those of his partner, his body marked by horrific wounds. Why? Hung gazed indifferently at his companion, as if observing a stranger. I still don't want him dead. Zero coughed up blood, a faint smile appearing on his face. Don't you think this guy suits our master's taste? Equally fierce, I believe our master would appreciate him. That is not a valid reason. Hung continued to regard Zero coldly. As mercenaries, we must adhere to the rules. Killing him is our mission. I understand. Zero managed a weak smile. But I still insist. Upon hearing this, Heng's eyes flashed with a sharp gaze, fixated on Zero. After a prolonged silence, confirming Zero's seriousness, he spoke again. Do you know what this entails? I do. Zero coughed again, a violent fit overtaking him. The punishment for a failed mission. I can endure it. Moreover, I trust my judgment. In the mercenary's lexicon, there is no concept of failure. Fortunately, I am not a mercenary yet. Zero chuckled. And neither are you, so spare me that look. Don't you want to help me up? Your air explosives hurt like hell. It's always like this. Can't you find another way? He asked too fast. I couldn't catch him. Hung replied coldly, moving forward to lift Zero up, revealing a rare concern. How are your injuries? I won't die. Zero laughed heartily, though a hint of pain lingered. This guy has really put me in a bind. When I return, I'm sure the master will scold me severely. He glanced at the still unconscious Blood-Eye. I have a new idea. Let us hand this fellow over to Kester. We can always retrieve him later. This way. The mission can't be deemed a failure. What do you think? You're always so cunning, Hung replied helplessly. Yet he acquiesced to Zero's suggestion and hoisted Blood-Eye up as well. By the way, what about that guy named Lance? Zero leaned against Hung's shoulder and asked. I don't know. He probably fled, Hung answered absently. You moved too quickly, and I had to focus entirely on capturing him. I had no energy to chase that rat. But it doesn't matter. That was never our task. Ha ha cough. What a pity for him. Zero laughed boisterously, staggering as he and Hung slowly made their way to the other end of the street. Darkness, an abyss of darkness. Where am I? Oh, right. Wasn't I fighting Zero? My head is spinning. It seems I have lost. They indeed did not kill me. A wave of intense headache struck, and Blood-Eye groaned. Finally, he opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was a completely sealed chamber, its walls adorned with instruments of torture. He was bound in an iron ring on the wall, stretched out like a cross. In the corner stood a glowing furnace. The temperature in the chamber was exceedingly high, enough to make an ordinary person sweat profusely in a short time. However, it had no effect on Blood-Eye's constitution. The chamber was empty. Blood-Eye moved his wrist slightly, a sharp glint appearing in his eyes. In truth, he had allowed himself to be captured intentionally. He could have escaped easily by summoning his combat suit. He was confident that neither Zero nor Hung could match him. The reason he refrained from doing so was that Blood-Eye desired to use this method to infiltrate Kester's fortress and see Kester once more. He needed to learn about Liar's whereabouts, and Kester was currently the only one who might possess that information. Core, what is the situation? The familiar voice of the combat suit's core echoed in his mind. It seemed that Blood-Eye's injuries did not affect it in the slightest. How long have I been unconscious? 1 hour and 23 minutes, the core replied. If you wish to inquire about the treatment you've received, I can assure you that no one has paid you any mind. They discarded you here like garbage. However, a certain Kester appears to take a particular interest in you. Is that so? Then I can rest easy. Blood-Eye nodded in satisfaction, glancing at his battered body. What is the status of my injuries? Most are soft tissue contusions. Recovery should not pose a significant issue. However, the final shock wave has affected your internal organs, causing some displacement. This will consume my energy, the core stated calmly. While obeying the hostess commands is our instinct, I remain puzzled by your decision to prevent my participation in combat. According to my calculations, your combat efficiency will decrease by 30% without activating combat assistance. I do not comprehend why you would obstruct my functions. Because it is not yet your time to intervene, Blood-Eye replied, closing his eyes to begin repairing his injured body. In this state, he could sense the soothing sensation produced as his combat suit repaired his form. This feeling was not overwhelming, but rather effectively relaxing, facilitating the strengthening cell's repair work. Indeed, the combat suit proved to be a formidable humanoid weapon from the nation of Krodir. Time passed slowly as Blood-Eye immersed himself in this half-asleep state, his wounds healing rapidly. When he had nearly restored his basic condition, the iron door of the chamber suddenly emitted a piercing screech as it slowly opened. Kester entered, accompanied by several guards. Blood-Eye opened his eyes, glancing at Kester with a sense of relief. It was as he suspected. One is most prone to let down their guard when they believe they have control over the situation. This time, Kester had only brought a few ordinary guards, and the two he most feared, Zero and Hung, were absent. Ah, let me see who this is. Is this not Mr. Blood-Eye? You appear to be in poor spirits, Kester's voice echoed in the chamber, though this time it was devoid of the warmth he had exhibited previously. Taking on a rather sharp tone, he strutted over to Blood-Eye, seated himself in a chair brought by his subordinates, and waved his hand. The guards quickly scanned the room, confirming there was no danger before retreating. With the iron door closed once more, only Kester and Blood-Eye remained in the chamber. It was at this moment that Kester let out a sinister chuckle and addressed Blood-Eye. Mr. Blood-Eye, you have put me in quite the predicament. Do you know? That chip you discovered is of great significance. If it were to leak out, the entire X35 planet might descend into chaos. Blood-Eye remained silent, simply observing Kester. Are you perplexed? Kester continued, seemingly oblivious to Blood-Eye's silence. That is understandable. Hunters like you will never touch the secrets of the upper echelons. You must be wondering why I sent people to kill you and Lance. Why? Is it for that chip? Are you its master? Blood-Eye inquired, following Kester's lead. Indeed, Kester replied, blinking his small eyes with a glimmer of menace. To be frank, that chip is of paramount importance to me. With it, I can accomplish many things. However, before perfecting it, no one must know of its existence. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon you and Lance for witnessing what should have remained concealed. Who could have anticipated that Mr. Blood Eye possessed such formidable strength, capable of injuring even the cosmic mercenaries I had hired? It turns out that those mutants were under your control. You can manipulate them? Indeed. Lord Crester no longer concealed his malevolence, revealing a sinister expression. Do you not find this to be a remarkable achievement? To command mutants, how many lords on this planet have aspired to such power? Yet all have met with failure. Only I alone have triumphed. Thus, I am destined to be the leader of this world. Was it then your recent endeavor to collect live mutants for experimentation? Yes. Lord Crester cast a puzzled glance at Blood Eye, seemingly astonished at his knowledge of the matter. Nevertheless, he chose to confide in Blood Eye, recognizing his strength. After all, it is exceedingly rare in the seventh world to encounter someone capable of matching the subordinates of cosmic mercenaries. Hence, he felt no apprehension in revealing more. Among the mutants you collected, is there a woman named Liar, sent by the Black Bear? Liar? Sent by the Black Bear? Lord Crester was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. So, this was your purpose for coming to me. No wonder I heard that the Black Bear was recently eliminated. Was it you? Haha, splendid. Here's what we shall do. I propose a bargain. From this moment on, you shall serve me, and I shall deliver the woman named Liar to you. What say you? No need. Blood Eye had finally obtained the information he sought, and was disinclined to engage in further discourse. With a swift motion, he broke free from the iron shackles binding him. Then, amidst Lord Crester's astonished gaze, he seized his throat with a firm grip. I can handle this myself. Chapter 54. The Bloodthirsty Queen You? Lord Crester's eyes widened in disbelief. Were you not gravely injured? How is this possible? This is of no consequence. Blood Eye tightened his grip around Crester's throat, a malevolent glint flickering in his eyes. What matters is that if you do not answer my question immediately, you shall meet your demise. Are you threatening me? A lord? Crester's eyes bulged as if he were listening to an absurd jest. As a lord, he was accustomed to commanding authority, having never faced defiance. Hearing Blood Eye's demand, he could hardly believe his ears. Yet, Blood Eye's subsequent action made it clear who was in control. He snapped two of Crester's fingers. Crester let out a blood-curdling scream, his voice echoing like that of a slaughtered pig. It must be said, the soundproofing of this torture chamber was exceptional. Or perhaps the guards outside assumed Crester was the one inflicting torment upon Blood Eye. Regardless, Crester's cries echoed for an eternity without anyone intervening, until he began foaming at the mouth, on the verge of losing consciousness. Throughout this ordeal, Blood Eye remained cold and indifferent, his gaze devoid of emotion. He did not utter further threats, yet this silent menace proved far more terrifying than any words. Crester soon grasped the gravity of his situation. You will not succeed. He gasped for breath, his eyes still flashing with fury. My men are all outside. In just a moment, they will burst in. By then, it will be too late for you to flee. If you wish to live, you had best release me now. Perhaps I will consider allowing your escape. Blood Eye remained silent, scrutinizing him for a moment before breaking three more of his fingers on his right hand. Crester finally shattered. Action always speaks louder than words. Perhaps had Blood Eye spoken, Crester would have devised 1,000 means to ensure his own safety. Yet, Blood Eye's silent resolve obliterated Crester's defiance, for he could not fathom what thoughts brewed in Blood Eye's mind, nor whether the next snap would be his fingers or his neck. All right. Do not continue. You win. Damn it. I will take you to find that woman. But you must guarantee not to harm me further. Having lived a life of luxury for so many years, Crester could no longer summon his former ferocity. Under the intense agony, he quickly capitulated, sobbing and pleading with Blood Eye. This time, Blood Eye did not object, finally nodding in agreement. The torment served a purpose. Offering a glimmer of hope is always preferable to driving someone into a corner. Blood Eye was certainly not one to err in this regard. At that moment, Blood Eye instructed Crester to don a suit of guard attire and dismiss the guards outside, escorting him through the exit. Though this demand was unreasonable, none of the guards dared to challenge Crester's authority due to his formidable reputation. Moreover, Crester's original intent was to subdue Blood Eye as his subordinate. Thus, by the time Blood Eye and Crester emerged from the chamber, the corridor was devoid of any presence. I hope you do not make any foolish moves. Do not forget what I am capable of. At this distance, I could snap your neck at any moment. Blood Eye warned coldly from behind Crester. Of course, I would not be so foolish, Crester replied, perspiration beading on his forehead, his complexion ashen. Now he regretted his decisions deeply, never having imagined Blood Eye to be so perilous. The fact that someone gravely injured could break free from such thick iron restraints was beyond his wildest dreams. Had he known, He would never have dared approach Blood-Eye alone. But it was too late for regrets. He was now the prey, forced to comply with Blood-Eye's directives. Under the threat of death, Kester could only lead Blood-Eye to the laboratory on the 5th underground level. Along the way, he encountered a few guards. Yet because Blood-Eye was clad in identical guard attire, they harbored no suspicions. Witnessing the guards' obliviousness, Kester gritted his teeth in frustration, yet dared not make any sudden moves. Ultimately, he obediently escorted Blood-Eye to the laboratory entrance. The guards here were far more vigilant than those outside, but they still did not dare to obstruct the two. Upon seeing Kester approach, they hurriedly opened the 20-centimeter-thick alloy door. Beyond the door lay a corridor, followed by 2 sealed doors that appeared exceedingly robust. Only after passing through these sealed doors could they enter the inner sanctum of the laboratory. Before them opened a spacious chamber. It was an expansive hall, with rows of cultivation pods lining both sides. Countless cables and pipes connected to these pods, creating a chaotic appearance. One wall of the hall was transparent, revealing a row of individual rooms where numerous technicians in white lab coats were busily engaged. Blood-Eye noted that each cultivation pod contained a mutated individual, submerged in nutrient solution, connected to a myriad of tubes extracting various bodily fluids. Your laboratory is quite impressive. Blood-Eye had to concede that in this apocalyptic world, Kester's laboratory was undoubtedly top tier. The daily expenses must be astronomical. Indeed, I assure you, there is no more advanced laboratory than mine on Planet X35. Kester replied proudly, puffing out his chest. Although he remained under Blood-Eye's control, his pride was unyielding. You know, all of the equipment here was not acquired by me. It was already present within the fortress, a tremendous wealth left behind by the old era. My purpose in seizing this fortress was for it. How foolish of the other lords to think I feared for my life, merely seeking an impregnable stronghold, unaware that my true aim is technology. Only technology can unlock the door from the 7th world to a new one. You speak truth. Blood-Eye nodded in agreement with Kester's perspective. In fact, from a certain angle, Kester and his fellow lords contribute far more to this planet, while others, including Blood-Eye, seek to ascend to a higher world for individual gain. The Lord's goal is to elevate the entire planet to a new civilization tier. This illustrates the distinction between the self and the collective. Although their ultimate motives stem from selfishness, in reality, they greatly benefit all of humanity. This is also the cosmic law that protects lower civilizations, ensuring they will one day ascend to higher realms. Upon the Lord's arrival, a responsible individual hurriedly approached to report. Kester glanced at Blood-Eye, unhesitatingly ordering him to produce the most recent list of mutated individuals. Seeking a woman named Lyre, the individual swiftly departed and soon returned with the results. What? Upon hearing this, Lord Kester nearly fainted. His worst fear had come to fruition. Lyre was not here. My lord, did you forget about the recent uprising of mutated individuals? The responsible individual explained awkwardly. This woman named Lyre was the leader of the uprising, leading over 200 mutated beings to escape, injuring and killing hundreds of our guards. So it was her. Lord Kester immediately recalled the incident. This had occurred a month prior, when a grave management error transpired within his laboratory. A guard had neglected to close the ventilation system's gate in the prison. Consequently, over 100 mutated beings escaped through the system, leading to a catastrophic riot. Unlike previous occurrences, these mutated individuals exhibited clear organization and division of labor, executing their actions swiftly and accurately. In no time, they overwhelmed the reinforcements and made off with a significant amount of research equipment. Among them was a female leader. It was said that the guards had given her a nickname, the Bloodthirsty Queen. The transformation of the Bloody Queen is indeed remarkable. Typically, those who undergo mutation tend to lose a portion of their intellect, yet she appears to be an exception, which enables her to rally other mutants. Her individual combat prowess is formidable. The mutation has granted her a mane of terrifying long hair and sharp bone spurs protruding from her back. She moves with the swiftness of the wind, capable of scaling vertical walls. During the last uprising, she single-handedly dispatched no fewer than 60 of our guards, thus earning her ominous moniker. The supervisor explained rapidly, then curiously inquired, "My lord, were you not already aware of all this? Moreover, for her sake, you even contacted the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, requesting them to dispatch mercenaries to resolve this issue. Has something unexpected occurred?" No, it's nothing. You may go." Lord Kester suddenly regained his composure and waved the supervisor away. Only then did he turn to glance at Blood-Eye, his gaze laden with desperation. It is true that he had been remiss. He knew of the Bloody Queen, but did not realize she was Lyre. Had he known, he would have never dared to bring Blood-Eye here. However, it was too late for regrets. Blood-Eye had already discovered that Liar was indeed the Bloody Queen and had escaped from him. Consequently, his value had diminished. Kester was uncertain how Blood-Eye would deal with him, but if he were in her position, he would deem a person devoid of utility as unworthy of existence. "Please do not kill me," Kester pleaded pitifully. This was the first time in his life he had humbled himself so profoundly. Yet, in his desperation to survive, he cast aside his dignity. He was acutely aware that if Blood-Eye chose to unleash her fury, he would not survive even the next second. Receiving no response, Blood-Eye merely regarded him with a chilling stare, enveloped in silence. After what felt like an eternity, a barely perceptible cold smile graced her lips as she whispered in Kester's ear, "Now, take me outside. Whether or not I choose to end your life will depend on your sincerity." A surge of ecstatic relief flooded Kester's heart. Additionally, I noticed a reader remarked on the abruptness of the plot twist, suggesting that Blood-Eye's capture, while unconscious, was merely a manifestation of the protagonist's halo. I had initially hesitated to respond, yet upon reflection, I feel compelled to clarify. Have the esteemed readers forgotten about the implantation core? Although the protagonist was incapacitated, the implantation core remains operational, prioritizing the host's life above all else. It is always capable of reactivating the protagonist. Therefore, this plot twist poses no issues, as Blood-Eye is in no real danger. Lastly, a fervent plea: I implore you for your votes. Chapter 55. Unexpected Gains. To speak candidly, during the course of listening to the report from the person in charge, Blood-Eye had contemplated several times the notion of eliminating Christ. The reason he refrained from acting upon such impulses was due to Christ's potential utility. This castle was heavily fortified, and for Blood-Eye to escape from here, he would require Christ's assistance. Otherwise, even if he managed to flee, it would undoubtedly come at a great cost. Blood-Eye was not eager to be pursued while burdened by injuries. With a glimmer of hope for survival, Christ was more than willing to cooperate. No longer as cautious as he had initially been, he was not afraid of Blood-Eye proposing conditions. Rather, he dreaded the possibility of him not doing so. What was there to fear in making demands? After all, who was Christ? He was a renowned lord across the entire X35 planet, possessing the means to procure whatever he desired. As long as Blood-Eye dared to voice his requests, Christ was confident he could fulfill them, perhaps even drawing closer to Blood-Eye in the process. In Christ's eyes, the world was divided into two types of individuals: the astute and the foolish. The foolish would flee in the face of crisis, while the astute would transform crises into advantages. Although Blood-Eye posed a threat to his life, his strength was undeniable. Christ was eager to discover what immense satisfaction he would derive from securing Blood-Eye's allegiance. As the two exited the laboratory, Christ began to inquire about the conditions Blood-Eye sought. Initially, Blood-Eye had been dismissive, but upon catching sight of the nearby cultivation nests, an idea suddenly surged in his mind. He could not help but ask, "Do you possess a peculiar mutated creature that resembles a hexagonal box, but can erupt and devour?" "What? How do you know?" Christ stared at Blood-Eye, astounded as though he had encountered a ghost. Although he had been prepared for Blood-Eye to extort him, he was genuinely taken aback. The items Blood-Eye desired were indeed in his possession, and not just one. They had all been contributions from his subordinates. Initially, he had regarded these as mere mutated creatures for research by the laboratory, yet the results astounded him. The experimental data indicated that these hexagonal mutated creatures possessed formidable aggression, and their vitality exceeded that of normal humans by 100-fold. Under normal circumstances, they were nearly impossible to kill. However, when active, they could consume prey several times their size within a brief span, swiftly dissolving and absorbing it. The metabolism of these mutated beings was exceedingly unstable, capable of replacing all their cells in a matter of minutes, yet at times, they would appear to be in a state of hibernation. Most critically, Christ's laboratory had yet to conduct a thorough analysis of these mutated beings. Every scan yielded varying results. Over 10 researchers had perished in the corrosive fluids of these creatures. Given their perilous nature, Christ had no choice but to cease research and confine them within the laboratory's large freezer. He surmised that these hexagonal mutated beings likely did not originate from X35, but rather from the cosmos. However, he lacked evidence and the means to investigate further. Otherwise, he would have pursued the truth relentlessly. Now, with Blood-Eye suddenly making this request, Christ nearly thought he was witnessing a ghost. How could he possibly know about such specimens? The information regarding the hexagonal mutated beings had been kept strictly confidential, known only to a select few. "You truly possess them," Blood-Eye discerned from Christ's expression, realizing he had guessed correctly. He raised an eyebrow, refraining from elaborating further. Yet, Chris understood his implication and hurriedly summoned a guard to retrieve the hexagonal mutants from the laboratory's cold storage. When the silvery hexagonal boxes were placed before Blood-Eye, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chris had collected 3 complete units, one for the hand, one for the foot, and one for the leg. Coupled with the head and control center already in Blood-Eye's possession, only the most crucial bodily components remained. Gazing at the 3 silvery units before him, Blood-Eye's breath quickened. These were not mere simulation components. They were authentic units. Only when these pieces were assembled would they constitute a true colonization apparatus. The acquisition of 3 units at once was indeed a delightful surprise. Units detected, immediate absorption required? A cold voice echoed in his mind from the core. Blood-Eye suppressed his excitement and responded, "Wait, I need a moment." Subsequently, Blood-Eye instructed Chris to prepare a private chamber. Once inside, he swiftly incapacitated Chris. In the silence of the chamber, Blood-Eye gazed at the 3 units before him, his mind in turmoil. He understood that absorbing these units would lead to a significant enhancement of his power. However, the process was fraught with danger. During this phase, he would lapse into unconsciousness, rendering him utterly defenseless. If someone were to enter, it would spell doom for him. Yet, without absorption, Blood-Eye could not safeguard these units, especially since he was poised to confront imminent battles, making the possession of the units precarious. Units detected, immediate absorption required? The core's voice urged once more, growing impatient. Suddenly, an idea struck Blood-Eye. "Core, is it possible to absorb and delay immediate fusion? My current environment is not very secure." Host request confirmed. Absorption of units can be executed while fusion is postponed. This process will take 5 minutes. Shall I proceed with immediate absorption? Absorb. Blood-Eye gritted his teeth and replied affirmatively. He understood the core's implication. Those 5 minutes would be a period of utter vulnerability. Nonetheless, he could not afford to hesitate. He had a premonition that failure to absorb these units immediately would lead to future regret. Quickly shedding his guard attire, the 3 units exploded before Blood-Eye, releasing a profusion of mud-like organic matter that surged toward him. Blood-Eye did not flinch. He merely closed his eyes and allowed the purple mud to envelop him, followed by an intense pain. He felt as if the mud was transforming into sharp stingers piercing through his skin, involuntarily letting out a muffled groan. The absorption of the official units was far more violent, fundamentally different from the simulation components. They required no concealment, forcefully pushing their way into Blood-Eye's body, replacing certain cells. Visibly, the gauntlets and foot pads he had previously absorbed were expelled, crashing to the ground. The 5 minutes passed in a state of anxious anticipation, but fortunately, no one intruded. As time ticked away, Blood-Eye witnessed the reinforcement cells entering his body, swiftly shifting beneath his skin, akin to worms burrowing within, an indescribable horror. At this juncture, he could no longer feel pain. To protect the host, the core had severed his sensory nerves, rendering him entirely numb. However, unlike the last time he absorbed the head unit, during which he was unconscious, this time he was awake, allowing him to witness the bizarre transformations occurring within him. He felt as though he had morphed into a monster, with terrifying protrusions rippling across his body, accompanied by revolting gurgling sounds. Fortunately, this process was not prolonged. In a short while, it began to subside. As the reinforcement cells settled into place, the undulations on his skin rapidly vanished, restoring his skin to its original state. Were it not for the gauntlets and foot pads expelled beneath him, Blood-Eye would scarcely believe he had undergone such a terrifying transformation. Once more, the cold voice of the core resonated in his mind. Absorption complete. The 3 units comprise the hand, foot, and leg. All reinforcement cells have entered a dormant state. At the host's request, activation is deferred. Preliminary neural connections have been established, awaiting the next directive. Warning: the enhanced cellular energy is critically insufficient. The fusion process cannot be completed until adequate energy is acquired. Warning: the enhanced cells have endured violent assaults, resulting in partial cellular damage. Metabolism demands a substantial amount of energy. This section remains dormant until sufficient energy is obtained. Severe warning: all 3 units have been uncontrollable for an extended period, leading to wild cellular behavior. There is a risk of losing control during operation, posing a threat to host safety. According to the primary sequence protocols, host safety takes precedence. Forceful disengagement of units initiated. Unit disengagement failed. Cellular wildness has been triggered. The wild cells activate violent protocols, commencing the consumption of fundamental cells. Central control initiates forced intervention. Forced intervention. Forced intervention. Warning. Warning. Wild cell activity is escalating. Danger level: critical. The host entity may suffer harm. Immediate cessation of all energy supply required. Cessation failed. Wild cells have gained access to the host's digestive system. Energy levels are rising. To ensure host safety, central control will enact primary sequence authority. Annihilation protocol initiated. This cannot be happening. Hearing the core's alert, I nearly fainted. At this moment, his condition was dire. He felt as if he had lost control of his entire body. His temperature soared rapidly, reaching an astonishing level. This was due to the mutual consumption of cells within him. I felt as though his body had transformed into a battlefield, with countless cells waging war. Throughout this turmoil, he became nothing more than a spectator, resigned to await the eventual outcome. Would it be survival or death? Chapter 56. The reappearance of Liar. The extermination program of the parasitic armor was far more brutal than I had ever imagined. It was an emergency response, an absolute measure prioritizing the protection of the host. Fundamentally, it was a war between the enhanced cells manipulated by the central control and the mutated cells. Neither side had the advantage of home ground. The only strategy available was one of consumption, primitive and cruel mutual devouring, continuing until one side was utterly annihilated. However, this entire process transpired within Blood-Eye's body, with all the torment resting solely upon him, illustrating the immense pressure he was currently enduring. In truth, if his body had not already surpassed human limits and his sensory nerves had not been severed by the core, the pain alone might have been sufficient to kill him. In a brief span of mere minutes, Blood-Eye witnessed his skin tear and heal, tendons undulating like serpents. Yet, he remained unable to control even a single finger. Concurrently, the cellular warfare hastened the rapid decline of his internal organs, causing his body temperature to soar. Instinctively, he understood that if this continued, it would not be the parasitic armor that perished first, but he himself. Amidst the intense dizziness, Blood-Eye gritted his teeth in a desperate attempt to endure. He could no longer control this battle, but at the very least, he could strive to maintain his consciousness. This was a struggle, a fight for life. No, I refuse to die. I wish to live. Yes, I must survive. I shall not perish. I will not die. Unbeknownst to him, a powerful desire for survival began to dominate Blood-Eye's thoughts. He fought with every ounce of his will, unleashing a roar of defiance against death. Although he could not command his body, this did not hinder his fundamental yearning for life. This willpower was formidable, strong enough to shatter the constraints of the enhanced cells. With a thunderous boom, I felt a deafening sound resonate near his ears. Control of his body suddenly returned to him. But it was swiftly followed by an onslaught of pain. All the severed nerves from the core erupted in simultaneous cries of agony. The intensity of this pain nearly overwhelmed Blood-Eye, threatening to shatter him at that very moment. Alongside the agony came an overwhelming weakness. Without the support of the enhanced cells, his body could scarcely endure for even a second. The core sensed the anomaly immediately. Alarm. Severe alarm. The host's senses have been restored. All organs are beginning to fail. Vitality cannot sustain continued extermination. Based on the highest priority sequence, cease all actions harmful to the host. Activate Emergency Assimilation Program. Emergency assimilation? This was a term I had never encountered before. Yet at this moment, he lacked the energy to comprehend the implications of this term. For just as the core's warning sounded, an even more intense pain erupted violently, sweeping through his entire being like a catastrophic wave. Every inch of his skin, every tendon, even every cell cried out in simultaneous suffering. Under this unbearable torment, Blood-Eye's body contracted like a shrimp and then suddenly expanded, spewing forth a mist of blood. Blood-Eye finally screamed in agony. The pain surged like a tide, arriving swiftly and receding just as quickly. Almost simultaneously with his cry, he felt an unexpected lightness wash over him. All pain vanished in an instant. The sudden relief brought forth an involuntary sigh of comfort, causing him to collapse to his knees. Only then did he realize he was drenched in sweat. Tentatively moving his body, he found everything had returned to normal, though an intense fatigue coursed through him, as if he had just endured a brutal battle. Yet, Blood-Eye paid little heed to this. For him, the greatest fortune was merely to be alive. Breathing heavily, Blood-Eye experienced a sensation of having survived a calamity. He assessed his condition, discovering that aside from extreme fatigue, his body was otherwise unscathed. It felt as though everything that had just transpired had merely been a dream. But Blood-Eye knew that it was not a dream. He had just danced on the precipice of life and death. Those 3 newly acquired units had nearly cost him his life. Wild cells? What manner of entity are they? Blood-Eye pondered with trepidation, simultaneously calling out to the core. Core, what exactly transpired just now? Core, are you there? Core. A wave of dread suddenly washed over Blood-Eye. He could no longer connect with the core. What did this signify? An ominous premonition stirred within him. He recalled the last program initiated by the core, emergency assimilation. Could it be that this signified mutual destruction? Damn it. If that were the case. Did it mean he had lost even his initial parasitic armor? Blood-Eye felt a surge of regret, yet he was powerless to change it. His feelings toward the enigmatic parasitic armor were always complex. He was both grateful for the assistance it provided and fearful of its mysteries. Before it, he had never known such a terrifying form of armored weaponry, capable of treating its host's life as sustenance. This had always kept him on guard. Yet now, with the sudden absence of the core's response, his heart felt hollow, as though he had lost something significant. A low groan echoed through the chamber. Crest had awakened. Blood-Eye had no intention of taking his life, so he had not struck too harshly. Thus, Crest had not been unconscious for long. However, upon waking, he was still taken aback. What happened to you? Blood-Eye's appearance was indeed pitiable, drenched as though he had just emerged from water. More alarming was the fact that due to his recent ordeal, his lips were bitten and bloodied, and the depths of his pupils glowed a fierce crimson, making him resemble a famished wolf, emanating a menacing aura. Silence. Blood-Eye had no desire to explain anything to Crest. One terse command left Crest cowering in fear. Cursed be this situation. I must find a way to escape swiftly. Blood-Eye mused inwardly. Having lost the parasitic armor, he had forfeited his greatest support. Should he encounter Zero and Hung again, his fate would surely be grim. Although he had learned from Crest that these two mercenaries had not come for him, there was no certainty they would not cross paths again. Zero was manageable, but Hang's airburst bombs were exceedingly troublesome. Blood-Eye had no confidence in evading them. Moreover, given his current level of fatigue, he was in dire need of rest. Take me away from here, immediately. Resolutely, Blood-Eye seized Crest and lifted him from the ground. Why yes. Crest nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, appearing quite compliant. To survive, Crest dared not provoke Blood-Eye in this moment. He hurriedly led Blood-Eye towards the fortress's exit. They passed through several checkpoints, and all the guards, as usual, did not impede their passage. Once outside the fortress and under the familiar sunlight, Blood-Eye finally exhaled in relief. Yet just as he thought he was escaping danger, a familiar explosive wave suddenly erupted from the far side of the fortress. His expression shifted drastically. What lies beyond there? Blood-Eye grasped Crest and inquired. That way. Crest, puzzled, followed Blood-Eye's pointing finger, and his expression also changed. He saw a crimson light ascending into the sky, followed by a magnificent explosion, a signal of distress from Hung. They were in peril. Damn it, how could this happen? Crest shouted in alarm. Zero and Hung were affiliates of the cosmic mercenaries. If anything happened to them here, it would spell disaster. He could not fathom what could pose a threat to the two mercenary affiliates on this primitive planet. With their strength, armored and equipped, they were practically invincible. However, he had no opportunity to react, for at the very moment he screamed, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as a hand emerged from within him. Amidst the eruption of blood and entrails, Kester crumpled to the ground. In his final moments, he pondered, why must I be killed? Did you not vow to spare my life? A shadow flitted by, and Blood-Eye leapt forth like a lightning bolt. The trees on either side rushed past him as he propelled himself to the utmost limits of speed, resembling a predatory black panther. Each leap spanned over 10 meters, and his agile form, utilizing hands and feet alike, granted him remarkable flexibility, allowing him to dart through the dense forest with astonishing swiftness. In mere moments, he neared his destination. Though Blood-Eye felt utterly exhausted, he did not dare to slow down, for his heart was filled with profound anxiety. From Kester's lips, he had gleaned the true purpose of Zero and Hang's arrival on this planet. Their target was none other than Lyre. If Hung encountered peril there, could it imply that Lyre was also in danger? Blood-Eye remained oblivious to the events unfolding at that location. Yet he resolved not to let any lead regarding Lyre slip away. The site where Hung had signaled was not far from the fortress, just beyond the mountainside. As Blood-Eye surmounted the final hill, he found himself momentarily awestruck. The forest had been cast aside. Before him lay a scene that would be etched into his memory for eternity. At the foot of the mountain, two figures lay sprawled on the ground amidst chaos. The area was strewn with debris. Numerous craters had been created by explosions, displacing earth and stone. The ceramic combat suits worn by the two were tattered and torn, revealing a myriad of injuries beneath. Blood pooled beneath them, a testament to their grievous state. It was Hung and Zero. Yet, Blood-Eye's focus was not on them. but rather on the silhouette standing before them, a woman clad in a red combat suit, her long hair flowing like a banner in the wind. Liar. Chapter 57. Defeat. Liar's appearance had transformed. In the past, she always wore a gentle smile. Although her attire was tattered, it imparted a refreshing aura akin to a gentle spring breeze. However, the liar before him was the stark opposite. Clad in a tight-fitting red combat suit that accentuated her fiery curves, her face was as cold as ice. The purple blemishes from pollution completely vanished, replaced by skin as smooth as fine jade. Her long crimson hair billowed behind her. Two sharp bone spikes protruded from her shoulder blades, exuding an air of menace. A mere glance conveyed an aura of chilling beauty. Upon hearing Blood's call, she lifted her head and cast a distant gaze at him. "Do you recognize me, liar?" Blood took a few steps forward, then hesitated. His eyes assured him that the woman before him was indeed Liar, yet inexplicably, he could no longer detect any trace of familiarity within her. It was as if Liar had become an entirely different person. "Liar, is that my name?" Liar appeared to have forgotten everything, gazing at Blood with confusion as she softly inquired. Blood involuntarily nodded. "It doesn't sound pleasant." Liar flicked her hair back disdainfully. "I despise that name. It evokes a sense of emptiness within me. And you, who are you? What do you want here? To steal my food?" "Food." At her words, Blood's heart tightened, and his gaze involuntarily drifted to the two figures on the ground, Zero and Hung. They were in a pitiful state, covered in bleeding wounds, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, having clearly endured a brutal battle. Blood could hardly fathom that this was Liar's doing. After all, in his recollection, Liar was a girl who wouldn't dare harm even a mouse. What astonished him further was Liar's earlier reference to the two as food. This classification was peculiar to mutants regarding ordinary humans, akin to how humans prey upon mutated beasts. In the eyes of mutants, humans were also considered a category of food. Yet hearing such a term leave Liar's lips struck a painful chord in Blood's heart. Had Liar truly become so foreign to him? It was evident that her mutation was remarkably complete, far surpassing that of ordinary mutants. She retained exceptional intelligence, with her combat prowess experiencing a terrifying enhancement. Yet, inexplicably, gazing upon the seemingly perfect Liar, Blood felt a sudden ache in his heart, as if he had lost something irreplaceable. "Liar, I am Blood." "Blood?" Upon hearing this name, Liar appeared utterly unfazed. After a moment's thought, she shook her head. "I haven't heard of it, but you are quite unattractive, especially your eyes." "I can smell food on you. You, like them, are food. So, have you come to disturb me?" Blood remained silent, though a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. This expression made Liar uncomfortable. In her view, being regarded as food was a profound insult. Anger surged within her, and a terrifying aura erupted from her being, akin to a tempest sweeping through the surroundings. In the wake of this dreadful energy, her expression turned frigid, her eyes glinting with a piercing chill. "Since you are food, then you must possess the awareness of food. You shall perish." With a thunderous crash, the earth beneath Liar shattered, and in the next instant, she lunged toward Blood with lightning speed. In that fleeting moment, Blood felt an unprecedented pressure, so powerful. The Liar before him bore no resemblance to the gentle soul of yore. Her strength had long surpassed Blood's imagination. In a single exchange, he discerned that he could not withstand Liar's assault. If he were at his peak, clad in his armor, perhaps he could contend with her. But at this moment, he possessed nothing. If captured by Liar, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as the two mercenaries sprawled on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Blood had no time to contemplate an escape. As if by instinct, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Liar's lightning-fast grasp. Simultaneously, he pivoted on his heel and unleashed a kick, channeling all his strength into it, not to inflict harm, but to force her back. However, Liar's reflexes were swifter. Failing to grasp him, she slightly turned, and the bone spike on her left shoulder emitted a piercing sound before thrusting outward, perfectly intercepting Blood's kick. Blood felt a numbing sensation in his calf, akin to striking an iron block. Yet Liar's bone spikes were even more formidable than he had anticipated. Having deflected his attack, they surged forward with deadly intent, their tips sharply glinting with an eerie blue light. Blood's complexion changed instantly, as he recalled the gruesome scenes of slaughter, those corpses adorned with gaping wounds and the toxic blue substance. Overwhelmed with horror, he hastily retreated, kicking against a massive tree behind him. The trunk, as thick as a barrel, splintered beneath his strike, sending the upper half crashing toward Liar. The sheer size of the tree crown was too great for Liar to evade, and she could only watch as her bone spike pierced the trunk. With a series of muffled thuds, the trunk shattered, sending splinters and debris scattering across the clearing in chaotic disarray. Amidst the turmoil, Blood exclaimed in surprise. "So it was you behind those slaughters. What are you talking about?" "I don't know," Liar responded expressionlessly, tossing aside the remnants of the tree crown, stirring up clouds of dust. She then pivoted once more, lunging at Blood. Her speed was slightly inferior to his, yet her destructive power was unfathomably greater. This charge was fearsome, the fierce wind wrapping around Blood's mouth and nose, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in the fact that as Liar lunged, her blood-red hair surged forth like a living entity, curling around him from all directions. Her vibrant locks resembled serpents, sealing off every possible escape route for Blood. Good heavens! Blood now comprehended why even the formidable duo of Zero and Hung had been so ruthlessly overwhelmed by Liar. Her mutation had endowed her with unimaginable abilities. These powers could even bridge the gap in combat strength against armored opponents. If ordinary mutants had emerged merely to survive, then Liar's transformation was entirely oriented toward combat. She had effectively transformed herself into a pure killing instrument. Wait. As Blood realized his retreat was completely blocked, he could no longer afford to hold back. Though he didn't wish to harm Liar, he had no choice but to act decisively. Gritting his teeth, he felt the bloodlust surging within him. "Liar, I am truly sorry." With a sudden surge of strength, Blood did not retreat this time. Instead, he bravely advanced. In that instant, he reclaimed his former ferocity, akin to a grounded cheetah, crashing into Liar's embrace while deftly evading her serpentine hair. Yet, as a consequence, Liar's bone spike grazed his skin, drawing a line of blood. However, Blood's ferocity was now laid bare. He paid no heed to his own injuries, instead bending his elbow and driving forward into Liar's side. A resounding thud echoed as both of them grimaced in pain. To be honest, Liar's strength had long surpassed Blood's limits. However, her instinct for battle was vastly inferior to his. A moment's oversight allowed Blood to strike her solidly. Yet, Liar's mutation was overwhelmingly powerful. Blood's blow, capable of breaking ribs, merely inflicted a momentary discomfort upon her. Conversely, Blood, as the attacker, felt as though he had slammed into an iron wall, intense pain radiating from his elbow, rendering him unable to lift it. Yet, to Blood, it felt as though he were impervious to the pain. Seizing the opportunity of their close proximity, he launched a reckless headbutt towards Liar's face, as if disregarding his own life. Logically, in the state of Blood Eyes, such a collision would merely serve as a distraction, inflicting no harm upon Liar. Yet, the innate instinct of beauty inherent in women caused Liar's countenance to pale, her eyes betraying a moment of sheer terror. In a flash, she elongated her neck and emitted a blood-curdling shriek. Instantly, an invisible sound wave erupted violently, uprooting the ground within a 10-meter radius and reducing it to dust. Trees were torn from their roots, and countless fragments scattered wildly. Blood Eyes felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him, as if his body were being crushed by innumerable colossal hammers. He was violently propelled away. While suspended in midair, he sensed his skin beginning to rupture, blood gushing forth. Yet, as soon as the blood splattered, it was transformed into a mist by the terrifying sound wave, leaving him as if he had emerged from a sea of blood. Most horrifyingly, the sound wave not only assaulted his physical form, but also inflicted grave damage upon his nervous system. In an instant, Blood Eyes was hurled over 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. A copious amount of blood pooled beneath him, swiftly accumulating into a crimson puddle. Lying supine on the ground, Blood Eyes gazed vacantly at the sky. Has Liar truly become this formidable? Have I truly succumbed? Yet, perhaps this is for the best. To perish at Liar's hands could be deemed a form of happiness. Wait, what is that? In a haze, Blood Eyes suddenly glimpsed a meteor descending from the heavens, colliding violently against a nearby mountainside. With a thunderous roar, half the mountain crumbled, countless massive boulders cascading down. The earth trembled violently, a shockwave sweeping through, uprooting half the forest. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, Liar maintained her pose, her crimson hair billowing behind her as she continued her piercing scream. Then, a towering metallic figure emerged atop the crumbling cliff, resembling a fierce tiger reigning over the peak, coldly surveying the world below. As Blood Eyes met its gaze, a tremor coursed through him from the depths of his being, akin to confronting the most fearsome demon imaginable. A profound sense of oppression surged within him, and as darkness consumed his vision, he fainted. Just before losing consciousness, a terrifying term inexplicably surfaced in his mind: cosmic mercenary. Chapter 58. Awakening in the depths of darkness. An infinite void enveloped him. Blood Eyes was oblivious to how long he had been unconscious. All he perceived was an unending shroud of blackness, as if traversing a bottomless tunnel, before once more arriving at the battlefield of his dreams. This marked his third arrival at this war-torn locale. To his astonishment, however, his armor had transformed. It no longer bore the appearance of tattered remnants, but had become sleek and polished. The material of the armor was indiscernible, yet it was remarkably lightweight and breathable. At the joints, he could discern tendons of a deep purple hue. As Blood Eyes attempted to move, he immediately felt the surging power coursing through those tendons. He found himself on a desolate planet, confronted by a parched expanse of land. Countless jagged rocks jutted from the ground like swords piercing the sky. The air was laden with a salty tang, and a fierce wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust. Was this another battlefield? Blood Eyes pondered, scanning his surroundings. Everything was eerily silent, save for the howling wind. There were none of the relentless foes he had encountered in his previous visits. He felt as though he were the sole inhabitant of this forsaken planet, standing alone amidst the ruins of war. However, this solitude lasted but a few fleeting minutes. As Blood Eyes stepped forward, intending to investigate the cluster of grotesque stones, countless adversaries emerged from the rocks, from the ground, and even from the sky, launching a frenzied assault upon him. They were all mutants, riding various mutated beasts. Unlike the mutants he had encountered before, each of these had a penchant for combat enhancement. They were not only astonishingly swift, but had also developed battle-ready armor plates. Even his most formidable weapon, the light blade, merely grazed their surfaces, inflicting minimal damage. In contrast, their attacks pierced through his defenses with ease, forcing him to rely solely on agility and instinct for evasion. Fortunately, the mutants were not particularly fast, allowing Blood Eyes to survive a little longer. He darted among the jagged rocks, using their cover to evade the onslaught of mutants. Within mere minutes, he was drenched in sweat, his body riddled with wounds of various sizes. What in the world were these foes? Blood Eyes thought frantically, struggling to maintain his composure amidst the chaos. His condition was dire, numerous wounds bled profusely, and he exhibited symptoms of poisoning. In a dizzy haze, he narrowly dodged a protruding bone spike, countering with a swift strike to an enemy's neck. Yet, as he withdrew his blade, he found his forearm ensnared. The light blade lodged within the opponent's skeletal structure. This was bad. Blood Eyes' expression shifted dramatically. Just as he prepared to sever his own arm, a spike shot from afar, striking his chest with precision. A surge of blood erupted, and he felt his strength wane, collapsing weakly to the ground. Instantly, an army of mutants swarmed from all directions, engulfing him in a tide of chaos. As he sensed himself being devoured by the mutants, Blood Eyes' vision began to blur. Am I going to die? Attention, target's heart rate is diminishing. Prepare the stimulant. The stimulant was injected, and the target's heartbeat stabilized. Damn, he has too many wounds. Was he struck by a sonic weapon? I need more plasma. What? No matching blood type? What are you doing? I explicitly stated that the blood bank must be fully stocked. You dare to present such negligence? Are you seeking death? Fine. Let us proceed differently. Prepare the third marrow stimulant. He must rely on his own strength now. This lad possesses remarkable vitality. Surely he won't perish. Damn, his bones are riddled with fractures. Do you expect me to mend each one? That would incur significant expenses. Yes, I understand. I will repair it. Damn, this is becoming troublesome. My vacation. This guy's muscles are remarkably robust. They remain intact. I say, perhaps we can finish early today, provided his organs are equally resilient. Wait, what is this? Why does the scan indicate a mass in his brain? Are you implying this is a tumor? Damn it, I can't repair that area. All right, I comprehend. Let it remain. If he survived before, he shall do so again. I hope he has grown accustomed to his cerebral neighbor. All done. Now, on to the healing procedures. Who is on duty in the repair room? What? That drunken fool? What bad luck. It seems today will be yet another delay. He has never once cleaned the repair nest on time. All right, let us transfer our young man. The life support system is right here. Rest assured, his vitality is strong. He won't perish. The cacophony of voices swelled in Blood Eyes' consciousness, finally pulling him from his dreamlike state. He struggled to open his eyes, only to find nothing but a murky haze obscuring his vision. It felt as though the world was shrouded in fog. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, rendering him mute. In the obscurity, it seemed as though countless figures swirled around him, incessantly murmuring. These voices vexed Blood Eyes, yet his consciousness felt ensnared in a quagmire, sluggish and murky, making it arduous to conjure a coherent thought. Soon enough, he felt himself submerged in a liquid-filled container, a tube roughly inserted into his nostrils. The liquid swiftly engulfed him once more. Blood Eyes struggled briefly before succumbing to unconsciousness again. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, until Blood Eyes finally awakened once more in a daze. He managed to pry his eyes open, and the first sight that greeted him was a pristine white ceiling. Soft, milky light filtered down from above, instilling a sense of tranquility. He attempted to move, only to discover that his entire body was secured to a soft bed. Several thin tubes were inserted into him, delivering some unknown liquid. The room was modest in size, devoid of superfluous furnishings, yet impeccably clean. Perhaps his movements activated some signal, for soon after, an elderly man clad in a white coat stumbled into the room. He reeked of alcohol and appeared somewhat disheveled. Shuffling inside, he peered at Blood Eyes with bleary, aged eyes for a moment. "If I were you, I wouldn't move around carelessly." "Who are you? Where am I? What happened to me?" Blood Eyes inquired calmly. His composure evidently took the old man by surprise. The elderly man paused, then broke into a broad grin. "Hey kid, now I understand why that fellow insisted on bringing you back. You're quite remarkable. However, that doesn't give you the liberty to fidget. Listen to me, lie still. You've just undergone treatment and need to rest. Unless you wish to waste that precious restorative fluid." Blood Eye fell into silence for a moment before nodding. "I understand." The old man did not respond to Blood Eye's inquiry. Yet, Blood Eye comprehended that had the man wished to answer, he would have done so long ago. Questioning him further would yield no fruit. Suppressing the curiosity that gnawed at him, Blood Eye soon relaxed. It was only then that he became aware of his physical condition. To his astonishment, he discovered that he felt remarkably well, nearly restored to his peak state. Every organ, muscle, and tissue brimmed with astonishing vitality, and all fatigue had vanished. The sole source of his discontent was the fact that his core still showed no signs of awakening, remaining unresponsive to his calls. Unbeknownst to him, the old man had departed at some point, leaving Blood Eye alone in the room. However, he sensed that he was being watched. Certain individuals were scrutinizing him closely. Hours passed in this manner until the door to the room creaked open once more, and a man clad in a tight-fitting combat suit entered. "You seem to have recovered well. However, this is not the time for rest. Get up, someone wishes to see you." As he spoke, the man pressed a button on the wall, and Blood Eye immediately felt the restraints that bound him release. Several slender tubes connected to him fell away automatically. He sat up, stretching his limbs, and noticed a set of garments placed nearby. "These are yours. Put them on," the man instructed. Nodding silently, Blood Eye donned the attire, which mirrored the man's own combat suit, crafted from an unknown material that was both lightweight and durable. Once dressed, he followed the man out of the room, only to find himself in a corridor of metallic construction. The ceiling above emitted a soft, ambient glow, and numerous blinking signal lights lined the walls. "What is this place?" Blood Eye pondered, hastening to keep pace with the man. After traversing several identical corridors, the man halted, opening a metal door at the side of the passageway. Gesturing for him to enter. "Go in." Blood Eye complied silently, stepping through the metal door. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by a sudden brightness, revealing an exceedingly spacious room, adorned with opulent furnishings the likes of which he had seldom encountered. In the center of the room, reclined on a massive sofa with his back to Blood Eye, was a bald man. Chapter 59. Invitation. The bald man stood with his back turned to Blood Eye, his features obscured. Yet, inexplicably, the moment Blood Eye glimpsed his silhouette, memories of a scene before his unconsciousness flooded his mind. The meteor that descended from the heavens, shattering mountains, and the formidable, tiger-like figure that loomed atop the peak. He halted at the threshold, remaining still, as if inviting himself in. "Since you are here, you may enter." A raspy voice resonated from within the room. The bald man casually stroked his smooth head and waved his hand dismissively. Though his back was to Blood Eye, and he showed no inclination to rise from the sofa, Blood Eye felt no sense of neglect. The words emanating from the man possessed an extraordinary force, an absolute authority that compelled obedience, rendering one powerless to resist. Upon stepping into the room, Blood Eye discerned a spacious floor-to-ceiling window opposite the bald man, framed by velvet curtains that were drawn back. Through the expanse of glass, he was met with an endless starry sky. He was truly in the cosmos. This was a spaceship. Blood Eye was momentarily taken aback. Despite having dreamt countless times of escaping Planet X35 and leaving behind this apocalyptic nightmare, standing in this moment felt utterly surreal. He found himself frozen, lost in the vastness before him. "Isn't it beautiful?" The bald man's voice broke through his reverie, prompting Blood Eye to nod instinctively. It was his first encounter with the cosmos, unmarred by the shroud of clouds. The profound starry expanse, the enchanting glow, and the limitless breadth deeply moved him. Gazing at the celestial panorama, he momentarily forgot how to speak. I find it enchanting as well. You know, although I see it every day, I can never quite get enough. After each mission, I sit quietly here to savor the view, the bald man continued, undeterred by Blood-Eye's silence. Look how exquisite it is. Those starlights resemble the most splendid gemstones in the universe, and each of these exposed celestial bodies seems to carry the weight of countless epochs. If I could, I would collect them all. Alas, I cannot. I can only open this window aboard the ship, tricking myself into thinking I have them in my possession. At this juncture, the bald man finally turned his gaze from the window to Blood-Eye. You are Blood-Eye, I presume? I have heard Zero and Heng speak of you. Yes, Blood-Eye nodded, now able to see the bald man's visage. He was a man whose mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura of strength. His physique was robust, with muscles as unyielding as steel. His torso bore numerous large scars, and a scorpion tattoo adorned his bald head, giving him a fearsome appearance. Though not conventionally handsome, his eyes sparkled with intensity, imparting an oppressive sensation that could render one breathless. As Blood-Eye scrutinized the bald man, he too was observing Blood-Eye. He noted how Blood-Eye's initial astonishment quickly morphed into calmness, prompting a nod of approval and a terrifying smile. You are quite impressive. Please, take a seat. Thank you. Blood-Eye replied after a brief pause, settling into a diagonal position opposite the bald man. The velvet sofa was exceptionally soft, akin to the skin of a lover. Blood-Eye had never experienced such luxury. To him, the opulent room felt like a dream, far surpassing even Lord Kester's parlor. Would you care for a drink? The bald man gestured towards a control panel nearby, and a servant promptly entered, standing respectfully to the side. I would like a rum, please. In the presence of the bald man, Blood-Eye felt that all pleasantries were mere facades. Ah, rum. A fine spirit, though rather sweet. A man should indulge in something stronger. I recommend whiskey. You may find it to your liking, the bald man asserted with authority, snapping his fingers at the servant. The servant bowed and soon returned with 2 glasses of amber whiskey. Blood-Eye had only observed others partake in such a drink, but he found it quite agreeable. The aroma of the whiskey filled the room with a delicate fragrance. The 2 men drank in silence, observing the starry expanse, neither breaking the tranquility. After some time, the bald man finally set down his glass, exhaling contentedly. I assume you have deduced my identity. I am Hansel, though some call me Scorpion. I am a cosmic mercenary. Blood-Eye's fingers trembled slightly around his glass, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. So it was true. This man was responsible for the meteor that had obliterated half a mountain. The thought of such cataclysmic power sent a shiver through him. It was a force beyond human comprehension, an embodiment of disaster. That such a terrifying calamity was wrought by this man before him was unfathomable. Powerful seemed an insufficient descriptor. Taking a deep breath, Blood-Eye quelled his astonishment and coldly inquired, Yes, I suspected as much. And what of Liar? Liar? The girl you fought with? Hansel pondered for a moment, then slapped his bald head. I had no idea you shared a connection with her. But fear not, she has escaped. I have no interest in the girl, especially since she is part of Zero and Heng's mission. I have neither the time nor inclination to meddle in their affairs. I descended because their lives were in jeopardy. After all, those 2 are my vassals. I cannot simply let them perish. However, that little girl is quite impressive. To have dealt Zero and Heng such a blow. She shows promise as a mercenary, albeit as a mutant. Hansel mumbled, waving his hand dismissively. I detest verbosity. Let us be direct. I have taken an interest in you. How would you like to become my vassal? Blood-Eye's eyes widened in shock. Though he had anticipated Hansel's intentions, hearing them laid bare left him in disbelief. This was the most direct path to becoming a cosmic mercenary. It was the glimmer of hope to escape the 7th world and ascend to a higher realm. Each year, countless hunters fought desperately, yearning to be recommended by the Hunter Guild and noticed by a cosmic mercenary. And now, such an opportunity lay before him. Blood-Eye could scarcely believe he was not dreaming. After the initial shock, a profound silence ensued. Blood-Eye sat quietly on the sofa, his head bowed. Hansel did not rush him, understanding the weight of Blood-Eye's emotions. This was akin to his own experience. The legacy of cosmic mercenaries was peculiar. Apart from the occasional large-scale recruitment by the mercenary headquarters, most cosmic mercenaries emerged from the ranks of vassals, having endured the trials of blood and fire to earn their place. The status of a cosmic mercenary was esteemed, often holding high regard in various worlds. Yet, this was merely an illusion, for the profession was exceedingly brutal. Each year, countless newcomers perished while undertaking missions. As they engaged in the most perilous work in the cosmos, an unceasing battle, those who could withstand such trials without succumbing to madness were certainly no ordinary individuals. Hansel saw great potential in Blood-Eye. He sensed a certain essence within him, a scent of bloodshed and carnage. Only those imbued with such qualities were truly suited to become cosmic mercenaries, to rise as formidable forces among the multitude. Silence, however, could not persist indefinitely. After what felt like an eternity, Blood-Eye finally broke the stillness, his voice hoarse. "I have a slave on Planet X35. I wonder how he is faring. This is not a matter of concern. There will be individuals to attend to it on your behalf." Hansel smiled faintly. "Perhaps you are unaware that behind every cosmic mercenary stands a multitude of individuals dedicated to their service. Such trivialities need not trouble your mind. They will professionally manage all your concerns." In that case, Blood-Eye raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Should I call you master now?" "Huh. That depends on you. I suspect you have been influenced by Zero and Hong. I prefer to be addressed by my name or referred to as Sir." Hansel waved his hand dismissively. In truth, mercenary vassals are not as lowly as you might presume. From a certain perspective, they too are cosmic mercenaries, possessing their own missions and the ability to act independently. However, according to the rules, one must engage in combat a specified number of times and accompany the sovereign in battle for 3 years before qualifying for the apprentice mercenary examination. You will learn all this once you return with me to the division. If you wish to become a vassal, I believe there are still things you need to learn." "Yes, I understand." Blood-Eye nodded earnestly, committing Hansel's words to memory. From this moment forth, he is indeed Hansel's vassal. Though he has forfeited his precious freedom, he has gained a rare opportunity. This is a perilous path, and Blood-Eye is determined to leave no room for error. With their conversation reaching a satisfactory conclusion, Hansel summoned a servant to guide Blood-Eye in acquiring equipment and finding rest. They were aboard a compact spaceship, with a considerable journey remaining before reaching the mercenary division. During this time, Blood-Eye must acclimate to his new identity. After donning the specialized combat attire of a vassal and receiving his credentials, Blood-Eye officially became a true vassal. Gazing out at the vast expanse of stars beyond the spaceship's window, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Have I truly departed from the seventh world? Then where? Oh, where is Lyre? Chapter 60. Arrival at the division. The distance to the mercenary division still lay ahead. Blood-Eye now had ample time to rest, and began to explore the spaceship at his leisure. Having attained the status of a vassal, his movements were no longer restricted. Along the way, he encountered several attendants, who respectfully stepped aside to pay their respects upon seeing him. After a while, Blood-Eye realized he was quite ignorant of his surroundings and gestured for one attendant to guide him on a tour. As they walked, the attendant explained various aspects of the vessel. Blood-Eye learned that the ship beneath his feet was named Strike Shuttle, not an ordinary spacecraft, but a standard equipment for all cosmic mercenaries. The Strike Shuttle bore no weaponry. Its sole purpose was to swiftly transport mercenaries to designated locations. Measuring a mere 300 meters in length and shaped like a willow leaf, it exhibited remarkable speed in the cosmos and exceptional maneuverability within the atmosphere. According to the standard configuration, the Strike Shuttle accommodated a service team of 50, including the pilot, dedicated to serving a single cosmic mercenary. Depending on the mercenary's rank, they could bring along 5 to 50 vassals to accomplish their missions. However, it was uncommon for anyone to carry such a large entourage, as the casualty rate among vassals was exceedingly high. The loss of a vassal would significantly impact the mercenary, leading most to prefer solitary engagements over bringing along vassals. As Blood-Eye followed the attendant through the narrow corridor, he suddenly spotted several peculiar compartments, each housing an oval metallic sphere. Curiously, he inquired, "What are these?" The attendant cast a complex glance at him before explaining, "These are assault pods. We refer to them as coffins." "Why is that?" Blood-Eye questioned. "Because they are the vehicles mercenaries use during missions. They bear no weaponry and can deliver a severe impact upon landing. Designed specifically for mercenaries, they are ill-suited for vassals." The attendant hesitated, but Blood-Eye understood the implication. Cosmic mercenaries were battle-hardened warriors, and their physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary vassals. These vessels were tailored for assaults, sacrificing adaptability for defense and speed. While mercenaries could withstand such impacts due to their robust physiques, vassals would suffer greatly. This was evident from the nickname alone. The sight of the assault pods reminded Blood-Eye of the meteor that had descended from the heavens. Surely, it was the vehicle that the Scorpion had used. What a formidable piece of equipment. Without strength, merely sitting in one could be fatal. Continuing his exploration with the attendant, Blood-Eye visited several more areas. This was his first experience aboard a spacecraft, and he was fascinated by everything. The attendant, undeterred by the extra effort, patiently provided explanations. Their tour came to a halt when they approached a special alloy door. The attendant, with a serious demeanor, stated, "We cannot proceed any further." "Why not?" Blood-Eye asked. "Beyond this point is the armory, where the armor is stored for the esteemed individuals. No one may approach without permission." "Oh." Blood-Eye glanced at the imposing alloy door. Noticing his gaze, the attendant added, "Lord Blood-Eye, please do not worry. Once we arrive at the division, you will be equipped with a set of armor. Lord Hensel will cover the expenses." "Expenses? What do you mean?" Blood-Eye inquired. "Ah, you see, the mercenaries operate under a contract system with the headquarters, which means they cannot issue direct commands, but must frame them as missions. Resources are also commercialized. Thus, aside from the most basic equipment, mercenaries must pay star coins to acquire additional resources. Vassals fall under this category." "Understood." Blood-Eye nodded. Just as he was about to turn away, a thought struck him. "By the way, are Zero and Hung also on this strike shuttle?" "Of course. After being rescued by Lord Hensel, they have been receiving treatment. However, their physical condition is not as robust as yours. They remain in a state of unconsciousness. My lord, you must be an extraordinary physical ability user. I have never seen anyone recover so swiftly from such severe injuries." The attendant replied with reverence, his eyes betraying admiration. Blood-Eye smiled slightly, refraining from offering an explanation. He was not a physical ability user, but the enhancements from his genetic modifications had already transformed his body. In terms of strength and recovery, he was nearly on par with cosmic mercenaries. He believed he could handle the assault pod if given the chance. Having concluded his exploration, Blood-Eye decided to forego visiting the remaining areas. He had more than enough time ahead. His immediate concern was replenishing his energy. The toll of consecutive battles had severely drained his stamina, and he urgently required sustenance. Upon expressing his need for food, the attendant escorted him into a simply decorated dining hall, where a chef awaited, ready to inquire about Blood-Eye's culinary preferences. After a brief assessment, Blood-Eye noted that most of the offerings were high-calorie dishes and ordered a selection at random. The chef was swift, presenting the requested dishes shortly thereafter. Blood-Eye immediately dug into the meal with fervor. His voracious appetite drew no surprise from the staff, who seemed accustomed to such displays and continued delivering food without hesitation. Blood-Eye spent a full hour feasting. Once he swallowed the last piece of roasted meat, he let out a deep sigh of contentment, a rare smile illuminating his face. The food here was exceptional, pure and rich in energy. Such nourishment, if brought to the seventh world, would likely only be available to the lords. Yet, here it was merely standard rations for mercenaries. This meal made Blood-Eye acutely aware of the vast disparities between civilizations and the universal longing for advancement. After dining, Blood-Eye returned to his quarters. The space within the strike shuttle was limited, leading to cramped accommodations for the service personnel. Only combatants were entitled to individual cabins. But Blood-Eye had secured one due to his status as a vassal. Though modest in size, his cabin was impeccably clean. The pristine white sheets were unlike anything Blood-Eye had ever encountered. He collapsed onto the bed and soon drifted into a deep slumber. This time, Blood-Eye did not find himself on a dream battlefield. Perhaps due to his exhaustion, he slept soundly until a faint, crisp sound at the door jolted him awake. Instinctively, he reached towards the noise. "My lord, it's me," a panicked voice cried out. Upon focusing, Blood-Eye recognized the newcomer as the attendant who had guided him. In his reflexive grip, he found his hand wrapped around the attendant's throat. The attendant's eyes were wide with fear, perhaps never having been so close to death before. Stammering in terror, Blood-Eye offered an apologetic smile and released his grip. This instinctive reaction, honed during the apocalypse, was difficult for him to control. "I'm so sorry." "And no problem," the attendant stuttered, his fear still evident. He had never encountered someone so sensitive. Blood-Eye's reaction to danger was akin to that of a wild beast, and the attendant had no doubt that had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have met his end at Blood-Eye's hands. "It seems Lord Hensel has found another remarkable vassal. This lord is surely destined to become a cosmic mercenary," the attendant mused to himself, admiration flooding his features as he regarded Blood-Eye with newfound respect. "My lord, Lord Hensel has asked me to inform you that we are nearing our destination. He requests you to prepare to embark." "Understood. Lead the way." Blood-Eye nodded, regaining his calm demeanor. After a brief tidying up, he followed the attendant out of the cabin and soon arrived at a spacious chamber. The bald man had long awaited the arrival of Blood-Eye, and upon seeing him, he let out a hearty laugh. "Indeed, this attire suits you well. It appears you are a natural-born warrior. Thank you, my lord. Enough of the formalities, Hansel gestured dismissively. I summoned you not to engage in pleasantries. We are about to reach the mercenary division. However, before we proceed, there are a few matters you ought to be aware of. Please, my lord, enlighten me. Well, there is not much to say. The common rules, I believe, your attendants will convey to you. Yet, I must caution you to be wary of provocations from other mercenaries. What do you mean? The temperament of cosmic mercenaries is notoriously volatile, each possessing their own peculiarities. As a newcomer, you may find yourself subject to their bullying. During such times, it is imperative to tread carefully and avoid conflict whenever possible. Should confrontation become unavoidable, seek me out. I shall intercede on your behalf. Hansel grunted. After all, I am a meteor warrior, and they must show me some respect. However, I must make one thing clear. If the provocations come from a vassal, I will find it difficult to intervene. These matters you must handle on your own. Yes, my lord, Blood-Eye replied respectfully, his expression calm and unperturbed. The hierarchy among cosmic mercenaries is quite rigid, commencing from the lowest rank of apprentice mercenary, which includes apprentice, meteor, asteroid, comet, planet, and star warriors. Each level signifies a substantial disparity in strength. The fact that Hansel is an asteroid warrior speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. Blood-Eye's demeanor greatly pleased Hansel, who nodded in satisfaction. Nevertheless, do not fret. Typically, vassals lack significant strength. If you are as exceptional as Zero claims, these matters should pose no issue. The sole caution lies with those who are on the verge of becoming apprentice mercenaries. They are seasoned veterans, having faced countless battles. You, as a newcomer, are no match for them. If escape becomes impossible, retreat to the ship. They will not dare to follow you inside. Yes, I understand, Blood-Eye replied, still maintaining his calm demeanor. In the meantime, a gentle chime from the ship's AI resonated, announcing, target reached, entering designated route, preparing for docking. Chapter 61. The unwelcome presence. The shuttle trembled slightly, emitting a sound akin to an electric hum. Its speed rapidly diminished, soon entering a cruising state. Through the porthole, Blood-Eye observed two beams of light materializing on either side of the shuttle, forming an exceptionally unique passage. These are guiding beams, a steward whispered behind Blood-Eye. Turning to glance back, he recognized the same individual who had previously led him. What is your name? Blood-Eye inquired. Jack, my lord, the steward replied quietly, casting a furtive glance at Hansel not far away. Cautiously, he added, my lord, I am ever at your service. May I escort you into the air harbor? Are you not permitted to enter on your own? Blood-Eye asked. Alas, my lord, we cannot, at least not without prior authorization, Jack answered discreetly. As service personnel, we must apply in advance to gain entry into the division's air harbor. However, this is no simple task. But if you would be so gracious as to take me on as your attendant, it would be an exception. I am quite familiar with the air harbor and can serve as your guide. Ah, I see, Blood-Eye nodded. It seemed that the mercenary division maintained stringent personnel regulations, which was only natural, considering that the cosmic mercenaries were a purely combat-oriented organization, and the division held great significance. Any unauthorized infiltration would lead to considerable trouble. Grateful for Jack's diligent service, Blood-Eye decided to grant him an opportunity. Very well, he gently patted Jack's shoulder. You may serve as my attendant during this period. Thank you, my lord, Jack expressed gratefully, bowing slightly. Although the role of an attendant might sound ordinary, it represented a significant elevation in status for service personnel. Being an attendant to a combat operative conferred numerous privileges, including unrestricted access to the air harbor. The only regret was that this status was temporary. Jack resolved to serve Blood-Eye diligently, hoping to secure a permanent position by his side. At that moment, Hansel turned his head at the opportune moment. Casting a glance at the two, he then flashed an unsightly smile at Blood-Eye. Not bad. You've secured an attendant so quickly, even if it is temporary. It seems many hold you in high regard. Thank you for your consideration, my lord, Blood-Eye replied politely, fully aware that Hansel's words were deliberately crafted. With his keen hearing, he could not possibly be oblivious to the conversation between Jack and himself. Yet, Blood-Eye remained unfazed. This was indulgence. In truth, the shuttle belonged to him, and even the service personnel were under his purview. None could move a step without his consent. Enough of this pleasantry. Now, please fasten your seatbelt. We are about to land. Hansel waved dismissively. He then turned to Blood-Eye, stating, once we enter the air harbor, I will register your information. You must accompany me, and then let Jack show you around. I believe you will need some time to acclimate. Afterward, you will need to undertake a few missions to earn some funds and assemble your own team. Own team? Blood-Eye echoed, perplexed. as he settled into the adjacent seat and secured his seatbelt as instructed by Hansel. Every mercenary has a team, even dependents can have one. The air harbor at each division is filled with information on wandering warriors who, for various reasons, cannot become mercenaries and rely on this to make a living. You may hire them with star coins. Of course, a temporary team is quite inexpensive, but a permanent team comes at a considerable price, Jack hastily explained, seizing the opportunity to showcase his worth. Hansel regarded him with satisfaction, recognizing the value of a clever attendant who could save him considerable effort in communication. A tremor surged from beneath, and the shuttle slowed further. Blood-Eye gazed out the porthole to see a colossal steel fortress materializing against the vastness of the starry sky. It hovered silently ahead, illuminated by countless flickering lights. From its myriad openings, countless spacecraft darted about like ants. They had finally arrived at the Mercenary Division's air harbor. This was Blood-Eye's first encounter with such a monumental artificial creation. Compared to the fortress before him, the Kester Fortress seemed like a mere child's toy. It was overwhelmingly vast, larger than an entire city. The closer they drew, the more intense the sense of awe became. The shuttle he occupied seemed insignificant, akin to an ant in comparison. Guided by the beams of light, they swiftly approached the behemoth and were drawn into one of its entrances. As the shuttle traversed the passage, Blood-Eye felt a sudden heaviness, as though his limbs were shackled with leaden weights, an uncomfortable sensation. The artificial gravity of the air harbor was twice the standard. My lord, please be cautious. Movement here requires considerably more physical exertion, Jack timely elucidated. Oh, Blood-Eye understood and cast a curious glance at Jack. And what of you? Can you, as service personnel, adapt to such changes? We possess specialized anti-gravity equipment, Jack replied. This is exclusively allocated to service personnel. Combat operatives are not permitted to use it. I apologize, my lord. I cannot assist you in this regard. There is no need. Blood-Eye shook his head, redirecting his gaze to the view outside the porthole. As he beheld the immense air harbor, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Was this the commencement of a new life? The unique gravitational configuration seemed designed to continuously train the physical abilities of mercenaries. This method, indeed, appeared effective. He pondered whether there were dedicated training facilities. Perhaps he, too, should enhance his skills, for in such a fiercely competitive environment, one could easily become a casualty. The shuttle navigated the passageway, soon arriving at a vast suspended platform. Several specialized mechanical arms swiftly grasped the shuttle, guiding it toward the platform's edge. The gates of the passageway began to close behind them, and shortly after, the shuttle's door swung open. Let us disembark, Hansel declared, striding confidently toward the passage. Blood-Eye promptly followed. The platform was sparsely populated, but upon Hansel's appearance, a man clad in elegant attendant attire rushed forward, bowing deeply in a gesture of utmost respect. My lord Hansel, welcome to Air Harbor number 58. May I assist you in any capacity? I wish to proceed to the division. Please ensure the shuttle is maintained and resupplied, Hansel replied, his expression impassive as he flicked a gleaming object toward the man. The attendant caught it with unrestrained delight, bowing deeply in gratitude. Yes, my lord. Everything will be as you wish. That was a star coin, a form of solid energy currency recognized across all realms. Of considerable value. Jack, standing behind Blood-Eye, elaborated, casting an envious glance. One star coin would suffice for that individual to replenish supplies and still yield a profit. Truly, Lord Hansel was generous. Without waiting for Hansel's invitation, a droplet-shaped hovercar glided over, halting before them. With a dismissive snort, Hansel ushered Blood-Eye and the others on board. The hovercar was devoid of a driver, operated solely by an intelligence system. Once everyone was seated, it ascended smoothly, soaring toward another passageway. The hovercar moved swiftly and with remarkable stability, nearly imperceptible in its motion. Blood-Eye, experiencing this mode of transportation for the first time, felt a mixture of curiosity and excitement. Jack, noting his reaction, refrained from interrupting. The vehicle's cabin was mostly transparent, allowing Blood-Eye to observe the scenery outside with ease. They sped along a metallic road, flanked by rows of orderly chambers adorned with various unfamiliar patterns and inscriptions. It was evident that these were functional structures, yet pedestrians were scarcely visible. We have not yet entered the residential area, my lord. Once we do, you will see the inhabitants, Jack quickly remarked, noticing Blood-Eye's confusion. The Mercenary Division's air harbor serves not only as a hub for missions, but also as a bustling marketplace for talent and goods, attracting an immense influx of outsiders. Here, one can procure any weapon or equipment, albeit at a steep price. Blood-Eye nodded in understanding, gaining a semblance of clarity. If I wish to purchase items here, must I possess star coins? How might I acquire them? Indeed, my lord, all transactions require star coins. However, for smaller amounts, credit points may suffice. Credit points can be exchanged for star coins at a rate of 1 star coin for 1,000 credit points. As for star coins, they can be earned through undertaking missions. The rewards for cosmic mercenary missions are notably lucrative, Jack replied, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Such is the advantage of combat personnel. The entire air harbor seems to cater to their needs. In contrast, service workers toil for a month just to earn a few star coins, a sum that pales in comparison to the mere fraction earned by combatants in a single mission. Evoking Jack's envy, the hovercar swiftly arrived at its destination, halting before a colossal structure, the mercenary division, the most significant edifice in the air harbor. The entrance was thronged with people, and Blood-Eye immediately spotted several individuals clad in mercenary garb. Each exuded an unmistakably perilous aura, as if a mere approach could lead to their demise. This sensation sent shivers down his spine, heightening his vigilance to an acute level. Hensel, sensing Blood-Eye's tension, glanced back with a wry smile. No need to be anxious. The mercenary division prohibits any violence. They pose no threat to you. However, your reaction is quite commendable, heightening my anticipation. With a hearty laugh, Hensel alighted from the hovercar and strode towards the division's entrance, prompting Blood-Eye to hastily follow. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, Blood-Eye's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld an individual who certainly should not be present in that locale, a man entirely wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. The Bandage Merchant. Chapter 62. The Dawn of a New Life. How could he possibly be here? Blood-Eye was immediately filled with confusion. If one were to ponder who had been the most helpful to him after leaving the shelter, without a doubt, it would be this bandage merchant. The first pair of replacement gloves and the second pair of replacement footwear were both procured through transactions with this very merchant. However, Blood-Eye had always assumed he was merely an ordinary trader and never expected to encounter him here. This was the headquarters of the cosmic mercenaries. After all, how could a common merchant who only operated in the seventh world be present in such a place? What's wrong? Hensel, perceptive as always, turned to inquire. Nothing. Blood-Eye hesitated for a moment before covering it up. I just saw an acquaintance. Ah, how fortunate to encounter someone familiar in such a place. Hensel replied with a hearty laugh. However, to my knowledge, few individuals operate on Planet X35. That planet has become nearly desolate. With that, Hensel clapped Blood-Eye on the shoulder. Come, let us enter. Yes, my lord, Blood-Eye responded. Upon entering the hall, they were immediately greeted by attentive staff. It was evident that Hensel was a regular patron here, as he directly instructed the staff to escort him to the second floor, into a luxurious VIP room that was so opulent it could easily be mistaken for a royal palace. After a brief moment of sitting, an elderly gentleman with graying hair entered. He was clad in a well-fitted tailcoat and white gloves, his hair impeccably styled, resembling more of a butler than anything else. Lord Hensel, it is a pleasure to serve you. How may I assist you today? Ah, old lot, there's no need for such formality, Hensel cheerfully replied, gesturing towards Blood-Eye. This is one of my new vassals. I need you to assist in registering his information. That is quite simple, Lot acknowledged, casting a glance at Blood-Eye before lowering his gaze. However, regarding the fees, of course, I shall cover all expenses, Hensel replied nonchalantly. Additionally, prepare a standard set of vassal equipment for him. These two shall be charged to my account. That amounts to a considerable expenditure, Lot remarked, narrowing his eyes before exhaling deeply. Nevertheless, you wouldn't mind a little extra, would you? However, the upper management has asked me to remind you that the quality of your completed tasks this year has been rather lacking. If this continues, it may pose an issue for them. I am not a dedicated mercenary of this port, Hensel huffed in displeasure. They are merely seeking to recruit me because I am a meteorite warrior. As for the tasks, let them go to hell. I can pretend I did not hear that. Lord Hensel, Lot replied with an expressionless demeanor. He then exited the room. Upon his return, he held a device resembling a handheld terminal and began inputting Blood-Eye's information meticulously before collecting a sample of his genetic material. He was exceedingly diligent in his work, ensuring every detail was precise. However, when it came time to collect the genetic sample, he suddenly paused. You've already awakened your abilities? What? Hensel was taken aback. Although he had long known Blood-Eye possessed potential, he had not anticipated that he had even awakened his abilities. It is well known that abilities rarely manifest spontaneously. They typically require a stimulating potion. Blood-Eye had been living on the nearly abandoned Planet X35. Who could possibly have access to such precious genetic potions? Could he truly be a combat prodigy? Yes, Blood Eye responded, seemingly unfazed. A friend assisted me in awakening them. He is a vassal named Robbie. Robbie the Reaper? A flicker of emotion crossed Lot's face. A mix of surprise and delight. I did not expect you to know him. Indeed, he has become quite the rising star recently. He passed his assessment task and has become a true cosmic mercenary. It is said that his task involved acquiring the cubs of celestial beasts, yielding a substantial profit. By the way, that task was completed on Planet X35. You wouldn't happen to be from X35 as well, would you? Blood Eye fell silent for a moment before smiling. Yes. Oh, it seems the divine has not forsaken that desolate place. Congratulations, young man. You need not purchase expensive ability potions anymore. However, I do need to register your abilities. Could you share what they are? My ability is, wait, Hensel suddenly interjected. Interrupting Blood Eye, he cast an irate glance at Lot. I recall that a mercenary's personal abilities are confidential. We have the right not to disclose this information. Lot, do not assume you can take liberties simply because Blood Eye is a novice. He is my vassal. Lot and Hensel exchanged a silent gaze for a moment before Lot replied with an impassive expression. This is a new regulation from headquarters. I do not believe any mercenary can be exempt. Hey, old man, you're deceiving us again. You know, your fingers tremble when you lie. Fine. I concede that you take your work seriously. Yet, abilities are a secret for every mercenary. Probing into my vassal's abilities will not sit well with me. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward as Blood Eye observed the two men locked in their stare, a rare warmth swelling within him. Hensel's concern for him was deeply moving, a rarity in the seventh world, where people struggled for survival, and morality and humanity had long been forsaken. The notion of care existed only in the dictionary. However, it was clear that Hensel and Lot shared a long-standing friendship, as the stalemate soon concluded. Lot sighed and began to write with an electronic pen on the terminal. All right, you win. He does not need to register his ability information. However, Hensel, you have been rather lax lately. While the mercenary division may not impose strict regulations on you, it does not mean you can continually disregard their authority. I apologize, but I place greater value on the traditions of mercenaries, Hensel declared with a smug huff, reclining on the sofa and crossing his legs. From there, everything proceeded smoothly. With Hensel as his backing, Lot evidently dared not impose any difficulties on Blood Eye, expediting the registration process with utmost simplicity. Soon, all procedures were completed. When the final piece of information was entered, Lot stowed away the handheld terminal and pressed a button on the table. A neatly attired attendant promptly appeared at the door. Please fetch a vassal badge. Additionally, have the armory prepare a standard set of vassal equipment to be delivered to Lord Hensel's ship. Understood. The attendant responded before swiftly disappearing through the doorway. In no time, the vassal badge was delivered. It was a beautifully designed, finely crafted metal insignia, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky. Lot, wearing white gloves, presented the badge to Blood Eye. Please keep this safe. This badge has a tracking function, allowing us to locate you at any time. Furthermore, it serves as your identification. You may use it to claim task rewards at any division. Thank you. Blood Eye graciously accepted the badge. He valued this insignia greatly, as it symbolized the beginning of a new life. By the way, would you be interested in exploring the spaceport? This badge can grant you significant convenience, especially concerning training facilities, which you can access for a fee. Enough, old Lot. Spare me the sales pitch for those subpar training facilities, Hensel interjected dismissively. To be honest, after visiting so many divisions, yours has the least impressive training facilities. Paying for use? Let us not forget, Blood Eye is still a novice, having yet to complete a single task. How could he afford those expensive facilities and genetic potions? Why don't you inform him that, aside from those paid facilities, there are plenty of free options available? Oh, my apologies. I am getting on in years and tend to forget certain things. Old Lot remained expressionless in his response, showing no signs of embarrassment. In fact, as a manager within the division, he demonstrated remarkable dedication, which earned him the admiration of many, despite his seemingly cold demeanor and lack of empathy. After completing the registration process, the group exited the mercenary division. At this juncture, Blood Eye was fully qualified to inquire about and accept missions in the division's hall. However, he felt it was not yet the right time for him. What he needed now was a wealth of knowledge regarding cosmic mercenaries and a significant enhancement of his own abilities. Additionally, there was the matter of the awakening of the colony suit. At the entrance, Hensel mentioned he had matters to attend to and instructed the attendant, Jack, to accompany Blood Eye around the spaceport. He casually handed Blood Eye a small pouch, which upon opening revealed a dazzling array of star coins. Oh, Lord Hensel is truly generous. I have never seen anyone bestow such a sum upon a subordinate, exclaimed Jack, surprised. He now understood the extent of Hensel's favoritism towards Blood-Eye. The pouch contained at least 100 star coins, a substantial amount indeed. Blood-Eye, however, did not react with excitement. Instead, he silently resolved to repay this kindness in the future. Although Hensel did not articulate it, Blood-Eye sensed that he had been touched by Old Lot's words. Hensel wished for Blood-Eye to utilize the facilities of the spaceport without concern, rather than feeling constrained by financial limitations. This man truly possesses a remarkable ability to care for others. My lord, where shall we go now? Would you like me to recommend a few places? Jack inquired cautiously, noticing Blood-Eye's distracted demeanor. Oh, Blood-Eye snapped back to reality, ready to ask Jack for suggestions when a thought struck him, altering his words mid-sentence. Is there a place in the spaceport akin to a black market? I mean, somewhere less regulated, where transactions can occur freely. Certainly, that is not a secret. Very well, lead me there first. I believe I might encounter an old acquaintance. Blood-Eye decided. The image of the bandaged merchant he had just seen at the entrance of the mercenary division resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 63. The bandaged merchant and the new unit. The streets of the airport were spacious and remarkably clean. Seated in the swiftly gliding hover car, Blood-Eye's gaze was vacant. In truth, he had been enveloped in a sense of unreality. Everything around him was starkly different from what he had known. It was as if he had stepped into another world. He gazed at the fantastical buildings, the high-tech vehicles, the rosy-faced people, and the tidy streets, feeling as though he were lost in a dream. This marked the commencement of a new life. My lord, we are almost there, came the voice of his attendant, Jack, pulling Blood-Eye from his reverie. He turned to regard the obedient servant, offering a gentle smile. Very well. What type of transactions are primarily conducted here? Everything you can imagine, my lord, Jack replied quickly, a rare excitement illuminating his face. This is the true black market. You see, in this universe, not everything is recognized by the authorities. The mercenary division is a strictly regulated area, and to cater to certain needs, places like this have emerged. But believe me, my lord, compared to the legitimate exchanges, you will find greater satisfaction here. With sufficient funds, you can obtain almost anything. Does that include items from advanced civilizations? Indeed, my lord. Everything and anything, as long as you have the means. Excellent. You have heightened my anticipation. Blood-Eye nodded in satisfaction, directing his gaze ahead as the hovercar prepared to navigate through a tunnel constructed entirely of metal. He noticed a subtle hexagram symbol overhead. Once the vehicle entered the tunnel, Jack discreetly produced a small device from his pocket and pressed a button. What is that? Blood-Eye inquired. A shortwave signal transmitter. My lord, it serves as an identification card. Without it, we cannot enter the black market, Jack replied, winking and whispering. This device is prohibited. My lord, could you keep this a secret? I saw nothing, Blood-Eye assured. Thank you, my lord. As the hovercar continued its journey, Blood-Eye observed that as Jack activated the transmitter, his surroundings dimmed. The transparent roof of the vehicle gradually turned opaque, swiftly becoming entirely enclosed. Blood-Eye then felt the vehicle decelerate and descend. We are descending. The tunnel's floor is mobile. Correct, my lord. However, this is merely our perception. The reality is known only to those who manage the black market, which undoubtedly has stringent security measures. Of course, I prefer to believe they have formidable backing. You are more astute than you appear, Jack. Thank you for the compliment, my lord. After numerous changes in direction, the hovercar finally came to a stop. It had ascended and descended several times, even rotating in place at times, leaving Blood-Eye disoriented. When the roof opened, he was greeted by a vast plaza, an expanse of over 10 square kilometers, overshadowed by a colossal steel dome. The area was teeming with stalls, and throngs of individuals donned in various attires moved about, their shouts and cries creating a cacophony that hardly suggested the sale of high-end goods. Yet, the contrary was true. At least 99% of the items here were beyond Blood-Eye's comprehension, products only available from higher-tier worlds, leaving him utterly dazzled. Jack tirelessly explained. But Blood-Eye could scarcely retain much information. However, Blood-Eye's purpose was not to procure goods, but to find someone. As he listened to Jack's incessant chatter, his gaze scanned the bustling crowd. Soon enough, he spotted a familiar figure in the corner of the plaza. His heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he was here. Before him stood a bandage merchant, loudly hawking his wares. Behind him was an antiquated wheeled armored vehicle, a sight almost inconceivable in the cosmos. Yet here it was, brazenly displayed for all to see. The merchant was peddling enigmatic potions, and, upon noticing Blood-Eye approaching, he paused in surprise, then beamed with delight. Oh, let me see who has arrived. Is that not my esteemed customer, Blood-Eye? Oh, I suppose now you should be addressed as Lord Blood-Eye. How does the life of a vassal suit you? Surely it is far more comfortable than on Planet X35? Blood-Eye was momentarily at a loss for words. Incredulous at the merchant's obliviousness, and inadvertently blurted out a foolish question. What are you doing here? Ah, your words wound me. Why would I not be here? Is this not the black market? As a merchant, where else would I be? Do you wish for me to sit in a pristine office, clad in formal attire, conversing with you? Young man, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely a merchant, nothing more. Blood-Eye felt a vain throb on his forehead. You know that is not what I meant. What then do you mean? Are you referring to the distinction between Planet X35 and the mercenary division? Very well. Let me enlighten you. In the eyes of a qualified merchant, there is no distinction. I care only whether my goods sell, and the location is of no consequence. The bandage merchant raised his chin, adopting an air of arrogance. A merchant's duty is to leave footprints across every corner of the universe, bringing what you need to your side. It is a sacred and glorious mission. Naturally, you must pay. All right, I understand. Blood-Eye pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing that the bandage merchant would not speak candidly with him. Now, present your goods. Let me see if there is something I require. As for money, perhaps I have a little. You are deceiving yourself, my lad. You possess far more than just a little money. The merchant winked, casting a mysterious glance at Jack, before breaking into an enigmatic smile. As for your needs, rest assured, that is the least of my concerns. Saying this, he rapped on the back of his vehicle. Hey, you rascals inside. Bring out my wares. With a clang, the steel panels on either side of the vehicle swung open, revealing two long stalls brimming with an assortment of battered weapons and materials for mutated beasts. However, the merchant did not allow Blood-Eye to choose. Instead, he dove into the stalls, rummaging through the clutter. After some time, he emerged, covered in dust, and slammed a heavy lead box down before Blood-Eye. What is this? Blood-Eye questioned, staring at the substantial lead box, a wave of excitement washing over him, as if it contained something of profound significance. Take a look, lad. I swear this is precisely what you need. You won't find it anywhere else, the bandage merchant declared with pride. Jack rushed forward, eager to assist Blood-Eye in opening the lead box, but Blood-Eye halted him. With a complex expression, he glanced at the merchant before opening the box himself. Instantly, a hexagonal object shimmering with blue light appeared before him. A unit. Blood-Eye murmured softly, rendered speechless. This was not his first encounter with a unit. Yet this one was unlike any he had seen before. It was larger, adorned with intricate patterns that geometrically radiated, exuding an undeniable beauty. The unit appeared pristine, as if freshly manufactured. Within its seams, purple-black cellular tissues resembled the tenacity of ancient roots, robust and vigorous. Gazing upon this extraordinary unit, Blood-Eye was filled with astonishment. Why did the bandage merchant know he needed this? How did such an object come to exist? Who exactly are you? After a moment of bewilderment, he asked seriously, isn't it unimportant? What truly matters is that I have provided you with the goods you require, albeit not for free. The bandaged merchant replied with a grin, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, Jack, the attendant beside him, suddenly seemed to recall something and gasped. To provide what is needed, but not for free. You are a member of the Hidden Merchant Association. You are a hidden merchant. What does that mean? Blood-Eye inquired, furrowing his brow. My lord, the Hidden Merchant Association is the most enigmatic guild in this universe. It is said that their members can appear in any corner of the cosmos, with nothing able to impede their steps. They supply patrons with precisely what they need, and never for free. The most critical aspect is that they only reveal themselves to acknowledged patrons. Others cannot perceive them at all. Jack explained in a panic, his eyes fixed on the bandaged merchant as if he had seen a ghost. What? Blood-Eye was taken aback. No one can see hidden merchants. Is this fellow invisible? Yet he stands right here, clearly visible. How could anyone fail to see him while he is shouting his wares? Kid, you know too much. The bandaged merchant said ominously, his expression obscured by the wrappings, yet an oppressive chill was palpable. Jack's face changed instantly as he recalled another legend. Those who had seen a hidden merchant had not done so without the merchant's consent. All who had seen them had met their demise. Unbeknownst to him, fear enveloped Jack, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Huh, kid, I'm just joking. I am no hidden merchant. Observing Jack's frightened demeanor, the bandaged merchant suddenly burst into laughter. Look, I have a shadow. If I were a hidden merchant, I would cast no shadow at all. Really? Jack gazed at the shadow beneath the bandaged merchant's feet, feeling relieved. At that moment, Blood-Eye had just closed the lead box, holding it in his hand. I will take this. How much? 100 star coins. The bandaged merchant replied with a sly smile, blinking his eyes. 100 star coins. Blood Eye was taken aback. This was no small sum. Nearly all that Hansel had given him. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he nodded and beckoned Jack. The attendant's face fell, pained as he counted out the coins, each gleaming with a unique, energetic aura, appearing utterly enchanting. The bandaged merchant's eyes squinted in delight. See, I told you this was a good deal. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew investing in you would yield returns. It seems my judgment was indeed correct. Is that so? Yet I can't shake the feeling that this is not so simple, Blood Eye replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Then, as if casually, he added, do you know what trop means? The bandaged merchant paused for a moment, then let out a strange laugh. Are you testing me? No, kid, that's not your style. You doubt me. A merchant who has aided you. But I am indifferent. Fine, I know what trop is, and I also know what ketrom means. Ketrom. Blood Eye's pupils constricted, his heart racing. What is that? Do you wish to know? Your current qualifications are insufficient. Speak to me again when you become a meteor warrior, the bandaged merchant said, boasting, unwilling to divulge further answers. Observing his mysterious demeanor, Blood Eye felt powerless, ultimately taking his leave. As he exited the stall, the bandaged merchant's voice echoed behind him. Kid, here is a piece of advice. Please, go on. Hasten to gather trop. This is your new starting point. Only once you have gathered it will you realize how long your path ahead truly is. Remember, this is merely the beginning. As the voice faded, Blood Eye was startled and turned abruptly, only to find the bandaged merchant had vanished. Before him lay an empty space, just where an armored vehicle had been parked. He has disappeared. He truly is a hidden merchant. Jack cried out in fright, his face a mask of panic. Blood Eye shot him a fierce glare, silencing him. Looking around, he noticed that none of the people nearby seemed to have noticed him at all, as if the bandaged merchant had never existed. This fellow. So mysterious. And what of Ketrom? What could it be? Does it relate to the colonization armor? My lord, my lord. A series of calls pulled Blood Eye from his reverie. He glanced at his attendant and smiled faintly. I am well. However, I suddenly lack the desire to continue wandering. Shall we find a place to rest? Of course, my lord. Jack, perceptive as ever, replied obediently. We can return to the shuttle for a break. Additionally, you should organize the equipment you just acquired, particularly the detector. It is essential. Understood. Let us return. Blood Eye nodded and turned to leave the plaza with Jack. Upon returning to the shuttle, Blood Eye immediately locked himself in his room, retrieving the lead box. As he opened it, the beautiful hexagonal unit appeared before him. For reasons unknown, Blood Eye felt an exhilarating vitality emanating from it. Powerful, unlike any unit he had encountered before. It is strong. Blood Eye could sense its might from the very first glance, yet he had lost the core's response. He no longer knew how to absorb the unit. Watching such a potent unit before him, yet unable to absorb it, he felt a wave of sorrow. His fingers glided gently over the surface of the unit. Feeling its icy touch, Blood Eye pondered for a long time, unable to determine how to activate the unit without the core. Ultimately, he was compelled to abandon his efforts. Just as he was about to return the unit, he felt a faint stirring from the long-dormant core. This movement was subtle, almost imperceptible, yet Blood Eye sensed it with keen awareness. A surge of joy filled his heart. He called out, Core, is that you? Core. It seemed there was still no response. Was it merely an illusion? Blood Eye felt a hint of disappointment and reached out toward the unit again. Yet at that moment, the core emitted another slight fluctuation. This time, though faint, the pulse was unmistakably clear. Blood Eye was certain it was not a figment of his imagination. Core, is that you? What troubles you? All right, perhaps you are currently in distress. How can I assist you? Blood Eye sensed a glimmer of hope and pressed on. The core remained silent, but soon it transmitted a third pulse. This fluctuation differed from the previous ones, carrying a subtle urgency, reminiscent of the countless times it had tempted Blood Eye prior to its awakening. In an instant, Blood Eye understood, directing his gaze toward the unit in his hand. Is it you? Do you need it to awaken? But how can I unlock it? The core fell silent once more. This time, 5 whole minutes passed before it sent forth a bloodthirsty pulse. Blood Eye jolted awake, swiftly slicing his fingertip to draw blood, which he dripped onto the unit. The crimson liquid swiftly spread along the unit's intricate patterns, soon saturating it entirely. When the final trace of design was engulfed, Blood Eye suddenly felt the unit erupt with a powerful tremor, as if a ravenous beast was awakening. Immediately, the colossal unit erupted before Blood Eye, unleashing an avalanche of violet-black muscle tissue that surged towards him. Blood Eye remained motionless, allowing the onslaught to envelop him, instantly feeling a searing pain coursing through his entire being. However, unlike previous encounters, This agony did not stem from the invasion of the unit. It was a process of digestion. The immense unit had secreted digestive fluid. Cursed be this fate. This was not absorption, it was consumption. The blood did not trigger its assimilation response, but instead activated its predation protocol. It intended to devour me. In that moment, Blood-Eye comprehended the peril he faced. A wave of dread washed over him. As the host of the colonization suit, he was all too aware of the terror associated with the unit's predatory instincts. Once this carrier of enhanced cells initiated its hunting protocol, even steel would be rendered to molten liquid. To his knowledge, no prey had ever withstood the onslaught of its digestive fluids. Yet, despite this, Blood-Eye chose not to flee. He placed his faith in the core. Just as it had repeatedly pulled him back from the brink of death in the past, he believed that this time, too, the core would perform its miracles. This was his sole hope for activating the core. The unit's predation unfolded with astonishing speed. Perhaps it seldom encountered a prey as defenseless as Blood-Eye, for it emitted a tremor of delight while hunting, leading him to momentarily mistake it for an intelligent being. But just as it breached the surface of his skin, the long-dormant core finally stirred. It emitted a unique frequency of oscillation, strikingly similar to that of the unit, yet clearer and more precise. As this wave emanated, the unit, akin to a kitten interrupted at its meal by its owner, suddenly ceased its ravenous actions. It then began to tremble violently, releasing potent waves of energy. The two analogous oscillations exchanged in the stillness of the room, giving Blood-Eye the impression of a conversation, as if they were deciphering a code. This transient exchange lasted mere seconds, yet by that time, Blood-Eye's skin had been nearly consumed by the digestive fluid, revealing the vibrant red of muscle and the dark tendrils of sinew beneath. His appearance was horrifying, as though he had been flayed alive. Waves of excruciating pain assaulted his nerves, but he gritted his teeth and endured each surge. Finally, the oscillation subsided, and a transformation occurred. The unit halted its predatory program, and Blood-Eye could distinctly sense the digestive fluid being absorbed. Following this, a multitude of mud-like cellular structures surged forth, beginning to merge with his body as had occurred in the past. Concurrently, the unit secreted a special liquid to repair the cells it had damaged. A surge of euphoria welled up within Blood-Eye. He realized the most agonizing phase had finally passed. The core was indeed still supporting him. Experiencing the tingling sensation of the enhanced cell's invasion, Blood-Eye closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the moment of complete fusion. 10 minutes later, he felt an unexpected lightness in his body and sprang to his feet. Glancing down, he discovered that all wounds had healed, yet his clothing had vanished, revealing his naked, muscular form. Had the fusion truly been completed? Tentatively, he called out to the core in his mind. Core, are you there? Had he still not succeeded? Blood-Eye felt a wave of disappointment and shook his head in resignation, preparing to seek out a new outfit. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind, igniting his joy. Cells, reception complete, reboot successful. The control center of the Trop colonization suit initiates a comprehensive unit diagnostic. Detection of hand units, foot units, head units, body units. Detection of leg units. All units fused. Cellular frequencies synchronized. Neural connections established, all functioning normally, integrated into standard management protocols. Energy system diagnostic reveals the host has undergone extensive nutrient immersion and food intake. Energy reserves are fully replenished. Digestive system authority transferred. Energy absorption efficiency enhanced. Cellular activation diagnostic reveals all parameters are normal. All standards met. Transitioning to activation protocol. Permission required. Host, shall I activate? Please, call my name. Trop. Colonization suit. In the hushed room, Blood-Eye's excited call echoed forth. Chapter 65. The true colonization armor. A brilliant light flashed through the room, and the long-awaited colonization armor reappeared upon the figure of Blood-Eye. However, this time, it bore a strikingly different appearance from the past alternatives. Streamlined plates of armor enveloped Blood-Eye, revealing robust tendons beneath, giving an impression of compactness and power. The armor shimmered in silver white, dominated by substantial protein plating, presenting an inverted triangular silhouette with broad shoulders. Atop the helmet, a deep blue crystal glistened, flanked by 3 bony spikes that extended backward, exuding an aura of speed. The legs and feet were fully integrated and akin to previous alternatives. The outer edges of the arms and knees bore small bony protrusions, their tips glinting with a sharp brilliance. This is the genuine colonization armor. Suppressing the surging excitement within, Blood-Eye savored the overwhelming power coursing through him. This force was monumental, incomparable to the previous alternatives. Blood-Eye could even perceive this power as akin to an active volcano, ready to erupt at his command. He attempted to stretch his fingers and instinctively grasped at the wall. A shrill sound of friction followed, and deep fissures marred the alloy wall. 5 distinct cracks etched into its surface. How formidable! Is this the true strength of the colonization armor? Blood-Eye stood in stunned silence, gazing at the cracks he had just inflicted. It was crucial to note that the ship, the Assault, was a high-speed vessel constructed with high-strength alloys to withstand intense pressure from rapid impacts. The fact that he could leave such deep marks with a mere grasp was staggering. If he were to engage in combat, the implications were terrifying. Blood-Eye could scarcely fathom the extent of such power. Oh, and what of the weapon systems of the armor? Core, are you there? I am here, Master Blood-Eye, ever at your service. The voice of the Core resonated in his mind. You seem different. Blood-Eye noted with curiosity. In the past, the Core would respond to his commands, but would never exhibit such reverence or use honorifics. I have not changed, Master Blood-Eye. I have merely rebooted the control center. All protocols have been reinforced to prevent a recurrence of the previous breach of authority. This includes a reconfirmation of your permissions. The Core's reply was devoid of emotional fluctuations, sounding more mechanical than ever. Yet Blood-Eye knew it was far from merely a machine. If not bound within this colonization armor, it could be considered a sentient being. I wish to understand what transpired before. Requesting confirmation, response to previous state. This was an emergency reaction to cellular wilding. Cellular wilding is a self-evolved, quasi-sentient instinct that arises when a unit is deprived of the control center's management for an extended period. It possesses extreme aggressiveness and uncontrollability, classified as highly dangerous. Units exhibiting cellular wilding are deemed hazardous materials within Crodier and must be destroyed immediately. If left unaddressed, wilding cells can quickly infect the entire unit and its colonization armor. The number of wilding cells encountered by this colonization armor was minimal, thus, extermination measures were initiated. However, due to the host's vitality being inadequate to sustain the process, extermination was forcibly halted, and an emergency assimilation protocol was activated under First Sequence Authority. This program is experimental and under Crodier's research, with uncertain outcomes. The preliminary aim was to reclaim control over the wilding cells through the control center's forced intervention, allowing for their secondary utilization. However, due to certain unknown factors, it could also yield counter-control effects. To ensure the host's safety, the rules had to be rebooted and reinforced, guaranteeing the precedence of First Sequence Authority. So that is how it is, Blood-Eye realized, a wave of dread washing over him. He was unaware of the so-called counter-control, but it undoubtedly sounded terrifying. He had danced on the brink of death. It seems my fortune is favorable. Now, let me see the new weapon list. Show me what differences the complete armor possesses. Requesting confirmation. Querying permissions. Denied. Why? Blood-Eye was taken aback. The previous Core would never have refused such a request. Although it required permissions, it always prioritized executing Blood-Eye's commands. Permissions are a component of the rules, and this reboot has reinforced them. The Core's response remained rigid. According to the second sequence within the gene lock, your permissions will be elevated based on your own strength. Until sufficient permissions are obtained, full access to the weaponry will be denied. Would you like to query the list of weapons within your permissions? Blood-Eye fell into silence, sensing something amiss. The current Core seemed transformed, akin to a different individual, more meticulous and inflexible. Is this the side effect of the reinforced rules? Very well. Provide me with the weapon list within my permissions. Requesting confirmation, executing immediately. The Core responded, followed by a torrent of data flooding into Blood-Eye's mind. Your current weapon permission is level C. The weapons at your disposal are as follows. The high-frequency curved blade along the outer edge of your arm has a usage record. However, the current high-frequency blade is formed from a new unit, its power increased by 17-fold. Theoretically, it can cut through any known material. It retracts into the arm during regular use and can extend up to 2 meters in combat. Energy consumption is significant. A high-frequency stabbing blade has been added to the front of the knee, with data identical to that of the arm. The hands have been enhanced with impact joints, generating a secondary impact of no less than 3 tons upon close-range strikes. Energy consumption is minimal. Shoulder-mounted impact armor has been added for close-range collisions, with power varying based on distance, not less than 5 tons. Energy consumption is moderate. The feet have been equipped with a propulsion device, capable of slightly enhancing the host's mobility for a short duration. Energy consumption is minimal. A jetpack has been affixed to the back, providing a significant boost to mobility for a brief period. Energy consumption is moderate. Level C weaponry has been fully detailed. Astounded, Blood, I stood in disbelief. Though he had long understood the stark differences between the true colonization armor and its alternatives, the confirmed data still left him flabbergasted. In terms of functionality, the true colonization armor did not vastly exceed the alternatives. However, the crux lay not in the functions but in their practicality. The entire armor had been meticulously enhanced to align with his combat habits. The strength of the armor, crafted entirely from unit shells, was undeniable. Merely the standard high-frequency blade's power had surged 17-fold. To put it simply, if Blood-Eye could previously sever the lowest grade of armor in the 7th world, now he could at least slice through the armor of the 6th world. What a monumental enhancement. And this was merely a fraction of the armor's capabilities. The added impact joints in the hands and the shoulder-mounted impact armor were the real highlights. With Blood-Eye's hand-to-hand combat prowess, he had 100 ways to incorporate them into his established techniques, unleashing over 120% of his strength. Moreover, the mobility devices on the feet and back would grant the already swift Blood-Eye a formidable advantage, allowing him to launch lethal strikes at any moment. This was a transformative metamorphosis. The true colonization armor had reached a strength level equivalent to that of the 6th world's armor. In the hushed room, Blood-Eye stood quietly, suppressing the excitement and elation swelling within him. This was his first acquisition of complete colonization armor, a weapon entirely his own. No one could truly grasp the depth of his feelings at this moment. Regrettably, Lyre was not by his side. This joy had to be buried within. After a considerable time, Blood-Eye's emotions gradually settled. Just as he was about to inquire about the details of weapon usage, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Who is it? A blue light flashed, and the colonization armor seamlessly melded into Blood-Eye's body. He hastily donned a garment and asked in a low voice, "Master, it is I." The sound of Jack's voice echoed outside. "Come in." The hatch slid open, revealing Jack's figure. He cautiously stepped inside and whispered to Blood-Eye, "My lord. Lord Hansel is aware of your purchase of that peculiar item." "Oh," Blood-Eye exclaimed, somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Hansel would know about it. His heart skipped a beat. What did he say? The Lord did not inquire further. However, he is aware that your funds are nearly depleted and has provided you with an additional 200 star coins. Lord Hansel mentioned that we will remain here for some time. So please, my lord, adapt to your new surroundings at your earliest convenience. Moreover, if you require training, you may use these funds to rent a gravity chamber at the spaceport. It is the quickest way to enhance your abilities. A gravity chamber? Yes, my lord. It is a training facility typically chosen by vassals. Although it is exceedingly arduous, its effectiveness is commendable, especially for those specializing in hand-to-hand combat. Understood, Blood-Eye nodded. He then expressed his gratitude to Jack. Thank you for today. You may leave now. Yes, my lord. Jack obediently exited the room, closing the hatch behind him. Blood-Eye reclined on the soft bed, gazing at the ceiling. What kind of environment could a gravity chamber offer? Perhaps it was indeed time for him to engage in systematic training. Despite being exceptionally skilled in hand-to-hand combat, his abilities largely stemmed from the experience gained through prolonged battles with mutated beasts. This made his combat style remarkably direct and efficient, eschewing all superfluous movements in favor of the shortest distance and the most direct actions to unleash lethal force. This was the essence of Blood-Eye's attacks, more instinct than technique, akin to the primal fighting instincts of a beast. However, as he had departed from the 7th world and entered the realm of cosmic mercenaries, such primal instincts might not suffice. After all, humans are not mutated beasts, and instinct cannot replace skill. Therefore, Blood-Eye needed ample training to adapt swiftly to his new environment. A night passed in silence, and by the break of dawn the following day, Blood-Eye sought out his attendant, Jack, requesting him to guide him to the spaceport for further learning. There was much he needed to comprehend. In addition to the fundamental training, he required a significant amount of knowledge. For an ordinary person, this would be an arduous endeavor, yet Blood-Eye persevered through gritted teeth. It must be noted that, having emerged from the apocalypse, he possessed remarkable adaptability, much like a peculiar creature from the old world known as a cockroach, which could swiftly acclimate to new environments. Throughout this process, the vassal's issue detector played a crucial role. This device, imbued with advanced technology, could store a vast amount of information and featured a built-in translation function. It was capable of translating hundreds of languages simultaneously and housed an extensive database, readily accessible for mercenaries. After more than half a month of diligent study, Blood-Eye had finally acquired sufficient knowledge, no longer remaining oblivious to the life of a cosmic mercenary. He entered a large training facility at the spaceport, placing 100 star coins at the front desk. I want the complete training course in hand-to-hand combat, as well as access to a tenfold gravity chamber, he stated expressionlessly. Additionally, many friends have inquired about updates from the author. Unfortunately, the author is not a full-time writer and must attend to a job. Furthermore, the author struggles with expressing the plot and ideas in writing, finding it an arduous task to articulate each word. However, rest assured, the author will do their utmost. And this book will certainly reach completion. Would the author abandon their work? Certainly not. Lastly, thanks to those who have supported the author with updates. The author is truly grateful. However, the author is unable to meet the 6,000 mark today. They do not wish to deliver a half-hearted response, so please understand. As the author writes more, they will undoubtedly reward you with your deserved recognition. Chapter 66. The Vengeance Mission. Blood. I had spent an entire month ensconced in the gravity chamber. When he finally emerged, he had undergone a profound transformation. Though he retained his inherent aloofness, there was now a distinct air of isolation and coldness about him, akin to a shard of ice radiating an intense chill from within. After an intensive period of study and training, he had evolved from a mere hunter in a post-apocalyptic world into a burgeoning cosmic mercenary. As he stepped out of the training facility, his attendant, Jack, had been waiting for him. Upon seeing Blood-Eye, Jack bowed respectfully and murmured, "My lord. Lord Hensel has been awaiting your arrival." "Understood," Blood-Eye replied with a nod of indifference, before boarding the nearby hovercraft. Upon returning to the opulent chamber of the strike ship, he found Hensel standing with his back to him, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling windows. Even as Blood-Eye approached, Hensel did not turn around. "My lord, I have arrived," Blood-Eye announced, coming to a halt. Hensel responded, still peering outside, his tone somewhat distant. "I have heard that your training has been quite arduous. All for the sake of survival, my lord." "Indeed. It seems you have grasped the survival ethos of cosmic mercenaries better than most." Alas, many remain oblivious. They romanticize the profession, striving desperately from the farthest reaches of the universe to infiltrate our ranks, unaware that the moment they step through that threshold, they embark on a path of no return. At this juncture, the typically stoic Hensel let out a deep sigh, his voice falling into a solemn hush. "Zero and Hung have perished." Blood-Eye froze, his expression betraying astonishment. "My lord, what did you say?" "You heard correctly. I did not misspeak." Hensel continued to face away from him. Yet Blood-Eye noticed the barely perceptible tremor in his fingers. "During your training, they undertook a mission. The difficulty was not great, yet an unforeseen adversary emerged during execution. Zero and Hung were killed in action. The mission failed." Hensel rubbed his bald head, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. I had implored Zero and Hung to dedicate more effort to their training, but those two never heeded my advice. Do they believe that genetic enhancement and abilities alone can resolve every issue? If that were the case, why would cosmic mercenaries bother purchasing so many sarens each year?" "My lord." Blood-Eye hesitated, then spoke softly, "Please accept my condolences." "Humph." Hensel grunted dismissively, waving his hand. "There's no need. I have witnessed too much life and death to be affected. I merely feel it is a pity. Zero and Hung had been under my tutelage for nearly 3 years. Had they persevered just a few more months, they could have faced the assessment mission. Yet, tragically, it was at this moment. That damned Renbeck. I will not let him escape unscathed." "Renbeck?" Blood-Eye inquired. He was a cosmic mercenary, notorious for his treachery. The mission assigned to Zero and Hung had been deceptively simple, yet one of his subordinates had also taken on the task. Consequently, he had covertly manipulated the situation, ensuring that his subordinate defected to the enemy's side, ambushing Zero and Hung. Otherwise, how could they have failed to escape? As Hensel recounted the events, his fury could no longer be contained, and he erupted into a thunderous roar. "Damn it! Were it not for these accursed mercenary rules, I would have already eliminated him. Just wait. When I encounter him on the battlefield, I will ensure he is utterly dismembered." With a resounding crash, an overwhelming aura surged through the room, shattering all furnishings into mere fragments. Blood-Eye staggered backward, barely regaining his footing, as his combat attire emitted sharp cracking sounds, riddled with myriad tiny wounds. Is this the true power of a cosmic mercenary? Blood-Eye's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that humanity could attain such a terrifying level of strength, capable of inflicting physical harm merely through sheer presence. If Hensel were to become an adversary, Blood-Eye could hardly imagine the horror that would ensue. Fortunately, Hensel soon recognized his outburst and suppressed his forceful aura with a cold grunt. The room fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the two men. After a considerable pause, Hensel muttered a curse and struck the floor-to-ceiling window with a fist. The window, designed to withstand cosmic rays, emitted a piercing sound under the strain, spiderweb-like cracks sprawling across its surface. "Blood-Eye?" I am here, my lord, Blood-Eye replied, stifling his shock. Take on Zero and Heng's mission. Complete it. Yes, my lord. This task is not overly challenging, but you will encounter Renbeck's subordinate. You know what must be done. They will not return, my lord, Blood-Eye affirmed, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. Excellent. Hensel nodded with satisfaction, finally turning to regard Blood-Eye earnestly. I initially intended to delay assigning you a mission, but you are one of Zero and Heng's recommendations. For your sake, they failed their last mission, which is why you are now undertaking this one. I trust you will not disappoint me. Additionally, this mission is competitive. Other subordinates may appear. However, due to mercenary regulations, I cannot intervene. You must prepare yourself. Blood-Eye fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, he lifted his gaze to meet Hensel's. My lord, if other cosmic mercenaries intervene. That is impossible, Hensel interrupted, his tone unwavering. If they dare to act, I will ensure they learn the meaning of regret. If that is the case, I have no objections. I shall proceed. The details of the mission can be obtained from Jack. But remember, Hensel inhaled deeply, turning away from Blood-Eye once more. Protect yourself. Return alive. After a moment of silence, Blood-Eye bowed and exited the room. Preparation consumed a total of 7 hours. Subsequently, Blood-Eye boarded Hensel's strike ship, hurtling toward the designated planet for the mission. Planet MS-1. This was a diminutive celestial body in the seventh world, characterized by its harsh environment. The task had been issued by a local lord, classified as F-level. His territory had fallen prey to rebellion, with a cadre of armored elite hunters seizing a strategic point and rapidly attracting outsiders. In a brief span, they had evolved into a formidable threat. To maintain his rule, the lord, known as Kikier, had no choice but to solicit the aid of cosmic mercenaries. The mission was straightforward: eliminate or drive off the leader of the insurgents. On board the strike ship, Blood-Eye perused the lord's dossier. He discovered that Kikier was a particularly brutal individual. Unlike most lords of the seventh civilization, he showed no regard for the welfare of his subjects and had no ambition to ascend to a higher civilization. Instead, he squandered all acquired resources on his own lavish indulgences and derived pleasure from murder. His estate housed dozens of large mutated beasts, and his favorite pastime involved throwing enemies into the arena, reveling in their death struggles against the beasts, deriving satisfaction from the bloodshed and screams. Given his origins in a post-apocalyptic world, Blood-Eye harbored no fondness for this lord. Were he on Planet X35, he would not hesitate to eliminate him as well. However, he was no longer an ordinary man. As a mercenary subordinate, he was bound by his own code. The mercenaries' creed dictated that one should only concern themselves with the mission, disregarding moral judgments of right and wrong. Justice had no place in the realm of cosmic mercenaries. The strike ship soared swiftly through the cosmos, soon entering a state of warp. After a period of intense study, Blood-Eye had learned how to navigate these situations. He skillfully secured himself in the seat and donned a specially designed helmet. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Suddenly, he felt a tremor beneath his feet, and everything seemed to slow down. The strike shuttle of the cosmic mercenaries was a product of the fifth civilization, a marvel of advanced technology. Yet, even such sophistication could not resolve the distortions encountered during the transition process. Thus, to mitigate harm to the members, everyone was mandated to enter a state of dormancy, with control of the shuttle taken over by the Central Intelligence. Amidst the intense vertigo, Blood-Eye swiftly succumbed to sleep. When he next opened his eyes, a prominent marker had appeared on the star map before him, Planet MS-1, a desolate world, scarce in water resources. They were almost there, viewed from space. This planet bore a dusty yellow hue, with deserts dominating its landscape. Although inhabited by numerous humans, the primary residents were the lizard man, a highly intelligent species that was part human, part lizard. Through the star map, Blood-Eye quickly located the target destination and pressed the control panel. With a hiss, the hatch opened, and the attendant Jack entered. My lord, do you have instructions? How much longer until we reach our target? 37 minutes, my lord. Do you intend to land directly or airdrop? Airdrop, Blood-Eye replied without hesitation. His answer momentarily surprised Jack. It should be noted that the airdrop method involved the assault pods Blood-Eye had last seen, which required exceptional physical fitness from the users. Most individuals would not only struggle to use them, but would be crushed by the overloading forces simply by boarding. Typically, vassals would not opt for such a mode, and Jack merely inquired as a formality. He had not anticipated Blood-Eye's decisive choice of this method. My lord, perhaps you should reconsider? After a moment of reflection, Jack ultimately decided to caution Blood-Eye. Although doubting his master's capabilities was a grave disrespect, He was more concerned for Blood-IS safety. The assault pod was exceedingly perilous, virtually a suicidal contraption. Jack himself was aware of no fewer than 30 mercenary vassals who had perished within such vehicles, their bodies rendered unrecognizable upon extraction. However, he was disappointed to find that Blood-I appeared oblivious to the gravity of his choice, stubbornly insisting, "No need. Airdrop it is. Prepare the assault pod. I wish to enter the drop trajectory in 30 minutes. As you wish, my lord." Jack responded with a firm posture. Chapter 67. A Flawless Descent on Planet MS. 1. In the city of Lacton, a mud-brick town nestled beside a river traversing the desert. Owing to this river, Lacton had become the most habitable area for humans within hundreds of kilometers. At this moment, in the most opulent residence of the town, a corpulent man bellowed furiously. "Damn it! Why hasn't the mercenary division sent anyone down yet? If they delay any longer, Lacton will be surrounded by rebels." "My lord, they dispatched someone some time ago," a servant cautiously reminded him. The portly lord's eyes widened as he screamed, "Do I not know that? Those two were eliminated as soon as they set out. I wasted hospitality on them. Bastards, a bunch of bastards. And you, who gave you the audacity to contradict me? Do you think those rebels will achieve victory? Come." Several armed guards rushed in and saluted the lord. "Drag this scoundrel out and toss him into the beast pen. How dare he defy my words? I want him to learn his lesson." "My lord, please don't," the servant cried in fear. But it was too late. Several guards, as ferocious as wolves, pounced on him and dragged him away. Soon, outside the door, the excited roars of mutated beasts and the servant's wretched cries echoed. Hearing these sounds, the corpulent lord licked his lips, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He spread his arms to those beside him and proclaimed, "Listen, what a delightful sound. Like the chimes of the heavens, these newly acquired mutated beasts are magnificent. I can hardly fathom such peculiar creatures exist in the universe, rude, direct, yet brimming with strength. By the way, didn't I submit an application for the cosmic mercenaries? When will the newcomers arrive? Damn it. Although they are not entirely reliable, I cannot personally engage with the rebels." The servants exchanged glances, fear gripping them as they hesitated to approach. After a while, one servant mustered the courage to respond. "My lord, they have replied, stating that the newcomers will arrive shortly. However, due to the elevation of the task level, the price has doubled." The corpulent lord waved his hand dismissively, plucking a fruit from a nearby exquisite gold platter and chewing heartily. "Double the price, so be it. If I fall, there will be nothing left anyway. I only care about when they will arrive. They should be arriving soon, my lord. Their efficiency is typically quite high," the first servant, emboldened by the lord's lack of ire, added with a flattering smile. "In truth, with your brilliance and might, those rebels could easily be dispatched by you alone. You are far too merciful to allow the cosmic mercenaries to intervene. Those mercenaries should be grateful for the opportunity you've afforded them." You know how to flatter." The corpulent lord squinted his eyes, reveling in the servant's compliments. He waved his hand. "Given your diligent efforts, I shall increase your salary by 20% this month. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Your magnanimity is akin to the Kikir River, vast and majestic. Your kindness is like the stars above, splendid and gentle. I am truly fortunate to be in your service, so deeply moved." Indeed, quite good, quite good." The corpulent lord was so pleased that his eyes nearly closed in satisfaction. However, after a while, he seemed to suddenly remember something and abruptly opened his eyes wide. "Wait, what did you just call me? Majestic? Vast? Are you mocking my physique? Damn it, you almost deceived me. Come, drag this fellow out and toss him into the beast pen as well." "My lord, spare me, I meant no offense." The servant's voice trailed off as he was swiftly dragged out of the room. The corpulent lord shook his head and grabbed another fruit from the golden platter. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a midday nap, a guard rushed in, frantic. "My lord, the rebels have surrounded Lacton City. Please, think of a way." Enough, enough. Is it necessary to be so anxious? Hold your ground, hold your ground. As long as you endure for a while, I believe reinforcements will arrive shortly. At that time, I would love to see the expressions of those rebels." "My lord." The guard was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why, even at this juncture, the lord maintained such an air of nonchalance. If he appeared confident, the guards would not believe 100 or 1,000 times over. He was well aware of the lord's true character, a complete glutton. Relying on him to lead troops into battle was as absurd as expecting a cow to fly. Moreover, reinforcements. The city was already surrounded. How could reinforcements arrive? From the sky? Damn it, the guard could only exit helplessly, secretly planning to find a time to escape as well. After all, Many guards had fled since the rebellion began. He would not be missed. However, before he could leave the Lord's estate, he was suddenly confronted with a sight he would never forget. Above the Lord's mansion, in the clear sky, a brilliant point of light suddenly appeared. The light swiftly expanded, and a meteor, trailing a long tail, descended from the heavens, heading straight for the Lord's mansion. Is this some sort of joke? The guard's scalp tingled, nearly causing him to faint. He wanted to run. However, his hands and feet seemed to be bound, rendering him utterly immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the meteor rapidly enlarged and ultimately plummeted onto the Lord's mansion behind him. With a thunderous roar, half of the mansion exploded, sending countless fragments of stone and wood scattering in all directions. A towering column of dust and smoke rose into the air. The soldier felt his body weaken, and he was immediately propelled away by the shockwave. When he regained consciousness, a man clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit stood before him, casting a glance downwards. What an extraordinary pair of eyes! The soldier felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Although those eyes appeared similar to those of an ordinary person, the intensity of their gaze was chilling, almost devoid of emotion. Being scrutinized by those eyes felt akin to being ensnared in an endless ice cavern, inducing an involuntary shiver. Moreover, the irises bore a faint crimson hue, exuding an unsettling aura. The newcomer scrutinized the soldier for a moment, seemingly attempting to ascertain his identity, before slowly speaking. Is this Racton City? Why, yes, the soldier managed to reply, his throat dry, yet he persisted in nodding. He dared not withhold an answer. Despite the man's lack of apparent threat or weaponry, the stranger nodded slightly and inquired, "Then where is Lord Kikier?" He is behind you," the soldier struggled to swallow, extending a trembling finger towards the vast expanse of rubble. Following his gesture, the man turned around, somewhat surprised. "Dead? And no, I do not know. Perhaps I can check," the soldier cautiously suggested. Seeing no sign of opposition from the man, he hastily climbed to his feet and dashed towards the ruins of the mansion. It must be said, Lord Kikier was remarkably fortunate. When the soldier discovered him amid the debris, he was still gasping for breath, his lavish attire in tatters, exposing his pale flesh beneath. He was wedged between two crumbled walls, with the bodies of several attendants at his feet. Upon seeing the soldier, he struggled and shouted angrily, You fool, why did it take you so long to arrive? Hurry and get me out of this wretched crevice. This is utterly dreadful. My clothes. My fine meals. At least you are still alive. How did that meteor not crush you?" The soldier maliciously thought, yet he nonetheless reached out to grasp the Lord's hand. The Lord's weight was indeed formidable, and it took all the soldier's strength to extricate him from the wreckage. Finally seated on the ground, Lord Kikier let out a deep breath. He surveyed the ruins before him and began to wail. "Oh, my house! How much will it cost to rebuild? It was that scoundrel who did this. I shall slay him and feed his corpse to the mutated beasts." The soldier's face turned pale with fear. "My lord, did you not see the man behind you? He likely did this. Perhaps you should lower your voice. He certainly does not appear benevolent yet." The corpulent lord seemed incapable of grasping the soldier's warning, continuing to weep uncontrollably. Even during the siege of the town, he had never displayed such agitation. After what felt like an eternity, he finally calmed down, only to notice a figure standing behind him. His eyes lit up with joy. You are a cosmic mercenary. Are you here to assist me?" "I am Blood-Eye, here to execute an F-class suppression mission," the newcomer replied coldly, neither confirming nor denying his identity. Despite the high temperatures of Planet MS-1, his presence instilled a chilling sensation in those around him. The soldier gasped, looking at Blood-Eye as though he had seen a ghost. A cosmic mercenary? He is truly a cosmic mercenary? My heavens, the reinforcements the Lord spoke of are indeed them. Fear almost made him leap from his skin. No wonder Lord Kikier was so confident reinforcements would arrive. They truly descended from the heavens. Joy radiated from the portly lord, who, regardless of his disheveled state, sprang to his feet with the agility of a monkey. "Blood-Eye, please help me. The rebels have surrounded this city. Their leader is outside. Furthermore, I wish to request a new task, to punish and destroy the ruffians who devastated my mansion. Tear him to pieces." The rotund lord shouted with fervor. Chapter 68. Instant kill. The guards had been utterly petrified. They gazed upon their lord, who stood mere steps away, dark lines appearing on his forehead. This wretched swine, did he truly remain oblivious to the source of all this chaos? How dare you brazenly proclaim vengeance before his very eyes? One could not help but admire your dullness, coupled with that audacity that seems to stem from some obscure recess of your being. Yet, Blood-Eye's response was entirely unexpected for the guard. There was not a trace of anger on his face, remaining as impassive as an iceberg. Your request has been acknowledged. I shall report truthfully. However, I must first execute this current task. The mission parameters are set. Now, I require you to indicate the target. Certainly, Lord Blood-Eye, the Lord of the Swine exclaimed. Jumping 3 feet in the air, his face a mask of indignation. They are just outside the city. Let us ascend the city walls. Speaking of the city walls, they were merely a rudimentary earthen barrier, standing no taller than 4 meters. Its significance lay more in symbolism than in substance. However, with this wall in place, Lord Keckle could more effectively extort and plunder. Anyone wishing to enter the city was obliged to pay a hefty fee. Upon reaching the walls, Blood-Eye immediately spotted a ragtag group of rebels, numbering around 1,000. They were gaunt and emaciated, wielding rudimentary weapons as they surrounded the earthen fortress. Their eyes ablaze with a fire called rage. The air was filled with piercing howls and cries for blood. Among them stood 3 heavily armored hunters, coldly observing the direction of the walls. Those are the ones. Upon seeing the trio of armored figures, Lord Keckle cried out in a voice akin to a pig being slaughtered. He loathed those 3 elite hunters. If not for them, how would these rabble dare unite in rebellion? What had forced him into such a dire predicament? While it was true that Keckle himself was to blame for his indulgence and lack of ambition, who in this world would willingly shoulder such responsibility? Yet at this moment, Blood-Eye, standing atop the walls, paid no heed to Keckle's complaints. He simply gazed quietly at the throng of rebels and those 3 fully armed elite hunters. As one who had clawed his way up from the apocalypse, he could empathize with the despair and anger of these individuals. But what significance did that hold? Target confirmed. Mission in execution. With these icy words, Blood-Eye smirked slightly and suddenly leaped from the walls. Ah! Lord Keckle, caught mid-rant, was startled, his small eyes widening in shock. What on earth is he doing? Does he intend to charge into their ranks alone? Good heavens! What manner of monster has the cosmic mercenaries sent us? What followed was a scene that defied belief. Below in the barren expanse, Blood-Eye sprinted at high velocity, quickly forming a line of dust as he completely disregarded the nearly 1,000-strong formation and barreled straight into it. Instantly, figures were sent flying through the air, the sound of shattering bones echoing. Despite the furious attempts of the surrounding mob to intercept him, they could not impede his momentum. In mere breaths, he had penetrated deep into the throng, advancing over 100 meters. From his vantage point, Lord Keckle witnessed the chaos unfold with clarity. As he observed the once fearsome rebels being hurled away in droves, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth falling agape. Heavens, is this still humanity? Yet amidst the crowd, Blood-Eye remained oblivious to the thoughts of others, wholly engrossed in the fray. Each dodge, each movement was executed with a precision as if measured with a ruler. Although he tore through the masses at breakneck speed, he maintained a velocity akin to the wind. It was as though the densely packed crowd was rendered non-existent in his eyes. He breathed steadily, every muscle in his body generating explosive power. Each outstretched hand seized a rebel's vital point, effortlessly tossing them skyward. In this process, Blood-Eye employed a measure of finesse. The rebels he launched would not perish, but would suffer broken bones and incapacitation for a time. After more than a month of rigorous training, he was no longer the same as when he first emerged from the seventh world. The tenfold gravity training had greatly amplified his strength, allowing him to unleash astonishing power with each motion. Faced with such a dense throng of foes, he did not even summon his armor, for he had learned that once one's strength reached a certain threshold, numbers became inconsequential. This truth proved to be undeniably accurate. The crowd began to stir. Countless rebels surged from all directions, brandishing crude weapons and firearms, desperately attempting to slay Blood-Eye, their faces twisted and grotesque. The intensity of the scene mirrored the nightmares he had endured, yet the disparity in strength was unfathomable. To be candid, these so-called rebels were merely a collection of civilians who had only just taken up arms. Due to the harsh conditions on Planet MS, they scarcely possessed firearms. Most wielded primitive knives and spears. Had it not been for Lord Keckle's utter foolishness, these rebels would not have posed any threat to his dominion. In a matter of minutes, Blood-Eye had penetrated the heart of the crowd, now only a few hundred meters from those 3 armored elite hunters. Clearly, his presence had alerted the hunters, especially upon witnessing Blood-Eye's astonishing combat prowess. The trio retreated several steps, adopting a defensive posture. One was merely a small planet. The number of elite hunters was exceedingly limited, with those donning full armor being even rarer. These 3 were evidently among the finest hunters. Otherwise, they could not have rallied such a multitude of civilians to assault the Lord City. Yet, confronted with Blood-Eye's fierce advance, They found themselves parched and tense. One of the hunters suddenly shouted at Blood-Eye, "Who are you? Why do you attack us?" Blood-Eye offered no reply, continuing his relentless charge. Flinging aside 3 rebels who obstructed his path, the hunter's expression changed, and he called out, "Stop! Do not attack. We are not your enemies. If you were sent by that damned lord, I will offer you double the pay." Still, Blood-Eye remained silent, his assault intensifying. The 3 hunters finally grasped the severity of the situation. One hunter quickly surveyed the scene and, in a fit of exasperation, shouted, "Useless. That guy is a cosmic mercenary. Look at his insignia. The Silver Scorpion is identical to the 2 we encountered just days ago. Good heavens, another one has arrived. Did that damned lord actually issue 2 missions in quick succession? That would bankrupt him. I could not care less whether he goes bankrupt. Our predicament is far more dire." Another hunter replied anxiously. "Silence," the one named Soul shouted, interrupting his companions. "Do not worry. He cannot be a cosmic mercenary, at most a lackey. Did you not see that his insignia is the same as those 2? Go find Lord Hector. He will assist us." "But that will incur a hefty cost," one protested. "No time for that. Go now? Fine." One hunter relented, casting a resentful glare at Blood-Eye before retreating swiftly. All of this transpired before Blood-Eye's watchful eyes. Although he was embroiled in a fierce battle, he remained composed, ever vigilant of the hunter's movements. Noticing someone finally departing, he revealed a chilling smile. "Finally, seeking assistance. Are we? To eliminate Zero and Hong. That must be his task, then? As for the remaining 2, they shall prove inconsequential. Get out of my way." Blood-Eye suddenly bellowed, his voice echoing as he smashed his fist into the ground. With a resounding boom, the ground around him collapsed in a 5-meter radius, sending a torrent of earth and debris mixed with dust soaring into the air. The surrounding mob, caught completely off guard, erupted into a cacophony of screams, many falling unconscious, their bodies flailing like sacks thrown into the void. It was utterly terrifying. This strike from Blood-Eye shattered the morale of the rioters, who recoiled in fear, creating a fleeting moment of vulnerability. Seizing this opportunity, Blood-Eye crouched low and uttered a sharp command. Colonization. A burst of blue light illuminated the scene as a brand new suit materialized upon him. In an instant, he propelled himself forward with the grace of a panther, unleashing his true speed, a shadow darting across the vast expanse of over 100 meters. Appearing suddenly before a hunter, caught unawares by this dramatic turn of events, the hunter stood frozen in disbelief. "You are of no use now." A chilling voice echoed in his ear as Blood-Eye's right hand shot out like lightning, grasping the hunter's visor. With a powerful twist of his wrist, he lifted the armored hunter effortlessly. A flash of blue light flickered at his wrist, followed by a muffled thud. "Impact joint. Activate." With a sharp hiss, an immense shockwave erupted from his palm, piercing through the hunter's visor in a single strike. Amidst the hunter's agonizing screams, his skull exploded in a gruesome eruption. Grayish-white matter spraying over 3 meters away, his body convulsing a few times before falling still. Chapter 69, Struggle. The hunter named Soul was instantly filled with terror. The incident occurred so suddenly, they had scarcely finalized their strategy when Blood-Eye charged forth. In a mere instant, he dispatched Soul's companion. Good heavens, that was a hunter clad in armor. A formidable warrior capable of contending with hundreds. How could this be possible? Desperately widening his eyes, Soul could scarcely believe what his armored vision revealed. Yet, the piercing alarm of his suit's intelligence system incessantly reminded him that all of it was indeed real. The adversary had truly broken through the blockade of hundreds within moments, directly confronting them. "No, you devil." In the grip of extreme fear, Soul nonetheless instinctively reacted like a seasoned hunter. He did not retreat. Instead, he raised his right hand, aiming at Blood-Eye. Suddenly, the armor on his right arm split open, revealing a 6-barreled machine gun. Rat-a-tat-ta. The gun's barrels whirled at high speed, unleashing a torrent of lethal metal projectiles. Soul fired frantically, his voice rising in a nervous scream. "Die, die." The 2 were in close proximity, and this sudden eruption of metal was akin to a summons from the Grim Reaper. Soul was unwavering in his belief that Blood-Eye could not evade it. Most crucially, his armor had been enhanced, reaching the mid-tier of the 7th world. The gun was loaded not with ordinary bullets, but with tungsten-core armor-piercing rounds. Not even flesh could withstand it. Even dozens of millimeters of alloy steel would be rendered to shreds. He could already foresee Blood-Eye's fate. Alas, at that moment, Blood-Eye was no longer the same as when he had just departed Planet X35. Back then, he had relied more on speed and instinct. But now, he had mastered technique, exploiting the opponent's cognitive gaps. Almost as soon as Soul revealed his machine gun, Blood Eye had already set down the corpse of the hunter in his grasp, swiftly contracting his body to entirely conceal himself behind the fallen figure. His movements were blindingly quick, resembling a mere shadow. The metal projectiles Soul hastily unleashed were entirely obstructed by the corpse, sparking a flurry of fiery sparks upon the armor. More bullets whizzed past Blood Eye, striking down the surrounding thugs. Then, with a powerful push off his heels, Blood Eye propelled the hunter's body forward, which weighed several hundred kilograms. It came crashing like a boulder, forcing Soul to hastily dodge. Yet, before he could reposition, a shadow flickered behind the corpse, and Blood Eye lunged at him with a piercing speed. In midair, Soul caught sight of the icy gaze beneath Blood Eye's helmet visor, a gaze devoid of emotion, akin to that of a beast. So swift, so fierce. This thought flashed through Soul's mind, but it was too late. Blood Eye's speed was overwhelming, and more importantly, his actions exuded an unstoppable momentum, an irresistible force that felt unassailable, unavoidable, and unbeatable. A thunderous crash echoed as Soul finally collided with Blood Eye. The moment Blood Eye's shoulder made contact, Soul felt as though he had been struck by a train, his body soaring through the air. As he remained suspended, fragments of armor rained down like a deluge, trailing a long line of metallic debris. The impact from Blood Eye's shoulder armor generated a force of at least 10 tons. However, remarkably, it did not shatter Soul's armor, which was of mid-tier quality in the seventh world. Yet, the intelligence system's alarms blared, threatening to pierce his eardrums. Soul's body was propelled as if he were a projectile, but Blood Eye did not relent. With a swift activation of his thrusters, he surged forward like a cannonball, catching up to Soul, who was still airborne, and seized him by the head. "You still have some use." The cold words echoed in Soul's ears as Blood Eye pressed him into the ground. With a resounding thud, a cloud of sand and dust erupted into the air. Soul found himself driven deep into the ground, more than 2 feet down. Due to inertia, his body continued to surge forward, contorting at an unnatural angle. Agonizing pain engulfed Soul as he cried out in torment. Sand filled his mouth and nostrils. He felt as if his waist might shatter, and his spine had likely fractured into 3 pieces. This was only due to the remarkable quality of his armor. Had it been ordinary armor, Blood Eye's strike alone would have reduced it to splinters. Yet, this was not his fortune. Under the control of the armor's intelligence, the internal maintenance system continuously injected him with medication to keep him conscious, only exacerbating his suffering, making him wish he could simply lose consciousness. Amidst the torment, Soul suddenly felt his body lifted by the terrifying mercenary. He then sensed a foot pressing down upon his head. "I ask, you answer." Blood Eye's voice was as cold as ancient ice, devoid of emotion. "You shall not." Soul struggled to respond. "Incorrect answer." With an impassive expression, Blood Eye exerted pressure, further burying Soul into the sand. The coarse grains filled his mouth and nose once more. Standing atop Soul, Blood Eye resembled a frigid demon, radiating an astonishing aura of menace. Perhaps the terror he had displayed while advancing had instilled such fear in the surrounding thugs that none dared to attack him. Blood Eye stood amidst the encircling throngs, his foot planted firmly on Soul's head. Cough, cough. Soul struggled to rise from the sand, expelling the grains from his mouth. His helmet had been shattered beneath Blood Eye's foot, offering no further protection. You demon." Soul gasped, raising his left arm to point at Blood Eye. "You will die, surely." Another incorrect answer. With a stoic demeanor, Blood Eye stepped down once more, driving Soul's left arm into the sand. A clear crack echoed as Soul's left arm bent grotesquely, the once sturdy armor proving utterly futile beneath Blood Eye's foot, shattering the joint with a single blow. Soul screamed in agony, his face contorting in pain. Why do you assist that damned lord?" He shouted frantically, his eyes bulging. "Do you not know what that fiend has done? Do you not realize how he oppresses us? He is a gluttonous pig, a greedy, gluttonous pig. He bathes in the milk of 100 women daily, demands 5 virgins to attend him each night, and his stables are filled with our corpses. Why do you aid him? Why?" Blood Eye's gaze remained icy beneath his visor, allowing Soul to vent until his breath began to wane. Only then did he place a foot on Soul's chest, coldly stating, "I am a mercenary vassal. Notions of justice or injustice are irrelevant to me. What I wish to know now is who killed my 2 companions 2 days ago, what abilities they employed, and whether any other cosmic mercenaries have arrived on this planet. I ask, you answer. Otherwise, you shall perish." Cough, cough. As Blood Eye exerted his weight, Soul heard the agonizing groans of his armor under pressure, the weight upon his chest intensifying to the point of nearly crushing his innards. He could not draw a breath, even if he stretched his neck. Yet, despite this, a wicked smile crept upon Sol's face. He strained to lift his head, scrutinizing Blood Eye as if to etch his likeness into his memory, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Hey. Do you wish to know? I shall not reveal it to you. Do you think I would concede so easily? Dream on. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. As the words echoed, Blood Eye suddenly felt an immense force beneath his feet, forcefully propelling him into the air. Simultaneously, the core emitted a frantic alarm. Warning, a severe energy reaction has occurred within the opponent's armor. Suspected activation of the energy overload system. Combat power assessment has changed. Calculation complete. The opponent's combat power has increased by 1.5 times. Posing no threat to the mecha, it is still advised to break through head-on. The energy overload system? Blood Eye's gaze flickered. He recognized this as an emergency measure. He swiftly twisted his waist, tracing a perfect arc in the air before landing. As he touched the ground, his body bent slightly, assuming a forward-thrusting posture. In this stance, he could unleash his utmost strength at any moment. His assumption was correct. The energy overload system was indeed a unique emergency mechanism of the armor, injecting a catalyst into the energy block, allowing it to release a vast amount of energy in a short time, directly elevating the armor's combat power by 1 tier. However, this system inflicted significant damage on the armor and was only available to advanced models. Sol was clearly desperate. With a fierce leap from the sandpit, he stirred up a cloud of dust, charging at Blood Eye like a rhinoceros. Under the support of the energy overload system, his armor erupted with terrifying power, and before he even drew close, the strong wind pressure enveloped Blood Eye's faceplate, inducing a suffocating sensation. Of course, this was merely a sensation. The mecha possessed a self-circulating system, rendering actual suffocation impossible. You devil, wicked accomplice. Die! In a furious roar, Sol momentarily transformed into a different being. His eyes burned crimson, and his muscles swelled grotesquely under the effects of the armor's agents, taking on a faint reddish hue. Simultaneously, deep blue electrical fire erupted from the seams of his armor, converging upon his fist in an instant. With an unstoppable momentum, the blue electric fire coursed forth, and Sol resembled a comet hurtling through space, ferociously colliding with Blood Eye. Plasma impact. Chapter 70. The sorrow of survival. With a thunderous crash, Thor and Blood Eye collided violently. The ground, centered around the two, erupted in an explosion that shattered the earth within a radius of several dozen meters, sending a cloud of sand soaring into the air. Before it could reach its zenith, the intense heat liquefied the particles, transforming them into a searing liquid that rained down. The nearby riders were swept away by the scorching shockwave, their anguished screams echoing in the chaos. Yet the devastation of the plasma shockwave did not end there. As the initial momentum halted abruptly, the plasma erupted violently, instantly engulfing the surrounding space. Every rider within this radius was splattered by the plasma, immolated in an instant. Arcs of electricity danced across the ground amidst the swirling smoke, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Visibility plummeted, and the rioters screamed as they fled in all directions, the scene descending into utter bedlam. No one dared approach Thor and Blood Eye. Their battle had transcended the limits of human endurance. To the onlookers, the two appeared as demons, spreading calamity with every movement. Before such overwhelming disaster, fear and instinct drove everyone to flee. Yet at the center of the battlefield, the two remained oblivious to the surrounding chaos. Thick clouds of dust and plasma obscured their vision. Thor gasped for air, his helmet damaged by Blood Eye's assault. He had sustained significant injuries during the plasma shock. Large patches of skin were charred and blackened. Had it not been for the infusion of armored elixirs, he might have been reduced to mere ashes. Still, excitement flickered in Thor's eyes. He had struck that formidable foe with the force of the plasma shockwave. He had no doubt that his opponent would suffer grievous injuries, perhaps even be vanquished outright. The plasma shock was a powerful weapon he had invested heavily in to upgrade his armor, its potency reaching the pinnacle of the seventh world. Under the searing heat of the plasma and the assault of free electrons, even an armored vehicle would ignite in an instant, let alone the combination of formidable physical impact. Thor had previously tested the plasma shock's might. A single strike was sufficient to obliterate any armor in the seventh world. That terrifying enemy was doomed. Desperately inhaling every bit of oxygen available, Thor struggled to contain his exhilaration. He lunged forward, disregarding the damaged armor components that fell from him, eager to witness his adversary's downfall. However, just as he attempted to close the distance, a monstrous hand emerged from the haze, seizing his fist with terrifying strength. What? Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. Emerging from the dense smoke was a figure resembling a demon, clad in silver armor, untouched by the flames. A massive hand gripped his fist tightly, cold eyes gleaming beneath the helmet's visor. You're unscathed? Thor exclaimed in horror. Blood-Eye regarded him with an icy stare, yet a flicker of excitement stirred within him. Indeed, he was unharmed. This was the first time he had experienced the terrifying strength of his complete armor. The devastating plasma shock that struck him had inflicted no damage whatsoever. The superheated plasma had merely scorched the protein armor, failing even to harm the tendons beneath the armored seams. The armor's remarkable metabolic capabilities repaired the damage in less than a second, rendering him seemingly unscathed. This was true armor, the essence of it. Suppressing his rising excitement, Blood-Eye expressionlessly tightened his grip. The sound of straining metal echoed as Thor's steel gauntlet protested under the immense pressure, the faint sound of fracturing bones audible. Ah! Thor screamed in agony, feeling as though his fingers were being crushed. Although the armor provided some protection, the grip of his opponent was unfathomably strong, akin to a super-heavy hydraulic press, methodically pulverizing his bones. This pain was far beyond what any ordinary person could endure. Thor cried out, wholly unable to control his actions, slowly kneeling before Blood-Eye. I ask, you answer. Blood-Eye's voice remained cold and merciless, sending Thor's heart plummeting into despair. You will not succeed, demon terrified. Thor glared at the man before him, gritting his teeth defiantly. You damned mercenaries are nothing but slaughterers of the cosmos. Wherever you go, death follows. I will not yield. Damn it. Why do you help Krekel? Is it merely for the sake of his gold? Do you not realize how evil he is? How many lives are lost at his hands each day? At this moment, Thor strained his neck, unleashing a hoarse roar of fury. We only wish to survive. What is wrong with that? Listening to Thor's anguished lament, Blood-Eye's heart trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his icy composure. He gazed down at the kneeling man, a flicker of sympathy and regret crossing his eyes. I'm sorry, I too seek only to survive. Since you refuse to answer my questions, so be it. With a sudden, powerful grip, Blood-Eye crushed Thor's fist. In the next instant, his left hand swiftly swept across Thor's throat. Blood sprayed forth as Thor's head was severed, soaring into the air amidst a fountain of crimson. Gazing at Thor's lifeless eyes, Blood-Eye fell silent for a moment before turning towards the surrounding rioters, resuming his relentless slaughter. This time, he showed no mercy. Perhaps due to his armor, Blood-Eye found it alarmingly easy to enter a state of indifference during battle. In this state, his emotional fluctuations were suppressed to a minimum, allowing him to unleash the full power of his armor. Though this phenomenon had not been so evident in the past, it became increasingly clear after the recent core reboot. Blood-Eye was uncertain whether this state was a blessing or a curse, yet he continued to surrender to his instincts. Blood gushed forth as severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew through the air like explosions. The unfortunate rioters found themselves at the mercy of Blood-Eye's ruthless onslaught. Their primitive weapons could not penetrate the armor, nor could they impede his advance. Each place he appeared, a storm of bloodshed ensued. Though he had yet to employ the high-frequency blades of his arms, his bare-handed slaughter was enough to instill terror in any rioter. To the rioters, Blood-Eye resembled a reaper emerging from a sea of blood, ruthlessly claiming lives. Anyone who dared to approach or obstruct him was torn apart in an instant. The gruesome spectacle of blood and dismemberment left even Lord Krekel, watching from the city walls, weak-kneed and on the verge of fainting. Oh heavens, what kind of monster has the mercenary division sent? It's terrifying, utterly terrifying, Lord Krekel murmured unconsciously, paralyzed by the merciless carnage. His hands and feet felt cold, and he nearly lost consciousness. Had it not been for the soldiers beside him, supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. In scarcely more than 10 minutes, the dense crowd of rioters began to scatter in panic. The number of people surrounding Blood-Eye dwindled. With a swift punch, Blood-Eye pierced through a rioter, blood gushing from behind him for 5 meters. Upon surveying his surroundings, he found no one left. Slowly, he discarded the corpse from his grasp and stood amidst the blood-soaked ground. In the vibrant crimson pool, his silver armor stood out starkly, the glistening red streaks creating a macabre beauty, a cruel beauty. In the distance, the gates of the earthen city swung open, and a group of soldiers cautiously approached. Their faces paled as they beheld the carnage, some even retching in horror. They cautiously traversed the battlefield, strewn with debris, some beginning to clear away the remnants of conflict, while others, under the guidance of a captain of the guard, approached Blood-Eye with trepidation. A fleeting glance revealed to Blood-Eye that this was the very guard who had first spoken to him, evidently. Lord Keckle had deemed him competent enough to warrant a temporary promotion. With visible fear, he led a few guards to stand before Blood-Eye, bowing respectfully. "My Lord Blood-Eye," he stammered. "The Lord requests your presence at the City Lord's Manor." "Understood." Blood-Eye's indifferent gaze lingered on him, noting the tremors in his legs, likely a result of the recent carnage. The guards behind him averted their eyes, their gazes lowered like ostriches burying their heads in the sand. This exemplifies the brutal laws of survival. When an individual's power eclipses that of traditional authority, the wisest course before a stronger force is submission. This explains the elevated status of mercenaries in the universe. As Blood-Eye re-entered the Earthen City, he observed many residents cautiously emerging, diligently tending to the aftermath of the battle, each bearing an expression of palpable anxiety. Approaching the City Lord's Manor, he noted that the residence, which had been ravaged by his earlier onslaught, was undergoing restoration, with heaps of debris being cleared away. Servants had long awaited his arrival. Upon spotting him, one brightened and hurried forward. "My Lord Blood-Eye, please follow me. The Lord has prepared a feast for you." "Very well." Blood-Eye followed the servant through a series of twists and turns, arriving at the rear courtyard of the manor, a space untouched by his earlier devastation. Within a lavish hall, tables were laden with sumptuous food and fine wine, while dozens of beautifully attired women flitted about, serving an abundance of delicacies. At the center of the banquet sat the corpulent Lord Keckle, surrounded by several enchanting maidens who tended to him with massages, his eyes squinting in pleasure as if savoring the indulgence. Yet, upon Blood-Eye's entrance into the hall, Keckle leapt as if electrified, rushing forward with a beaming, obsequious grin. "My Lord Blood-Eye, please take a seat. Do come and sit." Chapter 71. The Jester and the Twin Angels. Blood-Eye paid no attention to him, proceeding directly to indulge in his meal. At this moment, he had shed his colonization suit, appearing no different from an ordinary individual. Yet, none of those present dared to underestimate him. Having just witnessed carnage, everyone was acutely aware of how terrifying this seemingly mundane man could be. In his hands, life was exceedingly fragile. Blood-Eye's manner of consuming food remained astonishing, as if his stomach were an unfathomable black hole. He devoured a copious amount of food at lightning speed, annihilating half of the banquet in mere moments. Lord Kikir's expression shifted, and he hastily summoned more food to be brought forth, scurrying to Blood-Eye's side to attentively refill his wine and dishes. Given his stature, such servility was indeed rare. However, Blood-Eye had no time to acknowledge him. He was wholly absorbed in the ecstasy of eating. As sustenance entered his stomach, he distinctly sensed waves of faint energy being absorbed and swiftly accumulating within him. Though these energies were weak, they soon coalesced into a significant mass, initiating a subtle process of proliferation. This was the new function of the colonization suit after taking over the digestive system, Blood-Eye speculated. A notion strikingly close to reality. In fact, his previous colonization suits had been substitutes, lacking an energy system. The energy required for battle had to be supplied by him, which perpetually left him feeling famished. Yet now, the colonization suit was entirely different. It possessed its own energy circulation system, capable of directly extracting energy from food. Its efficiency surpassed his own digestion by hundreds of times, and through a biogenic yeast pool, it could catalyze reactions, yielding astonishing energy outputs. Essentially, the energy circulation system of the colonization suit was akin to a biological reactor. As long as the host remained alive, it could operate endlessly, far surpassing conventional armors in sophistication. Thus, it had become the exclusive armament of the Krogier combat nation. Blood-Eye consumed at a rapid pace, soon acquiring sufficient energy. As he set down the final bone, the corpulent Lord Kikir seized the opportunity, nearly fawning as he spoke. "Lord Blood-Eye, you truly embody the essence of a cosmic mercenary. With a mere flick of your hand, you resolve the issue. The rioters outside have dispersed. I am already dispatching people to hunt them down. That is your concern, not mine," Blood-Eye replied coldly. "I am merely here to complete a task. One target has escaped." "Indeed," the rotund lord exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "You cannot imagine how vile they are. I, as the Lord, have managed this place admirably. Yet this group could not bear the prosperity here and incited a riot. They deserve to be sent to hell." Observing the spittle-flecked Lord Kikir, Blood-Eye mused. "Perhaps you are the one who truly deserves hell." Perhaps sensing that Blood-Eye's silence was encouragement, Lord Kikir grew even more boisterous, his boastful words causing those nearby to pale. After a torrent of flattery, he cautiously inquired, "I wonder when Lord Blood-Eye intends to pursue the fleeing hunter?" Blood-Eye cast a cold glance at him, a semblance of a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Are you afraid?" "Well, a little," Lord Kikier replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. You may not know, but that fleeing hunter is quite formidable. If he escapes, rest assured. Blood-Eye interrupted coldly, his eyes betraying a mocking glint. He will not escape. Moreover, there is no need for me to pursue him. What do you mean? Lord Kikier's eyes darted, his complexion turning ashen. Blood-Eye said nothing, but at that moment, a sharp wail pierced the distant sky, as if something were tearing through the air. Lord Kikier's expression shifted, and he hurriedly fled with a group of attendants. Upon reaching the doorway, a blood-curdling scream erupted. Oh God, not again. In the sky, an oval-shaped flying object hurtled toward the Lord's mansion at breakneck speed. Its terrifying momentum and long tail resembled a meteor streaking across the heavens. Yet all present knew it was no meteor. Just that morning, a similar object had plummeted onto the Lord's estate, reducing half of it to rubble. Quick, get out of here. Lord Kikier's face contorted in terror. Though he did not comprehend what it was, the morning's encounter had made it clear that this object was certainly not a benign visitor. He urged his attendants to carry him out through the back door. Instantly, the entire mansion erupted in chaos. People scrambled to escape, trampling one another while curses mingled in a cacophony. The scene was nothing short of apocalyptic. The hall was soon emptied of attendees. Blood-Eye rose, dabbing his mouth with a pristine white napkin before discarding it onto a golden goblet. He watched as the immaculate napkin gradually stained crimson with wine, his gaze growing progressively colder. At last, they have arrived, the vassals of Renbeck. I hope you do not disappoint me. The tearing sound in the sky intensified, culminating in a deafening crash upon the Lord's mansion. The ground trembled violently, an invisible shockwave expanding outward, obliterating the remaining structures of the estate. Countless fragments of debris and earth were sent soaring into the air, a towering column of dust rising high. A massive crater appeared at the center of the mansion, resembling an impact site from a meteorite. At the bottom of the crater, an oval assault pod was conspicuously visible, adorned with a distinct blue jester motif. By this time, Blood-Eye had already approached the edge of the crater, coldly gazing down at the pod. His combat attire remained spotless and immaculate, as though the recent explosion had not touched him in the slightest. A soft electronic voice emanated from the pod, signaling the arrival of the target. The pod's door slowly opened, releasing a plume of white gas. Following this, a slender man emerged. Upon spotting Blood-Eye above, he paused momentarily. Heh, you must be Lord Hansel's final vassal. I thought you had fled long ago. I didn't expect you to remain here. You possess quite the audacity. The gaunt man donned a flamboyant combat suit, his face painted in a mix of blue and green, resembling a jester. However, his eyes were sinister, exuding a malevolent aura. As he spoke, Blood-Eye felt an eerie chill enveloping the surroundings, akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. This is a power. In an instant, Blood-Eye classified the man before him as a wielder of abilities, though his exterior remained impassive. He quietly observed the man until a considerable time had passed, before coldly responding, "Why should I flee? Heh, because if you do not flee, you will die. Just like those two fellows." Those two fellows? You mean Zero and Hung? Blood-Eye's pupils constricted slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing across his gaze. Zero and Hung. Are those indeed the names of those two? The sinister man grinned wickedly. Sounds nice, but their strength is quite lacking. One only excels in close combat, while the other merely tosses small bombs. They are pathetically weak. In the presence of my Lord Hector, they wouldn't even have a chance to strike. Ha. So weak. Is this truly the strength of Lord Hansel's vassals? How embarrassing for Lord Hansel. Hector, is that your name? Do you like it? The sinister man licked his lips, snapping his fingers, and a lavish card materialized between his fingertips. He then casually tossed it toward Blood-Eye. A gift for you, a token of our first encounter. The card traced a perfect arc, landing gracefully before Blood-Eye, who instinctively caught it in his hand. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a square jack. The figure depicted on the card wore a sinister smile, reminiscent of a cunning trickster. Suddenly, with a soft pop, the card disintegrated. In Blood-Eye felt a tingling in his fingers. His entire palm transformed into a shade of green. Ha. Hector chuckled maliciously, suddenly leaping onto the edge of the pit. You are truly foolish, just as dim-witted as those two. Do you think you can accept a stranger's gift without consequence? Remember, I am Hector, soon to be a trainee mercenary. Is this deadly poison? Blood-Eye's gaze sharpened as he inquired in a low voice. In mere moments, he sensed that his entire right hand had gone numb, with the two fingers that had touched the card swelling noticeably. Indeed, a splendid gift. Wouldn't you agree? Hector sneered, observing Blood-Eye's sudden fury, which prompted him to retreat several steps. No, 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 let us not engage in battle, at least not now. I know you harbor great disdain for me, but you did accept the gift, did you not? Moreover, your target is not here. What do you mean? Wait a moment. Another of your kind is approaching. She will bring your target, the third quarry. Hector winked and gestured towards a direction in the sky. As he made this motion, a piercing shriek rent the air from afar. Visibly, another assault pod streaked through the sky, trailing a wake behind it. What? Are there other mercenary subordinates? Blood-Eye's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the assault pod. The next moment, the pod descended with formidable force upon the Lord's manor, which had already suffered considerable damage, obliterating it into ruins. Amidst the powerful explosion, the third crater from a fallen meteor appeared before the two. At the bottom of the pit, the assault pod emitted a wisp of smoke, and above it, Blood-Eye beheld two angels in an embrace, adorned in a striking paint scheme. Eager for more, let us explore the latest chapters of the most popular updates. Chapter 72. The Bloodied Twins. A cacophony of noise erupted from outside the window. How bothersome. The room was dimly lit, just the way I preferred it. What was that dark brown substance on the floor? Blood, perhaps? Ah, how delightful. I relished this aroma. The melody of a violin resonated in my hands, soothing my heart. This atmosphere, it intoxicates me. Suddenly, I felt an urge to dance amidst the pool of blood. The original inhabitant of this house had vanished. Just yesterday. Who told them to deny us refuge? The guards outside are hunting us down. How could we not hide? How insufferable, and they even shout. My sister and I could only tell them to be quiet. Such bothersome fellows. Yet their blood possesses a pleasing flavor. Alas, it is too little. Not enough for my bath. I must let my sister go first. How irritating. Today I am not the sister. Sister, how much longer until you are finished? Almost done. From the corpse in the room, a little girl rose slowly. She was completely naked, smearing blood upon her body. The dark brown blood stood out vividly against her fair skin. Ah, how beautiful. That should have been my delight. My sister is so selfish. Hee. Are you anxious, little brother? Or do you wish to taste this blood too? The girl smiled sweetly as she approached to embrace me. Yes, my sister loves me, just as I love her. Sister. I held her tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. And then we shared a deep kiss. My sister's saliva was fragrant and sweet. I adored it. Sister is not bothersome. She is so gentle. The sky outside brightened. The first rays of sunlight filtering through the gaps in the floral curtains. Ah, a new day has begun. Today, I am the sister. Dressed in a snow-white princess gown, I watched her change into a tailcoat. Now, I am the sister. I gently caressed my brother's smooth, tender face, leaning in to plan a light kiss. Let us go. There are still many bothersome people to eliminate outside. Yes, sister. We shall depart. My brother picked up a suitcase beside him, his eyes shimmering with love. Indeed, that is love. I firmly believe. The assault pod lay quietly half buried in the pit, emitting wisps of light smoke. Its angelic insignia was strikingly vivid. These two angels were peculiar, each possessing only one wing, one black and the other white. The contrast was stark yet strikingly similar, like twin siblings. The design bore a strong cartoonish flair, reminiscent of a child's doodles. Could this be a new mercenary subordinate? Blood-Eye stood silently at the edge of the pit, intently gazing at the assault pod. His thoughts a mystery. Observing his indifferent expression, Hector smirked ominously. Kid, don't get the wrong idea. These two are not mere subordinates. They were once mercenaries. They lost their mercenary status due to rule violations. However, in terms of strength, they are not someone of your caliber can compare to. You are quite unfortunate to encounter them on your first mission. Them? Of course. Do you think every mercenary is an individual? They are infamous as the Cursed Twins. Rebels emerging from the Sixth World, known as the Lucky Twins of Bohemia, drenched in blood, bearing the curse of their planet's name. Haha, you are in for a rough time. Now I understand. Blood-Eye's realization dawned. Looking back at the assault pod, his expression turned grave. The once mercenary Cursed Twins. They would undoubtedly be formidable adversaries. The assault pod emitted a large cloud of white mist, finally opening before the two. A delicate little hand appeared before them. Awkwardly grasping the edge of the pod, straining to push, a remarkably dainty little boy leaped out. Hello everyone. Good morning. The boy's face radiated with a sunny smile as he politely spoke. Clad in a well-tailored black tailcoat, he appeared exceptionally spirited. His youthful skin and sweet smile evoking a doll-like impression. Exquisite, Blood-Eye thought. This seemingly harmless delicate boy is the Cursed Twin? Ah, Lord Hector is here too. Good day, sir. The boy greeted Hector politely before calling into the pod. Sister Mia, come out quickly. We have arrived. All right, Bashi, Don't rush me. I'm getting your suitcase. Ah, it's so heavy. A sweet voice emerged from the pod, followed by a little girl climbing out with great effort. She dragged a suitcase half her size. Dressed in a snow-white princess gown, her cascading golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an alluring golden glow. Ah, I'm sorry. Sister, I'll carry it myself. The boy stuck out his tongue, approached, and effortlessly lifted the suitcase with one hand. Blood-Eye's gaze flickered as he noticed something. Just as the boy lifted the suitcase, the assault pod trembled slightly, rising a fraction from the sand. With the suitcase in hand, the boy supported the little girl as they jumped down from the pod. He then looked up, offering Blood-Eye an adorable smile. Ah, you must be Mr. Blood-Eye. I've heard Lord Hector speak of you. Congratulations on becoming Lord Hansel's new subordinate. He is truly a wonderful person. We all adore him. Blood-Eye remained silent. Aren't you going to respond? The boy scratched his golden hair, wearing a disappointed expression. How vexing. Another indifferent person. Sister Mia, what should we do? He is hard to deal with. Bashi, we don't need to interact with him, the girl replied sweetly. I just checked the mission file. We were deceived by Lord Hector. Our target does not conflict with ours. Our goal is merely that lord. Therefore, Lord Blood-Eye is also a truly wonderful person. Really? That is fantastic. The boy replied happily, then turned to Blood-Eye. Lord Blood-Eye, it seems we don't need to fight. While you are not particularly strong, wouldn't it be better to be friends? Moreover, Lord Hector, you have deceived us again. How many times has it been? Do you not wish to be our friend anymore? The boy blinked his large eyes, innocently asking. Hector's expression changed instantly. His wariness of these two children surpassed even that of Blood-Eye. He hastily explained, How could that be, my dear Bashi? We are the closest of friends. Why would I deceive you? Well, I know your mission is to deal with that foolish pig named Kikir. However, you must realize, that fellow is the employer of the man standing before you. Do you think he would stand idly by? Really? The boy asked Blood-Eye, faced with his innocent gaze. Blood-Eye felt no inclination to deceive. After a moment of silence, he nodded. He is indeed my employer. But what? The boy's eyes brightened as he pressed on. But I dislike that fellow very much. Blood-Eye grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. If you can eliminate him, I would be quite pleased. Really? The boy exclaimed joyfully, but soon fell into contemplation. However, typically, mercenaries protect their employers, as they cannot collect payment if their employer is dead. My reward for this mission has already been paid. Blood-Eye replied nonchalantly. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Hector's expression shift abruptly. Indeed, this cunning fellow is plotting with ulterior motives. However, he was mistaken. He truly did not care about the fate of that corpulent lord. In fact, if it were not for the constraints of the rules, Blood-Eye would have relished the opportunity to eliminate that scoundrel. Is that so? Splendid. Upon hearing Blood-Eye's resolute response, the young boy, Bosch, beamed with joy and jubilantly exclaimed. He then grasped the hand of the young girl. Mia, did you hear that, sister? Lord Blood-Eye does not intend to be our adversary. Shall we proceed to accomplish our task? Of course, my dear Bosch. But do you not think we ought to express our gratitude first? It would be quite impolite to leave without acknowledging him. Mia replied with a smile. Indeed, Bosch responded enthusiastically, before diving into the assault pod behind him, emerging moments later with an unexpected object in hand. Blood-Eye's gaze sharpened as he recognized what it was, the severed head of the third hunter. The head appeared freshly decapitated, blood still oozing from the jagged edge, dripping down the boy's hand and pooling on the ground, exuding a faint metallic scent. The hunter, evidently taken by surprise, had his eyes wide open, revealing a look of sheer horror and disbelief. Despite a few drops of blood staining the boy's face, he seemed utterly unfazed, sweetly addressing Blood-Eye. Brother Blood-Eye, is your target him? If so, then there is no need for further pursuit. Here, this is our token of appreciation. Blood-Eye felt a chill creep into his heart as he beheld the boy's innocent smile juxtaposed with the gruesome trophy so close at hand. Yet, the boy appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, placing the head on the ground before turning to take the girl's hand. Sister, let us depart. Very well. The young girl replied gently, winking at Blood-Eye. Mr. Blood-Eye, we are leaving now. But before we go, allow me to share a secret with you. What secret? Beware of shadows, Mia said with a playful grin, casting a warning glance at Hector before she and Bosch walked away hand in hand. Blood-Eye noticed that. At that moment, Hector's expression was one of profound displeasure.